What? A voice reached his ears. You're late. Tang Tung suddenly wondered. The voice transmission is so familiar. Duong Tung went to open the window and looked across. He immediately noticed the sword hilt with two familiar red tassels. The pink-haired youth still watched him attentively. Oh my? Duong Tung smiled. It's been a long time, huh? Duong knocked knee. Duong Tung stood. This side spoke. You even learned how to transmit sound. Nakni replied, sound transmission isn't the only thing I learned. I've been waiting for the day we can fight again for a long time. Provocative, still not clear-headed from last time. Before, Nakni paused. Then he said, when that day comes, you will definitely die. Duong Tung teased back. Oh, is that so? If I become own peace man, I won't be able to. If you like, when that day comes I will take your remaining marble. He frowned in displeasure. Duong Tung, you always know how to insult me. He asked again. Oh, so you still haven't. Do you know me? Nakni immediately declared. I will never forgive you. Duong Tung repeated sarcastically. Forgive me. You. I'm the one who said that. I'll never beg you for forgiveness. Do you think I'll forget the incident where you insulted the people of the martial hall just because of that accident in the fight? Duong Tung stopped transmitting his voice and said to himself, I will never escape the memories of my previous life, and you, Duong Nakni, I will never forgive you either. Please forgive me. Nakni smiled. He challenged. Then in the upcoming match we will have to use all our strength. What do you think? I will wait. Road. Tung sneered. Oh, between the two of them again. There was a moment of silence. Then, without prior agreement, they turned away. Nakni slowly walked in. In the making, Murim also looked back. He thought to himself, did he just laugh? I think I just saw it. The other room also slammed the window shut. He sighed. Or am I mistaken? At this moment, Luke Min spoke up. Let them be. So are you okay? Duong Tung looked around. He replied. Ah, these people? Where? It's a new place, so falling is also a problem. Usually. Oh, I slightly injured them. It was because my hands and feet were slippery, so I accidentally. Just a little hand. Are you sad because I can't touch you? Luke Min replied playfully. Oh no. Then Duong Tung laughed and told me to just joke. As soon as I saw these people, I wanted to wait and joke a bit. Then Tang Tung observed the person in front of him. How did he get into the martial arts academy anyway? At that age, he was the first person to enter this place. The system displayed Lu Ming's first-level stats, Strength 21, Vitality 19, Agility 11, Spiritual Energy 1 year, no abnormal conditions. Lu Ming shyly spoke. Thank you. Tang Tung found it difficult. Understand, ask again. Huh, for what? He also smiled and honestly replied. Because your bastard saved that person. Duong Tung was startled by this title. That bastard. What the hell is he wondering? Where did he learn such self-centered ways of speaking? Duong Tung asked awkwardly. Since you've already called yourself that bastard, can't you call me that instead of that bastard? Never mind. Anyway, from the beginning, I didn't want to be familiar with this group, so you don't need to. Thank you. Luke Min smiled again. Ironing sound. Duong Tung hesitated and thought back and forth. The more he looked, the more he felt the number was a bit too much. Even though he didn't want to, he was still worried. Surely, he wasn't like that old man Kim Trung Nam who knew how to hide his age and spiritual power? Then he wondered, oh, but how did you get in here? Luke Min asked again, you mean someone else? Duong Tung repeated miserably. I'm talking about you. You're young and your body is weak. How could you come to this martial arts school to study? Luke Min just said, his name is Xian Tong. Duong Tung repeated in confusion. I asked myself helplessly, what is this? It's so confusing, so hard to understand. He was a little helpless. It was difficult to talk to this brat. He kept using his own language. Luckily, he had the translation skill, passive skill, maximum level translation, maximum proficiency. All kinds of languages and narrations could be translated. The current state was perfect. Then Tang Tung said, oh no, I'm so tired. I don't want to do anything anymore. Now that you mention it, I haven't had a proper break since the Long Fuang exam. So he had to show his hand. End of conversation. Okay, you should go to sleep too. Tomorrow we have an aptitude test. So Luke Min cheerfully replied, yeah, he. Duong Tung walked towards his bed and wondered, is this guy really stupid or just naive? It's been a long time. Then he was able to lie on the bed. He turned to observation. Even though he was discriminated against and beaten, he still helped everyone. Lie on the bed. If I were him, I would never do that. I'm so tired. He buried his head in the pillow again. It's just the beginning. I was thinking about this all the way here. I will graduate with first-class honors. This martial arts school. And before that, I will take away all the lucky encounters of those 5 kings. Looking at the green-haired guy who was still staring blankly, the bastard over there was probably the first one. The night has fallen and the lights on the towers have gradually gone out. The road. Tung Ha is determined. Now it's time to go. I've hunted the second one. To do that, I must first get into the class I want in this aptitude assessment. He let out a breath. I really congratulate you, Duong Tung, for having entered the sleeping dragon valley of learning. Martial Arts Street, on the other side of a certain building. Zhuge Liang stood on the roof and said, "That kid has safely entered the room." Zhong Nin, sitting next to him, also nodded. This kid, he must have gotten into a fight with someone again. Here are the friends. Zhuge Liang fanned himself. The matter was over. He was probably resting now. The old man laughed. Interesting. You are the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, but you pay too much attention to a disciple? It's because of you that I can't. You can drink more. Zhuge Liang heard that and laughed teasingly. Haha. This principal must be a former leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Yet he doesn't care about that kid. Like me? Trung Nam joked, as if scolding. This bastard. I am the former leader after all. As for you, the current leader, of course you cannot care about this attitude. More than one disciple. He just said, I am the current leader. So all disciples are important to me. The whole martial arts world. Then he chuckled. You bastard. How dare you play with words with me? Zhuge Liang smiled. Didn't you just say that? If you are, the alliance leader is eager to learn. So turn your words to the heavens, listen to the world, and open your eyes to observe the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhongnan sneered. Ho ho, you old man say that too? That sounds too far-fetched. He narrowed his eyes. The eye replied, Thank you, I have learned. A lot. Then Trung Nam moved on to another more important matter. How is Zhongze? Zhuge Chong recounted what happened this morning. I personally stopped the expulsion, but he will pay more attention. Go to Duong Tung and see. He will definitely secretly investigate him. Trung Nam sighed. If that old man becomes the principal, everything will be in chaos. Without me, that damned old man would have stretched his claws to the Wulong Valley. Zhuge Liang could not help but hesitantly lower his head. I am also very embarrassed about this matter. Trung Nam calmly took another sip of wine. Behind him were the 9 great sects, so there was nothing you could do. Since I have become the principal of the martial arts school, things will be noisy for a while. Just wait and see. Zhuge Liang silently looked at the old man. I then suggested, why don't we speed up the process? Degree plan. Zhong Nin was a little confused. Zhuge Chong explained with a serious face. Tomorrow there will be an aptitude test. It will be chaotic anyway. Why didn't we do it earlier? Mister must also be present. Trung Nam asked again, what about me? You're going to ignore it. Inauguration ceremony. He suggested upon hearing this. You can come as an honored guest. The old man repeated in surprise. A distinguished guest? So you mean you too will go there as a distinguished guest? 4. Up to now, the aptitude test has been conducted at the Martial Arts Academy, and I have received handwritten letters of recommendation from my apprentices. And I have not responded to it yet. I have to choose an apprentice through handwritten letters. But this time I want to break that tradition, because I will be introducing a new. The principal gave them. Zhuge Liang waved the fan in his hand. I have observed thousands and thousands of children in China. This has been a long time. Among the new students, there are people I want to meet, people I want to test, and people I want to collect. So we must make the most of it. Eyes to observe them. Fresh early morning. At the martial arts school, Duong Tung was lying listlessly on the bed. Chung called out 6 times and, It's 9 o'clock already? I struggled to sit up in pain. I must be too tired. Luckily, I woke up ahead of schedule. Today there will be a test. Capacity price. Room 1 of Tien Lao will start first, so it will be a long time before my turn. My morning routine won't change just because I'm in a martial arts school. Having said that, Duong Tung closed his eyes and meditated 3 times a week. Qi circulation passive skill level 3, proficiency 96%. A martial arts technique that can produce qi through breathing and regulate the flow of qi to store in the dantian. The current practice mode is by sitting in one place without any attributes. I have not missed a single time during the winter. Why is it so high? If I reach 99% proficiency without any problems, I should be able to level 4 in a few days. Level 28. Age 17. Strength realization stage 1. Vitality Body Enhancement Stage 1, Agility 98. Intelligence 89, Vitality 5 in 61%. But compared to strength and vitality, agility is still quite low. My strength and vitality have improved rapidly through materialization and physical enhancement. This time I will focus on speed. Of course, there's also the vitality. Luckily, I have the vitality circulation at the increased level, so I know it's gradually improving. Duong Tung sighed. He shouldn't be so hasty. He will progress step by step. Most of the people I've fought have more energy than me. In combat, knowing how to use energy effectively at the right time and place is extremely important. Having a lot of energy is good, but it doesn't mean we can always have the advantage over those with less energy. Like Dai yesterday. Even though he had more strength, he was still defeated by me. Dai was still snoring on the bed. He was still unconscious. The name Bak Ha is also the same. The two of them snored loudly, making a lot of noise. The whole room. Duong Tung stuck his head out to observe and thought to himself that he was the first person. Are you awake? Suddenly, Luke Min standing next to him spoke. Are you awake? Duong Tung squinted his eyes, feeling a little sad inside. Yeah, probably. I guessed wrong. You look much worse than the others. Are you really okay? Luke Min replied with a wry smile. Hee, it's okay. Duong Tung frowned and looked at Luke Min. He thought to himself, is he really okay? He was beaten up so badly yesterday that his face is now all swollen up. Duong Tung started to doubt life a bit. He must be the type of person I can't understand. A person who is extremely positive about life. No matter how many times he is trampled on, he still believes that everything will pass and be resolved. Just smile brightly, but I don't hate him, because he is very innocent and kind. Then Duong Tung smiled and greeted him friendly. I am Duong Tung, and even though you already know his name, it is best to ask him directly. Luke Min also, warmly introduced. I am Luke Min. Duong Tung gently asked, where are you from? Luke Min smiled. I'm from the south. We're in the south. Hearing Duong Tung's question, Luke Min could only smile, finding it difficult to answer. Duong Tung also, observant, understood. Ah, well, everyone has their own story. If you don't want to talk, that's fine, I'm not interrogate you. With that, Tang Tung got out of bed. Have you eaten yet? Lu Ming asked in confusion. What's wrong? Duong Tung bent down to put on his shoes. If not, let's eat together. We're already 2 hours late. Luke Min glanced at him, a little surprised. Ah, but then you happily refused again. I ate already. Duong Tung thought helplessly. It's good that his roommate is polite, but he can't change the way he speaks. The gentle breeze carries the scent of flowers in the air. Luke Min looked around curiously as if searching for something. There. He wondered, are we going the right way? Tang Tung Thong leisurely walked ahead. Yes. Lu Ming admired. How do you know so well? He proudly replied. Because I've been there before. I've been here before. He thought deeply and said, actually, more than being here, I've worked for the Martial Arts Alliance for decades. That's why I remember the location of every shop and building. I've also been here for field work before. Tang Tung's train of thought was interrupted by a hand on his shoulder. Have you been here before? Jiang Xiong winked. Sharp eyes. When was that? Or did you not go to Hainan last winter? Are you here? Duong Tung asked with a smirk. Are you okay these days? Very happy. See you again. As soon as that was mentioned, Zhang Heng became grumpy. And you bastard, how could you not show your face to us once this whole season? So crowded? Duong Tung pouted in confusion. A girl with red hair stepped forward to speak. Of course it was us. Duong Tung happily waved back. Hello, Xiechong. Xiechong placed his hand on his chest, smiling brightly like a flower as he asked. Have you returned safely, Tang Tung? From Hainan. This scene made Duong Tung blush, embarrassed and speechless. Was able to speak. Ta Swang raised his eyebrows and questioned. What's wrong, Duong Tung? Don't tell me that when we weren't around, you is mute. She quickly moved her face closer to Duong Tung to examine the situation. Ta Swang questioned. What's wrong? Your face is suddenly red. Duong Tung raised his finger to signal his face. She was startled and embarrassed. Huh, is there something on my face? Oh no, I forgot. Already put on makeup. Duong Tung narrowed his eyes to avoid. Did he have any cosmetic surgery on his face? I can't do that. Zhang Heng immediately stopped and pulled Ta Swang back despite her screaming. You want a beating, you bastard. Duong Tung smiled wryly and thought to himself that he suddenly felt unfamiliar. Ta Song, who would become the #1 beauty of the demonic sect in the future, possessed an extremely beautiful appearance. Zhang Heng smiled and said, "Calm down. It's been a long time since we last saw each other." Ta Suong angrily shouted, "How can you be calm? It's been a long time since we last saw each other," and the first thing he said was, "I used a knife on that face. It hasn't been that long. Why did he become so beautiful? I've gotten used to him a little bit, and I still react like that. But the other kids." Duong Tung twisted his mouth and sighed in his heart. Everyone was staring at this side. He was so helpless that he couldn't even shed a drop of sweat. Even the kid beside him was shocked. He was so scared that he quickly raised his hand and hit Luke Min to calm him down and wipe the water. The topic. Duong Tung thought carefully. I can't just leave it like this. Sighing, Duong Tung took off his outer shirt, then quickly threw the shirt over Ta Suong's head. She was stunned and did not understand what had just happened. Ta Suong wondered. "What are you doing?" So, Duong Tung closed his eyes and pushed her up. "If you still want to eat in peace, then just leave it like that." Ta Suong was a bit suspicious. "What do you mean?" He hesitantly replied, "Star. What do you mean?" Then Ta Suong gently lifted his shirt to hear more clearly what was being said. What he said. A Duong Tung's face darkened. His heart skipped a beat. His heart was in turmoil. "Damn it. I'm crazy. Why is my heart so messed up? What happened? Why is it beating so fast all of a sudden? It's like..." Zhang Heng sighed, quickly waved his hand to pull both of them closer. "You guys are enough. Let's eat first. I love you. Please bear with it. My stomach is about to hurt. It's stuck on my back." Duong Tung Hot Hong denied it was love. Ta Song also confused threat. "You want a beating too?" All along the way, the three of them kept arguing with each other very loudly. The food court, as the name suggests, is a place to enjoy food from all over the world. The school's public stores, Volam Street. The four of them leisurely walked into the restaurant. It was empty. It was past breakfast time. Duong Tung stood outside observing the kitchen. People were cleaning and preparing for lunch. Ta Suong watched helplessly. How unlucky. Zhang Heng sadly looked at the pile of ceramic vases on the table. Damn, there's only a little bit of vegetables left. Just drooling. Duong Tung blinked and asked, "Why didn't you guys eat earlier?" Zhang Heng turned his head and shouted, Hey, it's all because of you." Duong Tung replied with a sullen face. "Why me?" Ta Suong explained, "We were waiting to eat with you." Duong Tung was shocked, jaw dropped. Oh my, he smiled broadly and thought, these guys were worth all my worries. "Be careful," Ta Suong complained. "I'm so hungry. I didn't eat anything yesterday because after the initiation ceremony, everything was chaotic." Duong Tung smiled. "Let's eat whatever's left." Zhang Heng refused. "I'd rather starve than just eat vegetables." Zhang Heng nodded. "If there was rice, it would be fine." His eyes suddenly caught something in the over there. Zhang Heng pointed in surprise to one side. "There's a lot of rice over there. It's different." Wow. People probably used leftovers to display there. Duong Tung sadly looked at the pile of food and thought to himself that 15 plates of food were fully prepared. What? Zhang Xiong quickly pulled out the chair. "I have never been so grateful. Are these for the latecomer who is hungry?" Poor Tang Tung. The god is deep in thought. This scene is like déjà vu. The hero waved his hand and invited. "Come over. Here. Eat. There's nothing else." Duong Tung Bang Hong looked at Zhang Hong. That action is really memorable. I have never been so grateful for that scene as I am now. I have been done. The scene of the present Jiang Xiong and the past Tang Tung seemed to blend into one. Thanks for the meal. The first morning when I arrived at Crouching Tiger Valley, I didn't know anyone. And the first time I came to the Vo Lam Alliance, I was late to the cafeteria because I was too busy wandering around. Are these leftovers? But I have to thank you. Feeling grateful, huh? Duong Tung happily picked it up and joked. They must have prepared it for the late disciple. Thanks for the meal. When, just as he picked up his chopsticks, a large hand touched his body. Who is Mao? He looked at him, as if threatening. What are you going to do with our food? Duong Tung hurriedly. Gold Sliver, head, is a senior student. Sorry, I really don't know. The seniors sat down next to Tang Tung and joked. I've never seen you before, newbie. Tang Tung was confused. That? Yes. I'm in the Lake Valley. They surrounded Duong Tung, who was sitting timidly in a corner. Oh, that's how it all began. They grabbed the collar of the shirt and threw it up violently. Before the dining table, you slap. You are many. So strong. Down. The person punched decisively. Just like that for no reason was beaten. Duong Tung lay helplessly on the ground, letting them tease and mock him. Back to reality. Duong Tung shouted loudly in warning, "Don't touch that." Jiang Xiong turned around, his mouth already filled with food. But I accidentally ate it. Duong Tung gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn, this guy always sleeps and reacts slowly. But at times like this, Ta Swang tilted his head. The probe asked, "What's wrong? What's the problem?" Duong Tung immediately became serious. "Yes, because that food is not for disciples. I'm not late." With that, the restaurant door opened. The door opened. The senior students walked inside together. They glanced at the food that was already laid out. They looked at Zhang Heng, who was sitting and eating in confusion. "Who are you?" "That's Dong Han's place." "What are you going to do with our food?" "Me?" Duong Tung's forehead was covered in sweat. That was food for the upperclassmen. Brother looked back timidly. Too late. But they laughed excitedly. "What the hell, newbie?" Now that I looked closely, they weren't just seniors, but students from the year 2 to 4 more. Intermediate level, average about 20. I also saw the person who would become the #1 expert of Tan's son Mon in the year of Bin, then in the middle of the great battle. He was one of the first to surrender. I don't know the identity of each person, but now this scene reminds me of my past life's memories. Xie Chong stood aside worriedly. "The atmosphere is so bad. What should we do?" Duong Tung continued to think, but the person sitting there was Zhang Heng, not him. Dong Han's face darkened as his father asked, "New disciple?" Jiang Xiong suddenly stood up seriously. He replied eloquently, "That's right." Dong Han looked up sweating. I couldn't help but think to myself, old man, in my previous life, that senior looked quite tall and big, but is Zhang Heng even bigger? Dong Han started to be wary. Haha, I was going to let you go if you were a little cuter, but you're so fucking big. Zhang Heng held out his hand to explain. "Sorry, I left right away, and I only had one bite." The senior students started laughing with a sinister look. "This guy is quite funny. If so, then I won't forgive you." "Okay. Honestly, I think his appearance is super suitable for kowtowing, don't you think? It's best to let him do that and eat at the same time." Zhang Heng still calmly bowed his head and apologized. "I am truly sorry. Can you forgive my junior's mistakes?" "Can I?" Tang Tung's eyes flashed with respect. This Jiang Xiong guy always acted like a child, but right now he acted like a martial artist. "Really? Admit your mistake and sincerely apologize." "What's that? This dog is so cute. Look at him hiding his tail between his legs, even though the other party is," continued to mock himself. Dong Han smiled slightly. "People often say that eating with your head touching the ground is the only way to show respect to your seniors. And of course if they still go too far." Zhang Heng muttered with a dark face. "What if I don't do it?" Dong Han closed his eyes and sighed in disappointment. "It seems our junior doesn't understand what gratitude is." Having finished speaking, he raised his hand to attack. "Then I, the senior, must teach you a lesson." When Dong Han was about to turn it off, Zhang Heng quickly used his elbow to block it. The sound of broken bones echoed in the air. The pain suddenly struck and made him dizzy. Dong Han had to frown. He withdrew his hand, screamed in pain. In contrast to Dong Han, Zhang Heng remained calm as if nothing had happened. "A lesson, sorry, but his hand hadn't even reached over my head yet. Let's go again." Duong Tung gritted his teeth in jealousy and thought to himself, everything was completely different. After all, their target was Zhang Heng, not him. Like the previous life. One of them saw this and shouted angrily, "You damn dog. How dare you look down on your seniors like that, huh?" He rushed forward to punch, but was easily dodged by Zhang Heng. He turned to one side and raised one leg. Zhang Heng gently lifted that guy's leg up, made his body lose its center of gravity and stand still. "Damn." Face down on the ground, Zhang Heng grabbed one of his legs and asked, "Senior, where do you look like senior?" Duong Tung wearily smiled wryly. His plan to quietly leave the restaurant was all in vain. Ta Suang standing next to him also had a headache. Oh my god. The remaining seniors saw this and immediately became chaotic. They flew forward and charged. Ta Suang tied up her hair and reminded, "What are you doing? There are about 20 people over there." "That person." Duong Tung quickly rushed over. "What else can I do?" He was so excited that he couldn't help but smile. Things are laid out like this before our eyes, so of course we have to have some fun. The gray-haired man was startled and turned his head to examine the situation. Before he could see, he was punched by Duong Tung Ha. Instant knockout. The mission system defeats all the seniors and eats breakfast January 22nd. The reward if successful, you will receive a special treasure map item. The penalty if failed, the mission will be cancelled and you will be paralyzed within 1 hour. Dong Han screamed while holding his bent arm. Who are you? Duong Tung asked innocently. Who am I? He pointed toward Zhang Heng, who was hugging a junior's neck. Ouch, it hurts. The big brother of that idiot over there. Zhang Heng laughed happily. Nonsense, you are my subordinate. Named Dong. Han started to feel scared. What about your subordinates? Again? In that moment, Xie Chong threw a round martial arts kick to the sky. Dong Han just glanced at it, then ate a kick from the sky from Ta Song, Phoenix kick. Dong Han's head was bleeding. His teeth were broken and fell out. Oh my god. Duong Tung thought in horror. Frog used Phoenix kick to hit him right in the head. Ta Song gave teasing eyes, trying to act cool alone. I have to find some fun for myself too. The junior gritted his teeth. Who is that girl? Zhang Heng smirked proudly. That's my troublemaker. How cool is that? As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Tung and Ta Song both turned around and refuted. How dare you call me that? Who gave you permission to call me your henchman? Zhang Heng asked, clenched his fists and declared enthusiastically. You guys, whoever kills the most enemies will be the boss. The eyes of both Duong Tung and Ta Song were full. Momentum, always show. Ta Song kicked one. In terms of kicking, Duong Tung and Zhang Heng also decisively punched with both hands. Ta Song pursed his lips and fought hard to beat each of them one by one. Zhang Heng laughed loudly, refusing to give up. Of me. Duong Tung waved his hand and laughed mockingly. It's my claim that's correct. Now only Luke Min was left standing there, stunned by the chaotic scene. Hey! As soon as they saw him, the juniors angrily walked over. Hey, there's another guy over there. Beat him to death. Let go of GA, startled, and stepped back. Those 3 juniors did not hesitate to beat him up. Why? Luke Min painfully covered his body with his hands. Why is it me? 14th day of assessment period. Ability. The voice of the speaker echoed out. Room. For evil people. Zhong Zhe frowned. What the hell is going on? The first time I heard that, Du stood outside and explained, saying, more precisely, the 4 evil men of Xi'an, referring to 4 troublemakers from Xi'an, including Tang Tong. Old Zhongzhe narrowed his eyes and muttered, 4. Du Suong nodded decisively. Yes. Tongzhe slowly sat down on the chair. Judging by her facial reaction, it seemed like she had thoroughly investigated that kid. Come on, tell me what you found out. Du Suong recounted. This evil name originated from the cafeteria on the very day after the position struggle. Head of department. On that day, for people including Duong Tung and more than 20 senior students fought bloody battles in the house. To be more precise, it was a 4-on-22 battle. Tang Tung, Jiang Xiong, Xie Chong, and Abona, these 4 people, had left the dining hall arrogantly after defeating all the seniors with Chen's hands. Tong Trake raised his hand to signal. Wait a minute. The market is going on. Du Suong was confused, replied. Yes. Old Zhongzhe questioned. If it was a bloody fight, didn't the managers do anything? Furthermore, you just said they left arrogantly after the fight. Du Chong hurriedly replied. Because the previous day there was a competition for the position of department head, most of the dormitory managers were busy monitoring the disciples around the dormitory. Since it was already late, the manager only asked that all the victims were the upperclassmen. Du Suong hesitated, but all. Deny. Tong Trake wondered. Deny what? Du Suong sighed. That Min was defeated by the new disciples. Perhaps they felt ashamed of being defeated by 4. Junior disciple. Zhongzhe painfully held his head. I understand everything. Tsk tisk, it's really chaotic. Continue. Du Suong folded his arms and continued to report seriously. Anyway, after this incident, the infamy of those 4 boys spread more and more in the Go-Along Valley, so people called them the 4 evil people. First is Luke Min. At that time, several senior disciples of Duong Nok Ni, he was the easiest target and rushed in, beat him up like the bullies at that time, or suddenly fell ill, or rash all over the body, or vomiting and dehydration for no apparent reason. That's why people call Luke Min the child. Cursed. Moreover, at that time people also rumored that during the beating he was still, couldn't stop laughing. Tongzhe sighed. Tisk cursed child. Really, nonsense rumors. However, That southern kid is only 14 years old, but was admitted here without any other information about him. So it's quite suspicious. Looks like we have to investigate this kid further. Du bowed respectfully. Yes. The second person. The second is Jiang Xiong. With a height of over 1.80 since childhood, he was famous throughout Xi'an for his super fighting skills. After the incident at the cafeteria, even the upperclassmen did not dare to cause trouble with him for no reason. Him too. But he sleeps a lot. While he was still sleeping, the senior disciples who held grudges gathered together and attacked him. But instead of Zhang Heng, all the upperclassmen were. Take him to the clinic. This happened a few more times and rumors started to spread. People called him the #1 sleeping master in the martial arts academy and warned those around him not to touch even a single hair of Zhang Heng's nose while he was sleeping. Tongze nodded as he looked at the information about this guy. It seemed like he came from a family with a tradition of being a martial artist. Even though they were all in the martial arts world, we still needed to keep an eye on them from now on. Come to it. The third person is Ta Suang. Even though she is a villain, she has no scandal. The simple reason is because her beauty. Old Zhongze was a bit curious. Was it a hidden beauty or something? Or was she so ugly that she got herself into trouble because people jumped in to beat her up just because? Her face is too scary. Dong pouted and denied. No. Even though it was true that her beauty had gotten her into trouble, she shyly glanced away. But on the contrary, old man Trake raised his eyebrows. What do you mean by the opposite? Du Suang smiled. She was so beautiful that trouble was brought to her. I know this is a bit hard to believe, but what I mean is that Tong Trake aimed at. One I ordered. Continue explaining later. After the incident at the cafeteria, it was no longer strange for male disciples to secretly come to the Silver Moon Tower. As of today, the 14th day, the cumulative number had reached 52 and most of them said that they came to meet Ta Suang. Not only the new disciples, but also the senior disciples fall for her. They watched her even as she practiced. Even though I often go out to eat. And worst of all, some of them even followed her to her room. Many of them were directly reported by Ta Suang himself. Report. Ta Suang suddenly discovered a guy was secretly looking at him. She immediately jumped up and kicked the stalker, causing him to feel pain. Be a little more restrained. Damn it. Tongze picked up the scroll. I didn't think I would be liked again. That's not the problem. Du Suang pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. But the truth is that there are many male disciples fighting with each other to win her love. That's not all. Not long ago, someone tried to steal her bra, and someone was sneaking a peek. She took another bath. Just saw this guy had an intention. Intending to peek. The male disciples quickly grabbed the guy's hair cover. That peeping Tom was gone forever. Rumor has it that they were beaten to death by people who called themselves Xie Cheng's bodyguards. Obviously, the more members of Xie Cheng's bodyguards, the more female disciples were jealous of her. Also increased. Du Suangfei laughed. This matter has not caused any commotion yet, but it will happen. When I was still a disciple, there were also many people who were jealous of my beauty. Hoo-hoo. Tong Trake aimed. Eyes were pensive. That's true, but such a single group cannot exist in our school. While there's still a chance, let's disband it. That's enough of that. What about Tang Tung? Du Suang smiled. The reason I investigated the 4 evil men was also because of their leader Tang Tung. She put her hand inside his shirt, because he was the main subject of the conversation. Investigation, she said, and pulled out a report from her cleavage. I have prepared a separate report. Old Zhongze happily took the report. Very good. This is what is called reported. At first, there was no trace of his whereabouts during the winter after the Dragon and Phoenix exams. Tongze read each line in amazement. On the first day of school, he became the head of the 9th room of Nan Lao Company. There, all 6 people, including the 3rd disciple of the Hainan sword sect, were defeated in just 15 minutes. He was alone at that time, so it seemed like he had surpassed martial arts experts of the same age. It's promising. The alliance leader even had to run to the mines of the Hainan sword sect, and he even let them join the 9 great sections. TSK, I guess that's still not enough for Hainan sword sect. Why were 6 people defeated? 1 person? Du Suang said sternly. It was because of that I learned about the martial arts that Duong Tung used. Because he came from a martial arts school, some people said that the only martial arts he used belonged to the Hoa Sun sect. Old Zhongze tilted his head in wonder. Wait, who said that? She immediately replied, yes. If I were to sum up Duong Tung in one word, he would be an idiot. I don't know what else to say about that bastard. He only knows 3 basic sword moves. Yet even when he's beaten, he still rushes forward like a moth to a flame. Tongze was confused and fell into a mess of thoughts. This guy is really unreliable. Losing is one thing, but it might have been a lie about the martial arts that Tang Tung used. So could it be that Tang Tung only used 3 basic martial arts to defeat the disciple of Hainan Sword Sect? Du Suong, a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Do you think he is hiding his true strength? Me? Old Tongze flipped through the report pages. Did she get other people's statements? Oh, on the next page. The second after admission is Dong Han's testimony. Dong Han was sitting on the ground looking up at Duong Tong. Are you still here? Tang Tung picked up the wooden spoon with a frown on his face. We haven't finished breakfast yet. Dong Han, how can one eat in this mess? Tang Tung is straight. Go ahead. Of course we have to eat. No matter what, we have to finish breakfast. Mission: defeat all the seniors and have breakfast on 22/22. If successful, you will receive a special treasure map item. If failed, the mission will be cancelled and you will be paralyzed for 1 hour. Now I'm full. Success is right here. You're awake, so do you want me to? As he spoke, Duong Tung brought the wooden spoon to Dong Han's lips. I'll feed you until you're full. Are you going to explode? Why don't you eat the leftover breakfast with me and then quietly go out? Tong, Trake suffocated and interrogated. So what did that Dong Han kid say? Du Suong shook his head. I didn't write it down in the report because I thought it wasn't that important. He said he picked up all the leftover rice and ate it all. He thought if he didn't eat it, Tang Tung would really kill him. Zhongze sadly ordered. Enough. He looked at the report book again. On the 3rd day after entering school, he went for a walk in Zhengzhou, as written inside. That day he visited the Tianxiang brothel and a blacksmith shop. I also wanted to know Tang Tung's true identity, so I met the people he had met and gave them some money to get more information. Furthermore, he went to the Tian Hung brothel wearing inappropriate clothing. This seemed a bit strange, so I approached the guards. The guard of the Tian Hung brothel recounted, I don't know who that person was just now. I only know that he came to see the master. Despite his disheveled appearance, he seems to have a lot of money. He must be a descendant of some organization. Du Suong stuffed the bag of money into the guard's hand. I will give you more. Tell me the reason why he came here. The guard, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, it seems like it's for an auction, so it has to be kept secret. I really can't say more. Du Suong had no choice but to take back his purse. Then there was nothing he could do. The guard quickly turned the carriage around. Ahem. Maybe it was because of that Tian Hung Thursday that he met my master in person. As soon as he saw him, the manager took him to meet the master. For ordinary people who come here, this is quite a thing. And I also went to the blacksmith shop to buy arrows. That frame. Blacksmith shop employee. He sneaked out. The blacksmith slave said, that guy? I've seen him a few times, but I don't know much about him. Is he a comet? He's very strong, at least on par with the promising guys from the 5 great clans. Oh, and I'm not sure about his name because it's quite hard to remember. He even gave us some shiny stones to make weapons. He came here last time to pay in advance, but those things are so hard to make. Even my boss said it would take months. The blacksmith panicked and raised his hand, but he paid 1,000 taels. The blacksmith shop owner suddenly shouted, Hey, come here quickly, intending to run away. I'm sorry. Du Suong helplessly watched and thought to himself, is this guy really an employee? Not a slave? I even investigated the boat village he frequented. Ho, I don't understand why you're asking an old man like me that question. The red-haired ferryman at Huanghang Port said, I have transported thousands and thousands of disciples for 70 years. I can even tell you who will become a martial arts master in the future. That kid is definitely destined for the martial arts school and will bring luck to the martial arts alliance. There. Tong Trake yawned. Lucky? Du Suong immediately replied. On the 7th day, Tang Tung went to the heavenly archery practice ground of Wolong Valley. It was extremely quiet there, so I couldn't follow closely and could only eavesdrop. Suddenly she screamed, making old man Trake's heart jump. Hey, what are you doing? Du Suong calmed down. That's what I heard. I almost woke up. He was hesitant. Besides that creepy sound, anything else? After that, he often went to the heavenly archery practice ground, but this time there was no sound. What sound? Du Suong suddenly remembered. Oh, I heard a tiger roar too. Oh, cool. Just now it was a terrifying cry. Now it's a tiger roar. Are you sure it's practicing archery? Me neither, for sure. When I went to see him, he was alone and holding nothing, so I'm not sure if it was a tiger or not. Tong Trake bowed his head. Is he learning sorcery? He rummaged through the pile of papers on the table, waiting to see if he could report this far. What do you think of this wandering brat? He's been doing a lot of things lately. He spent most of his time eating breakfast in his room, ducking around, and practicing with his sword, cane or stick, Du Suong clearly declared. However, his whereabouts last winter after the Long Fuang exam were still unknown. There was absolutely no news about him, and it seemed that his fortune was so great that it could not be measured. Based on these one or two unclear points, he is definitely hiding true identity. Tongze happily agreed. Very good, I think so too. Just keep monitoring it, go to the market and preach. She immediately pursed her lips and obeyed. Yes, Tong Trake was deep in thought, as if he was thinking about something. He stood up from his chair. She also heard that the alliance leader had come to Hainan Mine. But fortunately Hainan Sword Sect was not one of the 5 great clans, but TSK. But on the last day of the ability assessment, the alliance leader said he would appear as a special guest, along with the recently rumored new principal. There's a smell of conspiracy here. Even my nose feels uncomfortable. Du Suong spoke softly. As expected, the person standing next to the alliance leader is. We can't let things go like this. Zhongze sternly ordered. From now on, let's focus on the whereabouts of the 4 evil people, okay? Those 4 evil people should expand their investigation to all of them. Zhang Heng raised his eyes and picked his nose. What are the 4 evil men? Ta Song closed one eye. Have you never heard of them? It's us. Road. Tung helplessly bowed his head. The 4 evil men were the most vicious thugs among the new disciples. He sighed in his heart. How the hell did the 3 Long Fuang of Xian become? Evil thug? Duong Tung thought with a dark face. And why is it 2 and not? Are the 3 evil people? He squinted and glanced at Luke Min sitting next to him. Why is this guy so carefree? He's not from Xi'an, and he didn't cause any trouble. But just because he came with us, he became one of the 4 villains, and even after all that, he just giggled as if he was an outsider. Jiang Xiong gave, eyes admiring, this guy is not bad, normal. Duong Tung closed his eyes doubtfully. I also don't understand why you are so carefree. You don't care about being called a cursed child? People say that because of you they get rashes or get sick. The rumors are even worse. Luke Min Nai replied, it's fine. Hearing that, Duong Tung had no choice but to admit defeat. Oh, it's okay, huh? Okay. Ta Swang asked Han worriedly. By the way, have you checked the evaluation? Capable yet? Zhang Heng shook his head. Not yet. Duong Tung also calmly replied. Not yet. Luke Min smiled. Not yet. Zhang Heng propped his chin up with his hand and smiled. To be honest, among the 4 of us, I'm clearly the most normal one, regardless of whether or not we've taken the aptitude test. You, look in one direction. Now look away. Zhang Heng pointed at each person. The foreign kid was unusual, had unusual looks. Ta Swan's lips are pouty. Why is it that being so beautiful becomes abnormal? There is no such thing. What is unusual? Duong Tung laughed. Huh? What do you mean by normal? Duong Tung aimed reassuring eyes. Don't worry. Soon you 2 will be considered abnormal. Zhang Heng was confused. What do you mean? Duong Tung looked at Zhang Heng and thought to himself, tomorrow when he becomes the first disciple of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, he will receive the attention of the entire martial arts world. Second place, by the way. Duong Tung raised his eyebrows in wonder. Why haven't you taken the aptitude test yet when you're from the Human Academy? If the order was changed, I would have heard about it too, right? Zhang Heng, I give up. How do I know that OM is probably an exception? The way to throw human milk in a moment. He slowly turned his head back, thinking to himself that he suddenly remembered what happened a few days ago. It should have been me who went through that. Shouldn't it have been me who was so rude? History has changed. Too many things happened, so it's a bit different from my memory. A lot has changed, but I have a strong feeling that there will be more in the future. Perhaps my training during the past 14 days has also affected history. He clenched his hands in resignation, but he have to do that, because if we don't change it, everything will fall apart. Suddenly, Zhang Heng spoke, and Duong Tung woke up. Huh? What's wrong? You said I'd be noticed soon. What do you mean? Duong Tung pouted. Oh, that? Tang Song Xiong declared. I mean, among all the erratic types, you are clearly the most eccentric and abnormal. Jiang Xiong eagerly stood up with a sob. Ah, it's been a long time since we had a match. Let's have a game after we eat. What a game. Always he. You have improved quite a bit. Duong Tung. The two of them's ghostly laughter filled the air. In space. Suddenly Luke Min burst out laughing, startling Ta Suong. She had a headache thinking, I really am the only normal person here. The morning of the final day of the aptitude test finally arrived. Well, I don't know about everyone else, but I was prepared. With a relaxed mind. The system you have reached a certain level by swinging the stick. You have reached a certain level by swinging the sword. I used both the sword and the wooden stick to duck around the valley. Increases the proficiency of the archery skill in the Celestial Archery Training Ground. Passive skill archery level 2 proficiency increases by 1%. When using a bow or crossbow type weapon, your accuracy will be increased. Accuracy increases depending on the skill rank. Current performance increases by 5%. Hand of the path. Tung Nu. Sweating. Mr. Hai-Huck works hard doing push-ups and handstands every day. I don't know if my perversion has increased after being reincarnated, but I feel extremely comfortable sweating like this. Through the times meeting, I received a lot of help. Going duck across Central Plains, swimming across the ocean, and digging mountains with only sword and spear. If I were still as pessimistic as in my previous life, would I have been able to survive until now? Now, I thought my previous life self tried his best, but looking back now it wasn't like that. Duong Tung happily took the towel from Luke Min. Oh, thanks. He draped the towel over his shoulder and looked at Luke Min. Let's go. Luke Min nodded. Test. Aptitude test. If the personal encounter is more like a simple rite of passage, the aptitude test is where classes are determined and boards are formed. Classes are determined based on the use of 18 weapons. Although the choice is free, the purpose of this assessment test is to find the appropriate weapon for each person and schedule their study. Suitable. Different from the Valley of the Disaster is divided into 12 branches without any special purpose. The departments here are established. So based on the characteristics of the 10 tree trunks, there are excellent disciples from all over to start training right in the Martial Arts Alliance. The first department is like a huge old tree. The second class trains disciples who have potential in many aspects, but these disciples are still a little bit inferior to the first class, and this class is considered as a new tree. The second Great Fire class consists of warriors who are strong and brave like the sun. The fourth group is like a small spark. This group gathers meticulous and careful people to learn medicine. The fifth department is where prestigious managers with character are trained, steadfast as Mount Tai. The sixth branch selects disciples who excel in calculation and trains them to become experts in weapons and engineering. The seventh group consists of disciples with outstanding talents who use complex weapons such as sticks, clubs, hammers, whips among the 18 weapons. The above-mentioned gas. The eighth group gathers intelligent and bright disciples who specialize in using their heads. Brain is better than body. Thinking about the direction and writing on the paper, even asking about your own wishes. For layers of wishes, 5 layers of wishes. Be careful, thinking about it. Most people here would choose the first class, right? Because of the limitless future potential. The ink drops gradually darken, gradually printed on the paper. Duong Tung tightly held the registration paper in his hand. Luke Min spoke in a friendly voice. You're here too? I'll go with you. Duong Tung smiled in agreement. Yes. Zhang Heng arrogantly walked forward and put his arm around Duong Tung's shoulder. Hello, subordinate. Where are you going, honey? Duong Tung glanced and smiled contemptuously. You guys should stop pretending it was a coincidence. You guys have obviously been waiting for me forever. Zhang Heng laughed mockingly in response. That brat's big brother took the trouble to wait for him, so he should say thank you. By the way, did you do well on the writing part? Duong Tung blew his nose. Big bro, that shit about the calculation and trap part? Yeah, you think I can do it well? I can only do the basics. Just copy. Suddenly, a young girl's figure interrupted and walked with them. Duong Tung was a bit surprised. Oh, junior sister, you said you checked the rating. The price is already set. Ta Suong curled his lips. Then why do you think I'm here? Both. The three of them answered in unison. Of course, since we are the 4 evil people, we have to go together, right? Xie Chong looked away. Hey, don't include me in that group of evil people. Duong Tung happily refused. Not at all. You have to live with us. Xie Chang's bodyguards also began to object. Miss Xie Chong is not compatible with the 4 evil men at all. Yes, Miss Xie Chong is just Miss Xie Chong. The Duong family's eyes were full of threat. Stop talking nonsense. Duong Tung laughed. Except thinking, these guys are really scary. Haha, with these guys, even if the entire martial arts world collapses, you'll still be safe and sound. Just you wait and see. Ta Suang glared. What are you saying? Duong Tung provoked. That's it. Ta Suang frowned. Humph, you're doing it again. Duong Tung secretly laughed in his heart. Yeah, you guys don't change your mind, because if I fail, at least there's still someone to protect me. Protect him. According to the rules, the final part of the interview assessment test will be conducted at the Tiger Hidden Palace. Long. However, for some reasons, this interview will be held at the training hall outside of the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Palace. I don't even know when I came here. Submit the test here. Duong Tung looked around. Oh, it's Duong Nok Ni and his friends. They also came. To meet? Or just come, just consider it Ta Suang? Seeing these guys makes me a bit worried. A call from the judge's voice rang out. Tang Tung, please go ahead. Forward. He was a little worried in his heart. He felt something was not right. Besides, my hunch is never wrong. Duong Tung was amazed. Are they judges? His eyes suddenly widened in horror. Du Sun, why is she here? She hasn't fully recovered yet. And that old man too. Kim Hak, more. He smirked. I'm here. What the hell kind of expression is that? Tang Tung Nan's face. I'm not happy when. Meet him. During the fight with the Chinese faction, Elder Sun didn't lose, right? In the middle is the most powerful person, the current leader of the alliance, Jia Kat Sung. But why is he here to see me like last time? No. Even so, I never heard that the alliance leader would appear in the aptitude test in the first place. Even though I knew in my previous life, Kat Sung did not personally conduct this ability assessment test to choose Zhang Heng as the first main disciple. His first, even if history changed, it was a bit too much. He glanced at him. Another problem is Tong Trake. What the hell are you doing here? He always said performance appraisals were nonsense and never came to see for himself. It's a bit strange that the leader of the alliance came, but the vice principal of the martial arts school didn't. The new principal hasn't taken office yet. Always. Wait, so that means the principal is one of them? Is he the old man? Kim Hak? No way. Right now, the alliance leader and he have no relationship at all. There's no way he would become the principal just because of me. He looked into the distance. So it's the other guy? He's the only one here I've never met before. If he was a manager with weird meatballs, I would have heard of him. It seems like Duong Tung noticed something. That's not right. Level 1 male, age 121, strength 12, vitality 17, agility 9, spiritual power 05. Duong Tung fell backwards, his jaws wide open in surprise. Last time was one thing. Why is that old man sitting here this time too? And even pretending to be dangerous? Tung evaluated Kim Trung Nam's stats. Level 1 Kim Trung Nam, age 121, strength 12, vitality 17, agility 9, spiritual power 0. If I don't recognize him after looking at him, then I'm really an idiot. Duong Tung seriously speculated. He also suspected that he was quite formidable, but he didn't expect that he had such a high position in the Martial Arts Alliance. I can't find the name Kim Trung Nam. No matter how hard I try to dig deep into my memory, I can't find anything. He asked himself, a 120-year-old master in the Martial Arts Alliance. How could I not remember? The image of Kim Trung Nam in the form of Kim Trung Nam appeared in his mind. Even though he only lived in the mountains and wandered from place to place, like many others in the Zhongho, and now that he was sitting at the table in his strange form, he wondered, but now he was here. With the face of a middle-aged man, he didn't know what kind of transformation technique he used. Du Sun, the Great. Master Kim Hak, leader of the Vo Lam Alliance. Tong Trake, Kim Trung Nam. He cursed inwardly. Is this combination okay? Damn it. A hand pulls a scroll. Duong Tung saw and thought. It seems like it will start from the left side. That person spoke. I am Du Sun, the examiner of Class 1, and of course you know better than anyone. She looked at him with a meaningful look. Duong Tung forced a smile. Ah, yes, of course. She started to announce his results. But today I see these results are a real mess. The oral exam on medicine and potions and the written exam on math traps are really bad. The most in history. Duong Tung stood still and endured the laughter around him. He silently admitted. There was no way to deny it. The result was obvious. Du Sun continued. To be a disciple of a martial arts school, one must have good morals, intelligence, and physical strength. Kim Hak sat next to her, interestedly touching his chin, looking over the content on the scroll she was holding. Du Sun called out, "Master, you don't pay attention to evaluation. Doing so well on a written test is truly unprecedented. Let's see the part." "What physique?" Kim Hak saw a certain item and exclaimed with interest. "Oh, it is indeed unprecedented, the highest score in history." The surrounding crowd heard this and started. While the murmuring started, Duong Tung still stood calmly observing, thinking to himself, there were too many people gathered, but that was right. Since it was the outer training hall, it was easy to observe. Thanks to that, they forgot that the oral and written exam scores were extremely bad. In his history, he looked to the other side. Well, in the martial arts world, there aren't many people who are good at everything. Most will definitely focus on the physical part because it's much more useful and important than intelligence. Because the other will need a bit. Good luck again. Du Sun felt a bit uncomfortable seeing him announce the results without permission. Even if he was a grandmaster, this mattered too much. At this moment, Zhuge Liang spoke up. "We are not interrogating criminals. We are here to decide the disciples' classes based on their abilities. Of them," he reminded, "do not let personal feelings affect." Du Sun, hearing that, I felt guilty. Oh no, am I making it so obvious? Then the father pretended to cough and returned to the story. "Oh no, I'll continue now. Let's just say your physical condition has made up for your intelligence, but I'm not so sure about your morals." She looked at him with a questioning gaze. Duong Tung's smile was stiff on the outside, but he was secretly wary on the inside. Why did he keep feeling like she wanted to eat him alive, right? Dushan continued, "I know this is a place for an aptitude test and not a personal interview, but seeing you again makes me feel very happy, so I can't help but ask a question. Please understand." Duong Tung replied, "Please ask. You don't have to wait to ask questions. I will ask again to hear your exact answer. If the evil cult and the evil sect fight each other on the righteous side, what should we do? Stand still? Should we let the fishermen profit or attack them by surprise? Or should we step in to mediate so that things don't get worse?" Her expression as she asked these questions was filled with cunning. Duong Tung, standing there thinking, this sentence again? She asked difficult questions one after another. How can one be considered the most righteous and fair? What is your answer? Duong Tung, after listening, he let out a breath, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. What a leech, and super tragic too. Others probably don't know this is a retaliatory question. Moreover, they are very interested. But looked at himself. Kim Hak looked at him with a smiling face, his expression showing that he wanted to hear his answer. Even the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance just now was on his side. Yet he realized that the people sitting there had no intention of helping because everyone on their faces looked interested. He remembered, just like the first time he received this question, fairness and justice, something he had never thought of before. All my life, I have lived with the thought that just having people around me and living well is enough. How should I respond? His face was filled with tension and worry. Suddenly, at this moment, in his eyes, the image of Kim Hak from the previous life planted the image of the middle-aged Kim Hak in this life. His voice from the past rang out. Remember, get this straight. In the end, we can't save everyone. In his previous life, he was still patiently teaching you despite his injuries. But at least we tried our best. Just remember that. He recalled a memory. He himself had once said loudly, "Hey, those bastards even surrendered to martial arts masters. So who else would dare to fight? Who dares?" Similar to Kim Hak, the image of Kim Trung Nam in his real form was crossed over with the old man in his strange disguise. He said becoming the best in the world is not the goal. It is just a means, not an end. You must try as hard as you say. Don't let your own efforts betray you. Even if in the end those efforts still betray you and the whole Central Plains must face to face with doom. He then asked, what if that's not enough? If he gently gives you the answer, then forget it. That's the only thing a coward can do. Even if it's a friend, what does it matter if the family or the whole world collapses? He suddenly realized. Continued, this old man has been in hiding for 50 years, but if the Central Plains need me, I am always ready to return at any time. And to the person, most importantly, his father, you once told me to try. Effort will never betray me. Try harder, never think. To taking shortcuts. The image of the old man sweeping the leaves and then turning back to smile at him. Even if you want a shortcut, you have to work really hard. Then that shortcut will appear for those who try their best. He began to conclude. My values have been built up until now. After a while, questioning himself, Duong Tung finally broke down. He actually stopped, his expression becoming clearer. He was gradually getting results in his heart. Thinking back on his values, justice and fairness, all of those things would now guide him. It's not that I've never thought about it. It's just that I already have a system of justice and fairness. I just haven't felt it when I think about it. And all the things that are just and fair, the things that I have learned and achieved are all in that question. Thinking about this, he raised his voice. This question was not fair, and just so it was not worth answering. In his heart, he realized there was no meaning. He exclaimed, not even a word was worth it. His heart was filled with more. Not even a bit. Jiang Xiong, Yang Yuer, Murim Ba, Xie Chong. Everyone present there were all silent. The whole space was filled with a rare silence. Du Sun spoke up to break the silence. This was a question from a judge, and yet it is not worth answering? He said clearly, yes, that question only concerns the interests of the righteous, the lacking. She wondered what those who were missing meant. What? Tang Tung calmly retorted her, it seems you like to ask. Then let me ask a question too. Suppose there are two arsonists that you hate very much. They lived by a river. One day, those two fought each other and burned the whole village. Will she just stand still and just look? The two of them were fighting and rushed forward to slash each other with their swords. But of course if she did that, the whole village was burned to the ground. Du Sun still did not understand the meaning. What are you? Duong Tung explained, right? If there is a fire along the river, both of them could die. But what about the people? What about the people? They were burned to death just because living there. He raised his voice even though those people had to die, but because the two arsonists were also dead, she would shout, oh, is that great? She was asked a difficult question and immediately retorted. Instead of the first two options, you could have chosen to reconcile both sides. So why did you have to explain so long? What's the point of that? He replied, yes, that might be the best option of the three. At least the fire will stop if you leave. Helping hands. But what about those who couldn't escape? They were all innocent people who had to die just because they lived in the same place as those two. If they reconcile and put out the fire, what about the rest of the people living next to the two arsonists, who are also capable of causing the fire? Du Sun said. The table retorted, sacrifice is inevitable. You are clouding the idea. What does that mean? Duong Tung retorted fearlessly. Justice and fairness, isn't it? Du Shan replied. Yes, I am asking you to answer my question. Which choice is considered the most just and fair in the situation? You caught the loophole, but just now you told me to choose the most just and fair way. Du Shan glanced at Zhuge Liang to see his expression. She waved her hand and said loudly, that is because the martial arts alliance pursues justice and fairness. The true justice and fairness in this world. Tang Tung replied, as I just said, in that question, the ones who benefit the most are the righteous, the ones who are lacking. She was speechless. What? He shouted in a voice that everyone present could hear. Everyone. If the martial arts alliance and the righteous faction, the ones who are supposed to be righteous and fair, become corrupt, then what will happen? Du Sun turned pale and stammered. What are you talking about? Kim Hak's expression, somewhat approving. Tongzhe also spoke up. This matter. Zhang Heng curled his lips. Both. This crazy guy too. And the others from the elders to the disciples of the two sects all had expressions of either contemplation or interest on their faces. The atmosphere at that time. This became quiet. After a long while of reflecting on his own views, Duong Tung stiffened and self-reflected. It seemed like his mouth was faster than his brain, blurting out what was about to happen. Tong Trake looked, uncomfortable face, secretly thought, this kid has revealed his true self. Du Sun also did not accept his answer, but spoke up to warn. Did he realize the danger of what he just said? No. She pointed and raised her voice. Your statement is completely contrary to the rules of the martial arts school, isn't it? The basic rules of the Martial Arts Alliance, Article 1, Clauses 1 and 2. The basic rules of the Martial Arts Alliance are the highest rules that apply to all members of the Martial Arts Alliance and its affiliates. Clause 1. The Martial Arts Alliance is a righteous alliance within the Central Plains. Clause 2. All members of the Martial Arts Alliance must demonstrate their desire and determination to strive to protect the foundation of justice. Faction. She growled. No matter how new or far away you are, you must know. Do you understand this? Duong Tung listened, thinking in his heart. Of course I know very clearly the image of you from your previous life. Because when I was appointed as the captain of the 7th Remnant Army, I had to memorize Rule 1. He said, I know. Du-sun still, not letting go, accusing him, you know? Yet you still dare to despise the Vo Lam Alliance in front of the Alliance leader. Martial arts world? Suddenly at this moment, Zhuge Liang's voice softly rang out. Stop it, he called the examiner. She heard Ha Tong's voice. Yes, Zhuge Chong covered his mouth with his fan and said, I'm sorry, but can I, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, continue? Du-sun of course had no right to refuse. Yes, of course it is okay. Duong Tung saw her attitude change and let you secretly evaluate. Du-sun, a hypocrite, is always weak before authority. What about the leader of the alliance? Whose side will he be on? Even though he helped me once, was that kindness to use me for the war between factions, or was he really just being nice to me? He doubted Zhuge Liang's next actions, and then he continued to think. But what if the leader of the alliance is also corrupt? He looked at the series of familiar faces sitting on the judges' chairs. Zhuge Liang spoke seriously. Duong Tung replied. Yes. He continued. I will translate what you said into a question. Duong Tung calmly. Please, you just say it. He asked the question. The Martial Arts Alliance and its leader. If the Martial Arts Alliance is all rotten, what should we do? Zhuge Liang repeats Tang Tung's words. This action made the other judges sitting there look at him in disbelief, especially Tong Trake and Du-sun. The disciples also not, except the whole group started whispering because of these sensitive questions. Ta Swang, sweating, thinking he just came to watch, but unexpectedly it turned out to be, should be so tense. She looked towards Jia Cat Dung and secretly exclaimed, that is the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance of Central Plains. My big brother Tang, what are you planning to do? As for Duong Tung, he was always calm. He already had an answer in his heart since he clearly said the answer. The situation was enough to make everyone feel restless and worried. But really, strangely, my heart is still strangely calm. As if I'm floating with the water, his lips slightly opened. Then he spoke out without reservation. Then all those rotten parts must be eliminated, no matter where or who they are. The answer made all the disciples from the same sect to the opposite sex must gape. As for Duong Nok Ni, she kept her composure. I think I feel more secure than ever. How should I say this? As if decades of abstinence could be cleared up? He sighed, let out a breath. It seemed like I finally got out what I had been holding back. Patience from previous life. Take Kim Trung Nam. Being a pioneer, he suddenly laughed. Broke out. Duong Tung thought to himself, this crazy old man. What the hell is he laughing about? There's someone here who's about to die. Then, following Kim Trung Nam, Jia Cat Sung also covered his fan and laughed. At first he was gentle and polite, but gradually he lost all restraint. Face up laughing. Even Kim Hak also put his hands on his hips and laughed. Tong Trake was confused. Thinking about this atmosphere, Duong Tung was speechless looking at this situation. He secretly commented, did everyone have a short circuit? There was a. Zhuge Liang gently glided from the judge's chair, using his lightness skill. He landed and stood tall in front of. Duong Tung said, but I have to come here to confirm. He looked at him, but now he wants to take you away. Tong Trake understood his intention and thought cautiously. He deliberately appeared because his disciple was in the center of attention. Do you think your plot will succeed? The alliance leader said, there will be no such thing, and neither will it. Thinking so, he loudly called out, Mr. Alliance Leader? Zhuge Liang looked over. Mr. Vice Principal, you are threatening. I am the Vice Principal of the Martial Arts School. With my authority, I will expel him. At the same time, he felt contempt in his heart. You also underestimate me too much. I still have power in my hands. Zhuge Liang, Sung calmly replied, if it is your rank, then it is certainly possible, but there must be a valid reason. He immediately said, isn't the reason obvious? By daring to doubt the ruinous sect, he is violating Article 1, Clause 1 and 2 of the basic rules of the Martial Arts Alliance. As Judge Du just said, he is not only ignoring the school rules, but also the basic rules of the Alliance. Martial arts world too. How can someone with such distorted morality survive in a martial arts academy? Tang Tung muttered as he listened. He really wants to eat me alive. He continued, especially he even dared to expel the leader of that alliance. How can we ignore it when he dares to say it? Such words are okay? Zhuge Liang interrupted. Even if the alliance leader wants him, it's still not okay? Old. quickly said, "Even if you have to follow the rules. We have to punish him." The old man thought contemptuously, "Since you like it, it's even more impossible." He used his power, the right to investigate. Although the martial arts school is under the Martial Arts Alliance, it is still an independent branch. I will handle this matter with the authority granted by the elders. I admit it. At this moment, the first person to laugh after hearing Tang Tung's answer, Jin Zhongnan, spoke up. "That's the vice principal's thinking, but I think differently." Zhongzhe looked over and criticized. "Just a special guest, and you dare to act so arrogantly? How can someone of unknown origin like you dare to interrupt?" Kim Trung-nam replied, "The authority of a special guest is trusted by the leader of the alliance himself. Isn't that enough?" Tong Trake frowned and thought, "This guy is definitely on the leader's side." He sarcastically said, "Just sitting in this position is enough to make the puppy throw a tantrum. Are you crazy? Whoever you are, you have to wait until the alliance leader and I finish talking before you open your mouth. Know your place." Kim Trung-nam repeated the old man's words. "Know your place." He glanced and spoke. "Then let me tell you myself, who is on top and who is on bottom." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongzhe's body suddenly became violent. Invisible pressure spread throughout space. None of the disciples present were affected. Zhang Heng struggled. "What's going on?" While his fellow disciple had fallen. "Why is it me again?" Duong Tung was no exception, but he seemed excited. "Humph, this time is still nothing compared to the previous time." The person who endured the strongest pressure, Tong Zhe, was terrified and thought, this was just with spiritual power alone, but it had already caused such a shock. Is that so? This extremely powerful pressure is a move that can shake the heavens and earth. By Kim Trung-nam. Kim Trung-nam calmly said, "Because you are young, not even 100 years old yet. So I will stop here. We have also spoken with your beloved elders." Suddenly his hair changed. It gradually turned to white. "Whether official or not. Next is oil. This is also the position of you and me." Finally, Kim Trung-nam turned back to Kim Trung-nam's appearance and looked down at Tong Trake. He wondered if his face had changed. Zhongzhe had always endured the pressure. He speculated in his heart that as the person beside the alliance leader during the initiation ceremony, in this generation, there was only one person who was proficient in the art of disguise, former leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. At this moment, Zhuge Liang spoke up. "The new principal will deal with the vice principal. This is the principal." He raised his voice. "Please allow me to introduce you to the vice principal and the disciples. This is the new principal of the martial arts school, Kim Zhongnan." Tang Tung's heart shook as he repeated, "Jin Zhongnan. Old man Jin Zhongnan. Is Jin Zhongnan?" When Jin Trung-nam revealed his identity, his heart was shocked. Unlike that strange name Kim Trung-nam, he was extremely familiar with this name. He knew he was a very formidable person, but this was far beyond his imagination. Trung-nam, or really Kim Trung-nam, is the man who uses a martial art technique called Tien Dao Van Bien. He is a master who has never revealed his true identity or face in his entire life. He watched Kim Trung-nam in disbelief, thinking to himself, but no one dared to comment on him. Perhaps all the faces he had seen must have a real face. No matter how powerful Tong Trake is, now because of me, he has lost his position. A person who was once the master of the current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, also the former leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, and also the principal of a martial arts school for a decade, who would dare to fight him? While he thought to himself, Kim Trung-nam's pressure had always covered the entire space, and the person most affected was Tong Trake. As time passed, Duong Tung secretly realized, it seemed like his pressure had decreased. He looked at Tong Trake and speculated, he must be under the most pressure because he was sitting right next to Hoa. But the reason he was frozen was not because of his name. "I am Kim Trung-nam." Previously, because the current alliance leader Jia Kat-sung spoke up, he returned to the Martial Arts Alliance. But when Zhuge Liang suddenly died, he created a reform group within the Martial Arts Alliance and caused a stir. He was the first and last leader of the reform group, the Martial Arts Federation. Kim Trung-nam is an important figure declared by the Council of Elders as the common enemy of the entire martial arts world. Now in this life, when he met him again, he was somewhat surprised. He never expected that old man Kim Trung-nam would be the leader of the reform group. It was hard to believe. Duong Tung recalled the moment the old man patted his head and was suspicious. The kid's eyes were so strange. In his heart, he had a kind of respect for the old man. It was true that although his mouth and hands made others feel uncomfortable, but that old man is completely worthy and also most suitable for the title of representative of the righteous faction among those he ever met. Kim Trung Nam, the common enemy of Ton Vo Lam, is also an internal matter that I, a small captain, also have no idea about. I don't know clearly. On this side, Tong Zhe struggled to speak. Elder Kim Trung Nam, please forgive me for having to meet you in this situation. That's what he said, but in his heart he thought differently. If the new principal was Kim Trung Nam, then the plan would have to change. Kim Trung Nam looked at the old man and said, "So you know me too?" The old man nodded, quickly said, "Of course I know. In my generation, who doesn't know you? I'm truly sorry for my rash actions." Kim Trung Nam ignored him and turned to look at the disciples. The old man loudly introduced himself. "I am the new principal of the Martial Arts Academy, Kim Trung Nam. I'm sure everyone can feel this weight." The old man's eyes were sharp. This was the weight of responsibility that every member of the righteous sect, as well as the entire martial arts alliance, had to bear. Everyone has entered this Ngoa Long Valley, which is considered the gathering place of the Central Plains talents. But if the righteous sect is corrupt, he pointed his hand towards Duong Tung. Just like what he said, we must cut off all those rotten parts. Kim Trung Nam asked loudly, "Because the righteous are responsible for protecting justice and fairness, aren't they?" The masses answered one after another. "Yes, yes." "So," he continued, "remember this clearly, and must really remember it." When saying this, Kim Trung Nam glanced down. Tong Trake. At the same time, the invisible pressure that Kim Trung Nam had been releasing all this time was also taken back by the old man. The disciples breathed, relieved. Zhuge Liang looked at him, said, "We finally get to see the principal." Tang Tung, forced smile, replied, "Yes." Then he thought to himself, "Wait a minute. In his previous life, Kim Trung Nam also returned, but not as the principal of the martial arts school. Instead, he stood beside the leader of the Martial Alliance in the Great Hero Palace, like a guard of the Martial Alliance. So he couldn't become the principal in his previous life." Duong Tung remembered, again, what Zhuge Chong once said, "I also want to thank you. Thanks to you, he returned to this Wulong Valley. Only now did I realize that in this life, thanks to me, he was able to become the principal." Zhuge Chong raised his hand and announced, "Then let's continue the interview now." After a series of events happened, thanks to Du Shan's question, he now remembered. "Oh yeah, we're interviewing now." He looked at Du Sun's face, which no longer had any arrogance, and was secretly pleased. Looking at that expression, he was very satisfied. How could Du Sun continue asking in a situation like this? Kim Hak suddenly realized. "Out." He asked with an interested expression, "Is it my turn?" The great enemy Duong Tung Nu Lam thought to himself, "Of course next is old Kim Hak. Since I've already said everything in front of the alliance leader, I'm quite calm, but if I have to interview old Kim Hak, I'm a bit nervous. Judging from his personality, it's unlikely he'll go easy on me." Kim Hak turned his head and whispered something to an examiner. Duong Tung noticed the examiners arranging the shelves of various weapons in the center of the hall. Kim Crane smiled. "Since it's a performance assessment, why do we need to say so much?" Then, he jumped down from the judge's chair, his feet touching the floor. In the face, Lotus Pond. Use the water surface as a springboard to jump high. Duong Tung looked up and followed. Then he accurately landed between Duong Tung and Jia. Cat Sung. "Oh my." Kim Hak quickly calmed down and spoke. "To evaluate the energy, your strength, you just need to reveal your full ability once." He lifted the sword onto his shoulder, directly ordering, "I beg you to fight." Duong Tung was surprised. It took a few seconds, and then water fell from the sky, drenching him. No one present escaped being drenched. This is the result of Kim Hak's extremely strong jump on the water. Zhuge Liang held a fan and smiled in admiration. "What a magnificent appearance." "Jean," he replied, "how can I be as refined as the alliance leader?" Duong Tung Fui, the water on his head, spoke. "By the way, have you quit drinking yet?" He was reminded. His smile stiffened as he joked. "That's why it took my hand a while to stabilize." Duong Tung asked. "Then he was transferred from the Huashan sect to here?" Kim Hak naturally said. "Could it be that I'm being forced here?" "I doubt it." "So," he replied, "people volunteer." Kim Hak wondered silently. Why did this old man quit drinking and then do such strange things? He asked out loud, "Why, right?" Kim Hak replied. Because I want to be myself. I'll teach you a lesson. Duong Tung let out a breath. His heart was speechless. Damn, I only told him that I wanted to become the sect leader. Who would have thought that those words were more poisonous than poison? What a mistake, what a mistake. Kim Hak raised his sword and pointed at the weapon shelf. Stop talking and go over there, and choose the weapon you are most confident in. Duong Tung looked over and thought, the weapon you are most confident in. Then he turned to ask Zhuge Liang. I can choose many, more than one. Zhuge Liang covered his mouth with his fan and laughed. Okay. Then he walked to the weapon shelves. He looked for a while, and then reached out and grabbed a sword. Crane thought to himself, I knew it was a sword. Not stopping there, he took the axe in his other hand. Kim Hak was suspicious. The axe was in his left hand. He chose it and said, I will use these things. Both Kim Hak and R.A. Kat Sung exclaimed in their hearts. Song Chi Kim Hak remembered the previous raid on the valley that he had seen, but he didn't expect that he would even use them for the placement test. Zhuge Liang also thought that whether it was the competition for the position of department head or the long foam exam in Shangxi, he had used up all the lead. Jean, he said, a good chef is only good at one type of dish. If you mix too many types of food together, the taste will be bad. Likewise, don't think that knowing how to use many types of weapons means you can master them all. Tung replied, who knows what to do? What rule in the Vo Lam Alliance says everyone is like that? Moreover, I've met plenty of chefs who are good at everything. Another kind of food. Kim Hak laughed. As expected of you. This spirit is truly. He pretended to accept his intention, saying, then show me your dual-wielding skill. A ring of fire appeared around Kim Hak. It scorched the floor, leaving a circle around it. He was in the middle. Kim Hak raised his voice. Within 15 minutes, you must make me move at least one step out of this circle. If you lose, you should go to the first class. The 8th board is not suitable for you. The scroll placed on the examiner's desk when he returned his interview results stated that he wished to enter the 8th panel. At the same time, the system will give you the task of pushing the crane out of the drawn circle. The duration is 15 minutes after the match starts. If you succeed, you will receive a martial art technique to sweep the army. If you fail, you will be unable to move for 1 hour. The fact that the system gave out the quest at this time made Duong Tung secretly happy. It had to be like this. If no quest appeared, it would be boring to death. He had already expected this. I have grasped the timing and how the missions and surprise missions are activated. The things that happened in the history of my past life. Things that you do, others do, or are bound to happen. Whether we do it voluntarily or not. Otherwise, they all appear as mission. The only mission is one that I am not allowed to do. Failed. Kill the demon for 30 years. Other missions are just stepping stones to that mission. But that doesn't change the fact that the 8th board is the best choice. I have to snatch the second lucky encounter of the 5 Kings Bing Shun. Alright, as long as I can win, I can do it. His eyes showed determination. He said, if I succeed, can I enter the 8th class? Zhuge Liang. Hearing his wish, he silently analyzed. The placement test, an ability assessment test to decide the student's class. In other words, this was the most important stage of the ability assessment test. From the 1st to the 10th class. Although the characteristics of each disciple may initially be considered the same, they will then have to change based on the difference of the other order. The biggest reason is because of the status of the first batch disciples. Even after graduating, they often still occupy it, the top positions. On the contrary, the disciples of the 10th group, who could not enter the other groups along with the disciples of Crouching Tiger Valley, would become soldiers or gatekeepers. One of the disciples guarding the gate seemed to sense someone was talking bad about him and thought, what the hell? I am also a person of Crouching Tiger Valley. Long Chu sect. The disciples will not care about their own characteristics and try their best to get into the first group or at most the second group, as evidenced by a pair of friends chatting with each other. One person proudly spoke up. From now on, I am a disciple of the second group. The other person is difficult to understand. The second group. But you are good at acupuncture. Why don't you enter the 4th group too? Study medicine. The other person retorted nonsense. Isn't it better to get into the 2nd class than to be looked down upon by those idiots in the 3rd class? Gradually, the different relationships between the 10 classes began to flourish. If the classroom position was the beginning of martial arts, then the class division was the starting point of faction formation. Zhuge Liang. He looked at him, his heart filled with doubt. But the boy refused to go to the first ward, where he wished to go to the 8th ward. He recalled his brother saying, "If I succeed, then I can go to the 8th department." He speculated that the two boys had chosen their own paths after entered the 8th class. If it was a disciple of the first class, the ones who would lead the martial arts alliance, then this would be very normal. But there were also a few exceptions. Among them, the 8th class is the place that specializes in nurturing disciples of this type of learning. If he joins the 8th group, he will become my disciple. Kim Hak leaned over to the mischievous man and said, Hey, this must be decided by the leader of the alliance. You think you can easily push me out of this house by using dual fingers? Duong Tung. He looks confident, but inside he is in turmoil. Even in his previous life, he didn't even know a single hair on him. I can even touch it. He looked at the sword he was holding and asked, I can withdraw? Can you find it? Jean, he replied. The point of evaluating your abilities is to see how you use a real weapon. So just draw your sword. After all, the weapon must be used for its intended purpose, so there's no need to worry about me. Duong Tung Kong Tran Tru withdrew the check. Then don't try too hard and end up overdoing it. He used one hand to fight and the other to help him into position, ready to fight. At this time, the area around the training hall suddenly became crowded with disciples and soldiers of the Martial Arts Alliance. They came because they heard that something interesting was happening. So many people gathered here. Zhuge Liang covered his fan and thought to himself, it seems interesting. It's better than I thought. He looked over at Kim Trung Nam, who was sitting on the judge's chair. The principal also looked very satisfied. A hand placed an hourglass on the table. The owner of the hand spoke. The hourglass for 15 minutes was prepared. Zhuge Liang looked over and then raised his fan to announce. The duration is 15 minutes. He waved his fan down and announced, Begin. Kim Hak is excited. Let's charge. Duong Tung did not wait any longer. He turned his sword and calculated his strategy. Dharma mechanism. The first version of the dress. Kim Hak reviews. Your move is indeed a powerful sword strike. Solid and perfect as if he had practiced for decades. I guarantee it. If internal force, spiritual energy, and endurance were the same, then no one in this world would be able to handle his swordsmanship easily. The tip of Duong Tung's sword had already approached him quite closely. Kim Hak also moved his hand, wanting more and more. This brat. But the moment the sword tip was about to strike, he gently wrapped his arms around it and held it to block it. How could someone like this want to go to the 8th class? How absurd. Then he moved strangely, dodged, raised his sword high, then strongly. Strong valley. Down. Duong Tung gritted his teeth and supported himself. Kim Hak rotated the sword blade. He was quick. Use an axe to block. The two of them just like that, exchanging moves. Kim Hak seemed to have guessed his moves and put her hand behind her waist, promptly blocking his hand. Again, he thought to himself, foolish. If you approach at close range, your hand will be blocked before the blade touches. You got the opponent. However, even though his hand was grabbed, he turned the sword blade, aiming straight to slash Kim Hak's hip. He quickly realized the rear blow. Golden crane rotates. The foot makes a turn to avoid. Beautiful. Duong Tung was nervous. He avoided it. If he avoided it like that, he could have gone outside the circle. However, Kim Hak's feet did not move a step, still within range. The tip of the sword, of him, stabbed. Duong Tung braced himself to block. Taking the sword, he looked down. Circle legs. However, Kim Hak excellently did a one-legged standing position, preventing himself from getting out of the circle. Duong Tung, analyzing the situation, he just lifted He raised his legs and opened his arms to attack towards his chest. He frowned. I knew it wouldn't be easy. He wasn't going to go easy on me anyway. With me. Kim Hak regained his composure and praised. Not too stupid. He would definitely be able to adapt to the 8th class. But from the moves he observed from the shield, he thought, the back move. This kid must have mastered the basics already. The most basic way to slash is to use the tip of the blade, so we can easily cut apart enemies. However, no matter how well you master the basics, using it in a melee battle becomes a whole different story. No matter how many times these basics were emphasized to each disciple, they still chose to ignore them. However, this brat was proficient in them all. Someone like Tang Tung should become a role model for the first batch of disciples, creating a huge influence on these disciples. Those who will lead the future of the Federation. Min Vo Lam. He mentioned it again, but I still want to take you to the first room. The fire flared up under Kim Hak's feet. Zhuge Yong spoke up to remind him. Don't make it too difficult for Jin He. He glanced and replied, I only used 30% of my spiritual power, Alliance Leader. This still isn't enough to make that brat stop being stubborn. The orange-red flame covered the sword he held in his hand. From the beginning until now, it had never been touched by Kim Hak. Pulled out of the jar. Tang Tung was nervous, devouring the fire sword. The name Lung Claw Fire Sword really suited him. But the wooden scabbard could not catch the flame even though he used fire to create a strange move. I saw a bit of it at the summit. Didn't expect him to use it in this match. The Hoasun sect is a large and extremely prestigious sect. It has existed for many generations in this fickle martial arts world. Although Duong Nok Ni recently made a name for herself, but the top master in the Hoasun sect now is still Kim Hak. How can I push him away? Out of the circle? He spoke, because he had changed his tactics same. Yes, Kim Hak replied, feel free. Duong Tung put the stick on the ground. Kim Hak noticed and snorted. He walked to the shelf, weapon, and then raised his hand to cut off the tip of a halberd. Just take the remaining wooden stick. If you choose the halberd, it will be a bit of a waste. But if you use the stick, you can take advantage of the critical rate the system screen displays. Passive skill, level 3 staff technique. 26% proficiency when using stick-type weapons, short stick, long stick, staff. Your critical rate will increase. The increase rate depends on the skill level. The current efficiency increases by 10%. He put the stick on the ground and picked up the axe again. I will also use the axe to increase my strength. Bow for accuracy and sword for attack speed. The various types of weapons he arranged around the golden crane circle made him wonder. What are they for? He replied, then get ready. The hourglass hasn't even passed half of its time yet. So now let's start over. Be confident. Kim Hak continued. What a strange name. Very good. You must be planning to play some strange game. Strange to me, right? The two faced Kim Hak, provoking him. Come on, start playing your game. In the righteous sects, there is always a path. Training to use weapons or bodies for life, and then watching it perish. Although occasionally martial artists appear who use dual fingers, dual swords, one sword and one shield, or two similar weapons that are still appropriate for the martial artist of the discipline, must be righteous. Using two different weapons at the same time, this path is no longer suitable for the path of righteous sections. Zhuge Liang, he used his fan to cover his face, but Kim Hak was covered, surrounded by Tang Tung's countless weapons. He used more than two. More weapons. He carefully observed Kim Hak, then move as fast as lightning. Swing. The sword attacked him. Kim Hak gently raised his sword to block his attack. Sparks burst from Kim Hak's sword. During the fight, those sparks accidentally hit him. The flames surrounding the sword were so huge, they were like lava. And this was only 30% of his spiritual power. No matter how many attacks he threw, he was still able to defeat them. Seeing that he was hitting randomly, he started teasing him. Are you exhausted? Are you weak? I hear you. Without being angry, he even smirked. The chaotic sword moves he made were actually a set of 72 sword techniques. Seeing this set of sword techniques of his made him extremely interested. Wow, 72 sword techniques. It's been a long time since I just saw it again. The two fought to a draw on the martial arts stage. Below the stage, the disciples were discussing excitedly. He was quite formidable. Is that guy really a rookie? Another disciple saw many people coming to watch the match and thought to himself that the upperclassmen had also come to watch. They came to watch, probably because of the move the new principal had just used. Duong Nok Ni glanced at those people and cursed inwardly. These idiots again. They'll probably cause trouble in front of their juniors again. Although his reputation has faded a lot, Grandmaster Kim Hak is still a great master who was once considered the #1 genius of the Huashan sect. As for Tang Tung's confidence in confronting such a person, to those who had just arrived at the training hall, he must be very formidable. Regardless of what the people below the stage thought, the two of them still acted dramatic. The two disciples clashed. Another disciple spoke up. He's holding back, see? He didn't even draw his sword. He just blocked the attack. Another disciple confidently declared. Of course it would be like that. If Grandmaster Kim Hak were to counterattack, only needs one hit to kill the name. That guy knocked me out right away. Duong Nok Ni had another assessment of the match between these two. Just one punch. I don't think so. Let's just say that Grandmaster Kim Hak is holding back. But Duong Tung himself is not a defeated trash. With just one strike, Although his movements were limited within a circle, he could still dodge the attacks while dodging them was pushed out. So he had to deal with it in another way, which was to devour the fire sword. Since firearms can cause internal injuries, he will avoid attacks. Strong attack. After a while of fighting, he gradually became exhausted while his opponent was not the least bit damaged. If this continued, 15 minutes would have passed before he could even approach. If he wanted to continue the plan, he had no choice but to take the risk. He gritted his teeth, continued to fight. Murim watched each of his strokes and couldn't help but praise him. The 72 sword techniques of the Hoasun sect are truly special. Nakni slowly said. Explain to him that the 72 sword techniques are actually used to train speed. A disciple of the Huashan sect, Tang Tung only focuses on speed to attack accurately. Grandmaster Kim Hak borrowed the spiritual power of the devouring fire sword to block the attacks of the 72 sword techniques. So the match became very special because of the dazzling sparks and speed. Murim glanced at him and nodded. So that's how it is. So do you know the reason why I left the weapon on the ground? Nakni looked up, was silent for a moment, and then said, I was also wondering, but I don't know. Has that guy ever acted like a normal person? He shouted loudly. 7 sword techniques. The 30th. The 2 swords intertwined, sparks flying, but was quickly broken by him. He looked at his sword broken in amazement. His feet were pressed tightly to the ground, like a hungry tiger leaping out of the cave. Faiho moved out. He looked at the sword close to his neck, thinking to himself, what a useless move. The tiger moved, launching a very fast stab aimed at one point. He quickly dodged his attack. I have to avoid it. He was shocked, surprised look. Brother, I thought this was a good opportunity to counterattack, but this kid, it's still possible. He even understands the 72 sword techniques better than I do. But he grasped the sword tightly and swing it forward strongly. It is just 72 sword techniques. Seeing his sword create a whirlwind of fire, hit straight at him. He was hit. The body was burned, but still standing and still making sarcastic comments. What the hell is this? Not manly at all. Because he was about to lose, he did not care about the 72 moves. Another sword, right? He sneered. Hee. You little brat, you think this is a battle. Fight 72 ways to make money. The clock was almost gone. He just searched and asked him, there's not much time left, why not go to the first class? He wiped face. No. The rest of the time also. Enough with me. The two of them started punching each other again. He shouted loudly. Let's continue. He cheerfully replied. Okay, then let me break that stubbornness of yours. He secretly calculated. He must have gotten used to his speed and strength by now. Let's get started. He picked up the axe and slashed at his sword sheath. He frowned. Are you recovered? He kept asking. Swung the axe at him. He smiled and said, finished again? Is this all you have? He sneered. Then do it. What? He exerted his strength, the flames radiating from his sword growing stronger and stronger. Then I think the path to your second heart will be difficult. That's if I just use a stick. He held something in his mouth and then disappeared. Mid-game. Fight. He picked up a stick and threw it. He glanced at him. He swung his axe and attacked him from behind. He thought the speed was clearly decreasing. Still using a stick even though you're not used to it? He gritted his teeth and used. He swung his stick with all his might. He lowered his head to avoid his attack, wanting to use the long weapon to push himself away. Oh, the sand in the clock is almost gone. The two of them fought seriously. The sound of gongs and swords clashing with each other. The sound of the staff technique continuously rang out. Not knowing where on the sword's body the staff technique had hit, the sword shook slightly, and he widened his eyes. Look at the sword. Your critical strike. Your attack dealt 200% damage. Pity the enemy. He threw away all his weapons and picked up his sword. He charged at him. The speed is restored again. Now it was his turn to be the one who lost strength, no longer faster than before. From the sky appeared a bow, now a bow. Name one. One hand holding a bow, one hand holding a sword. He used the sword to slash him. He was confused. If you don't use it, why hold a bow? Name? Then he unleashed a rather strange move. This sword trajectory from can avoid a move easily, turning into a miserable struggle. What kind of move is this? Every time he gets used to an old weapon, he suddenly switches to another weapon. Sometimes it's faster, then slower, sometimes it's stronger, then weakened. Occasionally his attacks. We are very strong, but sometimes we miss a beat. But the trajectory changes, just by holding different weapons. No matter how hard he struggled, he was no pushover, still able to avoid his strange attacks. He thought with emotion, what a limitless future. What a kid. Interesting, finally sand in the field. The lake also ran dry. The two stopped fighting. Although exhausted, he still smiled triumphantly. It's done. He did not understand what he meant. He bowed his head and looked down. A Zhuge Liang looked up at the stage in a daze. All the people there were, mouth open. Zhang Heng smiled and looked at him. Duong Nok Ni pursed her lips in anger. The sand in the clock had run out. He frowned and smiled. Mr. Kim. The crane was pushed back out of the circle by him. So I had to go to the 8th round. You have completed the mission. The reward will be sent to you. You have obtained the active skill. Hon Tao Tien Quan. The heavenly archery range is the first place I think of to practice using a variety of weapons. Entering a house, a well-wrapped arrow with a sharp tip flew towards him. The bow was thrown. Go around the corner. Other disciples will come here to watch. Get rid of that devil bow. You keep calling people to shoot. He picked up a regular bow and started practicing with the practice bow available at the practice ground. His bow and arrow. Try to shoot one shot. Like other skills, it also has performance-based skill rank. Accuracy, a number I don't understand very well. If you hit, you hit. If you miss, you miss. So what exactly is accuracy? Is it like luck? Technical. Archery passive skill level 2, 26% proficiency. When using a bow weapon, your accuracy will increase. Accuracy increases depending on the skill's rank. Current performance, 5% increase. The target is broken beyond repair. But he still shoots poorly. I practiced shooting at a specific target until I reached level 2, but I still don't understand accuracy. Then one day I accidentally shot too far from the target. And then, oh my god, bro, suddenly looked at the direction the arrow moved. The arrow does not travel in a straight line, but is shot in an arc that bends its trajectory. He opened his eyes wide. Is this accuracy? If I level up to the threshold, the highest, and use sword instead of the same, then I can attack like a crossbow and sword combo without using spiritual power. That means even though I don't have the jade weapon now, I can still use the sword and bow like I would a sword with a stick or a staff. You take it. Takes out a wooden sword. Took the wooden sword from the bag. When holding the sword, attack speed increases by 100%. No need to shoot arrows. Just holding them will increase my accuracy. Just like other weapons. I'm sure each of the 9 long-type weapons and 9 short-type weapons have their own performance data. As long as I use them at the same time, it'll be fine. I can use the martial arts of each weapon in succession to fight my opponent in many different ways. However, by the time of the ability test, only the sword and axe had enough data. The staff and bow were still in the early stages. Besides, if I only touched the other weapons briefly, it would be useless. Based on skill, there is still another factor that can create a myriad of shapes, is the weapon itself. Although they are all stick-type weapons, each has its own characteristics. The stick is short, quick, and simple, and can be used for different moves. Attack speed plus 10, the stick is long, and the weight is balanced, making it very suitable for use when fighting multiple enemies. Strength plus people, critical rate increases by 5% when fighting with many enemies. Same weapon, but very diverse. Hand axe, attack speed plus 10, dagger, strength plus 3, attack speed plus 4. Depends on the weapon you hold in your hand. And proficiency, I can create many different styles. Create a set of martial arts combined with many different weapons, supporting each other, I call it, is a combination of 10,000 attacks. No matter how powerful Kim Hak is, it is difficult to predict all of its forms. It might be difficult to hurt him, but if you push it out a little bit, it's still possible. He smiled victoriously. It's done, it's done. He looked down at his feet. I looked up at him and cursed in my heart. What a stubborn man. Zhuge Liang and Jin Zhongnan had to look at him with different eyes. Kim Hak secretly evaluated him. Did he really hate the first class, or did he just want to go to the 8th class? No matter how much he wanted to defeat him, he should know his own body's limits. He started to lose his balance and fainted. Luckily, he was able to quickly defend himself. His internal injuries were too serious. Luckily, the fire was only on the outside, not the inside. It's dangerous. His performance shocked them so much that they couldn't react in time. He saw them standing there and shouted, "What are you doing? Just standing there watching? Quickly take him to the clinic." Zhuge Liang stopped him and said, "Instead of the clinic, take him to the Imperial Physician's room in the Great Hero Palace." He looked at Zhuge Liang in disbelief. Dian Dexiong, him. But he didn't have any opinion, just sighed secretly, really. People began to leave the competition venue. He was carried away for treatment. Kim Trung-nam looked at Jia Kat-sung's favor for him. He smiled. It was worth it. Jia Kat-sung turned. He sighed and transmitted his voice to the old man. Principal, you are wrong. The old man looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? He said. This kid is not only ignorant, but also very reckless. You stone countered. Those two are different. He waved his fan and looked at him. It was not that he did not know. He was determined to walk on a path that he himself did not know clearly. Even though everyone thinks that Duong Nakni's path is wrong, as long as he thinks it's right, he will still continue, regardless, one's own limits. In the past, a soldier of the remnants heartily laughed and said, haha, just wait until the day when Big Brother John becomes captain. Maybe after 100 years of hard work, one can reach the position of leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. But then he also lost his life there. Battlefield. Come on, Captain. You really don't know how to manage your subordinates. My own. Another one of the remnants. Captain, at least you leave here. We'll handle the rest ourselves. But then he was separated. It was the first battle after Kim Hak died. We almost died. We're all destroyed. Che Won Yu instructed. Live well for us too. If you want to become the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, you have to try to force a smile. Said. After denying it, he finally lost consciousness. It was the first time he lost a subordinate because he didn't lead properly. I know the survivors will always live confidently because behind them are the blood and bones of their subordinates and the sacrifice of Bao Bang Hu. But even after that, I kept losing and sacrificing a lot of soldiers in my team. I'm a useless captain. I lack a lot of things to say. I tried my best. Really a lot. Kim Hak said to keep crying. Cheon when you said to laugh. When I woke up, I kept dreaming about memories from my previous life. Is that so? He looked around. Was he angry or blaming himself or both? This time things will be different. A lot has changed and from now on even more will. Did I push Kim Hak out of the circle? It proves that I have improved a lot, at least compared to my previous life. I wish my previous life could be like this too. Then I wouldn't have lost so many teammates. I promised myself that I wouldn't look back and I would. No looking back. This time check the part. It's a bit unusual. Last time I got the active skill, which is one of the 3 basic sword techniques, Taishan Suppressing Peak. If I can execute this and Taishan Suppressing Peak well, it will be very powerful. Mastering the 3 basic sword techniques is still extremely difficult. Even though I learned about it when I was in the army, swinging the sword 30 times already consumed a year of spiritual energy. Before, I just used it recklessly without knowing anything. But I still have to use it too. The bell just went up. A voice rang out, breaking his thoughts. Awake? He turned around and saw Zhuge Liang charging at the alliance leader. He quickly got out of bed. This place is, where is it? The Imperial Physician's Room. He was startled. The Imperial Physician's Room. But this place was originally reserved for alliance leaders only. He mumbled, why am I here? Zhuge Liang looked at him with a friendly smile. Haha, what other reason do you need if you're injured? You were injured, and I was there, so I brought you here for treatment. He clasped his hands and bowed his head in respect. Thank you. Thank you. He looked up at him. He covered his face with his fan and asked him, why are you looking at me like that? He sighed. Steam, peak, really. He tilted his head in confusion. Looked at him. Huh. Seeing him like that, he explained. Normally, a person who has spent his whole life in martial arts. It's hard to meet the alliance leader, but I've met him 3 times. Already. He thought to himself, and the matter related to Kim Trung-nam in the aptitude test made it even more so. He eliminated many evil elements in the martial arts alliance, and even punished people from the 9 great sects and 5 great clans, the leader of the reformed alliance. Zhuge Liang's way. However, the 9 great sects and 5 great clans always placed their own people in the management board, whether in the past or present, whether in the previous life or this life. He sank. Then he said, so why is the title of alliance leader so important? He said naturally. Of course, no matter how famous you two are, you are still an important person of the righteous sect. He moved closer to him. But what did he say about this alliance 4 days ago? He tried to remember. 4 days ago I was startled. I was unconscious for 4 days, even longer than when I failed the mission. He took the cup of water and drank. Did I say anything? He very kindly reminded him that the current alliance leader was corrupt, so we had to destroy him. After hearing this, he immediately spat out, all his water. The water from his nose and mouth kept flowing. Why does it sound a little different? No, no, everything is different. Listen, he said so, laughing out loud. Haha, it's shock therapy. Occasionally using it can pull back a person's consciousness. Very good. He gave Mr. Kim Trung-nam a curious look, feeling like that old man. He really is the disciple of that old man Kim Trung-nam. He wiped the water off his face. I remember. I mean, remove the rotten parts, whoever or wherever. He said it again, close to his face. I hope that thought of yours will never change. No matter what the situation, he was startled. He turned away. You know about the physical condition of, have you? You don't understand. My physical condition. He remained silent and did not answer. He thought to himself, when they were brought to the royal physician's room, they must have noticed something strange. I have something strange on my body. I asked him, what's wrong? Do I have a cold or something? He replied, that's right. He was so shocked that his soul left his body. He frowned. I got sick and didn't know anything? People, just kidding. I have a disease and don't know it. What at all? Even though many things are different now compared to my previous life, my body, this is not good. I don't want to end my life because of illness. He glanced at him. As a martial artist, your body is already dead. He was shocked a second time. He continued to analyze. With a body like that, even if you try your whole life, you will only be able to become a peak expert. He waved his hand and laughed. Oh my gosh, if you told me I could become a peak expert and surpass that, I would be so happy. A peak expert? Ha. In my previous life, I was just a lowly captain. He took off his glasses so I could speak more clearly. When I said all my life, that means if you can live for 200 years, or even 300 years, even 300 years is still quite difficult. He was speechless. Shock therapy is really strong. Squeeze the head. But this is very strange. He was able to push back the #1 expert in the pinnacle world, Kim Hak, while he was not even 20 yet. Of course, he had only used 30% of his spiritual power. However, it was still very amazing. He even defeated the genius Duong Nok Ni of Hoa Sun sect and became the champion of the Long Phuong exam. It's all impossible, at least according to my common sense. He said half-truths and half-lies to get through this. There wasn't much to it. I just kept practicing swinging and slashing. Practice stabbing, duck walking, swimming, crawling, planting trees. Just bananas. He frowned and asked, why do you practice like that? He replied, those are things that I can do. Even though I'm not talented, like everyone else. But I will try to do whatever I can. If those don't work, I'll do something else. If that still doesn't work, I'll do something else. It's all training. After all, life is too short to look back. He looked at him silently and sighed. Put the fan on your shoulder. Now I will say what I have always wanted to say. How do you fan yourself? Then point straight in his face. Do you want to be the first disciple of this alliance leader? No. So this is the great hero's palace. Duong Tung looked at it with a complicated expression. In his previous life, he served the Martial Arts Alliance for decades, but he never had the chance to come here. Received treatment in the Imperial Physician's room reserved for the Alliance leader, and was personally invited by the Alliance leader to become his inner disciple. Me? The sunlight is blinding me. He raised his hand to block the sun. History has changed a lot, but this matter is so sad. Also fine. He smiled confidently. You do it. Well done, Duong Tung. You really made progress. Walked a lot. On the way to another temple, I met 3 people. Humph. How did you know I would come back at this hour? They replied to him. We heard that you woke up. That's right. Luke Min smiled and said, people are very worried about you. Ta Suong was worried about him, but still stubbornly scolded him. Why did he faint every time they fought? He was as weak as a rat. Zhang Heng. They all laughed and teased him. Hey weakling, if you don't want to faint all day, why don't you sleep more like me? Or are you? I want this big brother to train himself. For you? He humbly refused. Never mind, I don't dare. He recalled the first breath of his reincarnation. Zhang Heng was his first friend after his reincarnation. Since he was his first friend in this life, he could probably be considered as his first friend. Childhood friends, huh? Zhang Heng put his arm around him and pointed his thumb at him. Big brother will go easy on you. He asked, squinting his eyes. It's only been 15 days since the cafeteria incident. Since when did you start calling yourself a big brother? No, we didn't become friends just because we were friends. Should be close. He put his hand on Zhang Heng's shoulder. Let's see who is the boss here. Instead, we are close to each other through physical contact. So we are friends who will live and die together, right? Zhang Heng smirked. Okay, what game are we playing this time? Whoever hits the other person's forehead first wins. Win. He heard that and shouted in panic. A sound. Ah. He held his stomach in pain. Said, my stomach. Zhang Heng bent down to see how he was. What's wrong? He was beaten by Grandmaster Kim Hak in the test, so now, still not feeling well? Taking advantage of Zhang Heng's moment of being off guard, he kicked him hard in the leg. He was starving and in a tent. He ran away without any hesitation. Who would bet with him? He had been starving for 4 days. His stomach was almost sticking to his back. He shouted angrily. This bastard again. He thought as he ran. He started talking like him. People say friends are often alike. I waved at him to go eat. He breathed heavily and called out. Hey, wait a minute. I think we fought so much that we understand each other so well. They were talking to each other as they walked. The test of on bridge is better than yours. They came to a resort pavilion. Wow, I didn't expect there to be a place like this here. What a wonderful place to be. Play pebble throwing game. You make pebble throwing pose. He was teasing you, knowing you were about to lose, so you fished. 1, 2, 3, B, he said approvingly. 8 times that. He. Tossing pebbles in hand. Now it's my turn to hold the pebble in my hand. Throw the pebble forward with all your might. Shot far, also 8, but mine is farther. He still wasn't bored playing, so he decided to play more. This is still not enough. Let's play more. Another game. He smirked. Ha, congratulations. So boring. He paused for a moment, then jumped up, shouting loudly. Just like this, and you want to congratulate me? Are you kidding me? What did Brother Liney say? He was sincere. He sighed and looked at him. Huh? Why so sudden? He smiled. My stomach hurts, that's all. He said to him. If you were hungry, we would have gone out to eat, and now you're acting like a jerk. What? He smiled evilly. Okay, let's wait until you finish going to the bathroom, then we'll do it. Let's continue playing together. He smiled brightly. That's right. This is how true friends are, right? Between friends there is nothing to be upset about. A friend's lucky encounter is a friend's lucky encounter, not is mine. Congratulations, my friend, for becoming the inner disciple of the leader of the alliance. Minvo Lam is in another place. Kim Trung Nam enters Jia Kat Sung's palace. The old man smiled and asked him, how does it feel to be rejected? Zhuge Liang turned his head to look at him. Ah, the principal is here? Haha. Strangely enough, I felt relieved. The old man watched him with relief. He burst out laughing. Haha, you really are. It's not normal. He closed his eyes and explained, I feel like if he agrees right away, I'll be very disappointed. He sighed. I don't know about other people, but if that kid agrees, then old man, I'm surprised. He said, but do you think he did it because he knew? What happened? The old man asked in confusion. Know what? He picked up the book. Tang Tung told me this. Choose the person you originally intended to choose. You don't believe I mean he knows who you're going to choose? He continued, this is just speculation. He began to recall the runner-up of the Dragon and Phoenix exam that the narrator told in Shangxi, Jiangxiong. Muscle and bone structure, blood vessels and other characteristics. He is truly a great talent in all aspects. Since they both come from the same martial arts school, no one understands him better than Duong Tong. Maybe that kid thought if his friend was also nominated. If we let Duong Tong be the only person's disciple, everyone would talk about him because his impression in the review was quite profound. He nodded. Head. You are right. On the other hand, Zhang Xiong does not belong to any faction and only comes from a normal martial arts family. The 9 great sects and the 5 great clans will not object too much. The old man seriously assessed. That child is very suitable to be your disciple. Luckily, they are friends, so there will be no. Something bad happened. He stroked his chin in thought. The old principal looked at him. Yes, he wondered and asked. Why don't you accept Tang Tung as your disciple? The old man sighed. Wanna be. Okay. He laughed. Ha, who knows? The old man frowned. I can't become its master. It's not that I haven't thought about it. But if I do, I won't know what to teach that kid. Do you know what I was thinking while watching? He covered his mouth with his fan. What is it? He said. I feel ashamed of this old body of mine. If fate gives him stones, he will use them to build a tower. If fate is jealous of his head, then he will use it to make medicine for himself. I realize that just because you are 20 years old doesn't mean you are young. Even if you are 100 years old, it doesn't mean you are fake. Did you read the doctor's report? I really. I can't imagine the path he will take and the path I should guide him on. He looked at the old man in amazement, thinking to himself. The principal was well versed in all things, but these were all very difficult theories, and martial arts still depended heavily on the characteristics of the person, the martial arts master himself. All of them were martial arts theories that were not suitable for someone like Tang Tong. If that was the case, he smiled wryly. I don't think I can become his master. Haha. He also smiled back. I think if it was a person it would be very difficult. But who would have thought that he would be so blatantly rejected? So where? The two looked at each other and smiled. Time he. Sai bowed. But I wonder why he chose the 8th class, right? He stroked his strawberry. He said it before. That kid. Infinite. Reckless. He tilted his head over a side right. He said, it's not that he doesn't know anything and chooses, but he is pursuing a path that we cannot foresee. In the courtyard, the two of them are still playing pebble throwing with each other. How is it? Hey, that's a lot. What's going on? Huh? He waved his hand. Anyway, no. No kidding. Zhang Heng stood there with his arms crossed, blaming him, spending the whole winter alone with that stupid head of his. Now he returned with a stone head. He lifted your hair. Or did you fall from above and hit your head? He thought helplessly. It was true that he had fallen from a great height once. But my head is fine, even better than before. Now my head is full of plans of what I will do. He looked towards the tower opposite and how he would do it. He sat. Get down beside him and tell me the truth. You really don't know what 8th class is like, right? No. He thought to himself. Of course I know. That's why I'm trying my best to fight with. Grandmaster Kim Hak even risked his life to suffer internal injuries that left him paralyzed. I was awake for 4 days. I refused to become the disciple of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and chose it. Because I had high hopes. Very high. He said, I intend to start. Study. He gritted his teeth and said, this crazy guy, you look so serious that I'm scared to death. He picked up his shirt and stood up to leave. You too, study hard. See you at the top of martial arts world. He stood up and chased after him. Don't act like we're about to be apart. We're just in different classes. Cool setup. The first team has a lot of internal tasks, so we don't get to see each other often. The two of them were talking as they walked. At least they were still eating together. Today our class will start. Let's see how it goes. I hope to learn how to walk on water first. The bridge used to float in many ways. Where's this? A long time ago when the Martial Arts Alliance ruled the martial arts world, Scholar Anong, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance at that time, had a hobby of traveling around the world and collecting all kinds of different books. I'm not sure if it's true, but when the headquarters was located in Zhengzhou, the center of the Central Plains, the influential forces from all over the world, including the top mainland, the 4 hegemons outside the Central Plains, and the escort organization supported it. Thousands and thousands of books. The library started out as a small room when the Martial Arts Alliance was still in Hangzhou, gradually becoming a library containing 10,000 books with hundreds of thousands of bookshelves, and then one day it increased to 1 million. That's why people call it the 100,000 books hall. 100 is 100. 10,000 is 10,000, 100,000 is 1 million. Just like that, the largest library in Central Plains, or maybe in the world, was built in the Union, the Martial Arts Hall in Zhengzhou. I'm not sure if it really contains 1 million books, or if it's just named that, because the Crouching Dragon Valley class only gives opportunities to the top disciples of the Crouching Tiger Valley. It is very difficult to enter without a token. This time the story will be completely different. I have now become a disciple of the 8th class. I really want to see if it really contains 1 million books. But when he looked to the side, he saw An Lak Min. Why is this guy here? Say this, after you've finished eating, go back to class. Why do you keep following me? He honestly said that no one was going. Where are you? I'll kick you. He explained that today was the first day of class. But right? I don't understand. But this error leads to Bach Van Thursday Temple. He smiled lightly. Yes, sir. He was silent, waiting for him to continue. People are welcoming the Bach Van Thursday Palace. I am speechless. What are you welcoming? It's God's turn to come. You're also in the same group. 8th. He replied. Yes, he is a disciple of the 8th class. He thought about it. Yeah, then where else could he go? He asked again. Do you know what the 8th class is like? He kept smiling. People know. He was helpless for the second time. This strange way of talking again. Maybe Zhang Heng, talking to me now, also felt like this. Passive skill translate level 100 proficiency, all languages and narration can be translated. Current state is perfect. He said, Try to speak your local language when talking to me. I can understand. He refused outright. One shouldn't do that. If one did, one's Korean wouldn't be as elegant and respected. I am very. Judge you, you mean not allowed. Improve, right? Because you're not fluent in our language, you should study in the 8th class. It will be difficult. The brain of the Martial Arts Alliance. I'm not sure if it's because the current alliance leader, Zhuge Chong, belongs to the 8th group, but even if the martial artists of the 8th group are a bit weak, they are still discriminated against. However, it's different. Compared to other classes, the students in this class are all elites with outstanding literary talent. He still followed along, talking nonstop. His voice is a bit stupid, but his words are very good. But we 2 disciples are not qualified to come here. He sighed. You mean smart, right? He continued telling his story. Back in the village, people were looked down upon. That's normal. He glanced at him and thought contemptuously. He probably wanted to. Smart talk. Luke Min has problems, but his problems are no less. Now is not the time to worry about others. Different because I myself am still ignorant and have no literary talent. I followed the content written in the Bind and King's language to get to the 8th. But this is just the beginning. The 100,000 Books Palace, England. Look up and see above all this name is the problem. This palace is very large, and the surrounding scenery is extremely beautiful. He prayed in his heart, please, please, please. Hoping it was simply placed. It's only 1 million. Lukeman looked at him curiously. Why aren't you going out? His face wrinkled. It should be going in. The 2 continued to talk to each other. Honestly, are you sad because I don't pay attention to you? Yes. Admit it quickly. The 2 men entered the palace. He inhaled. Take a deep breath. The smell is so strong. This smell is great for bookworms, but it's horrible for me. He looked up as if he saw something terrible. His face turned pale. The temple was surrounded by books. Seeing this, he cursed in his heart. 1 million is bullshit. This should be 10 million. The disciples in here are joking with each other. Look at me. Do I look cool? He. So stupid. Luke Min Kung quickly ran away. Look everywhere. He looked at him jumping around and thought Luke Min looked so happy. He looked around. It was not an exaggeration to say it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He looked over, one side, as if seeing something extremely precious. His face lit up. Found it. As expected, he was here. It was a boy with a slightly chubby body. Above his head was a number displayed. Level 7 Lamdat. He stood looking at him in these countless books. The meeting. Second luck. The book of absorbing yin and yang will be found by Lamdat. At that time, Lamdat did not realize that someone was looking at him. He only focused on looking at this giant treasure trove of books. He looked at him. The man before my eyes. I can't help but think of the past. The first time I saw him. He's still young, but I imagined him when he was young based on his appearance when he was 30, but I didn't expect his face and appearance to be like this. Lamdat came from the vast Sichuan province. Although he might not look like it now, but when he found the yin-yang absorption book here, he will become the general of the Martial Arts Alliance and hold the military power of the alliance. After that, he became one of the 5 kings of the Bindan sect and had great influence in the evil cult and became a puss of the Martial Arts Alliance. The 100,000 Books Palace, for security reasons, looks like it only has 6 floors from the outside, but it actually has 10 floors inside. The 10th floor contains top secret books. The 9th floor is a room for studying secrets. The 8th floor is a place for storing high-level books. The 7th floor is a room for the masters. The 6th floor contains high-level and intermediate books. The 5th floor is a study area for the 8th grade disciples. The 4th floor contains intermediate books. The 3rd floor is a resting area for the 8th grade disciples. The 2nd and 1st floors contain low-level books. Common domain. Although not yet popular, the yin-yang absorption technique, like its name, is a technique that allows martial artists to circulate 2 types of spiritual energy at the same time. Perhaps some people will doubt that the 2 words absorb allow us to circulate 2 types of spiritual energy at the same time. Normally, a person can only possess 1 type of spiritual energy, dragon energy, divine energy, but absorbing yin and yang can break that rule, meaning we can use 2 completely different types of spiritual energy like fire and ice at the same time, even though they are in 2 different states. Hands or feet, most other people spend their whole lives mastering one kind of. But who would have thought that one person could use both fire and cold at the same time? But ironically, Lamdat used up almost all of its power just to read books. It was even said that he used the yin-yang absorption technique to read 4 to 5 books at a time. With that enormous amount of knowledge, he could understand the signs of heaven and earth thanks to strange martial arts secrets. That's why there were rumors that Zhuge Chong, who died at that time, had resurrected. Rebirth. The rumor that he had read all the books in the 100,000 Books Hall was not an exaggeration. First of all, I can't let him find the yin-yang absorption book. There was a voice. A voice rang out from the sky, interrupting his thoughts. The new disciples were all gathered. Is that enough? From the highest place in the palace, a man appeared standing in the middle of space. He stayed there for a while, then his figure moved again, then moved down a little bit, moved again. The figure disappeared again, finally landing on the ground. He landed with a great force blowing straight into his face, causing his face to contort. Distorted shape. He gathered his breath, his face. No emotion. Nice to meet you. First of all, I will introduce myself. I am the person in charge of the M floor. Grandmaster of the 8th class. I bet you guys have high hopes for this 8th band. But in the 8th band, the master is books. In this temple of 100,000 books, there is nothing more important than cultivating the habit of reading. First of all, there will not be any classes in the first year of the 8th block. You just need to read. Write down what you read, and listen. Listen to what the books say. He thought to himself, simply put, it is self-study. He continued, you just need to stay in this 100,000 books hall throughout your studies. But he pressed his face close to the face of a female disciple who was talking privately, making her confused. People who like to talk like this. Then look at the boys fighting or doing. Violent games will result in points deduction and expulsion. So be careful. The only thing that was allowed was for him to walk towards Lam, that who was reading a book. Everyone thought he was going to remind him of something, standing to the side, happily listening to the conversation. Who is that guy? He looked down at the boy reading. He stood. He got up and bowed his head. He asked what his name was. He answered cautiously, my name is D. Lamdat. He started to test your essay from the 36th book of Zhang Ho, Vo Lam and the World. So you have read and heard it. What happened? He pushed his glasses up and stammered. You are reading the part about being a part of the martial arts world. We must be responsible for our own strength and fulfill our duties. Protect everyone. What else do you want to ask? More. He spoke very fluently. As a part of the martial arts world, solving social problems like bullying in daily life was completely right. He was satisfied. Yes, to be more specific, people in martial arts should not only live for their own benefit, but also live for everyone around. He smiled and said, a few days ago someone said the same thing in the aptitude test. He turned, came to see him, heard he was coming too. This 8th class. Even in the martial arts world, where one must use the body, the mind is still very necessary. Managing the martial arts world, martial arts rules, mathematics. Designing traps and building military formations. He approached him. This 8th place is where to study these things and use them. In the martial arts world, a person who is so good at using his body would end up in the 8th class. It was truly surprising. But he exuded all. Sweat beaded listening to him speak. He looked. You evaluated. Anyway, mister. Smile friendly. Welcome. He kept slapping his back. A brat with such guts was actually in his 8th class. Keep up the good work. He smiled on the outside, but was criticizing people on the inside. He looked exactly like a toad, so I was a bit scared, but I didn't think he would stop me from finding the book. Lamdat stood aside watching, then turned away, eyes filled with loss. After reminding about the start and end time of the class, the first class of the first group was considered over. The rest was free time. He flew up and waved goodbye to everyone. Make yourself at home. Be careful when you come back. I don't know what to say about his teaching style. Class was over. He turned his head and looked everywhere. He looked towards Lamdat, who was sitting in a corner reading a book. He didn't even bother to take his hands off it. Get out of the book. He thought to himself. From the beginning he saw that his reading speed was already fast. But how much could he read, right? Or is he a good person? More than I thought. Then he looked at Luke Min. This kid also read a lot of books and never let go of the books. I really don't understand. He smirked. At first glance, the two have several similarities. Both love books to the point of madness and look easily bullied. Two people approached Lamdat, looking somewhat unfriendly. Are you really the 8th friend? Social issues, let me practice a bit. Who are you guys? Compared to when he was 30, he is really different now. A completely different person. The Lamdat that I remember has a skinny appearance and sharp eyes. Perhaps the harassment had accumulated and turned him into a monster. The other two started to lay hands on him. This was reality. Nothing had changed. Luke Min suddenly spoke up. He didn't intend to help him stay. He said, "Now." "Not yet." He smiled so friendly, but his mouth kept cursing. "So when the hell are you going to come out? How can I help?" "You don't show any expression." "I'm not sure either." He thought to himself, with the person who would become one of the Bingshan kings. That face was so different. With that guy? Honestly, I think he deserves it. Just leave Lamdad alone and find the book on absorbing yin and yang first. He bowed his head and asked Luke Min, "You call yourself Thong Min?" "Before, someone said he saw the book he wanted so much in here. And now I'm going to go find that book." He obediently replied. "Yes," he stroked his chin. "I don't remember that book very well, but if I looked at it I would remember it right away." "You give your opinion, people come up with too. That way, eh?" He asked with interest. "What is it?" "Oh my gosh, tell me now, my friend." "You don't have any. Whatever feelings say, one is to handle the whole court. This is 1,000,000 books." "You mean I have to read 1,000,000 books? Here?" He smiled. "Yes, that's right. I hit you so hard that your head hurts. You're smart as shit. Don't brag about how smart you are, or I'll hit you 1,000,000 times." He continued without getting angry. "There is another way. Bring that person here and let him deal with these books." He clenched his fists and wanted to hit him again, but he couldn't remember. "So what?" He smiled. "If he comes here, he will naturally remember." He listened silently. He explained that memories would reappear through going, meeting, and doing things. Even if he forgot, as long as he walked the same path with the same person and did the same thing, the memories would return. But he asked again, "You mean I have to repeat the same memory?" "I did the same thing," he thought to himself. "I remember everything. Things I forgot when I went to many places and met many people." Of course, Lamdat still hasn't read or watched that book on absorbing yin and yang techniques. But Lamdat will eventually find it in the palace. This 100,000 books. The same place is the place. This, the 100,000 books palace, is the same person, Lamdat, and the same thing is reading. Thousands of books. The story of Linda in the book of King Bingshun. On the first day of the 11th month of the first year of school, I found a mysterious book in the 100,000 books hall. When I read it, I met my hidden self. Only after overcoming that other self for several days did I finally master the art of absorption, yin and yang receiver. And then that book was burned and turned into a pile of ashes. The fact that the book was burned and turned into a pile of ashes is not a problem now. On November 1st, Lamdat will find that book. If the future is like what the book says, then he has just received it. On the 8th day, I will let him find it first, then I will rob it from in his hand. No, I won't use force to take it, I'll politely borrow it. If I say I want to read it first, there's definitely no problem. Well, it's still simpler now. I just need to wait until he finds the book and then gently borrow it. Even if he becomes one of the 5 kings, that's still a distant future. He's still being bullied over there. Give it back to me. If I do it politely and gently, he will lend it to me. For that to happen, it's best if these guys don't. Should we be here? Duong Tung quickly stepped forward to stop the people causing trouble. "Hey, enough of those guys. We're glasses," immediately growled. "Is it your business?" The brown-haired man beside him heard him say that and started scolding. "This idiot. He is the name I saw on the assessment test, the one that the Grandmaster just mentioned." After hearing that, wearing glasses, panicked and stuttered. "Hey, really?" Duong Tung Oai Fong stood facing those 2 people, his eyes filled with strength. A voice called out in the library. Those 2 guys saw Tang Tung's momentum and ran away. Brown Hair hurriedly said, "If we get kicked out, we'll definitely die. Let's go quickly. I don't even dare to stay with glasses on. TSK, why is a thug coming to the 8th class?" Duong Tung looked at the 2 of them and judged. Even in the 8th class there were people like this. Lamdat still stood there silently watching. Then Duong Tung turned to ask Han, "Hey, are you okay? If this continues, if you want to act, just call me." Lamdat looked at him indifferently, then pushed up his glasses and turned away without replying. That action made Duong Tung stunned for a moment and then looked at him. "I don't understand why you just run away without saying thank you. What did I do wrong?" Then, Luke Min explained behind. "That's a stormy thought. When people are harassed too much, they won't dare to trust others anymore." Duong Tung glanced back and said, "It must be precautionary." Then he thought to himself what to do with that guy. This kid is evil now? He turned back and said to Luke Min, but he was still normal, thinking in his head, he was not like this in his previous life. Luke Min smiled and replied, "Because people are special. There you are." Duong Tung acknowledged that the king of optimism is here. Deep down, he was speechless. Yeah, with you. Just special, huh? Then he sighed in frustration. If by the time Lam Dat finds that book of absorbing yin and yang techniques, he still can't talk to him, so what? Then I looked up and thought, who knows what will happen? Everything has to have a beginning. As of November 1st, it was still have time. In the vast library, Duong Tung's eyes were still looking up there. Then pondered, finally closed his eyes, try then try. But I think this time I need a little more luck. As if he had just thought of a good plan, Duong Tung's face turned a bit sinister. If he found the book, although it wasn't very good, he would definitely have to. Aggressively borrowed it. At the men's dormitory, in front of Chi Nan Lao's room door, a voice rang out. What the hell happened while I was away? What is this? Duong Tung was wondering and said to Luke Min. Did E and the rest go? Where is everything? Looking at the room makes him more confused. But why is the room smaller? Luke Min replied softly. They went to another room. Are you here? Duong Tung asked curiously. What about this room? Luke Min spoke up to clarify. Since there are only 2 of us left in this room, has the manager changed? Tang Tung suddenly exclaimed. It was impossible to think. Without a special reason, it was impossible to change rooms for at least a year. That guy's Hainan sword sect is really rich. They'll probably spend a lot of money again. The money is here. Duong Tung continued. But Tutu will probably like this room, right? No one was looking in. Then he glanced in one direction and called. It's been a long time, come out. Tutu. Luke Min heard him say that and didn't understand what was going on. From the corner of the room, Tutu walked out. Exclaimed. Luke Min saw it and exclaimed, You got permission from the Spirit Medicine and Spirit Beast Department? QQ replied, I got permission before the aptitude test. Then Luke Min leaned his face close to Tutu curiously. He had never seen such a cat before. This is a spirit beast. Tutu replied. Those people don't know either. Spirit beasts are still young and don't have much recorded knowledge. Hearing that, Luke Min sighed. Duong Tung turned around and said, But this must be the first time you've seen Tutu, right? I was afraid that other guys might bother me, so I hid it. Luke Min looked at him and smiled admiringly. Your mother. You're really good at hiding it. Duong Tung coughed awkwardly a few times. There's something that only I alone know. Luke Min Tin Y immediately pointed at Tutu's neck. It's this necklace. It was a blue antique bell. It seemed to highlight the white cat's figure. It roared, then transformed into a huge tiger, startling Luke Min and making him fall backwards. Duong Tung stroked its body. I ordered it from a weapon shop. Wait a minute, ZZ asked softly. I told you not to randomly transform in this place. ZZ immediately returned to his cat form. Luke Min concluded, so it really was a spirit beast. Duong Tung quickly explained, it was because of the necklace. It was really just a cat. Suddenly, GAC Min packed his things and hurriedly left. Go out. Duong Tung saw that and wondered. Where are you going all of a sudden? Luke Min forced a smile, his face still a bit scared. People are afraid of being bitten to death by cats. I'm very scared when I sleep. Duong Tung despised me. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid of death. Then grabbed Luke Min's collar and held him back, making him shout. Let him go. He's in another room. Duong Tung reminded. I told you it's just a cat. You can't change rooms for a year. He still held her by the neck. Luke Min's shirt. In his head, he thought he had run out of wine for his son. He had to go buy some. Then he calmed down and calmly said, At Zhengzhou Town. Luke Min raised his head and asked, Why the hell did you bring someone along? Duong Tung smiled lightly and replied, During the 2 weeks of studying in Goalong Valley, you never went out, so this time you should relax a bit. Luke Min asked again, So what the hell are you going to do? What's going on here? Tang Tung said, I'm going to buy food for Zijio and training tools. Lu Ming repeated in confusion, training tools. Tang Tung said, more clearly, from now on, we'll just be reading like crazy, but I have to work out too. So I want to buy some iron weights to wear on my wrists. At the armory, the boss saw the 2 of them and immediately greeted them. Benefactor, you're here. Duong Tung asked with a smile. Are you doing well? Seeing them, Black Sea felt uncomfortable and let out a disgusted sigh. Yeah, acting like you're that close. Ma Sun cheerfully announced. I have prepared the heaviest iron in the warehouse. Tang Tung replied. Let me see. Then he put the iron rings on his hands, lifted up and down to check and evaluate. It's heavy now, but I'll get used to it soon. Is this the heaviest yet? Luke Min saw his brother making some strange sounds and asked, "Why the hell are you singing?" Duong Tung explained, "It's not singing," but sighed. Luke Min took the opportunity to ask again, "Then why the hell are you sighing? Is it that long?" Duong Tung started to lose patience. He looked at him, but Luke Min still smiled brightly. "You motherfucker, just ask him," he already answered. Duong Tung responded that it was always true. Luke Min cheerfully replied, "Yes." The only letter that people don't know the answer to is about male-female relationship. Male-female relationship. Luke Min immediately analyzed according to his understanding. Yes, men are bastards, and women are cute. The cute ones are always in front, and the bastards are behind. Then a little confused, that was the problem of people. People did not know how to answer about the problem of men and women anymore. Hearing that, Duong Tung worshipped the person and thought, then let out a long breath. Okay, enough, but Luke Min was dissatisfied. It was still not enough. This time, Duong Tung is really upset. His voice was a bit harsh. "I said that's enough." Luke Min still joked. "People said, is not enough." Duong Tung was speechless and helpless. Okay, I give up." Then he suggested, "I will introduce a girl to you. Is that enough?" Hearing that, he smiled with satisfaction. It was more than enough. Duong Tung felt like he was being led around in circles. This guy too. That's why he asked. I asked him. In my head I was thinking, but now I only know girls like Ta. Ta Suong just thought of an idea, but then smiled awkwardly. But that's not his problem. Even if he was beaten to death by Ta Suong's bodyguards, it wouldn't matter. Suddenly felt guilty. End of line. Thinking, Duong Tung coughed. Then Luke Min turned back and said, "From the very beginning, your mother's way was wrong." Duong Tung was confused. Oh, Min hasn't said anything yet. Then he let out a sound. Huh. Then Luke Min questioned, "You don't know how to differentiate what's important." "It's all important." Duong Tung raised his eyebrows in confusion. "What do you mean?" Luke Min explained implicitly. "Iron is light, but gold is really heavy." After hearing what he said, Duong Tung froze. His whole face. Just realizing the sentence, he shouted, "Ah, you mean gold is heavier than iron?" Then he folded his arms and thought, "But gold is very expensive." Luke Min heard that and immediately exposed. "But motherfucker, you have a lot of money." Being poked in the heart, the path of the road felt guilty. This scary guy, how does he know I have a lot of money? Is that so? Luke Min continued. "As long as you have money, you can buy anything heavier than gold." Duong Tung was skeptical. "It's heavier. How heavy is it?" Luke Min continued ambiguously. "So heavy that it could crush you to death." Just hearing that, Duong Tung already had a feeling. His wrist was already in pain. He continued speaking. The Luke Min spoke in circles. Duong Tung gradually lost patience. "What nonsense are you talking? What is it? Explain." "That means the promise between you and me is as important as the 2 eggs in your pants." Duong Tung was speechless and blamed himself. How could he change his golden promise into such a state? It was all because of me. Because he was always with me. He turned from an innocent kid into a little villain. Duong Tung tried helplessly to squeeze out, "I will definitely introduce someone to you." In his heart, he thought he must find another girl besides Ta Suong. Oh well. Remembering something, Duong Tung wondered. So what could be so heavy that it could kill someone? "Can I?" Luke Min leaned closer to him and whispered, "That is 10,000-year metal." Black Sea looked at the two of them and judged. "I heard that." Pretending to judge and retaliate, Duong Tung stood still and pondered. This brat Luke Min. I turned around and looked at him with a bit of doubt. "Are you really that talented?" Then he gave a mysterious smile. That's why people say he had to read a lot of books. Although he was only 14 years old, he already knew a lot about the universal metal. "It's heavy." Duong Tung put his arm around Luke Min's shoulder and said, "Okay, I'll give it to you. Money bag for my son. Next time I will bring gold or heavy metal. Just do it as usual, boss." "But I'm a little worried. But those ingredients are very precious." Duong Tung smiled brightly, waved goodbye, and reassured. "Don't worry, I can take care of everything." Ma Sun's face seemed to have something difficult to say. "No, I mean, but then you think he probably has a plan." And Ma Sun smiled and agreed. "Okay then, Hot Love said, as long as you bring the ingredients, no matter what you make, I will make it for you." Duong Tung heard that, also replied, "Thank you." Ma Sun remembered something and continued, "Ah, since you're here too." Duong Tung waited for the next sentence. Black Sea also stood there waiting for him to speak. Ma Sun took out a carefully wrapped object. He took this with him. As soon as he opened it, Duong Tung was a little surprised. Here he is taking the item out of his pocket. It was a new weapon. Tang Tung held it in his hand with excitement. Wow, it's already finished. Ma Sun replied immediately. Oh no, they still are. It's not complete yet. He added, the weapon first needs to be adjusted to your spirit energy before it can be completed. Ma Sun analyzed further. Even though they had the shape of a sword and a shield, they were still not sharp enough, and still had to depend on their owner to be able to transform. Later on, Duong Tung suddenly waved his hand, sword raised high. It turns out he wanted to test the weapon. One hand holds an axe, one hand holds a sword, and moves flexibly. The sharp blade surges like ocean waves. Finally, Duong Tung made a finishing pose. Looking at the sword made Duong Tung excited. It was light yet strong, and its durability was super great. He could feel the effort of the person who made it. Song happily said, I never thought that one day someone would make a weapon for me. The information panel appeared, Myriad Transformation Sword. This is a weapon made from a long light jade and changes depending on the concentration of spiritual energy infused into it. Power 15 with an attack speed of 15. Myriad Transformations Kite. This is a weapon made from a long light jade and changes depending on the concentration of spiritual energy infused into it. Power 20 with an attack speed of 10. Tang Tung continued. While in the Wulong Valley, I'll have to find you a lot. Not that I intend to kill you. Who is it? Then he replied, thank you. When Luke Min behind him was trembling with several iron rings on his hands, Ma Sun also politely replied, it's nothing. You not only saved my life, but you also helped us a lot. I should be the one saying thank you. Duong Tung tied the weapon back into the cloth, then turned to Luke Min and said, Tu must be hungry too. Let's go to a nearby store. Luke Min thought, or asked, that cat, you left it in the room right now, right? Duong Tung felt a little guilty. No, I still left it where I usually leave it. Then he immediately opened the sugar warehouse and was shocked when he looked inside, then exclaimed in surprise, is not here, because it often goes in and out by itself and is very well behaved. I thought it was still in the warehouse. Yes, but Tang Tung wondered where Zizi went. Scene change. The door is ajar. Lamdat gently pushed the door closed and read the book in hand. Currently, most of the spirit beasts in the Central Plains are in the adult stage. After reading a passage, he wondered, is there no longer any spirit beasts in the growing stage here? Lamdat continued reading the book. His eyes lit up as if he had just discovered something interesting. Tutu raised his head from the ground. Lamdat took his eyes off the book and looked down. On its side, he turned his eyes to another direction. The book Lamdat was holding on. The hand named Quick Surgery Spirit Beast Central Plains. The adorable ZZ below cried out. Luke Min saw Duong Tung's expression change and asked, why the hell are you so worried? Then he smiled. Kind smile. It's just a dog. It's just a normal cat. Hearing what Luke Min said, Duong Tung's face twitched. Are you teasing me? It must be because I didn't bring it with me that he's acting all cocky here. Thinking about the immediate concern, Duong Tung was worried. But the problem was that if Tutu transformed into a tiger and someone reported it, Tutu might be captured. In the worst-case scenario, he might be expelled from the Sleeping Dragon Valley. Then he blamed himself for not taking off the bracelet at that time. Finally, had no choice but to decide, maybe I should stop by Tien Hung Brothel next time. Duong Tung turned and said, let's go back quickly. Suddenly remembering something, he exclaimed, ah, tavern. Only now did Tang Tung remember something important. He came to Zhengzhou town to buy wine for ZZ. He wondered, are there any taverns on the way back? There are so many things to do. Seeing that Duong Tung was having trouble, Ma Sun immediately offered to help. Are you looking for a pub? There's one on the way back. Hearing this, Duong Tung felt a little hesitant. Ah, I know. But that place, even so, Ma Sun is still enthusiastic. That place is also quite good, because you are busy so it is best. Just go there. Duong Tung thought he knew of other shops, so he had to go further, but now he had no choice. His expression, he was a little worried and stammered in reply to Ma Sun. Is that so? Actually, Tang Tung's heart was filled with heaviness. He knew that tavern very well. Then he worshipped the person. In his previous life, he had. I've been there countless times, and it's no use. Why? Immortal Road Tavern. Tang Tung stood in front of it and felt a sense of familiarity come over him. He never expected to return here. Tang Tung recalled, "This is the bar where my wife and I first met, right?" Then, thinking back to his previous life, his wife beside him begged earnestly, "Let me go. I really love him." Thinking back to that scene, Duong Tung couldn't help but curse with hatred. Damn it. He closed his eyes and calmed himself down. Ever since he arrived in Zhengzhou, he had been avoiding her. He had been avoiding this place all along. In the end, Duong Tung had no choice but to accept it. This time, he had no choice but to go to another bar. He had to go very far. So he told himself, after buying some wine, he would commit suicide. "I'll go right away." The innkeeper banged his hand on the jar lid and said, "Here's the jar of wine. Done." Then he said cheerfully, "Young people nowadays drink a lot. You are a disciple of a martial arts school, huh?" Tang Tung was urging in his heart, the faster the better. Hurry up, hurry up. But on the outside, he forced a smile and tried to reply, "Ah yes." Even though Tang Tung was busy with people, the owner still tried to talk to him. "Welcome, welcome. The other guests who come to my shop once will come back forever." Tang Tung unhappily replied, "Oh yes." Suddenly he smiled and greeted someone. Ah, here it is. What Tang Tung feared the most had come. He turned his face in panic. Oh no. The boss introduced the girl next to him. "This is my daughter. She helps me with business here." The girl spoke. "Hello." The boss continued to brag about his daughter. "She can really do a lot of things. Yet she has to rot in this place. I really feel very sorry." Duong Tung cursed under his breath. Hateful. He looked at the woman with a bitter expression. "In front of me, the boat is being climbed on the river." The boatman looked at the tourists in front of him in confusion. What happened recently? Tang Tung was finally able to return. He sat on the boat, absent-minded. Lu Ming saw this and asked, "Are you okay?" Mirror. Duong Tung's face was still gloomy as he looked up and replied, "Oh no, but we forgot too. The wine is in the dormitory." Luke Min hit the nail on the head, but damn it, he looked like he just met his ex-girlfriend. Duong Tung was startled. How did he know? I thought he didn't understand men and women. This kid, he knows the art of thinking. Then Duong Tung advised, "Hey, if you want to find that girlfriend, then look somewhere far away. Don't look here." Luke Min was a little confused, then spoke up. It turned out that was the answer of, "Your mother?" Then Luke Min smiled and expressed his opinion, but that was not the answer. The answer between a man and a woman was really different. "Your mother might have had someone here, but she didn't." He continued, "One will try to find out here too, and other places too." Duong Tung did not dare to refute, only exclaimed, "Ah yes." In his heart, judging from Lu Ming's language to his physique, he is truly talented in every aspect. Why are you wondering? But why have I never heard of him in my previous life? Even if he is an outsider, a talented person must have some kind of reputation. Luke Min continued to theorize. Words were as important as tragedy. Duong Tung could not listen anymore, so he interrupted. "All right, I understand. I will definitely introduce one for you." Then I got lost in thought. Maybe I've heard of it before but forgot. I almost forgot where my wife works too. It's not that I don't remember. It's just that I don't want to remember. Duong Tung missed his wife for a long time. She was just a very small part of his life, and he only dreamed of her occasionally. About her. He thought back to the war. The war and the collapse of the martial arts world became an even more serious problem than her abandoning him. Duong Tung's expression was a bit pensive at this moment. So I thought I was fine and completely forgot that thinking about her only made me look miserable. He slightly raised his eyes, but now thinking back after seeing her, he remembered very clearly. The image of Nok Ni appeared in his memory. Duong Nok Ni was not like a person who had to suck a spoon like him. He was a person who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. It was even more heartbreaking when Duong Tung remembered his wife had left him for him, and he himself could not advise her not to do so. Images from the words appeared in his mind. He tried to get a little angry at him, but failed miserably, couldn't even touch a finger of him, just like the wound on his nose, cold and painful. She broke off her engagement with him and became Duong Nok Ni's concubine, becoming one of dozens of concubines who never knew when their best friend would be abandoned by him. Because Duong Nok Ni is the successor of the Hoa Sun sect and the Dao Hoa Tan Kim. With that beautiful face, not only she likes him. If the seeds he spreads across the Central Plains grow, they can surround the entire Vo Lam Alliance. If he was a farmer, then he would be a very rich farmer. The problem is that he gets bored with women very quickly and constantly abandons them. and he also abandoned his ex-wife. Duong Tung recalled with a heart full of resentment. A perverted dog like him deserved to be punished. Even though thinking back now, Duong Tung tried to calm himself down. Oh no, it was best to stop thinking about that. Right now, Duong Tung had already gotten off the boat, but his thoughts were still not over. Right now, Tutu was the more urgent matter, but his mind was filled with all sorts of confusing thoughts. Climbing a long distance made Luke Min tired. He said while breathing, "That jar of wine, why the hell do you just ignore it? We can't climb down the mountain and come back." Duong Tung immediately replied, "Don't worry. I told you. I have my own hiding place." Luke Min looked up curiously. Seeing that he was about to be exhausted, Duong Tung immediately reminded him, "Hey, you should practice your strength. No matter how smart you are, going up and down then go a long valley will almost kill you." Halfway through, a voice came from somewhere. "You look quite busy." Duong Tung looked at the person before him and secretly sighed. "What day is it today? Why today?" Duong Tung and Luke Min stopped as soon as he reached the gate. The other person continued, "I heard you woke up, so I've been waiting for you all this time. How long has Nakni been sitting in front of the palace waiting?" He continued, "You said we would meet again at this martial arts school, and now we have truly met again." Duong Tung immediately retorted, "We've met before." He did not agree with Duong Nakni at that time only, just a casual meeting. Duong Tung replied boredly, "Is that okay now? We've met and greeted each other. Can I go take care of my own business now?" Duong Tung looked at him with hateful eyes, thinking, "I also want to deal with you, but now is not the time." Suddenly Duong Tung gritted his teeth. "Please, Tutu, stay there and don't cause any trouble. If possible, please return to the warehouse. Right now, Tutu is being lulled to sleep. Have a good sleep." The voice said, "Wow, he really drank all the wine. Lamdat has been with Tutu since then. He took care of him and recorded everything. So he only drank alcohol. Huh." Then he put his hands on his hips and thought, "I've never read any books about it. Is this really just a cat?" ZZ, sleeping soundly on his lap, suddenly woke up. It opened its eyes wide in surprise. Lamdat saw that it was awake. So he bent down to look and unconsciously exclaimed, "Huh." Tutu woke up. He went straight ahead, making Lamdat unable to understand what was happening. After that, he called out, "Where are you going?" Tutu still did not return. Lamdat was therefore filled with wonder. Was there no more wine here? But he could only get a little at. "Let's go to the cafeteria." He decided to stand up and run. According to Zijio, at Tang Tung's place, Yur was still sitting there grumbling. "I think I've waited enough." Tang Tung immediately retorted, "You're the one who's collecting the debt. I didn't say where I was going." Duong Tung observed the situation before his eyes and secretly assessed, "This is trouble. This guy doesn't intend to let me." Gone. In the blink of an eye, Nakni was already standing in front of Duong Tung. "Then I will come to you myself." Looking at that, he immediately commented that he was faster, much, much faster. Nakni saw Duong Tung standing there in a daze and was confused. Luke Min has been saying this all this time. Silently observed Nakni's face. A look of interest appeared on his face. He tilted his head slightly, and seeing that, Duong Tung suddenly froze. That smile he had seen before, had seen it. That day of the previous life, when he was miserably defeated, Duong Tung was trembling as he tried to stand up. His eyes were looking forward full of revenge. Duong Tung was kneeling in front of Nakni. He remembered that he was looking up at the face of someone who could take his life at any moment. He was smiling with the same face as then. Duong Tung silently recalled the past. His voice became hoarse. "What are you laughing at?" Nakni remained calm. "You also have friends like that." "Hey, I'm sorry." Then he said a sentence. Weak contempt. Luke Min still looked up to see the situation. Nakni continued to speak. Pathetic. He concluded with a sentence that made Duong Tung look up with angry eyes and completely worthless. Nakni still had a cold and insulting smile. "You really want to keep someone like that by your side? They are no different from trash." Tang Tung's hand holding the weapon bag started to move. Nakni moved her eyes accordingly. Duong Tung immediately took action to attack, but he dodged it. Not stopping there, he still kept holding it up. Flashed through Nakni's mind. He succeeded again. Dodge. Tang Tung's footsteps already had movement. The notification panel appears. Active skill Taishan Peak Level 1. Proficiency 86%. The infinite power of humanity becomes stronger the more you practice it. The stronger it is at the current application stage. When activated, The power will be temporarily increased. Duration 5 minutes. Each time the spirit energy consumed is 10% spirit energy. Current efficiency, power increased by 30. This time Duong Tung fought with his bare hands. Immediately, Nakni was immediately hit by the palm and flew backwards. He tried to keep his balance now some distance away from Duong Tung. Nakni's face began to change, and she stared at him. Duong Tung took off all the iron bracelets on his hands. Down, then said, "You know? Because of dirty robbery, I had to avoid it." But Duong Tung took the standard weapon bag, was taken off. Then he decisively took the sword to cut the cloth bag and looked at him coldly. If he had to flatten that pile of shit, can go. Duong Tung is holding the sword tightly in his hand, and the right side, that's the axe. Pointing the sword at Nakni, he continued, "Will my hands get dirty?" Seeing that, he was not afraid and still mocked. "This time you have mocked me too much. I only looked down on your friend, but you have already drawn your sword. How ridiculous. Grandmaster Kim Hak will be very sad." Duong Tung sneered. "Why are you scared because Grandmaster Kim Hak is not here?" Huh. Nakni also started to draw his sword. He arrogantly continued, "You must have. I forgot." Also pointed the sword at Duong Tung. "The person Grandmaster Kim Hak saved was you, not me." Both men pointed their swords at each other, preparing for a duel. The notice board pops up, surprise mission, defeat Duong Nakni again. Time limit 15 minutes from the start of the reward match. If successful, you will receive the penalty class mission. If failed, the mission will change. 2 disciples were rushing somewhere. One urged, hurry up, get up." The black-haired girl standing nearby saw their hustle and bustle and wondered, "Huh, what are they doing running around like that?" The girl next to her saw it and immediately recognized it, saying clearly, "It must be coming soon. There's a fight." Blackhair couldn't understand and sighed. What's so fun about fighting that they're running to that extent? Pokehead was dragged along by the other person without understanding what was going on. "What is it? Where are we going?" Brown Hair replied, "Duong Nakni of Hoa Sun sect is fighting with another disciple." Just now, hearing this name, the 2 girls suddenly froze, then turned to face each other and said in unison, "Is it Duong Nakni, the most handsome rookie of the class?" Finished speaking, the 2 people's faces turned red. We must watch this match. During mealtime, not only the male disciples, who never missed a match, but also the female disciples gathered to see with their own eyes the famous figure Duong Nakni of Hoa Sun sect. By the time they discovered it, both Duong Tung and Duong Nakni were surrounded by them. Duong Tung looked at the crowded people around and judged so quickly. Nakni is a bit worried. The matter is getting bigger than she thought. Duong Tung, looking at him, he was torn. "That's your talent. Wherever you go, you'll cause trouble. Follow there." Nakni said again, "I don't want to either. They exaggerated the matter themselves. Come out." Duong Tung doesn't like to blame. You only care about yourself. Then he started holding the sword towards Nakni. Looking at the way he attracted attention, there were many people around. Nakni coldly replied, "I don't know anything and I don't care. Right now I only care about one thing." Then quickly rushed to Duong Tung, just to deal with this idiot who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Duong Tung's side also did not lose and advanced strongly. "Go up. If you're good, then go up." His face was full of excitement, thinking to himself that this time he would make him a real eunuch. Nakni's eyes looked sharply at her opponent, started to attack. In the blink of an eye, he had moved to Duong Tung's position. Hoa Tien Lu and Duong Tung had not yet had time to act when they suddenly raised their heads. Look at this guy really. But then he gave an unlearned, triumphant smile. What from last time? Nakni's magic hit Duong Tung, but in his heart he actually knew. I can see through your every move. Each of Nakni's swords carried beautiful pink streaks, but contained a lot of damage. Duong Tung was not far behind and quickly dodged. Nakni used a new move. He always walked carefully to defend. Nakni's sword stabbed straight. Then he leaned back, causing it to stab into the hole in the knife. Seizing the opportunity before his eyes, he controlled Nakni's sword with one hand and took the sword with the other. Attacked him. But then Nakni quickly escaped from his control. He drew his sword. He jumped up high and did a backflip, his voice rising again. Nakni balanced and landed on the ground. Just landed. Tang Tung's sword was already flying right in front of him. He said he would be defeated by the secret method of destroying the Huashan sect. He just managed to lie down on his back before something worse happened. Out. Looking at Duong Tung, he evaluated this guy, faster than before. At this moment, Duong Tung was like a ferocious beast raising his sword to kill him. The tongue followed his force and slid strongly into the middle. Right at that moment, Nok Ni regained her strength and gently, moving the person, he stepped back and made the axe hit the ground, then regained strength to cast another magic. 5 miles of harmony. After that spell, his body turned into fragrant flowers. Duong Tung looked at the person before him and smiled. Running away was useless. Then he rushed through the incense, his face as if he was sure of victory, because the scent on your sword stood out more than any other. Who else? And just like that, Duong Tung found Nok Ni's hiding place. He rushed to him regardless of the person. That guy is dodging. Nok Ni frowned. Just as she guessed, he knew every move of her sword. So he was determined, but he would not lose like last time. Then Nok Ni started to draw her sword, preparing to attack. The second time, he used the 14-move Plum Blossom sword move. The girls standing there watching couldn't help but get excited. So cool. Cherry blossoms from Nok Ni's move fell down the alley like spring was coming. He shouted loudly, "Plum blossoms in full bloom." Duong Tung seriously looked at the second 14 Manhwa sword techniques. This was indeed a very powerful sword technique. The notice board pops up, the title of champion of the Dragon and Phoenix exam, Strength +1, Vitality +1, Agility +1, Attack speed increased by 5% when fighting, movement speed increased by 5% when fighting. Duong Tung's movements gradually became more agile. He used his head to stab Nok Ni in the chest, forcing him to retreat to a defensive position. Duong Tung, once you grasp it, it only makes the scent stronger. Nok Ni stepped back, realizing he was getting worse. Even faster. The notification panel pops up. Active skill, Mount Tai Peak 1 hour 15 minutes 50 seconds. Spiritual energy consumed each time used 10% spiritual energy. Current efficiency strength increased by 30. Duong Tung changed his eyes to look at something in his mind. The peak of Tai Sun was no longer there. Last long, his hand clenched. Sword then strongly advance. If only attack following the scent now, then that is enough. The match still shows no sign of stopping. Two evenly matched people fight each other. Murim Hai, who had been watching the match from the outside, was whispering and fighting with swords in front of them. The disciple was like this. His eyes became more worried. This was a big deal. He recalled the conversation. Chat with Kim Hak. You are in the same class. With it. Very good. Then he approached and patted the shoulder of the deputy teacher Mo Dong Hai. Stay with Duong Nok Ni. Don't let her go too far. The guy asked again, bewildered. My child. Kim Hak praised. Yes, you are the kindest child I know. And most importantly, his eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Morong Hai. You are a person, its only friend. Morong Hai heard this and felt a little worried. What if Yang Yuer was determined to kill the Tang people again? On the arena, Duong Tung was still fiercely rushing towards Nok Ni. He thought he was almost there. He was getting closer and closer to him. Duong Tung looked at his position and calculated. At this rate, he only needed more steps. His eyes opened slightly in a hurry, and I will handle him. Scene change. Tutu was running when an arm grabbed him. Caught him. Lamdat hugged it and breathed heavily. It was so heavy. Luckily, he had taken off its collar. This kid looked small, but ran fast. Tutu struggled uncomfortably, causing him to cry out in surprise. Lamdat looked at it confused. What's wrong with it? It was fine just now. Something ahead caught Lamdat's attention. Tutu below stopped struggling and breathed a sigh of relief. Vu's shout was fierce. Wow, so awesome. Lamdat looked on in wonder. There are so many people over there. Then he bent down and asked Tutu, is your master in there? He actually cried out. Confirmation sound. He walked away. I didn't like it very much. Or just go over there. Wait a minute. On this side, Duong Tung's axe was hitting Nok Ni's blade. Then the two swords touched each other. Then the blade was slashed into the sword. He count 2. And then he rushed. Hurry up and count to 1. The two swords collided and sparks flew. Duong Tung said, this last strike, Duong Nok Ni. Song-on moved his sword closer to Nok Ni. Tang Tung's sword blade has now moved to the hilt. His sword. The system announces active skills. Taishan applies no second. Spiritual energy consumes 10% spiritual energy each time it is used. current efficiency strength increases by 30. Suddenly, Knock Ni spoke up. Why do you think I will lose like last time? Listen to him. Saying so, Duong Tung was stunned. Knock Ni's sharp eyes looked at him and examined him. You are not a sage, but how can you still see through my every sword strike and movement like that? Is that so? That is the pride and also the weakness of the Huashan sect. Seeing that Knock Ni's sword was a bit strange, Duong Tung smelled the sword's scent. He approached Duong Tung with full of energy. After the match between you and Myung Dong, the testimony of the upperclassmen, in your test with Grandmaster Kim Hak, everything is clear. Knock Ni seemed to know everything and exposed the entire Hoasun sect. The stronger the scent of the sword, the more powerful the skill. But now that she thought about it, this was a very big weakness. The momentum of the attack has now decreased a lot. Could it be that Knock Ni's hand loosened the sword? Later, when you came to Hoasun sect, Grandmaster Kim Hak told me that his movements began to quicken, but his voice still rose, wanting to become really amazing. Blinking, Knock Ni was already behind Duong Tung. As he ran closer, he said, You must have a partner, extremely violent hand. The expression on Duong Tung's face changed. This scent. Knock Ni used the next move of the third 14 Plum Blossom sword technique. In the blink of an eye, the cold peach blossom opened a path. Han my Hoa Kin, Knock Ni, turn into a wave of fragrance, penetrate straight through Tang Tung's people. This time the move was raised to hinder him, the scent on. Variable search. Lost. Knock Ni just like that, gliding like the wind. The unique mark of the Huashan sect, and also the pride of Huashan, the scent of the sword. I thought about the reason why I lost to a slow-witted guy like him over and over again. I could never forgive myself. The moment I realized my own weakness, I could not sleep more than 2 hours a day by day, every day. Moments. How many days have passed? Each day seems like a year. With the history of Manhwa, and as the #1 swordsman of Manhwa, I observed and swung my sword exactly like last time. I have successfully removed the scent from my sword. The fight between Duong Knock Ni and Duong Tung takes place. Very exciting. He swung his sword, preparing to attack. Duong Tung recognized the scent. Duong Knock Ni smiled. Clearly he could no longer predict her movements. 14 Plum Blossom sword moves. Third move. He struck a blow, seemingly successfully cutting his body in half. Han Plum Blossom and Mirror. Looking at the blurry image before his eyes, he was a bit confused, feeling like he didn't have a stab in the stomach. Is it an illusion? It must have disappeared by now. He was a crab. Sword circle, a peach blossom blooming on the ice, condensed into river energy. The 8th form of the Plum Blossom sword. The cold plum blossom opens the snow. A pink tornado is created from the sword. Suddenly something passed by. The lines on his face still showed a look of bewilderment. Home. Too dangerous. A pink sword. He was attacked and suddenly hit. Fall backwards. Duong Knock Ni thought. Today you will be defeated by me and I will make you feel it. Feeling the destruction as quick as lightning, Duong Knock Ni appeared before him. You will never be able to stand again. He quickly swung his sword. I will defeat you. Duong Tung was sent flying straight into the sky by him. Around there are also falling petals. He clenched his teeth in discomfort. The people standing around watching could only open their mouths in amazement. Central observation. Lam Dat secretly exclaimed, benefits, so scary, worthy of being a swordsman, of the Huashan sect. At this age you must be the only one who can use such a powerful trap technique. But that person's dodging and blocking techniques are also not bad. How strong must he be to be able to do that? System. Notice. Passive skill cooking level 16 proficiency 34% based on proficiency. The ability to process raw materials can achieve very high efficiency. Trainee status performance supplement within 45 minutes the data plus 10. Stats when consuming more than the limited amount of food. Depending on the type of food, other stats will be increased. Tang Tung Tam was helpless. It really wasn't easy. He took out 2 balls from his wallet. Luckily, he had already molded food into balls with this skill. Zhang Heng once broke that spell with the Tai Sun AP Din in the Fong Fuang exam. He thought as he put 2 balls in his mouth, the special lamb ball, the chicken ball, special. After finishing, he jumped down, but wanting to control the scent of the sword cannot be done by just thinking. This is not a coincidence. The scent on the sword has completely disappeared during the attacks. The system rang. Endurance increased by 1 for 45 minutes. Strength increased by 1 for 45 minutes. Could it be that he had researched the secret book to destroy the Huashan sect and modified it? Has he changed? No, he has not yet researched the secret book to destroy the Huashan sect, because the world still does not know of its existence. Perhaps in order to defeat me, he is stronger than in his previous life. This should have happened 10 years ago. It just happened. Duong knocked me below, just silently looked at him. Come on, you have. A little surprise. Duong knocked knees, sword glowed pink. Murim, stunned, opened his eyes wide. Duong Tung thought to himself that he had heard this before at Tian Feng martial arts school, of the Huashan sect. The secret ability of the Huashan sect that once created a great influence in the world is the Yu Guang Manhwa sword. When the sword loses its scent, it will instead take on a brilliant light. Murim held his breath, watching every minute of the match. Perhaps after the match, this fight ended. The people around were also excited that the Huashan sect would have a. The festival is very big. Duong Nakni's face is blank. Emotion, Duong Tung Fi straight down to the place. He was standing there watching. Just as he was about to strike, he jumped up and said, "You must be thinking too much." He swung. High sword. Up. Cold face ended. He said, "Die." Then he struck straight down. Duong Tung quickly blocked a. The hard way. The blow creates a earth-shaking explosion. Witnesses. Dazzled, Murim was stunned. Feverish, not daring to look away. Tang Tung's two axes were still defending fiercely. Duong Nakni suddenly realized. Weapon replacement. Changed it already. Tang Tung's trembling hand still managed to smile teasingly. "You're well prepared this time too, you half-baked eunuch." He tried to hold his trembling remaining hands. He retorted, "If you don't kneel and stop looking at me arrogantly, then I will make you kneel and bang your head. Sorry. Before me." He said again, "Thank you, you bastard." Duong Nakni suddenly asked again, "What?" Tang Tung almost knelt down. He replied, "I thought that thing was completely useless, but thanks to you." Announcement rang out. Squatting Master Title. When squatting, attack speed increased by 20% while squatting. Movement speed increased by 20% while squatting. All stats increased by 20%. Title can be released. Further development. He laughed happily. "You have proven to me that it is not useless at all." Duong Nakni, stunned. This expression I must avoid. It. Finishing his thoughts, he jumped out. The axe of the path is glowing. The system appears. Passive skill magic level 10. Proficiency 96%. When holding the axe, your strength will increase. Depending on the proficiency, the data will increase. The current efficiency increases by 90%. The axe suddenly turns into a sharp iron sword. Passive skill, swordsmanship level 11. Proficiency 78%. When holding the sword, attack speed increases. Depending on the proficiency, the data will increase. Efficiency, currently increased by 100%. He quickly attacked. A sharp iron line tore a shirt of Duong Nakni. He stared at her in confusion. The dim and vague umbrella with the sword. The iron sword appeared again. He stopped. Opened the door. Sword, Duong Nakni quickly dodged. He was surprised because even though he successfully dodged, his hand was still hit a long way. The road is sprayed out in a circle. This pose doesn't look cool, but it works. Useful one. Cooldown is also moderate. Done. Duong Tung gently said, "Now it's my turn, you damn thing." So this is what it feels like to fight with your own weapon. I wasn't used to it at first, but when I wanted a strong weapon, it will turn into a stick. When I want a sharp weapon, it will turn into sword. Above all, the secret is thanks to the Jade Chief Light. The system notifies the degree. Exactly plus 20%. He bit his lip thinking this was the way to use his power. By Nok Truong Kwong. The title of Master Squatter. When squatting, attack speed increases by 20%. When squatting, all. The figure increased by 20%. He sat down and prepared. If one day the title of Master, he became a king and took up the sword. A powerful attack. I don't need that secret book to destroy the Huashan sect. I can still defeat him. Sweat. Full of his face, he put his legs out, knelt down. One footstep up. The remaining leg quickly followed. Duong Nakni jumped up below the line of the stick. The sword rushed over. Duong Nakni suddenly opened his eyes wide. He suddenly became fast, more and stronger. He landed safely, looking at the hand. There was a pretty deep cut. He silently thought to himself, "Yes, if defeated so easily, then where? Tang Tung, while you still can, just fight me. Both of you fly. To tons. Attack." Duong Tung gritted his teeth and tried to block the attack. Lam Dat secretly exclaimed. Although they were the same age, it felt like he was watching a legendary match. In that air, they attack each other not. A little kindness. He looked at Duong Nok Ni with admiration, a person with beautiful and orderly swordplay. A swordplay so beautiful and precise that it seemed like it came from a book. Then he looked at Tang Tung, the other side. Although less beautiful and orderly, but effectively used different weapons in actual combat. That transforming weapon was still crude, but had no superfluous parts. This was its advantage. Who was right in the end? It feels like the pride of both sides is fighting each other. The battle continued without end. Everyone cheered with delight and excitement. Each person chose his own side and cheered for that person. But no one denied that this battle. Very road, Tung 1 foot landed on the ground. The two constantly fought fiercely with each other. Duong Nok Ni was stunned thinking when he sat down and then turned on the power like a bomb. Really incomprehensible. Duong Tung was a bit tired. He had used too much spiritual energy in such a short period of time. He had to use another method. System. The bell rang. Passive skill level 3. Proficiency 87%. When using a weapon like a staff, short staff, long staff, your critical rate will increase. The increase depends on the proficiency. Current efficiency increased by 10%. Yang, Nok Ni is upset. The weapon has changed again. 10% critical chance, plus 20% more. His eyes were sharp. If I use another stick, he gripped his sword tightly. Then I will have 40% critical rate. The two swords clashed very tensely. The enormous power was about to explode. Duong Nok Ni used all her strength in the attack. Duong Tung took the sword and stopped. Aimed straight at his head and attack. Nok Ni quickly avoided the fatal blow. Suddenly the sword turned into a stick, making him surprised. He escaped death in a flash. Duong Tung affirmed, "Before you hit the ground, I will definitely knock you down." Two weapons continuously attack and defend. The match took a while to get more intense. The Tung road seems to fly. Duong Nok Ni also tried to stand firm. Duong Tung breathed, panting, training so hard, but my endurance is still not enough? I haven't been fighting for long, and I'm already panting? Is it because I'm using my endurance to increase damage? Maybe. He had seen countless combinations of attacks when he fought with Grandmaster Kim Hak. That's why he was able to block all of those attacks. This damn genius. He looked at Duong Nok Ni, who was using her injured hand to hold her other arm, to stop shaking, and thought to herself. Zhang Heng only needed to sleep to become stronger. As for this guy, it was because of the resentment of losing a marble. What should have taken 10 years, but in just half a year, he became this strong. He must have just learned the correct form for that right light plum blossom sword. But it was already threatening enough. He sighed. This will never end. Lam Dat silently focused on observing the match. He was stunned. Their swords had clashed against each other hundreds of times, yet they were still unharmed. Even if they were iron swords, they would have been broken or no longer sharp. Could it be that they have reached the realm of transferring energy into their weapons? Perhaps what I saw on their swords was the sword energy they used. This must be how he changes form too. Of weapons. Luke Min, standing next to him, said, "I know." Lam Dat suddenly thought to himself, "Since when has this guy been here?" He stuttered and asked again, "I didn't hear you clearly. What did you just say?" Luke Min pointed at the cat in his hand and replied, "People know which buoy guy this cat belongs to." "Ah." He asked, "Ah, really? Who is it?" Luke Min immediately replied, "It's the guy with the head buoy fighting with the guy with the pink head." Having said that, the kitten quickly escaped from the circle. Lam Dat's hand. It gently stepped over several heads and rushed straight to the arena. He panicked and shouted, "No, you can't go over there now. The match is still going on intensely." Duong Tung, while fighting, he asked, "What you said just now, what is it?" "You will destroy my martial arts and make me unable to stand anymore." "Huh, but you should know that power. Mine can never be destroyed. Even if I lose all my power, I will never give up." A genius with extreme effort. He turned a sword into an umbrella, but his legs sank. The reason why the one who should have tried so hard was him. The remaining hand holding the sword was brought back. The sword slowly turned into a halberd. That was because of the name Duong Nok Ni, the #1 genius in the history of Hoasan, including Zhang Heng and Ta Suang or Tsung Bak, did not register to enter Vo Lam School this year. All those people who are considered talented must follow me. Because to them, I am a strange person with outstanding talent. His legs were shaking, but he actually had only one talent. He knelt down, that one thing only, is the effort. But now all is, do your best. Even if the great geniuses behind you are there. Should I give up? Of course not. How could that be? If they tried, then I alone hold the sword high. Taishan pressure system top sounded. Strength performance stage 119 plus 35 plus 2% plus 100% plus 20%. Must work like crazy. The sword and the axe kept clashing. Duong Nok Ni recognized Hu Kwang. The sword is broken, his sword. Thrown. Go away. The system notifies you that because you have not completed the unexpected task within the specified time, the task will changed. Mission, defeat Yang Yuer again. Time limit, 1 year. If successful, you will receive a class mission as a reward. If failed, you will have to endure an abnormal body temperature for 30 days. Tang Tung was upset. When did the time end, right? Duong Nok Ni suddenly appeared next to him, cold iron face holding half a sword. Attack. Right when the sword is about to touch into his neck, he quickly used the axe to hold back. A sound rang out, stopping. Lai Duong Nok Ni. Murim Ba shouted. Up, stop it. Duong Tung glanced in surprise. The kitten appeared before him. ZZ, you're back. Duong Nok Ni asked. What's the matter, Mo? Dung Ba. Murim Ba quickly said. This is not the time to do that. Lamb. Dad appeared. In the mirror still reflected the image of the two people opposite. Voice. He trembled. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't interfere. The broken sword was stuck straight into his chest. Murim Ba urged. Hurry up and give him the sword. To the medical room. Lamdat was lying on the bed with his wound carefully bandaged. Beside him a voice said, luckily he's not dead. His ribs are broken. His internal organs are affected, but luckily his heart wasn't hit. Although the bleeding has stopped, there may be some blood mixed with phlegm. So when he wakes up, remember to remind him that if he shows signs of difficulty breathing, remember to report it. I'm right away. Duong Tung replied, yes. The silver-haired man continued, because of your match, several other disciples were also injured. But this kid was the most seriously injured. Even though he was allowed to use his weapon, fighting without his master's presence in this crouching dragon valley is still considered against the rules, and this matter will be reported to the new principal. He calmly said, yes, it's good enough that he's not dead. The other person, he looked at him silently, and then spoke. Even though your weapon isn't iron, I still have to report back. If you're lucky, you'll just deducted points, but don't get your hopes up too high. After saying that, he left. He bowed politely. Yes, please. Thank you. He breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly panicked. Oh my, if I don't crush the remaining marbles of that Duong Nok Ni guy, then I'm not human. Copy. Is that so? Since he will find the Yin Yang absorption book on November 1st, he probably won't be able to do it this year. That's not it. I'm planning to transfer to a paragraph class this year. It takes at least 2 weeks to fully recover, but because the wound is so severe, it may take longer. Suddenly a sentence interrupted his thoughts. Have you been thinking about me all this time? He looked at the person lying on the bed and wondered. Lamdat should be buried in a book right now. Why did he get injured and have to? Then can I lie here? Also because of my match with Duong Nok Ni, part of the schedule. History was changed. He looked at it in surprise. In one direction. You are Duong Tung, right? Lamdat's face was radiant with a smile. Said, thanks. He was a little surprised. It's nothing. It's also because of my match. You're injured. Lamdat replied in panic. Oh yeah, I'm taking care of the kid. The pain came and made his face painful. He quickly went to help her up, not forgetting to remind her. Come on, lie down. The wound will burst open again. If you mean Tutu, he's sleeping next to you. So don't worry. How did you become so close to Tutu? He answered honestly while stroking the cat. Because I gave it alcohol. I like you. He heard that and smiled wryly, secretly exclaiming. This guy is really awesome. How does he know? Lamdat asked. I'm not sure what kind of spirit beast it is, but it must have absorbed energy to be able to. Can you use your power? Duong Tung was surprised. Huh, you found out. He replied. Oh yeah, you are not. Suspiciously looked at Lamdat. Brought out a very beautiful blue gem. I was going to return this to you. He was frozen by his actions. He explained. I saw that Tutu was absorbing energy from this stone, so I took off the bracelet to avoid it from turning into a stone. Do you think he doesn't know much about Noctruan Kwang? Even though he's also a member of the Nguvong Bin then, I don't think he knows much about him. Lamdat asked, is that stone also a spirit stone? You're really amazing. You have two things that are hard for normal people to see. Okay. He forced a smile. Because I travel a lot. I thought to myself, it's possible that he survived because he carried the jade of longevity. But wait. He asked. He saw that Zijio had grown up. So how could he take the necklace off? He replied. I coaxed him and then took it off. So gentle. He exclaimed. This guy is so innocent. The more he looks, the more different he is from the person he will become. He will really become one of the 5 kings. Dear? He stood still, lost in thought. Then he called. Lamb. Dad gently replied. Oh, he asked you what you like. Book right. He opened his eyes wide, quickly replying. I like it super much. In front of a magnificent and sacred place. Tang Tung was holding a lot of books. Luke Min wondered. These are the books that people have read. He explained. Yes, I brought them to the injured guy yesterday. He was lost in thought again. They both had the same reading speed, so if he did this, maybe he would find the other book on time or at least just a few days later. Failed to follow the plan, and also took on the additional task of defeating Duong Nok Ni too. He remembered the image of Duong Nok Ni coldly promising to see her again in class next year. He felt uncomfortable. That bastard is starting to prepare like crazy again. Look at that fiery gaze. His fire is known. In just half a year, he has become much stronger. Next time we fight again, I wonder how strong he will be. To what extent? If this thing doesn't get out of my sight, I can't stop or give up. That will never happen. It happened. Actually, I alone cannot defeat the cult. Observe how to complete the mission. Even if I cannot do it, or if someone else defeats the cult, it is still considered a successful completion of the mission. Just like that. If Duong Nok Ni becomes stronger and destroys the evil cult, he lowers his gaze. Then all of this would be over. He let out a sigh, but that didn't mean he wouldn't do anything. I can't bet the fate of the entire Central Plains on a half-baked eunuch. I have also become much stronger. Now that I can fight him without knowing the weaknesses of the Huashan swordsmanship, I can also become even stronger. I will become stronger. He tripped while walking, about to fall. Suddenly a body. Support image. Marry me. Ta Swang blushed. I just thought you would need help. The people around were also surprised by the woman's actions. She said, I heard that you caused a lot of trouble on your first day of school. He asked again, you heard about it? She replied, of course. The rumors spread everywhere. The corner is there. He was helpless. If that half-baked eunuch kept waiting, what else could I do? More importantly, I think the more serious problem is that I have become an enemy of both men and women. Mixed female. She wondered why. He glanced behind and continued. If I were to fight Duong Nok Ni, my opponents would only be women. But because of what happened just now, even men are jealous of me. Lukman spoke, but they don't. Your buoy is their debtor. I don't understand. What kind of debt is this? Just because I owe something, you call me a fool. Always. The person opposite was straightforward. Yeah, I was a bit surprised. Hey, don't use stupid words. Luke Min smiled gently. He exclaimed, this kid is a clown, is also talented. But that girl also is no less talented. Ta Suang stroked his hair and asked curiously, why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? It's because the boys hate you, so are you planning to be a big shot? Mr. Bin calmly said, this way I like it even more. Anyway, I only need you guys. Hey, why can't I see that bastard Zhang? Where is that hung? She replied, because yesterday he was accepted as an intersect apprentice, so he's a bit busy. He thought, yeah, that's why I didn't see the alliance leader with the old man all day yesterday. At the Martial Arts Alliance Shangling Courtyard, a person was bowing his head to report, this is Jiang Xiong from the Tianfeng Martial Arts School, disciple, intersect trainee. Zhongzhe thought with an unfriendly face. Not that brat who came from the same place also surprised me quite a bit, but they both shared the same martial arts school, which meant they were on the same side. The person sitting next to him spoke up. From what I heard, he's very lazy about training and only knows how to sleep. If an intersect disciple sets an example like that, what will happen to the other disciples? Another person continued. He completely met the requirements that the Senate set for the Alliance leader's apprentice disciple. Kim Trung-nam agreed. He met all the requirements. It could be said to be perfect, so letting him become an apprentice disciple was no problem at all. The other two just listened in silence. Both Hien had the same question in mind. Why was the former leader of the Alliance here as the principal? His power was equal to that of the Senate. What else? Another person said silently. From the outside, it looks like there is no problem. Just like there is no rule that prohibits former leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance from returning to the Alliance after going into hiding. Kim Trung-nam thought to himself, he was also in the Senate when I was the leader of the Alliance. Up to now he has been sitting there for quite a while. Now continue speaking. Just as Kim Trung-nam has shown himself to be suitable for his position, I hope you can also prove your strength to us. Question and answer like. That's enough, to put it simply. Zhang Heng glanced back. Using one punch to fight him, Min Chi stepped forward with a smile. Zhang Heng saw him and couldn't help but think, a beggar gang member? He looked at him. Zhuge Chong read the mind. That was the youngest person to win the title of 4 Vajrapani of Shaolin Temple. Mingji also Shaolin Temple. He reminded, don't let your guard down. He smiled, laughed like, interesting. He turned around and said, using one book to fight? I like it. All right. The person sitting on top smiled in praise. What an interesting kid. Min Chi had a body as hard as steel. I had never seen anyone survive after being hit by a punch from him. Let's see what happens after your arm is broken into pieces. Isn't that interesting? Kim Trung-nam communicated in his mind. He must be one of the strongest apprentice disciples in Shaolin Temple. Zhuge Chong agreed. That's right. Min, she said. I only half-heartedly wanted to come here. But since I'm here, I won't hold back. Zhang Heng continued. The better. Min Chi lightly, gently said, let's see what you have. Then he waved his hand. Zhang Heng did the same. Same. Min Chi rushed over. Zhang Heng immediately flew towards the direction of the path. Xie Chong asked, what if Jiang Xiong gets challenged after becoming a novice disciple? I heard that the class that is in that section is full of monsters, not like before. I think there will be some geniuses who will challenge Zhang Heng. But that time has not come yet. He replied to her, you don't even know Zhang Heng's name, huh? Even if the world is destroyed and he is cornered, he will still fight alone. Imagine. It's over in a minute. There's no one in the world who can overcome all challenges better than him. On the other side, they both punched each other so hard that the pillar nearby cracks. 2 fists touched each other. The other person silently observed. Min Chi praised. You are worthy of the position of an inner disciple apprentice to the leader of the Alliance. I have never met anyone who can withstand my authority. Zhang Heng said nothing, then he said, I really don't think one punch is enough. For me, if you don't fight to the end, there won't be a solution. Nothing can be decided yet. So let's have a rematch another day. Then let's end it. Everything okay? Min Chi helplessly danced. Are you teasing me? Zhang Heng yawned. Long then he turned back. Well, do I have my place now? Thanks. Suang shoved the pile of books he dropped into Duong Tung's body as he spoke. All right, now I'm going to my next class. He hummed. She smiled. I'll be busy from tomorrow because we have to. Real combat training. Duong Tung was a bit surprised. That class started real combat right away. Huh. Xie Shuang shrugged and explained. Just dealing with some bandits. What was it called? The official association? It seems to be somewhere in Hunan. Tang Tung thought to himself. The official association, I thought I finished dealing with them 2 weeks ago. He looked at, follow her as she leaves. If they get there and see the smelly and dirty clothes, they will be sad. Really? Duong Tung focused back on the pile of books in his hand. Now was not the time for him to worry about others. He was not sure Lam Dat could find the book on absorbing yin and yang techniques at the right time. Again, Luke Min observed for a while before speaking up. Are you thinking about the book from last time? Duong Tung answered vaguely, confused. Yeah, I find it hard to believe. Glancing at Luke Min, he thought to himself, this guy is weird. How does he know how I feel? His reading speed is just as fast as Lam Dat's. What if he finds the book on absorbing yin and yang techniques before Lam Dat? Luke Min laughed. What the hell are you worried about? If the second method doesn't work, then use the first method. Duong Tung pouted, huh? So that means I have to read 1,000,000 books. Luke Min said again. People are not as stupid as you. Is Duong Tung threatening you to death again? Luke Min doesn't. In reply, he asked again, what is it? When arriving at Lam Dat's hospital room, Duong Tung put the heavy stack of books down on the table. Books, here it is for you. Lam Dat exclaimed with delight. Wow, so many. Duong Tung continued. I only brought it temporarily. If there is any book you want to read, just tell me. I will bring it right away. Duong Tung approached Lam Dat's bed. Is there any book that you don't have or belongs to the genre? What kind do you like? Lam Dat stammered. What's wrong? Duong Tung still kept that teasing smile. What do you mean? I was just going to bring it to you. He thought to himself, Of course, only after I finish reading it. Lamdat was deep in thought. He smiled and said 3 words. Foreign books. Tang. Tung is dumbfounded, carrying foreign goods. Lamdat, I'll confirm it again. Yeah, I've always been extremely interested in countries. Foreign. Tang Tung rubbed his chin, trying to accept this new information. You mean books from other countries? Okay. Tang Tung was pleased. To the time of translation skills. I'm on the floor. Lamdat asked in disbelief. You intend to bring all the books. Is that for me? He was moved. Duong continued to say. Thank you, my friend. Tai. Lamdat's expression made the street sweat. He exclaimed. What's going on? Why are you crying all of a sudden? He thought. And also his friend and one of the 5 kings. Bing then. Lamdat awkwardly explained. It must be because I'm sick. Duong Tung, sweating, secretly sighed. This brat makes me so tired. Duong Tung recalled the content of Nguvong Bin Nan. Thanks to the great magic library and the Bokven Thursday Palace, I am who I am today. And one thing that is even more important than both of those is my hobby of reading. Although there are some obvious fabrications in the book Nguvong Bin Nan, it is true that he really likes reading. As soon as I said I would bring him books, he cried and even called me his friend. He looked at Lamdat's hand holding the book, continuing to think. Even now, Tang Tung couldn't help but ask, why are you reading? He looked at him, me? Duong Tung explained, I like it a bit awkwardly. It's because I see you read a lot of books. That smiled. It's very simple, because books are my only friends. Duong Tung, hold back. Lamdat lifted the book in his hand and continued to explain. In this small book, containing people, of the person who wrote it. He smiled and told about his boring past with a light-hearted attitude. Now I have you and Luke Min to take care of me, but before I had no one. Except for books. If I talk to the author in my head, time will pass very quickly. Hee. Did Tang Tung understand that now? Was that why he read books like crazy? After finding the book that absorbed yin-yang magic and gained power, humans, he just changed. Lamdat smiled and continued to explain. Now I like both reading books and meeting you guys. Hee. Duong Tung looked at. He continued. Don't change your mind. Think about it. At the 100 Books Hall, Duong Tung actively searched for books for Lamdat. Where could he find foreign books? Really, he walked around to the 9th floor secretary's research room. Tang Tung called out, while looking around. Is anyone here? The Grand Master spoke up, making Duong Tung startled. Yes. He smiled and looked at his appearance, knowing that he was the one who fought with the swordsman Manhua. Why is our class's brave warrior here at this hour? Duong Tung replied him. I'm looking for a place. Store foreign books. Peng Chi sneered. You've come to the right place. He directed. Lead him. To be exact, this place is the 9th floor and the floor right above. Duong Tung asked again. Here like this is where the secretary is kept. Peng Chi explained. Rare foreign books that are not sold in Central Plains are the secretary. Extremely important. Duong Tung forced a smile. So that's what the secretary means. Mister, I shrugged and asked back. What? Do you think it means something else? Duong Tung honestly read about dangerous martial arts moves. Or secrets, some kind of method. Peng Chi continued to explain. Do you think that in this Central Plains there exist books about martial arts techniques that are more dangerous or secret than those in foreign books? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I thought this place contained all the books in Central Plains that were rumored to be dangerous martial arts secrets, so it was called the Secret Book. Peng Chi aimed. The eyes continued to say, the 10 great sects and 5 great clans are not stupid. They will never let others in the Central Plains read their secret manuals. Those secret books are only passed down within the sects and clans. Tang Tung glanced at him, a meaningful smile on his face as he asked. So that means we can read any secret book here at will? Peng Chi replied. As long as you are in your class, everything is possible. He glanced back at him with the same expression. If only it could be read. He asked again when he saw Tang Tung's eyes glued to a foreign book. Can you really read? Yes. Peng Chi raised his eyebrows in disbelief. As if to prove it, Tang Tung read aloud a passage. I will dispel the curse that the Arhats have cast. That created. Peng Chi paused. The other people nearby also kept silent. What just happened? Peng Chi cleared his throat. Cough. Okay, since you can read it. Ali, good luck. Duong Tung adjusted his posture, thinking to himself while examining the book. Use martial arts to read it. No. Let's try reading through it first. He looked around, Thinking to himself, the situation was getting better. It would be best if he could read all the books on the 10 floors, including the books on the floor above. Are there really 1 million books here? Peng Chi was deep in thought. Looks like our class has a genius. Duong Tung looked around and sighed again. Too much. Let's go duck one. 1 million times better. Never thought I would have to read books in my life. Duong Tung sighed, let out a breath, made up his mind. Fate had already targeted him here, so it was best to just continue practicing. He had never been friends with books before. He recalled that in his previous life, he had read the books that were required of him, and out of anger, he had memorized the secret book on destroying the Huashan sect and the 5 Kings Bing Shun very clearly. But that was all. It was not the same passion for books as Linda and Lu Ming. I hope I can also go crazy reading all these books. Duong Tung. Exhale. In one breath, he began to read, seemingly. No face. Some excitement. Duong Tung flipped, turning each page, pondering and thinking. I quickly finished the book. Duong Tung stretched and exclaimed, done. System notification, passive skill, reading speed has been activated. Duong Tung glanced at the words and thought to himself, just start like that. Read all 1 million books of the 100,000 Books Palace. Passive skill. Reading speed has been activated. Level 1, proficiency 1%. Careful reading status. Reading speed is not only affected by, but also related to your intelligence. In Xian, team. Tong Vo Fong and Hong Trung raised their hands to speak to Tian Van, welcoming Miss Yun. He walked with her while continuing to speak. Miss, since you're here, you must know already. Every time I come, you treat me so well that I don't know what to do. I heard that your nickname is impartial and fair, but I don't feel it at all. I got that. She covered her mouth delicately. You also know how to make people laugh, right? Ha ha. Hong Trung smiled in response. Ha ha. How could we do that to our sponsor? She corrected. I told you. I'm not a sponsor, just a representative. So you really don't need to be so polite with me. Hong Trung continued her words as they walked down a hallway. Then please send this smile of mine to some unknown sponsor. Tian Van smiled. How can we do that? Huang Zhong looked out into the yard and saw Tang Tung's father and the 2 children he was taking care of waving at them. He waved back and raised his eyebrows. Continued to chat with Tian Van. I really don't know that person. Who is it? Tian Van laughed. Even though I really want to say it, I myself don't know who that person is. The only thing I can tell you is that that person wants to sponsor this place. She recalled her conversation with Tang Tung, the mysterious sponsor. Of course, when you have time, you can think about what to do or what might happen. But, Tian Van wondered, but why did you? Why are you asking like that? He smiled, as if she had time, she would complete what she wanted. Since I have money now, I have a lot of things I want to use. Tung looked at her. If you have time, what do you usually do? Tian Van paused at his question. After a moment of thought, she said, I will do the things I have been putting off, but most of the time I have a lot of things to do. Other things to do. He sighed. But the problem is I have to stay in Zhengzhou. Duong Tung glanced at her. Maybe I have to ask you for this. Hong Trung was surprised. She means that person just wants to spend money. Just money. Tian Van replied to him. Yes. She looked around and commented. He also said that there were many good people here. A piece of wood suddenly fell in front of his feet. Tian Van. Both she and Hong Trung. Look at it. The 2 kids ran over, shouting nonstop. Sorry. Tian Van picked it up and gave it to the boy while speaking. What's your name, kid? Hodu blushed and stammered. The girl next to me quickly exclaimed. I'm Yania. The little girl pointed to her brother. And this is my senior brother. Huh. H blushed and looked at Tian Van. Thank you, Auntie. Beautiful. The 2 kids left. Yania wondered. How do you know if that girl is beautiful or not? She was masked. Hia hit Yia on the head and scolded. This idiot is a man. Just one glance is enough to know. The little girl burst into tears and ran to tell Tang Tung's father. Uncle Tang, your senior brother suddenly hit me. He reminded. Remember, kid. Kid, if you use your power like that, it is violence. The reason I learned martial arts is to stop violent acts, just like Tang Tung did, using it to protect the people around me. Tian Yin looked at them. H replied. Big brother Tang Tung will scold me. I'm sorry. Yania interrupted. I miss big brother Tang Tung so much. Hoo. Tang Tung's father taught Hoja. You don't need to apologize to me, but apologize to Yania. Tian Van commented that the kids here are really cute. Hong Trung continued her words. Ha ha ha, right. Is that so? She smiled. So now I'm back. Hong Trung wanted to hold her back, but she had just arrived. What was the rush? Stay and have some tea first. Tien Van politely refused. Thank you. I really want to, but I have to go now. She explained. There are still many other places that he wants me to come. Hong Trung was a bit surprised, but he respected Tien Van's decision. Really? Then I guess I can't keep you. Tien Van continued. I can feel the source of good energy in this place. Maybe because here, there are so many good people. She smiled. I think next time we meet, this place will be amazing. Hong Trung continued her words with a laugh. Haha. Even though that mysterious sponsor said so, is there any other reason why you think we are good people? She looked at. He said, that kid said it just now, just a glance, and you can tell. What kind of person is that? She gave him a stack of money, and so did I, because I believe that vision will not deceive us. Hong Trung received the money with a bit of surprise and confusion. We have already received all the things you bought, and you intend to give us more? Including that person. Tien Van said her last words and left. Hong Trung stood inside watching as she left this place. He also chose me to come to this place just because he looked into my eyes. Sometimes simplicity gives us the most accurate assessment. Tian Yun's guard spoke when they were outside. Where are we going now? Tian Yun replied. To Taijiang province. The other person said it would cost 100,000 coins to get there. There it is. She looked at him. For that person this was not much. But the little. He wondered why she was so busy going to so many places without getting anything in return. She asked again, a little annoying. Not getting anything is, what? This guy broke out in a sweat, realizing he had misspoken and said again, what I mean is you can just leave it to us to do. But, Tien Van laughed, it's okay, in the future I will get more. He understood, out, thought to himself, the young lady must have. He had calculated everything, but still didn't fully understand. So he asked again, then why did he only stay in Zhengzhou? If it was a martial arts school, then summer would also be fine. Is he on vacation? Tien Van explained. I heard he's buried in a pile of books. He said he didn't have time to blink because there were too many books to read. The other guy asked in disbelief. Huh? He gave us this much money so he could read books. How many books would that be? She replied. He said about 1 million. At this time in the 100,000 books hall, Tang Tung has just achieved proficiency in a new skill. You have achieved a certain level of proficiency through diligent reading. System notification. Reading speed skill has leveled up. Your reading speed has reached level 4. Rain or shine, he just reads books. If it were me, my bones would have been crushed. You have overcome. Limit of intelligence. Your intelligence has been increased. Intelligence increased by 1 point. He sighed as he let his horse walk beside Tien Van. Huh. I really don't understand what rich people think anymore. She joked back. So do you know what I think? He replied, it's not a small. Is the book very rich? Duong Tung excitedly put the book on the ground. Finished 1,000 books already. He listlessly cursed under his breath. Damn, there are more than 1,000 books left. Are my bones rotten? Are my hair gone? When will I ever finish reading 100,000 books here? The system gives a message that you have exceeded your power limit. Your power has been increased. Power is added 1 point. He laughed wildly. Even if his power increased while reading, why didn't he stop for a bit? Duong Tung laughed loudly. My body is so stiff. I'll probably have to do some squats while continuing. Read it. The people below, including Peng Ji, were all a bit scared as they looked up at him. Geniuses also have different determination. Back at the Martial Arts Academy, Min Tian was asking old Tong Trake. He heard that the ambush on the bandits that we had painstakingly prepared to collect money was finished. He was stuttering about this. Min Tian continued, and the person who did that was the boy named Duong Tung that our Mr. Dong wanted to accept as an apprentice disciple. Tongze broke out in a sweat. Dong means a great figure of the martial arts world. He must be referring to the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. I am truly sorry. Min Tian is not busy. Mindful of the old man's words, he continued, the eldest son of the former leader, Zhuge Liang. He looked down at Zhongze like he was looking at a fly. I felt sorry because he belonged to a weak family that had no influence on the 10 great sects and 5 great families. He became the clan leader and stayed in the Martial Arts Alliance as a warrior. Min Tin angrily clenched the rosary in his hand, and I even gave him the position of leader of the Martial Arts Alliance at such a young age. But he gritted his teeth. How dare he? He doesn't show any gratitude to me, and yet dares to climb on my head. More? Zhongzhe was so scared that he didn't dare to move. He stood rooted to the spot and thought to himself, I always thought that by putting someone from a weak family like the Zhuge family in the position of alliance leader, we could easily take control. But we completely wrong. Tongzhe didn't know what to say other than 3 words. I'm sorry. Min Tian laughed. Haha, why apologize? There's no need. We brought this on ourselves. Amit Buddha. But because our Lord is not easy to control, as I thought. Zhongzhe understood what this old man said. Zhuge Chong is even more terrifying than I thought. In that case, with just this head, I cannot guess Zhuge Chong's plan. Min Tian ordered old Tong Trake. You just continue what you have been doing. Tong Trake asked curiously. Yes, old Min Tian explained. There are still many things that the vice principal of this martial arts school can do. You just reported about the 4 evil people, right? Zhongzhe bowed his head. Yes, that's right. The old man glared at him, hearing that this matter also had some connection with our Lord. One of them once fought with the swordsman Manhua, another once blocked a punch from Min Shi and worked under our master. Tong Trake quickly exclaimed, I guess he intends to raise those brats for future use. He declared himself, I will definitely destroy you from within the water field. Min Tian laughed. Ho ho, no need to dirty your hands. He reached out. The higher you climb, the fewer people dare to oppose you, but then squeeze. The higher you jump, the easier it is to get hit by the arrow. Tong Trake silently looked at the rosary beads, fell to the ground. Min Tian grinned. You can use it for yourself. Body. Elder you. At the brothel Tian Hong, Tian Van said, when pointing to the bag of gold on the ground. This is the gold, or you requested. Duong Tung picked up one to check it, and smiled with satisfaction. It's really heavy, Tian Van continued. At first I thought that if you had money you would spend it lavishly. Fee. She looked at him. He actually used this gold coin to practice. How strange. Duong Tung explained. If I liked Tu Hong, I would have gone and bought new clothes. Tian Van looked at him without answering. I continue to rely on Tian Van. Next time please help me buy some 10,000-year cold steel. Tian Van asked again in surprise. 10,000 years of cold steel? Duong Tung looked at the thing in his hand and replied to her. The gold ring is 3 times heavier than the steel ring. So this is only enough for me to practice for a while. I will pay more. Tian Van, I'm speechless with you. Out of gold, and yet you want 10,000 years cold steel to practice. I understand. She glanced at him, but I wanted to ask. You have something. Duong Tung raised his eyebrows. What? She asked bluntly. The funding places he requested. Obviously among the places that receive your sponsorship, some places like the Wufeng escort team and the Changshan escort team are reasonable, but there are some individuals that I cannot understand. Duong Tung replied. I invest in them because they are people I don't want to meet in this life. Tian Van, even more confusing. If you don't want to meet them, why invest in them? Duong Tung remembered them, his old comrades from his previous life, because he didn't want to see them again. He remembered about them, then smiled. If they lived a good life, then they would probably come to Zhengzhou, right? Tian Van was confused by his expression. She saw him off to the side gate of Tian Hong brothel. She said, this side gate is only for secret guests of Tian Hong brothel. From now on, can you use this gate? Duong Tung replied, thank you. Recently people have been scrutinizing me, so going through the front gate is really a bit difficult. The security guard behind Tian Van said that the rumor about him being very rich was spreading very quickly. The surrounding forces must have started to pay attention. Okay, she smiled. Even if you have a lot of gems, don't sell them all at once. That way it will reduce that value. Duong Tung smiled, grateful for Tian Van's reminder. Don't worry, even if I sell it, it will only be sold to this Tian Hong brothel. You left side. A stalker like me was finally being stalked by someone else? He pondered. Tu Tian wisely felt good, remembering his father's teachings. Believe me, learning and working hard are always the right things to do, but don't forget to look back and take care of the things around you. My child. Duong Tung thought to himself, money always makes people satisfied. It also helps us not have to meet people who, I don't want it. You bastards, you guys have to live well. Don't get involved with the remnants anymore. Escape. Duong Tung has disappeared from Tian Hong brothel. Time is always divided equally for everyone. Perhaps that only exists in Trung Nguyen, a place where there is no discrimination at all. But in those years without discrimination, 2 hours of a person's life could still be worth more than 10 days, 100 days, or a lifetime. Because innate talent is something that is extremely unfair, especially for those who gather in Go-Along Valley. Since this year, there have been many people born with extraordinary talents. From senior disciples to new disciples, they have all received special attention since they were very young. It has been several months since the entrance ceremony of the generation of prodigies ended. The gossips of the martial arts world have called this year by its name. A year that has come. 100 talented, gifted, intelligent people came to the martial arts school and revealed their talents. When that generation graduates, the martial arts world and Zhang will definitely be turned upside down. The beginning of that story started with this year's tournament. A martial arts tournament where men and women compete against each other. Fight with. Men and women compete against each other. And after both sides have chosen a winner, the final match will be male versus female. Many disciples participate in this tournament because it is a way for them to test each other's strength for the entire year. Tang Tung sighed as he and Lin De looked down from the 100,000 books sand. It's so hot, everything is fine. But do they really need to hold it during the week? It's so noisy that the words can't be read. Come on, let's get it into your head. Lamdat smiled and asked back, what's wrong? It's fun to watch. If you join, it'll be even better. Duong Tung explained, it's held every year, so new disciples don't need to participate. But for me, there is still a matter. More importantly, Lamdat was curious about the matter. More importantly, Duong Tung turned his head to look at the pile of books that was still as high as a mountain next to Luke Min. Look, we still have to read 10,000 books before summer. And we haven't even read half of them yet. Lamdat knew understood. Sorry, I didn't know we had to rush like that. I don't need to stay in the medical room anymore. I can read faster. Duong Tung wondered, what are you saying? He leaned his face close to Lamdat's face and continued speaking excitedly. This pile is for me to read, not for you. My reading speed is getting faster and faster. Although not as fast as you. Lamdat was a bit confused, but he understood clearly. Oh yeah. How? He smiled. Duong Tung was happy that he also liked books. He smiled a wild, threatening smile as he invited the goat Lamdat to read with him. So let's read a book. Lamdat laughed at Duong Tung's excessive excitement. Maybe he really likes it? Probably so. Duong Tung laughed. He sat down on the ground and exclaimed, come on, I will. Eat it all. He pointed down and suggested, aren't you going to watch the tournament? There are a lot of new disciples participating. On this side, Zhang Heng was recalling the words of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. I used 10,000-year cold steel to make your gauntlet. First get used to it. Already. He looked around, thinking, isn't that Shaolin guy participating? His opponent. Step up he said loudly. Zhang Heng, you and that Duong Tung are both among the 4 evil people, right? He's the one who stole my weapon. Tell that guy Duong Tung to return it. I'm right. He retorted. How could it be yours? He used the ingredients he found to make it. Besides, Zhang Heng looked, stared at Dai. You beat me, that's what you said. Dai gritted his teeth, replied, don't go back on your word. Lamdat immediately informed the news. Hey, your friend is on the floor. He was indifferent again. Zhang Heng, I knew it. He looked down, while speaking. I thought Duong Nak Ni would also participate, but probably not. Tang Tung explained. The youngest plum blossom swordsman of the Huashan sect, who has received special attention from the Zhu family and is the most formidable person among the generation of potential geniuses, is actually participating in this tournament. He even transformed the legendary martial artist of the Huashan sect, Ting Yun Fei Mai, Hoa Min Kim. So people have already determined that he will become the next sect master. But you said it, there are many people participating in this tournament to prepare for the future. So those who have already planned their future, why do they need to participate? Duong Tung grinned as he thought to himself, that Zhang Heng guy is an exception. He joined just to fight. That's it. Lamdat laughed when he heard Duong Tung say that. He replied, yes, you are the one who defeated Duong Nak Ni and brought me to the medical room. Indeed, you are the one. My benefactor. Duong Tung was confused. How could I defeat him, then? Ha ha ha. He continued to ask him, but where did you hear that from? Like that? Lamdat Tung confessed honestly. Ah, Luke Min told me that. Duong Tung looked at. He turned to Luke Min and gave him a thumbs up. Duong Tung thought helplessly. This guy is also afraid of using his move. Faihu quick sword, fierce attack of the enemy. Then continuously attacked Zhang Heng. He complacently let out a laugh while speaking loudly. This is the flying fish quick sword. Lin Mighty Duke, I thought to myself. The sword kept stabbing. After losing to Tang Tung for the position of department head, I transferred to another department. But not a single day did I stop practicing and developing this flying fish quick sword. At first, flying fish quick sword was just a sword technique. It is a cowardly sword, but has high determination, which means it can only launch one attack at a time. If I continuously use this flying fish quick sword, I can kill anyone in this world. He aimed at Zhang Heng and stabbed. Even if the enemy was a disciple of the leader of the alliance. Even though he was a martial artist, Zhang Heng easily blocked De Yi's attack with just one hand, surprising him. He yawned loudly, frowning and walking slowly. Zhang Heng looked at De Yi. He smiled. Because you're too slow. I'm sleepy. That. Multi. He felt uncomfortable. He laughed loudly. Intelligent, as expected of the inner disciple of the leader of the martial arts alliance. All right, then it's like that. De Yi changed the way he held his sword. Using the next move, it was time to show off his flying fish quick sword, the ultimate swordsman. He remembered his father's words. Your father, apologize. He once taught him that after passing through the fierce attack and evolution, you can now reach your peak state. When our Hainan sword sect steps into the 9 great sects, your achievements will be announced to the public, all over the world. He thought to himself, even though you always asked me to try to hide it, his body tensed up. Internal force radiates continuously. Zhang Heng has, a little surprised, the move this airstream is using is flying fish quick sword, the ultimate reverse scale. The onlookers outside couldn't help but be overwhelmed by this skill of the group. What is that? That guy, that new disciple, what is he doing? Outside, this guy also had the same thought. What the hell? Don't tell me he's planning to use his ultimate move. De Yi's finishing move. His internal energy transformed into a dragon. The move was called Dragon Scale Explosion. But De Yi's sword was no longer there, in his hand again. Why is he so surprised? Hey, Zhang Heng took De Yi's sword a long time ago, he said. Is that all? De Yi turned his head and looked at Zhang Heng in surprise. He crushed his wooden sword and growled. I'm asking, is this all? De Yi was stunned, thinking to himself, the result of all my training. Flying Fish is a swordsman, and his reverse scales are the best. Zhang Heng sighed. That's probably it. The referee announced, Jiang Xiong won. Tang Tung was not surprised at all by this result. He knew it. His opponent sat on the ground, screaming in pain. The tournament referee announced. In the second quarterfinal, the Central South factions Shangbai advanced to the semifinals. He won. Tri muttered. This is the true courage of the Central and Southern faction. He frowned and looked around, thinking to himself, if you think this is just a normal martial arts competition, then you are very wrong. There is a group of spies from the Martial Arts Alliance secretly observing us among the crowd of people who are no longer strangers to the martial arts world. At least one must reach the level of the swordsman Manhwa of the Hoa Sun sect, a person who does not need anything. Only then will one care about nothing. There will be many disciples who come to reveal the sect's strength, or clan. Some people come to form alliances, and most people join so they can join a sect or clan. Some people like Tang Tung, a guy who had nothing and did not participate, and those who participated like Jiang Xiong. He had become an inner disciple apprentice of the alliance leader and did not feel any shame. Even if they lost, they were all a bunch of foolish. He looked down at the spectators below. I will make them pay for humiliating me last time. But the winner of the competition, this is already decided. The coordinator presents to the next contestant. The next person, get ready. Please look at that person. He is the #1 genius of Hebei Peng family, Peng Hu. Even though he is only in his second year, he has won this competition before and has always been at the top of his class. 3 years in a row. Many sects and clans in the martial arts world invited him, even coming all the way to Hebei Peng to welcome him. In other words, he was the most famous of the famous. Sin Bak Kanjiak looked at him. He thought to himself, I know he will become my opponent. But Sin Bak smiled bitterly. A new disciple who can climb this far will attract a lot of attention. Pang Hu held the sword tightly in his hand and declared loudly, I am Pang Hu of the Hebei Peng family. Who wants to be my opponent? Another person replied, I am this person. Let me introduce myself. I am Morong Bai of Morong family. Bihu laughed. Oh, 7 years ago, I visited Morong family to make peace. Good. He rubbed his chin, remembering the past, and couldn't help but laugh. I still remember I was introduced to a genius who was said to come once in 100 years. Even though I was young at that time, I still clearly remember those blue eyes. What a cold pair of eyes. Bang Ho held out his hand. I estimate that kid is quite big now, quite tall, still tall. Even more than me. Morongbai laughed as he continued Pang Hu's words. Of course, now I'm an adult and understand the reason why the Pang family's #1 genius has changed. Pang Hu changed his attitude at his arrogant words. What? The referee gives the signal to start. As soon as the order was given, Morongbai rushed forward to attack. Pang Hu dodged his attack. Morongbai continued to spin in the air, successfully kicked Pang Hu. He took the kick and continued. Hit. Pang Hu. He didn't even move an inch. Morongbai withdrew his foot and then released it again. Each blow carries no small amount of force. After letting him hit him a few times, Pang Hu spoke. Even a new disciple like you. Pretty fast. He commented, his face turning serious, but his strength still not good. Pang Hu used the reverse wind technique. Morongbai gritted his teeth and was defeated by Pang Hu's power. He swung the sword into position and then slashed down. One strike, the sword technique swung out, hitting straight at his opponent. Morongbai's leg blocked his sword. Tiger. Surprise. Morongbai continued to move his feet, controlling the sword of Pang Hu. He used his lightning kick to kick down the Pang Hu's sword. He was shocked. His words also became stuttering unconsciously. What? That is Pang family's martial arts. Why? Morongbai continued his words. Hebei Pang family, one among the 5 great clans. He approached him, his face showing killing intent as he spoke. Must be punished for daring to become one of the 10 great sections. Pang Hu Jing, Fox, kid, watch your mouth. He put all his strength into the hands of a snotty bastard like you who doesn't understand this world. He used a different move. Thunder Chief Moro. Bokdat stomped his foot on the ground, creating a large water stain to the surprise of Bang Ho. He used the Thunderbreaker to carve. He turned Pang Hu and raised his leg to block his palm. Pang Hu continued to speak. Quickly stop imitating the Pang family's moves and reveal Mo's true strength. Dung left. Morongbai retracted his feet. Pang. The tiger also backed away. He jumped up to answer him. I was going to do the same. Morongbai planned to show off the footwork technique he had been practicing for so long. With the fire of Morong's passion, he swung his leg and kicked straight at Bang's face. Ho! Bang Ho was surprised. The strength was different. Compared to just now, Morongbai used his hot fire kick to kick Pang Hu into the sky. Please white. Jaws agape. The shock from his kick spread to the surroundings. The crowd, surprised, especially the supporters. Pang Hu. The wooden sword in his hand fell to the ground while Morongbai said, although I am young, I know clearly that betrayal is a crime. The referee declared you the winner, but Pang Hu did. Interrupted him, even though he was staggering, trying to keep his balance. Still, it's not over yet. Morongbai reminded, you better stand still. Bang. Ho was annoyed and scolded him, calling him arrogant and daring to look down on the martial arts of the evil Pang family. He roared, I, Pang Hu, will show you the true power of the Hebei Pang family. Come on, if you can do it, then imitate me next. Morongbai slowly explained. The fire kick is a kicking technique that uses internal energy condensed within. You will be burned from within more than you can imagine. If you continue to use martial arts in such a state, you will die. Pang. The tiger stopped. He passed out and fell to the ground in full view. By Morongbai. He sighed, already told. Stand still. We, the Morong family, will take the place of the Hebei Pang family. The referee then declared the complete victory of Morongbai of the Morong family. As for Pang Hu, he is the Pang family's tiger of Hebei. Even more so than the sword master Manhwa Duong Nok Ni, he is a rising star, considered the most famous in the martial arts academy for the past 2 years. A person considered the most suitable for the position of the alliance's next leader. Martial arts world. Because of this, people often wondered whether he would become the first inner disciple of the alliance leader. However, after entering the Wulong Valley, the alliance leader remained silent for more than 2 years. One day, when he was in his 3rd year, he asked Min Tian, expressing his dissatisfaction. I am also a person from one of the 5 great families, just like that great family. Besides me, who else can become his disciple? Min Tian laughed. So you don't understand our alliance leader very well. I tell you, A few weeks ago, he chose his new disciple. Old Ming Shan's words made Pang, who feel uncomfortable and surprised. That kid was not a member of the 5 great families, nor was he a disciple of the 9 great sects. He came from just an ordinary martial arts family. In the eyes of our alliance leader, other than being enemies, the 5 great clans and 9 great sects are nothing. It's nothing. You don't need to feel regretful about this. If you think about it that way, then aren't the 5 great families and the 9 great sects on the same side? Rumors spread throughout the Central Plains that the Pang family of Hebei had colluded with the 9 great sects, but not a single one of the 5 great families spoke out against it. Pang and who were stunned. Grave. Deng Bok looked at him. Because the power that the Pang family of Hebei possessed was much stronger than that of the Nangong family. The logistics team carried Pang, whose body outside. Strength cannot last for 10 years, just like a flower cannot bloom for 10 days. No matter how great your reputation is, one day you will be defeated. In the end, Pang, who received such an ending, Murim thought to himself, if he hadn't let his guard down when fighting me, he wouldn't have fallen into a state of spiritual chaos after being hit by my hot fire kick. Now he can't use martial arts anymore. It's a good thing he's not dead yet. Murim let out a sigh of satisfaction. Like this, the Hebei Pang family would fall into. The scene collapsed. The referee announced that the time was up and the Black Star of the Immobility faction could no longer continue fighting. Namkung Sach Tang. Murim was surprised. He paused, his eyes looking over there while thinking to himself. What is this? They have already started. How long has it been? The crowd below was equally surprised. Black Star, the rising star of the 9 great sects, was defeated without even having time to do anything? I haven't seen it clearly yet. Xiechong wondered. The match had just started, and he had already fallen. What exactly did Nam Kung Sach do? Zhang Heng continued her words, judging by his clothes. He was probably a second-year student. Is he the only senior in this tournament? Are only the first and second-year students still left? There are 4 contestants left in the tournament this year. Jiang Xiong versus Nangong Su, Murim versus Born Bok. The referee announced. Nam Kung Sach of the Nam Kung family entered the semifinals. The match continues. He announced the first semifinal match, Nam Kung Sach versus Zhang Heng. Everyone prepare. Ready. Jiang Xiong happily muttered. Lucky, it's already my turn. Xiechong and the others are cheering behind you. Be careful, your opponent is from the Nangong family. Nam Kung Sach stood there. He waited and watched Jiang Xiong. He spoke. What to do? Let seniors see the first-year disciples like this? I feel so sorry. Dui Heng looked at him, momentarily not responding. When he opened his mouth again, he asked Jiang Xiong a question. The 4 evil men. You belong to the gang. They? Zhang Heng scratched his face. How strange. He didn't expect the name, evil person, to reach the ears of the Nam Kung family. Then, he smiled and asked again. So do you want to fight? Anymore? Dee continued to remain silent without answering. He recalled the past, when he was also silent like that. A voice rang out from behind. Nam Kung Sach. He glanced at the person who had just spoken, Du Suong. How did it feel to be a second-year disciple? Could it be done? He did not answer her. Du Suong. She thought irritably. Dare to ignore me? She continued. After Pang Hu, you are the second most influential person in this martial arts academy. So be careful. She half reminded and half mocked. The level of this year's new disciples was completely different from the second and third years. Looking at the recent aptitude test, you must have noticed, right? She said as she looked outside the venue where the aptitude test was being held. Force. Du asked directly. It seems that Assistant Du wants something from me. He warned her, but you can't make any money off me. Not now, not ever. When? Du Suong was so angry that his face turned red. He humiliated and said, You arrogant and haughty person. Jum continued to ask, I wonder what she wants this time. Right. Du Suong's eyes widened at Jum's words. Love? Or authority? She shouted loudly. What kind of talk is that? You arrogant bastard will never know that. Dee's expression did not change in the slightest at Du Suong's ruffled attitude. He continued to guess whether it was some nonsense plot to fulfill her trivial purpose. She pursed her lips and trembled with anger. You may be pretending not to care, but I can see right through you. Nam Kung Sach, she continued from the wisdom of Shaolin Temple, who was known as the Undying Buddha. Haoi, or his senior, Bang Ho, the most anticipated rising star among Hebei's top talents. Even Duong Nak Ni, the youngest Manhwa sword master and a rare genius who just entered the martial arts academy. We can feel his competitive spirit against the strong. Due looked at her as she spoke. Couldn't he see the excitement in her eyes when she saw this year's aptitude test? Is it yours? Dee said coldly. So it turns out, you want to take advantage of me. Du Suong frankly admitted. Yes, I will be careful and take advantage of you. She showed her cards to Jum. If you can defeat the sword master Manhwa and the indestructible Buddha, I will forgive your arrogance. Jay replied to her. It's true that I want to fight strong opponents, but I don't want to overdo it. He glanced at Du Suong as he continued. It would be more than that. I was taken advantage of by a teaching assistant who was blinded by authority. Du Suong laughed. She was provoking him. Thinking back, those 4 evil people were much better than him. Those kids know how to find their place. She sneered as she passed the sword master Manhwa and Buddha Bat Hoa one by one. Du Suong said and left, not trying to persuade. No more acts. He looked up at the sky, thinking, the reminiscence ended there. He smiled at Zhang Heng. I heard that. It's about you. And how the sword master Manhwa and Buddha are indestructible. I was defeated by you. Zhang Heng Din Shin. The one who defeated the sword master Manhwa was Duong Tung Ko. Moreover, I have not properly fought with that name Fat to Bat Hoa. Are you thinking or old? I thought today. Will he come? Di Hung laughed disappointedly. Huh. Zhang Heng was a bit embarrassed because his intentions were read, and it was also a bit because of him that I joined this tournament. But Jay, what an interesting comment. So you came here on purpose to fight? Zhang Heng smiled and asked again. Why? Don't you like fighting? Di corrected. Dislike, right? Fighting the strong is good. Much more. Zhang Heng was delighted. Oh, so he also has his own goals. I draw my sword and hope I can relieve all your disappointment in him. That indestructible Buddha. Zhang Heng gives it to you. I thought you were a nerd, but now I'm starting to like you. There. Senior. As soon as Jum drew his sword, thunder and lightning struck. Its power affects Zhang Heng. His body was punctured with several holes, was crushed before he could react. The remaining parts of Zhang Heng were crushed by the force. Jum's blew away. He woke up gasping for breath, wondering what's going on. Zhang Heng looked at Jum. He just withdrew. Sword. Not much to do. The sword in hand is also a wooden sword. Jiang Xiong could not believe it. He thought to himself, he just pulled out a wooden sword. Zhang Heng thought in disbelief. Was it an illusion? Or some kind of trick? No. If so, then he would have felt the sharp. That was his intention, but the feeling of being oppressed just now simply came from his spirit fighting. He was wary of this guy. That strength has put him in a position even higher than Duong Nok Ni. I wonder how much stronger he is than Duong Nok Ni. More, he lightly touched his gauntlet, calculating. Do I really have to wear this when fighting? Zhuge Liang's teachings echo back. Don't. If you find it heavy, then let it go. He taught. This weight is the requirement for you to be able to move up to the next position. Zhang Heng asked again in confusion. Next position? Are you laughing? That means if I take this off, my body will become lighter. What? Zhuge Rong frowned and explained to him again. No, it has nothing to do with endurance training. Jiang Xiong was puzzled. If it wasn't for endurance training, why would I have to wear this troublesome thing? He smiled and asked him back. Didn't you want to? Win a lot. Zhang Heng immediately fell silent. Zhuge Liang continued. Didn't you say you wanted to defeat Yang Yuer, Min Shi and Duong Tung too? Zhang Heng can, reminded. You think, carrying this heavy thing while fighting with someone like him is a bit too much. Nam Kung Sach wondered. Aren't you going to make a move? He entered a state of happy laughter. Senior, don't worry, of course there is. Nam Kung Sach swung his sword, satisfied. Very good. He swung his sword. Zhang Heng blocked it. Equal stick. My hand, but your hand, was thrown away again. Nam Kung Sach swung his sword. Go up and then cut down. This time, Zhang Heng used both hands to support himself. He gritted his teeth. Teeth uncomfortable. The attack was too strong. Also not the slightest opening. He was also very fast. He observed the opponent. Nam Kung Sach was currently swinging his sword, preparing to attack with both strength and speed. Nam Kung. The book rushes forward. The power is concentrated into the sword. Zhang Heng was hit straight in the body. Although he was uncomfortable, he had to admit that this monster had everything. Nam Kung Sach put away his sword. Zhang Heng was angry. He could not keep up with his movements. Nam Kung Sach continuously attacked. Zhang Heng planned countermeasures. If so, just play by instinct. He waved his hand and grabbed Nam Kung Sach's sleeve. Be alert. Zhang Heng wanted to wrestle him down. Nam Kung Sach dropped his sword. Jiang Xiong was stunned when he switched his sword to hand beside, then used sword towards face. He hit him. Nam Kung Sach swung his sword, forcing Zhang Heng to let go of him to avoid the attack. He glanced at him, elbow, but Nam Kung Sach used. He blocked it with his sword. His eyes were still, no wavering. Zhang Heng used all his strength to push, to attack, a blow with all one's strength. The force forced Nam Kung Sach to retreat. What a pity. I was going to hit you. His wooden sword broke. Nam Kung Sach spoke. I see that gauntlet is not. Is it a normal thing? Zhang Heng looked. It then replied vaguely. Probably. You. Continue. But they slow me down so I get annoyed. I wanted to take it off. But I couldn't. Nam Kung Sach wondered. Why? Zhang Heng replied, his face full of determination. Because I have to use them to practice to defeat all the strong ones. Nam Kung, the book muttered, the strong one. He continued to ask, aren't you the strongest of the 4 villains? Zhang Heng corrected that it was impossible to say that, because I was not the one who defeated that eunuch Yong, but someone else. He smiled when he mentioned this name. Tang Tung Jiang Xiong proudly declared, that kid is the strongest among us. Nam Kung Sach was a bit surprised. He thought for a moment, and then spoke. Really? So I'm just a stepping stone for you to defeat him. Zhang Heng, confusing. Huh, is that so? Nam Kung, the book, continued to comment. You are very strong. Just with my spirit fighting alone, you have already made others fall, but you can repeatedly neutralize my sword techniques. Me. He looked at him. I was very curious. Then, point your sword at your opponent. If you don't have that gauntlet, how strong would you be, right? Zhang Heng laughed. I told you I can't let go. Your arm is broken. Cut off. Zhang Heng was stunned. He woke up, quickly looked at his arm, thinking, whispered, it's okay, but Nam Kung Sach immediately approached him. Zhang Heng was curious. He just used spirit fighting. Huh. Zhang Heng raised his leg. Nam Kung Sach, take hold. His feet. He dropped the sword. Time. Change hands again. Zhang Heng is upset again. Nam Kung Sach's hand wrapped around her hand. Zhang Heng was like a snake. He pulled his armor of his, tossing it into the air. The gauntlet fell to the ground, shaking the entire arena with its weight. Nam Kung Sach turned his head to look at it. Zhang Heng Tung, Chief. He was surprised when he was. He grabbed his collar. Zhang Heng said, you better prepare yourself mentally, because this time I will not miss any chance again. Then swung his leg and kicked him. The stadium is full of dust and dirt. He looked at them and thought to himself, Nam Kung Sach is not. Got out immediately. Others also had the same thought that Zhang Heng won, but Nam Kung Sach used his sword to block his attack. He swung his fist. Those fists were continuously thrown out, aiming at Nam Kung Sach. Zhang Heng raised his hand. His hand looked at him using the move. The Great Bear King struck down. As Nam Kung Sach grabbed his hand, he commented quite well. Also takes advantage of the weight of the gauntlet after each. That's an attack. Zhang Heng was annoyed. At such a close distance, he was able to block his own 1,000-pound attack. Like not. You calculate to see how I can block this move. Zhang Heng moved his hand and used another move, Nga Heng's power. Zhang Heng used. Hit him with all your might until he screams out loud. The king's power. The southern palace was repelled. He backed away several meters. Zhang Heng was breathing heavily. His body was covered in sweat. Nam Kung Sach's sword was still firmly held in his hand. He could hardly believe it. Angrily thought to himself, the wooden sword still did not break. Did he use sword energy, the sword's outer sheath? Nam Kung Sach spoke. Speed, weight, internal force. Fast, strong, and repulsive attack. It seems like you've been practicing that move for quite a while, right? But that also means it's not perfect yet. You, indeed very talented. He continued. However, Nam Kung Sach raised his sword. Even though he possessed natural talent, he still had to know how to control his power. He looked at him. Both of these are equally important when learning martial arts. He swung his sword. Let me show you the swordplay of the Nam Kung family. Zhang Heng, open your eyes wide. Feel the pressure from Nam Kung book. The strongest sword technique in Central Plains. Divine Sword, Captain Lam Dike Bok. Sky Sword. Jiang Xiong was killed by him. He slashed many times, his shirt was torn. His face and hands were covered in blood. Even the rock on the other side was cut off in a piece. The lanterns also suffered the same fate. The ground was cracked by his slash. The arena floor was full of slash marks left by Nam Kung Sach, Ta Soong, and the viewers below. Mouth open, Murim also widened his eyes. Sin Bok and he could not believe it. That was the rich man's white sky sword, the Wei Lambs. Nam Kung clan. The heroic people bleed. He laughed. That really hurts. But I have lost many matches too. That's why I can still stand here. You guys call it the strongest sword technique? Then I can also call it what I want, right? Nam Kung, the Book of the Dead. Person. He immediately performed another move as a response. His return. The Azure White Sky Sword. The Azure Sky. The Oath of Heaven and Earth. The ground around Jiang Xiong sank under an enormous pressure. His body was covered in blood. Nam Kung Sach, surprised, thought to himself, still not giving up. Huh. Indeed, Ho Dan is the disciple of the leader of the alliance. He thought to himself as he rushed forward, but Nam Kung Sach seemed to realize something. Stop. In the middle of the road, the heavy ear looked at him. Nam Kung Sach nodded. He was confused. Zhang Hung stood still in one place. The referees came near this guy. That guy? He waited for a while, but there was no response. So he announced that Jiang Xiong of Zhenbong Martial Arts School could no longer continue fighting. Victory belongs to the Nam Kung family's book. Nam Kung. The spectators outside were stunned. Wow, they couldn't stop talking. What a pity. If he could defeat the Nam Kung family with Tran's hands, he would have become a legend. Moronbai clapped his hands. He admires a real man. The others also started clapping their hands in admiration for Jiang Xiong. The match was so amazing. That's right, Jiang Xiong was the best. The entire audience, the entire station praised him. Excellent. Well done, Zhang Hong. The indomitable Zhang Hong. Well done, Zhang Hong. That day, although Zhang Hong lost, he earned a nickname that resounded throughout the country, the monster that never falls. Nam Kung Zak waved his hand. He looked around and thought to himself, Tang Tong. So he is stronger than that guy. This. Lamdat exclaimed. Wow, that senior is truly on a different level. Whether it's swordsmanship or strength, extremely excellent. He commented when, looked down, and continued talking while looking up. Go somewhere else. Ah, but of course if it were you, the result would be different. Lamdat turned to look for Duong Tung, but could not find him. Where are you? He wondered. Lu Ming, where did he go? Lu Ming smiled. Oh, that fluffy guy went to play with the books he was reading. Lamdat was confused. What are you playing at? Over here. Tang Tung was arranging books on the shelf. He muttered, the book, keep this here. He looked around. It seemed like he had finished reading all the books. Native then. Then go to the next bookstore. Let's follow. He walked away when his foot bumped into something. Duong Tung looked. It is difficult. Understand? Under your feet is a book. Tang Tung wondered. Huh? Why is this book here? He pondered. The 100,000 Books Palace is impossible to forget like that. If it is the 100,000 Books Palace, then each book is invaluable. They both have value. But why did they use a book to prop up the bookshelf? Duong Tung. He reached out to pick it up and blew it away. Dust layer. On it. Carefully patted a few times. It's clean. I flipped it over. It's empty. Duong Tung looked at the cover. He sighed and replied with love. Pen. The 10 great demonic signs. Gold. Trung Nam exclaimed. As expected of the great Nam Kung family. You know this clearly. Will it happen? Zhuge Rong poured tea in response to him. That's right. Even if Pang Hu used all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Nengong So. Kim Trung Nam continued to drink tea. I wonder what would happen if Zhang Hung used weapons instead of armor. Jia Kat sung. The presentation of the gauntlets is very necessary for Jiang Xiong's training. They will help him become stronger. At this time, there is really no need to rush things. I also told him not to participate in this tournament, but he wouldn't listen. Zhuge Liang looked at Jin Zhongnan and heard him say, It seems you are quite disappointed that he lost. Right. He repeated, disappointed. Why should I be disappointed? Ho ho, he's not even my disciple. Zhuge Liang, drinking tea, continued the conversation with Jin Zhongnan. What a surprise. I didn't expect Pang Hu to lose to Murong Bai of the great Murong family. I didn't expect that there would come a day when we would have to worry about the 9 great sects building their power. Jin Zhongnan continued. I don't think the 5 great clans, including the great Nangong clan, will let it rest in peace. Zhuge Rong presented. I intend to take this opportunity to announce the abolition of the mountain inspection appointment system that is currently being. I've been suspicious lately. Kim Trung-nam frowned, wondering, why do you want to add fuel to the fire? Into the fire? If the elders convene an emergency meeting, your authority will be affected. Zhuge Chong looked at him and replied, That's right. So from now on, your role as principal will become even more important. Kim Trung-nam pouted. Why does the wind feel so cold in the middle of summer? This old man's bones must be about to wither. Zhuge Liang joked back. We've only just begun. If you keep going like this, what will I do? Kim Trung-nam winked at him. You stinking brat. How can an old man like me go up against a force that can move the entire martial arts alliance? Zhuge Liang, Deng smiled, waving his fan. Until the time comes when the martial arts alliance is cleansed from the inside out, please try to endure it. Come with me. Kim Trung-nam looked at him, thinking about the 6 words reform, martial arts alliance, the process of removing the abscesses in the martial arts alliance that were previously no one dared to touch. Something I never thought of when I became the leader of the martial arts alliance. A very big plan. He thought, I know this is what I need to do, and there have been many opportunities for me to use that knife. But in the end, I still couldn't do it, because I didn't have enough confidence to use that small knife to fight against all those ancient swords. Kim Trung-nam turned his eyes to Kat Sung. However, after a long absence, when I returned, I realized that my beloved disciple was about to use it. Not to mention that he had already pulled the knife halfway out of its sheath. This is really difficult, because once you pull out the knife, you can't put it back in or just swing it once. He was worried because he had no intention of taking it off. It is complete, determined to support him to the end. Then this time I will try to swing that blade as hard as I can. This is a battle between a newly sharpened knife and the ancient swords of the 9 great sects and 5 great clans. The old man stood up. If the solution is patience, then I, as your master and the one who passed on this heavy responsibility to you, is there anything I cannot do? The Martial Arts Academy is the starting point of the Martial Arts Alliance, and the elders are the ones who is the end point. Now those with the 5 demon physique have gathered here right at this Martial Arts Academy. He declared that the days of great war have just begun. Zhuge Liang frowned. Kim Trung-nam glanced at him. Kim Trung-nam continued to ask, what has that kid been doing lately? I haven't seen him in the tournament. Zhuge Liang closed his eyes and replied, Kim Trung-nam, I don't know either. I don't understand what he's thinking anymore. Because he locked himself in all day. Bakvan Thursday Palace. Kim Trung-nam asked in disbelief. Huh, that sounds absurd. That stupid kid also wants to read books. Zhuge Liang smiled. Me too. Not sure. Kim Trung-nam pouted. What would you know by pressing someone? Jia Cat. Sung replied, a little hesitantly. According to the news I received. Kim Trung-nam was surprised by Jia Cat, Sung's choice of words. News about that brat? Yes, to be more precise, about the daily schedule of his. He handed it to Jin Zhongnan. Please take a look. Zhuge Chong said while handing over a piece of paper with Tang Song's daily schedule. Jin Zhongnan was confused. What the hell is this? Jia, Cat Sung continued. As you can see, Kim Trung-nam pondered over the paper for a moment, finding it hard to believe. Are you kidding me? That kid went to Bakvan Thursday Palace from 5 a.m. until 11 o'clock before returning to the dormitory, and that's all. Is this all? Zhuge Liang affirmed. That's right. He is indeed reading a lot. Many books. As if there were some secret in the 100 books hall. Kim Trung-nam looked. Out of Cat Sung, he looked away. The secret inside the palace. Wanshu. He looked up at the Wanshu hall. Kim Trung-nam smiled. The secret in a book can always be found out. And that secret will reveal itself at the most unexpected moment. Duong Tung on this side is holding a notebook. The great demon vase. Bring it to the altar. He looked at it and replied, that book is from the Korean peninsula. When I first entered here, I thought it contained something special, so I waved the water and burn it. But then I realized I'm not the only one who does those things. He said, remember to put it back where you found it after you're done reading it. It's empty inside, so there's nothing to read. You can use it as a notebook or something. That's fine too. Tang Tung thought to himself, a blank book or just a pile of scrap paper. He looked at it. To a librarian it might just mean that, but to him it was different. He activated the skill, passive skill, translation level max, proficiency max, all languages and narrations can be translated. Current condition is perfect. Duong Tung thought. In other words, only he could read it. He sighed, long smiled. The secret of this book. Even if they are librarians, people who often have to translate dozens of books, even if they use medicine, they still cannot understand. Duong Tung laughed. Even the secretary is useless against my translation skills. He muttered. The 10 great demon soldiers, I haven't read it yet. But this title gives me. I feel like the martial arts written here will be a bit different from my own martial arts. Central Plains Sect. He flipped through the book and felt that there was something in common between his dual-wielding skill and the 10 Greats. This ghost soldier. Duong Tung was surprised when he saw someone's voice ringing out. Fate was decided. That person turned his head and looked straight at him. Duong Tung was stunned. I seem to have found something new. A strong light radiated and then surrounded. Cover. Tang Tung. System notification. You have found the first relic of the 4 seasons of the Northern Wilderness. Notes. The 10 Great Demon Soldiers. The request of the 4 seasons of the Northern Wilderness has been opened. Since my 666th book, I have received an unexpected fortune. Big Pingji, you look at me. Are you okay? Did Tang Tung stop? He continued speaking. I was busy teleporting, so I pretended not to notice. But I'm a little worried about you. For 2 hours, you just stood there staring at that white book. You don't know? Duong Tung understood. He looked at the book and thought to himself, "Ah, I understand. I was so immersed in this book that I didn't notice the time. May I have this book?" Peng Chi replied. "Yes, go ahead." He wondered to himself, what the hell can one read with an empty book? Tang Tung took it. Book. He thought to himself, I have read thousands of books, but I only aimed at the book on absorbing yin and yang techniques. That's it. Even though I don't understand everything, I'm still reading, learning, and expanding my knowledge. Especially the pile of foreign books on the 10th floor. They have many ideas and philosophies that are different from the ideology and martial arts in Central China. From foreign swordsmanship, archery can move through thousands of books. I indirectly got insight into martial arts outside of Central Plains. Whenever something happens, using your mind to practice will let your imagination run wild and put yourself in a fight with the fighters in the book. The best way to defeat them has always been double cultivation. My spiritual energy is below average to be able to use the outstanding martial arts in this 100,000 book haul. In the end, my main focus is to develop my double cultivation skills by improving my strength, physique, basic swordsmanship, and internal cultivation techniques that I have learned in my previous life. But can I develop my dual finger skill further? Even with the support of Nok Truong Quang, the result of the match with Duong Nok Ni just now was the best I could hope for. In the future, Duong Nok Ni's Plum Blossom Sword technique will become more powerful, and Zhang Hung will become more and more powerful under the leadership of the Alliance leader. But his dual skill was able to block Duong Nok Ni in the battle. Last fight. The sudden appearance of this book opened up a world new for me. Whenever I fight with the person in the book, felt like I was fighting 10 different people at the same time. And it gave me the direction to improve my dual retention skills. But there are still 2 problems. First, is there anything he can't master completely? A martial art is not complete. And the second problem, it's the practicality. I didn't expect him to be able to use 3 different weapons at the same time. Last time I intended to use the hook sword and the halberd at the Celestial Archery Training Ground, but I still haven't found a way to hold all 3 at the same time. Now I'm still skeptical. I have to try it first. If it doesn't work, is there any way to fix it? But using 2 weapons at the same time is already a problem. If I use 10, who knows what will happen? According to the ideology of the Central Plains, this is nothing less than heresy. Should I continue? While I'm drowning in, with that thought in mind, he met Kim Hak. Kim Hak did not seem surprised to meet. Brother. Duong Tung smiled. I have something to ask. He crossed his arms and half-jokingly replied. Want some wine? Itching. It's not that I've quit drinking already. Kim Hak said again. Every time he saw him, his blood boiled. Now he was in the 8th class, so that martial arts tournament was no longer interesting. Mister, I smiled and changed the subject, saying, That's enough. What do you want to ask me? Duong Tung asked directly, What do you think about Song Chi? Kim Hak was confused. What do you mean? Duong Tung continued, There is not a single master in the Central Plains, I mean the martial arts world, who can master the use of the twin pawns. He seemed to understand Tang Tung's confusion, so he began to explain. Yes, maybe. Consider that. He continued. Then is it wrong to use it? He laughed. Just because no one in the righteous sect has mastered it, does it mean it is wrong? Who told you that? Tang Tung explained until the end. Everyone, including the masters of the righteous sect, discovered the limits of the dual finger and then gave up on it. If we have to use multiple weapons to fight, then we can only go along with it and get used to the situation. This is just the way. Temporary solution. Kim Hak looked at him. So what do you think? I'm asking how. That's what you think. Duong Tung looked at him, his eyes waiting to be enlightened. Kim, Crane continued, during the aptitude test, I gave you a path. But instead of listening to me, you used that lingering skill of yours to push me out. Duong Tung recalled. He humbly replied, it was just luck. Just luckily it worked. He smiled. That's it. That's the answer. Just because no one is wearing it doesn't mean there's a problem with the outfit. It just means the right person hasn't come along yet. Just wear it. He touched him to illustrate, as if he would look weird if he wore a new set of clothes and buttoned them up properly. He looked like, this looks better. Kim Hak put his arm around Duong Tung's shoulder. Remember, not all clothes fit everyone. He laughed. If it fits you well, then just wear it. Duong Tung has been cleared. On this side, Ta Suong is confronting Nam Kung Sach with perfect martial arts. The move used is Tien Tuet Manhwa. Nam Kung, the book, calmly took the blow. Ta Song was at a disadvantage. Before you, Nam Kung Sach commented that she was indeed the winner of the female category. Even though she was the male winner, she could definitely beat her seniors. She replied to him, her attitude not very pleasant. Then why are you still playing tricks on me? Why don't you use the white sky sort of way lamb like you did with Zhang Hung at first? Go. Nam Kung Sach did not answer. He looked at her for a moment, then spoke. Are the four evil people very close to each other? Ta Suong answered him with a question. Why do you ask that? Nam Kung Sach, close your eyes and think about it naturally. I approached and used one hand to lift Ta's chin, bones up, then spoke. If I propose to you, will the rest of the four evil people target me? Ta Suong, surprised to utter two letters. Because he was a regressor, Duong Tung already knew the winner of the South Board. In a tournament without Duong Nok Ni's participation, who can stop Nam Kung Sach of the Nam Kung family? That's how things unfolded in the past. But unlike his previous life, Duong Tung was confused when he saw Nam Kung Sach lifting Ta Suong's chin. What's wrong with that guy? Xie Xiong won the female division, defeating all the best seniors. Compared to his previous life, Ta Suong has become stronger. He might be famous for his good looks, but now he has also proven his abilities. So he is definitely one of the most talented women in the industry. This generation, even though the last time was just for fun, it was still considered a match. Martial arts competition. But why are they so close? Into each other like that? He rubbed his temples, reminding himself. Tang Tung, control yourself. Now is not the time to think nonsense. Tang Tung breathed. Too long. Left. Kim Hak looked after, wondering. Expensive go? Ah, he laughed. Yes, I will go back to practice. Now I know how to continue with the song skill. Just for me. The bustling summer with martial arts tournaments has passed. Autumn is gradually coming to Ngoa Long Valley, the reading season. The books are bustling. Perhaps that is the reason why people flock to the 100 Books Hall. In addition to the 8th Division disciples, many other disciples of Crouching Dragon Valley also gathered here to read books. Some came to find their lovers. The festival that took place before the biggest festival of the martial arts school was the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Festival. However, the only people reading books on the 10th floor were not the librarians, but me. Lu Ming and Linda were somewhere on the opposite side. Since autumn had come, Linda might find that Inyong absorption book soon. Duong Tung looked across and thought to himself, right now, not bad either. Lam Dad, and Luke Min waved at him. Duong Tung pondered. For some reason, I feel that no matter how he changes, I can do anything. Be friends with him is just a part. Above all, we need to focus on something more important than attracting. Yin and Yang technique. Duong Tung, just read. The book was just practicing. Peng Chi came to his side and spoke. This book killer, even though he was practicing, carried a bunch of weapons on his body and walked around the library like this. Don't you think there's a problem? These meetings between the librarian and me have become a routine. Duong Tung laughs. I replied half seriously to him. I'm trying to be as careful as possible. But I still made you angry. Angry? He thought about that nickname, Book Killer, another nickname he had after winning 6 consecutive victories in the 100,000 Books Hall. But to be honest, he was just a troublemaker in the library. He wondered to Ping Ji, what did I do to cause trouble? Why are you calling me? Is he a book killer? It's not like I don't know why he calls me that. Besides being known as one of the 4 evil people, I've never read a book quietly because I always practice while reading. Peng Chi replied to him. I don't see you being interested in Central Plains martial arts at all. You read foreign books all day and do all sorts of things. If I don't call you a book killer, then what is it? How is that weird training going? Duong Tung is interested. I can see where you are going. Lam Dat and Luke Min walked over from the other side. Luke Min continued, Are you playing more today? Duong Tung replied, You guys are here? He was confused, thinking to himself, Why did he use the word play? But the funny thing is that it actually fits what I'm doing. Working. Luke Min looked at Duong Tung. I wondered, what happened to your hand? Tang Tung's hand was bloody and had many scars. He looked at his hand. Ah, this? He smiled faintly, considering it as proof. Go practice. Duong Tung raised his head to look at Luke Min, thinking to himself, before he was also quite interested. When he dropped the book, getting out of bed, Luke Min wondered, Are you using your hands to practice? I do crazy things. Luke Min laughed. Your mother seems very excited because that crazy thing. Duong Tung explained. Honestly, when the martial arts tournament was taking place, I found a book. The book is very interesting. Luke Min approached, pointed at it, and said, It must be so. Can I take a look? Luke Min carefully. Kidney flip. Bad. He looked up at Duong Tung. You made up the words in here and read them, right? Duong Tung laughed. That's right. Luke Min carefully opened it again to see. Duong Tung observed him. Luke Min returned, went back to his bed, smiled. I like it. Duong Tung was confused. Isn't it a white paper? Why do you like it? Luke Min smiled brightly, his words full of hidden meaning. If you like it, then you like it, he muttered. Don't tell me Tang Tung is thinking the same thing now. The more I look at him, the more strange he seems. Strange, he said. Hey, Luke Min, what do you think about Trung Nguyen's martial arts? He, pensive, a bit then give a torn number answer. In my personal opinion, I find the two words Trung Nguyen a bit confusing. Peng Chi joined the conversation. Oh, interesting. Why do you think so? Luke Min presents Trung Nguyen as the combination of Trung in center and Nguyen in root. So it carries both the meanings of center and root. So why the two words Trung Nguyen? Wrong again. Lam Dat also had the same question as him. Is there a problem? Luke Min continued. There are no landmarks in this world. The South is one's homeland, and the South is this Central Plains. Duong Tung asked again, to the primitive people of the South, is it the Central Plains? Luke Min corrected. The two words Nam and Man are also mixed up. Nam means the South. Man means primitive people. Nam means the primitive people of the South. Who decided that? Peng Ji, Duong Tung, and Lam Dat sprayed glue hard. Luke Min replied immediately, It's your mother. All three of those people just leaked water. Just missed the bet. Luke Min laughed. So it's not the martial arts of Central Plains, but the martial arts of this place. Duong Tung continued. So what do you think about martial arts? This place? Luke Min replied briefly. His expression was filled with undisguised amusement. Bang Kai sighed. The other two didn't know what to say. Why are they so shocked? Duong Tung looked at him and thought to himself. These words moved him even more than what Kim Hak said the other day. If he sympathized with Kim Hak and had the same thoughts as before, then wouldn't the difference in thinking this time be less shocking? Luke Min explained, There is no modesty here. Your mother's way of thinking is not necessarily correct. The path and the way of using words your mother chose cannot be imposed on everyone. People. Peng Chi continued. You're right. The knowledge we know is only a small part of the knowledge of all mankind, and we often don't care about that. Luke Min smiled. Besides, it's not their fault, you guys. He's injured. The other three sprayed glue for the fourth time, and thought at the same time, what the hell happened to him? Duong Tung hit him. Lu Ming Price. The first time I saw Lu Ming looking so sad. He always has a bright smile on his lips. He exclaimed, Why do you always? Why are you laughing like that? Lu Ming replied to him. Someone once said, The most meaningless day in life is the day you don't laugh. Tang Tung continued to ask, Who said that? Lu Ming looked at. Lam Dat nodded. You said, they are gone. They say only fools cry. Normal people will endure, and experts will laugh it off and give gifts. And he is the master of masters. Duong Tung smiled a lot. The mouth is always there. There is a saying that a smile can bring great fortune. Luke Min was interested. Really? He didn't hide him. Of course, go ahead. Trust your friend. Duong Tung looked at Luke Min. He confirmed that something was wrong with him. That's probably why he traveled thousands of miles to the valley, this Wulong Valley. Duong Tung read Luke Min's index, continuing to doubt life, but how he was able to get here was still a mystery to him. Luke Min's eyes lit up now. It's time. Duong Tung was confused. Huh? What? Luke Min put his hand on his shoulder. That's your promise to me. Speaking of this, when they were still on the boat, Luke Min asked if he would go back on his word. He would no longer have the marble. No, it's in your pants. Duong Tung replied. I know. As long as I introduce you to a girl, it's fine, right? Luke Min reminded in a friendly manner. It's time for you to introduce him. Duong Tung was sweating. Is it time already? In Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, it is said that the essence of the martial arts world is built on martial arts. But fundamentally, it is a society itself. So this festival is the starting point of promoting emotions and recruiting talents in the martial arts world. During the 7 days and nights of the festival, the marriage ceremonies of clans and sects are held without limit and secret. So there will be many people getting married for political purposes in this festival. Of course, this brat isn't here for that reason. He's really looking for a girlfriend. Lu Ming urged, hurry up and introduce your girlfriend to someone. Otherwise, he'll become a eunuch. I know, Tang Song thought to himself. After all, in his previous life as a Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon disciple, he had already experienced the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Festival 4 times. You're excited. Can't I find a girl to introduce to you? I'll take him to the place where I can find the most girls. This festival is at Ngoa Ho Trung Dien Valley because I have more experience in Ngoa Ho Valley. Duong Tung once again affirmed that just believe and follow me. But 2 hours later, Duong, spraying glue. Luke Min's face fell. He scolded him. Your boy has already taken a step towards becoming a eunuch. Even Duong Tung himself finds it difficult to understand why. Clearly, in his previous life, there were many girls who liked him. Is it because I become stronger that I become less? Are you going to be famous? Suddenly a voice asked. Tang Tung turned his head, his smile becoming brighter. Wow, the opportunity has finally come. When he saw that the person who came to see him was a man, he cursed in his mind. Why are only men coming to find him? The other person immediately ran over and said, finally met him. When I saw you go down to the valley to lie down on the lake, I immediately followed. Do you still remember me, right? I'm Mac Trung, a former member of Ta Suang's security team and the current leader of Security Team B. I've been looking for you for a long time. Ta Suang's best friend. He looked at this guy and remembered the old story. Ah, I remember now. He spoke. Why are the people from Security Team B looking for me? This guy was panicking, hastily grabbed his hand, exclaiming, let's just say we're shameless, but I can't think of anyone else besides you. He cried, his face showing helplessness. Please, please save Miss Ta Suang. What is so hard to understand about Duong Tung? Even so, world events continue to happen, beyond control. I also did not expect this. Who would believe that Nam Kung Sach would propose to Ta Suang? News. This news was spread to his fiancée's family, the Tang family of Sichuan, and caused a stir. But they could do nothing but accept it. Because the one who made the offer was one of the top geniuses of the 5 great families. So how did Xie Chang's father, Xie Jiang, react? However, while the marriage plan with the Huashan sect was cancelled, the opportunity for a powerful force to propose to his daughter was like a windfall. Hello, I am Xie Jiang, the current leader of the Zhenbong Martial Arts Hall, and also Xie Chang's father. Ta Suang completely opposed this matter and refused to meet his father who had traveled thousands of miles to the Ngoa Long Valley, even locked herself in the Silver Moon Tower and did not allow anyone to come see her. Her fans blocked the outside and declared to Xie Jiang, misordered that no one be allowed in. He shouted, who are you brats? How dare you stop me and my father? We meet. With the help of some busybody in the martial arts school, including 10 people from Bok Tai Nan, they formed the Bok Hoa Tai Nan Protection Team. They announced that we are the Bok Hoa Tai Nan Protection Team, protecting Miss Ta Suang. Even if you are the biological father, you are not allowed to enter. Ta Zhang was annoyed and mumbled nonsense. He threatened them. Do you think I have time to play with you? They were threatened, but did not retreat. Dozens of swords pointed at him. We are the 100 Flowers Talents Security Team, protecting Miss Ta Suang. If you want to meet her, you must beat all 100 of us. Ta Zhang was both annoyed and surprised. He cursed, crazy people. Hey, elsewhere, Tong Trake wondered to Kim Trung Nam. Should we just leave things like this? Just like that? This is going to get out of control. Kim Trung Nam replied to him. No, if we interfere, things will get worse. Even worse, the Nam Kung clan and the Chan Bong Martial Arts School could not interfere. Let's not get into this. He continued, the Hidden Tiger external meeting is about to take place, so bear with it. Whether this marriage is cancelled or not, everything will gradually be arranged properly. In this martial arts academy, the disciples should know how to handle their own affairs. Zhongzhe had no choice but to agree. I understand. He just left Kim Trung-nam's place and was thinking. It was impossible to change that big Nam Kung family. What should we do? We have already pushed Nam Kung Sach this far, so half of the goal has been achieved. Now just need to wait for that brat Duong Tung to get involved, and it's done. Du Yang in a corner transmitted to him. If Duong Tung wins, what should he do? Tong. Trake did not answer for a moment. He thought for a moment and then transmitted a message to her. If that happens, we have nothing to lose, because Nam Kung Sach will also become. You're so bad. That's how things went throughout the summer after the martial arts tournament. Elsewhere, Nam Kung Sach, De-yi, and Murong Bak were waiting. Murong Bak said, I don't think that guy Tang Tung or anything will appear. De-yi sighed. That bastard must be called a master at escaping. You just haven't seen him avoid my arrows. Nam Kung. The book affirms that Tang Tung will come. He looked around remembering Ta Suang's words. Don't joke. Now you can totally win. But I just need to beat you in a martial arts contest. Nam Kung Sach affirmed. You did not hit. You can't defeat me. Ta Suang frowned. Even if I can't, Duong Tung can definitely defeat you. Nam Kung. The book continued. You have seen my swordsmanship, and you still say that? Ta. Bones was confident in his friend. Of course, he always surprises. Nam Kung Sach challenge. If so, then make sure that martial arts competition will happen. He lifted her chin and added, That's what I want too. It's time, let's go. That day, the biggest festival of the Martial Arts Alliance, the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Festival, was held. The crowd surrounding this place was dense. They organized all kinds of fun. Road. Tung spoke. I understand. So Nam Kung Sach Ko found a way to get into Non Noyet Lao. And your team of Bok Hoa talented people's guards couldn't stop him. The other person was upset, but had to admit, it was true. We lost to a group of 100 people, and yet we lost to one person. To be exact, it was 3 people, Nam Kung Sach, Mo Dung Bok, and De-yi. Duong Tung was surprised. De-yi, is that guy still with those 2? Hainam knelt down. Supply. Multiple. The future leader of the Qingwu Shenlong Pavilion, Murong Bai of the Great Murong family in Liaoning and the Southern Palace. The book of the Great Nam Kung family, the #1 swordsman of Central Plains, the #1 warrior and future leader of the 5 kings of Binnan. The 3 of them defeated the entire 100 Flower Talents Guard team, which also included 10 people of Bok Tainan. This can be considered the first time the 5 kings of the Binnan gang colluded to cause chaos in the future. This lie. Duong Tung looked at his own parameters, gritted his teeth, calculating that he had been training non-stop and was ready to face them at any time. But he really didn't understand. Why are those bastards targeting Ta Suang? He quickly arrived at the front door of the Silver Moon Tower. Duong Tung saw Ta Zhang arguing with Ta Suang. He was surprised. Ta Zhang. She ran inside. The road. Tung called out loudly. Hey Ta Suang. Old Ta Zhang turned his head to look at him. He spoke as they approached. Long time no see. How is Duong Tung these days? Thief. Tung thought to himself. This is difficult. Ta Zhang has his eyes on me. He looked at him. Festival. The biggest annual Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Festival must be very lively, right? Why are you here? Duong Tung. He thought that compared to the last time they met at the Long Fuang exam, he was colder towards him. He said, Of course I came here because of what happened to you, junior sister. He mimicked, junior sister, and then explained. Humph, you don't need to interfere in this matter. This is my family's private matter. Quickly go back and enjoy the festival. Duong Tung did not give up. He replied to him. Ta Suang is the strongest female disciple in this martial arts school. He trains himself non-stop. To be able to gain recognition from his father as a warrior and not as a girl, a person like him, deserves to choose his own life partner. Ta Zhang was silent for a moment and spoke. He said again, that sentence again. He glanced at him warningly. The same thing was said at the Dragon Phoenix exam celebration last year. He looked straight at me and said, I have to be a proper father, right? You were right. I have to be a proper father and a proper master. So for Ta Suang's sake, I have to stop you. The pressure he radiated made the 3 of them step back when he declared. Only then would he stop giving his opinion about Xie Cheng's marriage. Tang Tung draws his weapon. Ta Zhang approached him in an instant. He hit him loudly. Duong Tung cried out in pain. He vomited blood. I feel like if I get hit by this, I'll die immediately. Did he use all his strength to hit me? Kim Hak just cleverly appeared and supported Duong Tong. Ta Zhang was surprised by this. He took him across Ta Zhang to the Silver Moon Gate. After a long time, he smiled and reminded Ta Zhang, Hey, as a parent, assassinating a disciple like this is not right, even if he was a former disciple. What a coincidence. Is your cousin doing well these days? Long time no see. Ta Zhang was surprised. Grandmaster Kim Hak. He clasped his hands in salute. Long time no see. I heard you came to this martial arts school, so the rumors are true. He continued reminder. But even if the master is here, this matter has nothing to do with you. You cannot interfere in the marriage on the day of the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Festival. Marriage alliance? The formation of an alliance between two sects through marriage during the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Festival. Although marriage alliance is no longer a new thing in this festival. Duong Tong gritted his teeth in annoyance. But that was different from what he said for Ta Suang's benefit. Kim Hak, stop him, he winked. Adults are talking, not you. What should we do? Go quickly, even though I think it's a bit late now. If you keep a girl waiting, don't call yourself. Is the second male lead. Duong Tung's face is slightly red. He clenched his fists on his weapon, then ran away with Luke Min and Lam Dat. Kim Hak spoke after the other three had left. Marriage only brought suffering and brokenness. Cousin, I'm sure you've received the letter saying that outsiders should not interfere in this matter. Xie Jiang was quick to respond. Outsiders, I am Xie Cheng's biological father. Even if you are the master here, I don't think you are allowed to interfere. But as his biological father, I am not allowed to. Grandmaster Kim Hak is on fire. This is where the talents of Central Plains gather, as an elder of the martial arts school. If this matter does not fall under my responsibility, then who else could it be? Stop it. Beating around the bush again. Xie Jiang was surprised. Elder, couldn't he just follow the principal's orders? What? He kept wondering, who called him here? No, even so, we cannot give up. That's fine. Xie Jiang blew the ice. I don't know why the martial arts school forbids the marriage between our martial arts school and the great Ningong family, but I won't give up easily. On this side, Nam Kung Sach is waiting. He moved and spoke. Finally, you're here too. The Byborn man spoke when he saw Tang Tong, Linda, and Lu Ming enter. Here you are? Duong Tong was surprised to see this guy. He wondered, why are you here? He just smiled evilly. Why not? How could I miss this opportunity for revenge? Is this gold okay? Xian Bok added, this is also an opportunity for me to officially bring Ta Song back to my side, because this is a matchmaking contest. These 4 words made Duong Tong pause, a little surprised. Tai, matchmaker. On the other side of the pond, Murim Bai and you were discussing this guy, the son of the Zhangqi family, one of the geniuses of the 9 great clans. We fought him in the semi-finals of the martial arts tournament. His strength is quite impressive. I was wondering, but why would someone like him help us? The person who answered this was Nam Kung Sach. A few days ago, because of the incident with Miss Troll, he came to see me and suggested, want to help? Murim Bai was curious. Any request? Nam Kung Sach pondered and did not answer. He looked over at Ta Suang. She was standing alone, her eyes on Vo Din and the corners of her mouth trembling. Nam Kung. The book spoke. He asked me to help him marry the young lady. Murim Bai. Shocked. What? So that means you're not serious with her? Nam Kung. The book of honesty, the only person I care about. The heart is Tang Tong. Murim Bai feels itchy. Then he broke out in a cold sweat when he received this strange information. Oh, enough? I thought he was fighting because he was trolling her. That's right, madam. Murim Bai spoke after calming himself down. Even though I understand you very well and respect your preferences, he expressed his opinion, but you shouldn't be like that either. The elders of the great Nangong clan once placed a lot of hope in you. What should I do? Nam Kung Sach only asked one question. If I want to defeat him, then, is there something wrong? Murim Bai was sweating as he opened one stupid question after another. Oh, so that's it. That's lucky. In matchmaking competitions, women with superior martial arts skills will use their skills and strength to compete with another man. If the man wins, she must accept him as her husband or fiancé. After calculating, considering the situation, I have understood everything. He looked. She turned to Ta Suang and called out, Hey Ta Suang, can you hear me? She turned. Top view. Brother, Tang Tung continued to say. Look, let's leave there first. Come over here. Ta Song shook his head and refused. No. Duong Tung continued to ask. Why not? Ta Suong shouted. Because I lost to Nam Kung Sach in the matchmaking competition. Duong Tung also responded with a loud voice. If you don't like it, then where are you going? It is necessary to do so. Ta Suong trembled. Duong Tung continued to call, Junior sister. Ta Suong bit his lip, said indignantly, What a disaster, she loudly explained. I promised, no matter what the reason, I promised everyone around me. Mak Trung agreed with her. Duong Tung glanced at him as he spoke, just like what the young lady said. From the moment the matchmaking competition began, he had to keep his promise to the person who defeated him, even if it was for her sake. Duong Tung thought to himself, so there is no other way but to win? He continued, asked Mak Trung, can you still fight? He confidently patted his chest. No need to worry about me. I will sacrifice everything to protect Miss Tron's honor. Tung laughed, feeling confident in this person. Ascetic Ice, wearing clothes, money, power, women. He took the nickname Ascetic Ice to live a pure and carefree life like ice, abstaining from the three things above all his life. If his memory was correct, he lived a lonely life and sacrificed himself in the first battle to destroy the demons. Duong Tung smiled bitterly. Hee. Ta Suong is truly the best. He actually turned the cold and ascetic name of his previous life into this. He drew his sword, then laughed. He said, Ta Suong, you just wait. There, I'm coming right away. Ta Suong scolded. You idiot, you said while crying. Why did you come here? Even if you beat all of them, I would still have lost to Nam Kung Sach and would have to become his wife. Him. Siechong couldn't control himself, covering his face and sobbing. Both my father and the great Nangong family have agreed. I can't go back on my word. Pathetic. Siechong cried loudly. What a pathetic person. Sinbok was confused by her attitude. What was he mumbling? It was not like that anyway. Get married? Duong Tung said again. Shit. Sinbok glanced back at him, just turned around and got kicked away. Several teeth gone. Sinbok was kicked high up in the air, his body in one place and his weapon in another. He angrily sighed. It's only been a while since I've had a makeover. Morongbai was surprised by Duong Tung's movements, so fast. The man gritted his teeth in discomfort as he watched his opponent. Nam Kung Sach did not show any expression. Sinbok's staff rotates in the air, then captured by Duong Tung. He took off in the air and then rushed. Went to Ta Suong. She was surprised. When he was determined, Duong Tung hugged him. Marry her, he whispered. You are not a piece of shit. What a pity. Duong Tung laughed and continued to coax him. He was the top woman in this martial arts school. He could do whatever he wanted. Ta Suong was indignant. You idiot. Why are you showing up now? She continued, rubbing her eyes. You're late, you know that. Tung looked at her and seriously replied. Sorry I'm late. I was practicing so I didn't know anything. But even now, if you don't wanna, you don't have to marry him. Ta Suong couldn't help but feel amused by Duong Tung's attitude. Don't be so serious. He continued, as long as you say you don't want to, I will definitely help you. Ta Suong opened his eyes wide to look at him. Tang Tung's face showed 2 words of determination. Siechong said, Small, I don't want to. Duong Tung asked again. I didn't hear clearly. Ta Suong shouted, I don't want to get married at all. He smiled at long before his determination. She. Very good, I'll block her flight. Isn't this a matchmaking match? Then I have to contribute too. He waved the stick in his hand. I have defeated my junior sister before. Then he pointed it. Go to the South Palace and challenge him directly. So if you insist that you have won against him, then you have to defeat me first. The system displays a message, surprise mission, matchmaking battle completed. Time limit is 2 hours from the start of the match. Reward. If successful, you will receive the penalty item Mandarin Duck Ring. If failed, the mission will be cancelled and you will not be able to move for 2 hours. Ta Suong silently looked at Duong Tung. She thought to herself, her face turning red with embarrassment. I've calmed down now, but it's too late. But should I trust him? Nam Kung Sach. One look. Duong Tung. He did not answer him. Morong Bai was the first to speak out of the 3. It was funny, but I like it. Dai contributed his voice. If you want it, then I will definitely make it happen for you. Duong Tung. As soon as these 2 finished speaking, they rushed forward to attack Duong Tung. I don't care about Nam Kung Sach. This time I will definitely get my weapon back to see. How is your strength? Duong Tung turned around. Stick in hand, Morong Bai swung his leg. He kicked but bounced back. Duong Tung held a stick in both hands. He spun around and thrust the stick head into the middle of the man. He cried out, "Ouch!" He continued to hit into the chin. He then leaned his stick on the ground and did. Point of view. Duong Tung used his foot to kick this guy's cheek again, knocking him down. In two. The blow, the Yi was knocked away. On the other side of the lake, he went to Murim Bai and used his martial arts to lure Mr. Duong Tung's scene. Since Murim Bai was quicker, he struck before the fire. Heat foot. Duong Tung gritted his teeth, thinking he wouldn't be able to get through. Light from the blow was blazing. Duong Tung used his hand to block it by inertia. Dust flew up. When the light gradually dimmed down, it was seen that Murim Bai's foot had kicked a shield and not hit the target. Surprise. What? Zhang Heng joins the battle. He chuckled and muttered, "How disappointing. Duong Tung, how dare you play alone without calling me?" The match started. More people added. Zhang Heng Murim Bak, itchy body, likes a monster and refuses to give up. Zhang Heng. Min had seen him last summer, but this was the first time he had met him in person. Murim Bai was silent. His eyes became sharp as he observed the opponent. His hand. Murim Bai commented on the difference in their physical appearance. This pressure was unfamiliar, because among his fellow disciples, there was no one bigger than him. Looking at him closely, he was even taller than him. Thought too much. Murim Bai secretly admired Nam Kung Sach. How could Nam Kung Sach win against such a person without falling? Any sweat? Zhang Heng continued to look at Duong Tung and laughed. But I heard that you've been helping out in Bak Van Thursday Palace lately. Is that true? Haha. Can you fight then? Duong Tung pouted in response to Zhang Heng's teasing. Uft. So you've been busy and only now come to help Ta Suang? Even though now, it's too late. Zhang Heng reminded. Don't say that about people. Xie Chong behind them grabbed Tang Tung's shirt and scolded. You know it's late. Why don't you stop arguing and beat him up? Tang Tung commented. Junior sister Yu is back to normal. How lucky. Jiang Xiong smiled bitterly. Now he probably can't say he doesn't care. Where is it? Duong Tung, continue this. Now there are two people, so I will give you the other one, he said as he ran away, not giving Murim Bai or Jiang Xiong time to react. And I will deal with that bastard over there. Jiang Xiong called out. Hey. Ta Suang was worried. With Zhang Heng here, things would get better. But she looked at his back. Would he be okay alone? She continued to think to herself. Before, Duong Tung was the strongest among the group, but after the match with Duong Nok Ni, he only read books. Ta Suang looked to Nam Kung Sach, who was emitting spiritual energy that was opposite to his spiritual fighting ability. Nam Kung Sach. I don't feel much internal energy from him. It seems like he has reached the peak of 10 years of spiritual energy, not much different from when he first got it. Admitted to the school. At this rate, will he become Nam Kung's opponent? Is this okay? Zhang Heng tapped her shoulder lightly, bringing her back to reality. He smiled and reminded. Hey, he's Duong Tung. Did you forget? Mirror. Ta Suang's face softened. She let out a breath, smiled faintly. Zhang Heng looked at her and commented. Oh, Duong Tung also smiles like that. Ta Suang was surprised. I laugh like you. Huh. Zhang Heng continued to tease. I mean, it's rude to laugh like that while you're worried. Rude to him, and to us too. Xie Chong recalled Tang Tung's face and words just now. As long as you say you don't want to. If we get married, I will definitely help you. She thought to herself, that's strange. Why does the back of someone who has only read books for nearly a year look broad and trustworthy? Really? It's always like that. Xie Chong blushed as he continued to think, feeling like no one could surpass him. Through him, Ta Suang laughed smugly. Tisk, at times like this, you look. I'm so cool. Murim Bai said loudly. This is not you. You should step forward. Over my dead body first. Zhang Heng reminded uncomfortably. I'm still standing in front of you, and you still say that? Piss. Matchmaking or something. To be honest, you don't care about anything but martial arts competition, right? Murim Bai, answer him. If he wants to fight Nam Kung Sach, he must overcome me, the runner-up of the previous tournament. Zhang Heng smiled and responded to this guy with his own reasoning. If that's the case, then you have to do it too. That's it. If you want to compete with Duong Tung, you must first get past the runner-up of Kai Ti Long Fuang, Tay and Mo Dong. Bai was speechless. He frowned seriously. Reply. If you want it that way, like. The monster was not convinced. Murim Bai took the position and was ready to fight Jiang Xiong. I will make your wish come true. Zhang Heng, lift shield. Up. He laughed happily, exclaimed, Very good. Wouldn't it be better to do it like this from the beginning? Murim, I evaluated my opponent. I haven't fought him in the tournament yet, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. He glanced to the opposite side. But why am I secretly wondering? Why hasn't that guy come back yet? He just flew for a bit, and he's already unconscious? This side is struggling to sit up. In front of him were Mak Trung and Luke Min. He turned around to go back and help the other two, was immediately stopped by Mak Trung and stopped. He quickly drew his sword and rushed forward to block. Multi-lane road. He said briefly, get out, his mind only concerned with his own weapon. My weapon is still right in front of me, and now I have to deal with this. These shrimps. Mak Trung replied to him in a long time. After all, he was not related to anyone related to this matter. I'm afraid if you don't leave quickly, I will kill you. Mak Trung, without any fear, he asked again. Really? Knowing that you will be beaten, why do you still crowd in again and again? But in a split second, he was injured and the bullet had passed him. Mak Trung, holding the place that was stabbed, grimacing and thinking to himself, he just stabbed us in a split second. What? The tip of Da's sword was still bleeding. He sighed. I guess I've been too lenient with you little shrimps lately, so you don't know your place? He used his signature move, Flying Fish. Quick sword. Dai gritted his teeth. I am Dai of Hai Nam Sword Sect, one of the 9 great sects. Do you think someone like you is worthy to be my opponent? The ultimate reverse scale. Luke Min draws a few lines. The road on the ground. Dai looked at him. Confusing. He cursed under his breath. Fuck, you startled me. I forgot this guy was here too. He remembered the day he competed for the position of department head. After all, this southern barbarian was just a punching bag. Oh well, just leave it. Mak Trung thought differently. The enemy continued to take action. He thought to himself, by the time I get my weapons back, you guys will be dead for sure. Mak Trung was the one. Attack first under the surprise of the E. Sword energy is sharp as a spear, sharp as a spear. Sword chi. He replied to him. If it hits, my sword has a long range, so don't look away, or your eyes will be the next target. Dai thought. Could his sword energy reach that far? He laughed, then asked, again, what about the challenge? He used his move, the ultimate reverse scale, and the general was immediately pushed back. Dai looked down on him. What good is a long range, but slow as a turtle? He asked while continuously attacking him. Mak Trung spat blood and cried out in pain, but he was still sober enough to judge. Guess the situation. Mak Trung suddenly rushed into Dai's blind spot, pushing him down. They entered the formation that Luke Min had just drawn. Immediately Mak Trung gave the signal. Right. At this moment, Dai fell into the middle of the formation. He was confused and didn't understand anything. Luke Min touched the tip of his stick to a point, and the stick let out a screech. What the hell are you doing? He laughed and explained. People just drew those 4 bagua shapes. The formation was immediately activated. The Chi Gate formation cried out, wait. But he was quickly teleported away. Mak Trung laughed smugly. Even though he was being hit on the hand, he knew it. Min knew he was drawing something, but he didn't expect that he knew how to draw a Chi Gate formation. He smiled at Luke Min, who also smiled back, and gave him a thumbs up in praise. In his heart, he secretly praised him, as expected of Miss Ta Suong's friend. The top of the pyramid. Mak Trung looked to the opposite direction. We finished off one guy on this side, but now I don't have any strength left to move anymore. He left the rest to Tang Tung. Take care of the rest. Tang Tung. Nam Kung Sach was looking at Duong Tung. He also looked back at him. Duong Tung was the one who spoke first. Nam Kung Sach looked at the way he, calling a bunch of unrelated people together like this. He must have planned the situation. Is this it? Nam Kung Sach did not reply. Duong Tung continued to ask him, why did he have to go to this extent? Nam Kung Sach, just now speaking, I'm just curious about the person who defeated Duong Nak Ni and became more and more famous in school. This martial arts world. He explained his reasons. I really want to meet you. Duong Tung did not say more precisely, I want fight with you. Duong Tung continued. Then let me ask you this question. Nam Kung Sach. Question. What? Duong Tung asked directly. Why did you propose to Ta Suong? You're not interested in girls. Nam Kung Sach answered his question. I just said it. I want to meet and fight you. Duong Tung paused. He was stunned. Just that. That's it. Huh. Nam Kung Sach affirmed. Again. Yes. Duong Tung gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Then Ta Suong didn't need to get involved, right? So you asked Nam Kung Sach the question that everyone was wondering. Why don't you call me out directly? The arm holding, his stick tightened. Tang Tung was angry. Why did he destroy it? Now together, a person's future has absolutely nothing to do with this, so why not call me out? You bastard. He did not reply immediately. After a moment, Nam Kung Sach replied to Duong Tung with a question. Is there a problem? He continued to give his argument. The weak deserve to be taken advantage of. Duong Tung found it hard to believe. What? Nam Kung Sach continued. Whether it is marriage or war, the winner will take all. It is that simple. Nam Kung Sach holds the sword in his hand. The weak must obey the strong and always ready to listen to orders. That's what this martial arts world is all about. He didn't stop there and continued. If you want to get your friend back, then defeat me, reveal everything, your power. Duong Tung sneered. Accept the challenge. Okay, brother, exclaimed, I will definitely defeat you. Nam Kung Sach looked at him. Duong Tung continued. I will beat you up, not only to get my junior sister back, but also to destroy that nonsense thought of yours. Tang Tung put his hands in his pockets, while saying, I will teach you from the beginning what a truly strong person should do. He put a few pills in his mouth. As he said, the winner takes all. Their effect is that in 15 minutes vitality plus 15 points, in 15 minutes strength, strong plus 15 points. Duong Tung entered the position, ready to welcome Nam Kung Sach. Had he gone back on his word? Finally, Duong Tung was able to stand alone before the domain of Nguvong Bin Nan. If it was his previous life, this would never have happened. But his opponent was one of the masters of the righteous sect after all, someone who possessed extremely powerful strength, as well as the former leader of the Vo Lam Alliance. Although he has abdicated, he still maintains his past glory. The leader of the Ghost Translation Team, Nam Kung Sach, is the same, because he is a hero. No one opposed or hated him, nor did anyone say a word when he used his great power to turn the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance into a puppet. 1 year after winning the martial arts tournament, he was sent to kill Jiang as a first-class disciple, where he used only 3 moves to defeat the 3 great sun demons who were causing chaos in that area. After graduating from the martial arts school with the highest score, he joined the Ghost Translation Team and began his legend. My voice. After 7 days of taming the mountain, Tian's son, the massacre of the fallen ghosts, stopping the attack of the noble village, the thing that terrorized Lu Dong, all of it was handled by him alone. The next 3 years, he continued to massacre thousands of evil cultivators, and thanks to those achievements, he became the deputy leader of the Demon Extermination Team. Around that time, the war between the Martial Arts Alliance and the North Ice, the palace broke out. In this expedition, even though the motherfucker didn't want to admit it, he was indeed very formidable. During the war, lacking in strength, Nam Kung Sach single-handedly massacred thousands of elite soldiers of the North Ice Palace and cut off the head. Northern Ice Palace. Witnessing that unbelievable scene, all the soldiers of the Demon Translation Team were immersed in joy, happy and emotional. After that victory, he quickly became the leader of the Demon Translation Team at an extremely young age. Several years after that incident, when the battle against the evil sect in Qinghai, the Great War, Qinghai broke out. In that battle, after 7 days and 7 nights, was finally defeated by Nangongsa. So all the evil sect's troops withdrew to Xinjiang. The leader of the evil sect could not cure his internal injuries, so he finally passed away, had to give his life. That was the shining milestone in his legend. Everyone in the martial arts world believed that Nam Kung Sach was the #1 swordsman in Central Plains, and also the #1 warrior in the world. That was how his name was forever in glory, because his name was more like a religious belief than a fictional character that only appeared in legends. Until the day he became the leader of the 5 kings of Pingshun and put his sword behind the entire Central Plains. Whether it was now or then, I still couldn't understand why someone who had once slaughtered countless evil cultivators would eventually change sides. Instead of trust, now all that remained in my heart was anger. Although they didn't expect to meet each other again. Even though we're like this, I can still feel the anger when it first snowed last year. Duong Tung, gritting his teeth, his hands balled into fists, the resentment that had once subsided in his heart was now boiling. It's all because of this bastard in front of me. He is the one who was the real culprit. Not because the alliance leader had become his puppet or because the heavenly demon army had become much stronger than speculated. If this bastard is a strong martial artist, if the righteous had not surrendered first, that mess would not have happened. Duong Tung poured his anger into his weapon and then rushed to attack first. Forced Nam Kung Sach to jump up to avoid. He used the Wei Lan Di by Tian Kong's sword to counterattack. Duong Tung thought cautiously. He had only seen that posture from behind. He never thought that one day he would have to face it. He thought it was just a normal sword technique. A simple downward swing of the sword is not at all. What a smokescreen. Duong Tung dodged to dodge the attack, but he was cut, torn clothes, bleeding. Duong Tung was beaten by Nam. The bow is pushed back. No need to shake the sword, just this sword path. It's no different from a killer move. Duong Tung thought uncomfortably. Nam Kung Sach continued to rush forward, narrowing the gap, away from Duong Tung. Duong Tung is empty of trees. He slammed his stick into the ground, using it as a springboard to dodge the attack. He judged that the direction of Nam Kung Sach's slash this time was a horizontal slash. Duong Tung felt the pain on his hand, his left shoulder, the right side of the garment's hem as well. Duong Tung gritted his teeth in discomfort. He could feel it right in front of him. The system provides skill information. Nam Kung Sach focused on observing his opponent. Duong Tung is worried that he will lose. Skill activated, critical rate. The network is 35%. Duong Tung swung his stick. Nam Kung. The book dodged the attack. He retreated. Duong Tung. Also in defensive stance. Title, Duckmaster. When used, attack speed increases by 30%. When used, movement speed increases by 30%. When used, all numbers increases by 30%. Duong Tung points the stick at the opponent. Nam Kung pointed his sword at him. Duong Tung thought to himself, if only in the blink of an eye. In just a moment, the two people fought continuously. The blows were so fast that they could not be seen. Duong Tung was crowded. The blocker, Nam Kung Sach, only focused, without blinking. He swung his sword, using the second move of Oi Lam's White Sky Sword. Duong Tung dodged the attack and created distance. His sword is coming. Duong Tung thought to himself. At this moment he calculated and then let go of the stick out of his hand. Nam Kung Sach was surprised by Duong Tung's action. He used White Tooth Ascension to force Duong Tung to retreat further. His shirt, the tongue road, was torn. He reached out to hold it, sword, and quickly drew two weapons. Duong Tung uses the 10 Great Demon Vase technique, but only Tang Tung attacked with two weapons. Nam Kung Sach was pushed back. This action surprised Ta Suong. Did Nam Kung Sach just jump back? Someone who had never retreated was forced to retreat. She secretly admired him. You are really amazing. Duong Tung. Nam Kung Sach. Continue using Wei Lan's White Sky Sword. The fifth move is the move used last time against Zhang Hong. The ground around Duong Tung was flooded and sank. Duong Tung tried to block, but still spurted blood, and cried out in pain. Xie Xiangso, Jiang Xiong, was also surprised. It was the move he had used on him. Nan Gongshu was surprised. Tree. Duong Tung's stick fell and hit the ground. Duong Tung gasped, thinking, damn, I dropped it. Nam Kung Sach looked at him in confusion. What is it? He remembered the scene just now. I definitely saw him using a stick to block, but he still held his weapons with both hands. Why is that? Duong Tung thought to himself. It's a bit like the weight of that old man Kim Trung Nam, but it was definitely much weaker than the one I saw when I destroyed the Northern Ice Palace. At that time, his attack also created a hole, 30 meters deep. Tang Tung calculated his countermeasures. He had already used up all his pills, Mount Tai, and the title of Master of Duck Walking. He even used the 10,000 station combo attack, but still couldn't touch a single hair on his body. He finished. Duong Tung scolded himself. He thought he was on par with Duong Nak Ni. He looked at Nam, Palace of Books, but when faced with another wall like this, an inhuman bastard. Compared to their previous lives, Zhang Hong, Ta Suong, and Duong Nak Ni have become much stronger after being entangled with me. But Tang Tung was in disbelief and anger. What the hell is this bastard? It felt like he was an insurmountable wall. Tang Tung exhaled, calmed myself, but thanks to that I was calm. Much calmer now. His grip on the weapon became more comfortable. Tang Tung calculated. From this moment on, I have no other choice but to become stronger. He held two weapons in one hand. Nam Kung Sach's eyes never left from Duong Tung. He calculated that even though Min had used it, he still couldn't withstand all of his power. Duong Tung looked to the other side. Another weapon was hanging there. Duong Tung jumped up, an intention, or holding something else. Nam Kung Sach looked at Duong Tung, surprised to see his actions. Tang Tung held 2 weapons in both hands. He used the combination of the 10 great demon soldiers and 4 soldiers. Left hand holding sword and stick, right hand holding an axe and a knife. Nam Kung Sach wondered. He also held it like that just now. What? He said, the most important thing in martial arts is what you learned. If you hold weapons like that, you won't be able to use them properly, Nam Kung Sach said as he drew his sword from its sheath. It would be better to focus on using one sword instead of wasting time using many weapons. I've lost all interest in you now. Drawing my sword would be pointless. He got into a stance to end this match. It was over. Nan Gongsa used Wei Lan's white sky sword. Duong Tung focused all his energy on that technique. For soldiers combined with Azura, Zhuge Liang observed from above and spoke to old man Jin Zhongnan next to him. Do you see? He asked again. Aren't we looking at the same thing? The third person spoke up, unable to believe he could hold 4 weapons at once. Zhuge Liang continued. He did not expect that this was the secret that Tang Tung found in the 100,000 Books Palace. Kim Trung-nam smiled happily, looking like the result of daily training at both the library and it's more like socializing. They laughed at each other, making the nun judge. How can you two still say that after looking at this? The way he holds a weapon is completely different from our school. He is indeed a good disciple. Why don't we guide him on the right path? More? Kim Trung-nam glanced at her with a smile, not expecting her to say that. The Queen of the Divine Sword of Shanghai. No, now she should be called the Celestial Monk Puda, right? Celestial Monk. The woman continued. I said that only because I have seen enough. Above all, that name. Unexpectedly, the name of that technique is 10 Great Demonic Diseases. Even we don't know who used it before. Use it again. Kim Trung-nam wondered. She did not know who used the 10 Great. Ma Bin. Zhuge Chong was the one answering him. How would he know? Because he was called by another name. In this Central Plains. Xingnu looked at him, interested. Another name? Kim Trung. The man replied. Dai Fong Tuesday. The female monk was surprised. People. Great. Feng Zi. About 100 years ago, there was a mysterious master from somewhere beyond the Great Wall who came to the Central Plains. Some say he came from the west or faraway Japan. Some say he came from the east, but in the end no one knows where he came from. But that person himself called himself Kim Sin. He was a legend. You had won hundreds of martial arts competitions without ever losing. Never lost a battle. The nun thought to herself. Great Wind Master Zhuge Chong looked at her, not expecting that the brat would find Great Wind Master's notes on the 10th floor of the 100,000 Books Hall. He looked down at the match below. Then he secretly calculated. Finding the descendant of Dai Fong Tu is the eternal mission of the Zhuge family. I didn't expect him to appear so suddenly. It really was very surprising. The female monk wondered, but Dai Fong Tu was just a legend, and he was not a disciple. Where is his personal heir? Kim Trung-nam spoke up, arguing between someone who learned a martial arts theory yesterday and someone who will learn the same theory tomorrow. There is truly nothing more useless than that. Ho ho, she smiled and asked him back, teasingly. Do you mean that one day, old who will have to admit that this kid's martial arts are difficult to understand? That one. Zhuge Liang replied to her with a smile. I believe so. He thought to himself, because someone had fought with him, acknowledged him, and believed in him. On this side, Kim Hak is still stealing fire with Xiejiang. Xiejiang shouted uncomfortably. Why did the master have to do that? Kim Hak laughed. Simply because this is my job and nothing else. They continue to fight. Kim Hak made a suggestion. Unless you leave this school. Otherwise, just keep fighting each other. Mister, he continued to hit. I started to feel better. Ha. Ta Zhang stepped back. Grandmaster Kim Hak. Zhuge Chong was trembling as he watched the battle. Even though the ancient building of the Martial Arts Alliance was being destroyed, he still shouldn't barge in. The female monk looked at the large-scale battle below and commented, it was definitely him. Zhuge Liang thought to himself, luckily everyone participated. The festival is over. He continued, I know he was called here by you, but I'm still a little worried. Principal Jia, Kat Sung glanced at Kim Trung-nam while finishing. Are you sure Grandmaster Kim Hak can convince Ta Zhang? No way. He calmly replied. I called Grandmaster Kim Hak here simply to convince Ta Zhang. Kim Trung-nam smiled. I want to give the children a chance. Both Zhuge Liang and the female monk were puzzled by the two words, opportunity. Kim Trung-nam explained as he looked down, a chance to show off the results of his training after being defeated earlier, a chance to get rid of the feeling of feeling useless and a chance to walk your own path, to prove it right. No matter what the world says, in short, it is an opportunity to grow. How can we bear to take away the opportunity for them to rise like the sun from cotton? Night. Over here, Duong Tung is fighting with Nam Kung Sach. He activates his skill. Duong Tung's other hand holds a stick. Activate skill. With axe, passive skill, magic enchantment level 13, proficiency 5%. While holding an axe, your power will be increased. The increased power depends on the skill level. Current performance, at, increased by 120%. When holding a knife-type weapon such as a dagger, machete, broadsword, or crescent blade, your chance of counterattacking was increased. The attack path was downward, forcing Nam Kung Sach to jump high, keeping his distance. He observed the trajectory. From the power to the speed, everything became faster, much faster than when he used 2 weapons, and when he used 3 weapons to block the oath of heaven and earth. His language. He wondered why he became so powerful, because he used more weapons. Stronger? As if every weapon has its own soul. Nam Kung Sach compared it. It was like he was fighting 4 opponents at the same time, each using a different weapon. Nam Kung Sach landed on the roof. Now that I've spoken, I admit my mistake. Of his. Nam Kung Sach used the words of heaven and earth to swear. He rushed over and exclaimed, "You, very strong." Duong Tung thought in surprise, displaying the words of the oath of heaven and earth above. In the air, he was increasing his strength in the weight of the oath of heaven and earth. Nan Gongshu rushed over. Duong Tung was ready to receive his blow. He thought to himself, I have tried to limit my attack. His attack by pushing him into the air to finish him off in one go. But he took advantage of it to execute his attack. Counterattack of his own. Duong Tung angrily scolded. Those hateful rotten geniuses. Left-hand sword and staff. Right-hand support and knife. The internals are stacked on top of each other. When holding a sword, attack speed increases by 120%. When holding a staff, strength increases by 120%. When holding a staff weapon, critical rate increases by 35%. When holding a knife weapon, probability, counterattack increased by 2%. Duong Tung used all his strength to hold the 4 weapons, the 10 great demon soldiers. The first combination of 4 soldiers. Nam Kung Sach opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "The tiger ascends and falls, for weapons strike down." The blow, critical hit, counterattack successful. Your attack dealt 200% damage to the opponent. Your attack was reflected back at the opponent. Nam Kung Sach cried out in pain. He, beaten, fled. The system brings up a message. You have activated your first counterattack. A special reward will be sent to you. Your counterattack probability has been permanently increased. Add 1%. Nam Kung Sach Vang went to make the other construction site fall into ruins. Duong Tung watched his hand tremble with pain and fatigue. He thought to himself, it felt like his hands, arms, flesh, and muscles were all being ripped apart. Is it because of the collision just now? I feel so dizzy. Duong Tung said to himself, calm yourself down. Your face is also in tatters. It's okay. The system informs you. You have achieved a certain level of proficiency through continuous use of the dig. The proficiency of the sword technique has increased. The sword technique proficiency level 3 has naturally become stronger. Sin Bak looked up from the bottom of the pond. He could not believe it. No, it was impossible. This guy? Gasped in amazement. He could push Nin Gongshu to that extent. That bastard surpassed, even beyond the real Long Tu Zian. He gradually became someone out of reach. Of mine. Sin Bak gritted his teeth and hissed, his hands curled into fists. Punch, he thought to himself. You just wait. I am Sin Bak, one of the disciples of the Trung Nam sect of the 9 great sects, and also a great family. And I am also the one who came from the end of. The white-haired martial arts tournament's leader turned his gaze to Xie Xuan. He thought to himself, no matter what, I deserve to have a wife who is the champion of the female board. Better than you. Sin Bak decided, here is the opportunity. Can I even defeat a crybaby girl? He charged forward with dark thoughts. If I defeat and kill her, according to the tradition of matchmaking, I will become her fiancé. Ta Suang suddenly disappeared. She appeared behind him, said, you know what is worth. Are you scared? Sin Bak paused. Ta Suang felt uncomfortable. and continued, "It's the perverted gaze of the person behind me." She used her hand to grab his head before Shinbok could react. Ta Suang continued speaking. "I said that in case you misunderstood." She leaned closer. His ear, "Threat. About your own position." She took a run-up and threw him away. The female monk from heaven looked down. Central and south were no longer the same. Murongbei kicked Jiang Xiong's shield. He vigilantly blocked Murongbei's attack. Murongbei thought uncomfortably, "Damn it, his shield is so annoying." He changed the direction of his attack. There was only one way left. "I will attack from the side," he thought while controlling his legs. Jiang Xiong was surprised. Murongbei is confident in himself. "I hit it." Zhang Heng dodged the attack. He punched Murongbei in the face, making him cry out in pain. Zhang Heng sneered. "Damn, you almost hit me." Murongbei spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old Jin Zhongnan is here asking about Zhuge Chong. By the way, what did you teach that little brat Jiang Xiong? Does he use nothing but a shield?" Zhuge Liang laughed. Then he looked at old Kim, Trung Nam, and replied, "You also know, my Jia Cat family may not have enough talent to rule the world, but it has countless martial arts scholars. You must also know that our ancestors had many outstanding scholars." Principal Kim, Trung Nam replied, "Of course not your great-grandfather. Isn't that eccentric one of them?" The female monk listened in amazement. The great-grandfather of the alliance leader? They must mean the eccentric Zhuge Liang. He was called by that name after spending his entire life searching for outstanding martial arts. Zhuge Liang continued to smile and said, "That's right. When my grandfather was still alive, he always said this. It is often said that offense is the best defense, but in reality that rarely happens. In battle, when people fight with swords or blunt instruments, there is no such thing as combined offense and defense." So he came up with a way. Instead of using swords, blunt weapons, or throwing weapons, if he only used shields when fighting, then what? He finally thought of a trick. This martial art. Murongbei let out a tired breath, thinking to himself, "Because of that shield, I can't hit properly." He was confident, but the longer we use it, the more beneficial it is. The more we use fire and heat, the hotter our muscles will be, making the work more effective. The attack is getting stronger and stronger. Like before, if you can get around the shield and kick. He charged again. "I can defeat this big guy in one hit." Murongbei kicked again. Jiang Xiong quickly used his shield to defend himself. They collided with each other, stepped back to keep distance. Zhang Heng found it difficult, wondered, "I still don't understand why you have to take the trouble to come here to fight each other." Murongbei blocked the attack. He landed while landing. "What else?" "You." I rushed up again, of course too. "I fought you guys. Also, I want to see if you're on our side." "I don't." Zhang Heng asked again, confused. "Your side?" Murongbei affirmed. "Yes." He continued to speak while fighting. In the martial arts world, there are two distinct factions. One is from the 5 great families, and the other is of the 9 great sections. Zhang Heng swung his shield and pushed Murongbei back. Murongbei slapped Jiang Xiong's face while saying, "If you don't join our side, then can only be enemy of." "Let's stop." Zhang Heng pursed his lips uncomfortably. He let out a breath. "Maybe they both hate each other, but divide the Central Plains into 2 factions like this. Is it necessary?" he said while pounding. Shield to the ground, Murongbei retreated. Far away, annoyed thought to himself, "TSK, this guy is so shallow." He continued to persuade. "If you are a strong person in this martial arts world, you must choose one of 2 sides. Otherwise you will be destroyed and purged." Even though the alliance leader's family is on the weaker side, since it is one of the 5 great clans, we can consider the alliance leader as one of our own, and you are his disciple, so please join us. He is Jiang Xiong. Let's destroy the 9 great sects together. If you don't choose one of the 2 sides, you will definitely be destroyed." Zhang Heng frowned and looked at this guy. Puzzled look. He commented, "Wow, what a strange sound. How gloomy." He continued, "Although we are not the ones who said this, there is a famous saying hanging on the front gate that keeping enemies inside the country will perish, leaving enemies outside the country will prosper. You don't think the martial arts world is like our country?" "What?" Murongbei paused before Zhang Heng's words. Zhang Heng observed him, thinking to himself with a bored expression. Looking at that face, he knew he didn't understand. "Chanamo." Dung Bok moved. He glanced down. "The temperature is gradually decreasing, so I want to make the fire kick stronger." He rushed forward. "We had to keep moving to increase the temperature." Zhang Heng, suddenly, charged without rest. What? Muronbai continued to use his fire heat kick to hit Jiang Xiong's shield. His fire heat kick was a martial art that used heat from the muscles, so he must continuously attack. Zhang Heng sneered. If so, he is an excellent opponent to practice shield techniques. Jin Zhongnan asked Zhuge Liang from above. What is the name of this martial art move? Zhuge Liang replied, I haven't thought of it yet. Not yet. Zhuge Liang continued. My great-grandfather only thought of it and never expected anyone to use it. He only wanted to see how powerful the martial art he thought of could be. Kim Trung-nam winked and laughed. Ho ho ho, this joke is quite terrible. Zhuge Liang looked at him and replied. Ha ha ha, so the principal thinks we should name it. What to give it? Kim Trung-nam thought seriously. Name? Muronbai was still fighting with Jiang Xiong. He observed them, spoke. The shield could block all strong attacks, while receiving all rotating attacks directly into the opponent's defense. It still maintains its center firmly, firm like a giant mountain. Zhang Heng clenched his shield grip. He used all his strength to throw his opponent away. Muronbai was sent flying by Jiang Xiong's shield. Every time the shield moved, it caused the surrounding air to vibrate. Like crazy, Muronbai was blown away by the force of the shield to the middle of the swamp, as if space was trembling. Zhang Heng jumped up, surprising Mo Dongbok. Zhang Heng clasped his hands together, ready. Down posture. Muronbai cursed loudly. Damn it. Zhang Heng struck down. It could not block any attack. It seemed like it could not be stopped. Water splashed everywhere when Muronbai was knocked into the pond by Jiang Xiong, like the wall of A. Zhuge Liang pushed the glass fortress. What if Dashenchong fails? Kim Trung Nam agrees with him, so let's call it Dai Sun Sun Kong Tan. The unconscious Muronbai was carried to shore by Jiang Xiong. He held the shield in one hand and dragged the man to the shore with the other. He muttered, You said you want me and Duong Tung to be on your side? TSK TSK. He looked at Muronbai. I also really hope for one thing. Then he let this guy down. Instead of dividing the martial arts world into two factions, the 5 great clans and the 9 great sects, why doesn't everyone get on the same side? As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion appeared from afar, created by Kim Hak and Ta Zhang. Zhang Heng cursed under his breath. Enough. He looked to the other side. Is a Grand Master or something of Huashan and Xiejiang. From now until now they still head. Ta Zhang used the 3rd Dragon Phoenix technique, Golden Plum Blossom Mirror. Kim Hak responded with Fire Cloud. Only, Fire Bone. Ta Zhang gritted his teeth. I wonder, why did the master have to go to this extent? Is it worth it? Kim, the crane replied, Of course it's worth it. Everything I do is for the sake of change. Generation. 50% of the flame was released, and Kim Hak gathered more power. Our generation is already in the past. Cousin, do you want the children to shoulder the problems of the next generation? Ta Zhang gritted his teeth. Generation. He continued to use the next form. Dragon and Phoenix technique. The MTH consciousness. Ta Zhang rushed forward and shouted. If it wasn't me, who would care about my daughter's problem? Tuet Mai, Hua Tiankong, he struck down. Below, Kim Hak used the first fire cloud form to block the attack. Bitter and peaceful. Kim Hak continued to advise. My dear teacher, the children today are like mighty streams flowing out to the sea. Just leave them alone. Let their history flow with the flow. Because in the end we all live by our own decisions. They landed. A rain fell, the result of the attack. The merit of both. Xiejiang spoke, his voice noticeably softening. Grandmaster, do you think Tang Tung can defeat Nangong? Books? Kim Hak honestly doesn't know, but it all depends on them. Well, he smiled, completely trusting Tang Tung. So just wait and see. Go, sir, he insisted, but I am sure Tang Tung will win. Then look to the opposite side. That is my expectation as a master. Xiejiang laughed. Haha, I understand. I finally understand why Tang Tung doesn't consider me his master. He sighed, because in his mind, he already had another master. Kim Hak looked at Ta Zhang, burst out a guy laughing. Ha ha, ha you too. Ta Zhang did not reply. He looked to the other side. But Nam Kung Sach is not an easy opponent. He is the strongest person I have ever seen in this generation. As soon as he finished speaking, the other side has changed. Dust. The flying clouds filled the air. The students outside were chatting excitedly. What was going on? Was Nam Kung Sach fighting? Wow. Really? What? Who is playing? Lamdat. Call inside. Luke Min. He spoke when Luke Min turned back to look. What happened? Why were Nam Kung Sach and Duong Tung fighting each other? Luke Min smiled and started. The beginning of the story. Ah, that's a long story. Lamdak continued. I heard that Nam Kung Sach and Ta Song are engaged, but I don't understand how that has anything to do with Nam Kung Sach and Duong Tung's first match. Luke Min smiled. Duong Tung was fighting to rescue Ta Song from that Nam Kung Sach. The students outside all had the same expression of surprise. Name, Bakha, looked down on Duong Tung. Ah, then Nam Kung Sach Tang is sure, rescue shit. The two girls in the same room with Ta Song also added their words. The target was Nam Kung Sach. Could it be that Duong Tung wanted to interfere in his friend's future? Ho ho, that's right. One was the champion of the male division. The other was the champion of the female division of the martial arts tournament. What a perfect match. Lamdat defended his friend. So to you guys, is that considered marriage? They asked back in annoyance. What did this stuttering fat guy just say? What if it was Tang Tung Tang? He asked again. Humph. The person next to him burst out laughing. Haha, how could he win the martial arts tournament? Her friend. Agree. That's right. He's probably afraid of getting his tail stuck, so he doesn't dare to participate in the tournament. Lamdat did not reply. He was upset, but just thought to himself, if you like it then laugh, but I am sure. He also has faith in Tang Tung. You guys don't understand anything. Tang Tung is the strongest person I've ever met. He remembers some old stories again, because I have never seen anyone as stubborn as him. Duong Tung went to Bak Ven Thursday Palace every day. He both exercises and reads books, regardless. Tired of talking, regardless of time. Lamdat felt ashamed. He couldn't even read a book properly. Reading books while doing intense workouts. Who can read a book from cover to cover without skipping a page like him? No. Needs strong backing like the Nam Kung family or secret martial arts from other sects. He was a noble person. He worked hard to become as strong as he is now. So, with Nam Kung Sach, Duong Tung is much better. Nam Kung Sach was now injured. His face had a few scratches. Duong Tung, on the other hand, looked much more miserable. He thought to himself, while he was only using a sword of ascension and suffering, the four weapons of his power could only inflict very little damage. He observed Nam Kung Sach. The wound looked like that on the outside, but his eyes were still extremely sharp and calm. Duong Tung laughed. Somehow my body has found a strange pleasure. He felt the sound of sharp weapons all around him, the smell of sweat, temperature, body rolling and breathing. The atmosphere was tense. Duong Tung thought about his opponents, Zhang Heng, Duong Nak Ni, Nam Kung Sach, fighting against extremely strong people. It was indeed very interesting. Duong Tung continued to think, I'm so happy. I can't stand it anymore. Besides, just this little injury can't possibly extinguish the excitement, and this expectation is true. Nam Kung Sach observed Duong Tung. He spoke. You're happy, is that so? Then without waiting for him to reply, Nam Kung Sach continued. That's reasonable. I also feel happy. He smiled faintly. I am very happy to meet an opponent like you. Duong Tung was a little surprised. Did he just call himself an opponent? After all, this bastard is far from being a human. Okay. Duong Tung asked again. Who do you call a rival? Duong Tung sneered. Living in this world, I always have one principle. That is never treat good people badly. Similarly, the Tung road is breathing. He let out a breath and finished his sentence. Never be kind to evil people. Nam Kung Sach asked again. What do you mean? Is a bad person? Duong Tung paused. He affirmed for Nam Kung Sach to understand. Of course, after all that happened, he still thinks he's a good person. Nam Kung Sach seemed not to understand. He muttered, Is that so? So I am. Bad guy. Duong Tung was tickled by the intelligence of the person in front of him. Really, this bunch of geniuses, one after another, are really weird. He remembered Bak Chi and Duong Nak Ni, even though this name, or that person, no one knows how to say it clearly. Short and sweet, huh? Nam Kung Sach continued. Because you hate me, I'm happy. Tongue Street. Spray glue. Oh, hello, this crazy guy again. After sword fighting with you, I realize one thing. Besides what we learn, martial arts is also the way I learned it. The killing intent of your weapon is amazing. Nam Kung Sach looked down the Tongue road. There was something different about him, but in the end I still is the winner. As he struck down, the surrounding space changed. Mac Trung looked over and stuttered. It was him. Know this. Surprised exclamation. Spiritual power increased. Bai Xia outside also exclaimed when looking inside. Sword flow? He actually used sword flow. In the sky, lightning struck down, aimed at Nam Kung Sach's sword and gathered. The observers above were also amazed. Zhuge Liang spoke, spiritual power. The thunder intensified. Kim Trung Nam continued. Is he that kid? The one you want to test? Jia Cat, Sung replied concisely. That's right. Kim Trung Nam frowned, seriously commented. So we found another person. Tang, the woman was puzzled. What are you two talking about? So, Zhuge Liang explained to her. That child is not one of those children, the ones who will change the martial arts world and let it into the future. The nun continued. Isn't that what everyone wants from them? Why do you two look so worried, so quiet? Zhuge Liang did not respond for a moment. Kim Trung Nam was the one who answered for him. These two children both wanted to save the martial arts world from a chaotic future. But the problem is one of them wants to destroy it before rebuilding it while the other doesn't want the martial arts world to face collapse. Nam Kung Sach spoke while his body was surrounded by sword flow. Because he was very strong, he probably wouldn't die. So I'll go all out. Duong Tung looked at Nam Kung Sach and gritted his teeth in surprise. This guy is really amazing. Only 17 years old, but can already use spiritual power. Strengthened. The sky turned white by the Southern Palace book. The road, Tung commented, but he still doesn't know how to control it. The surrounding space was devastated by him. Tang Tung recalled the past. He had witnessed it before. In the battle of the Northern Sea expedition of the Thunderclap, Sword Stream. After that everything was fine, because he only aimed at the enemy. But now he aimed this damn enhanced spiritual power at himself. Duong Tung was uncomfortable. His body was stretched to the limit. He couldn't be defeated. The system has issued a surprise mission announcement, completing the matchmaking competition. Time limit is 2 hours after the match starts. Reward. If successful, you will receive the penalty item Mandarin Duck Ring. If failed, the mission will be cancelled. You will not be able to move within 2 hours. The bone weight appeared in the mind's eye. This time she smiled and turned to leave. You are precious to me, and I will return. Abandon me? Duong Tung reached out to grab. Take her hand. I assure you I will not lose, so don't worry. The road to the sky never screams. Use decimal. The great demon put his hand in his pocket. Choose the appropriate weapons system. Give notice you want to equip the horn frame. Agree horn frame. Accuracy frame is added 10% when holding a bow your accuracy will be increased by 15%. When holding a staff your critical rate will be increased by 35%. When holding a staff, your strength will be increased by 120% on the left side of the swing path. You can hold 3 more weapons. When holding a sword, your attack speed will be increased by 120%. When holding a staff, your critical chance will be increased by 35%. Duong Tung used the combined infantry to block and counterattack Nam Kung Sach. The light shines down, engulfing everything. The two of them. The last thing seen was the surprise in their eyes. Nam Kung Sach and his determination. The wind, whirlwind, and thunder mixed together, stirring up this place, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Those stars are always. Is it so brilliant? Duong Tung looked up at the sky and thought to himself. His hands were purple and trembling. He couldn't feel his arms anymore. The weapon must have fallen. In the end, I still lost. How could I possibly fight against such an early increase in spiritual power? Tang Tung's mind was blurred. Well, like he said, at least I should be happy that I'm not dead, right? He fell to his knees, unable to stand anymore. I didn't feel ashamed, nor did I feel humiliated. But Tang Tung trembled, resentfully cursing. Damn it, why am I so crazy? I'm completely crazy. Ta Suang's figure appeared before him. She smiled. Who are you cursing? Is that so? Duong Tung laughed. Ha, brother, lean on her. Let me lean on you, for a moment. Since I just showed you a great match, can I lean in a little longer? Even though I lost my hearing, I'm gone too. I can't hear anything anymore. So please forgive me, because no matter what you say, I will still rely on you. Ta Suang gently hit him. Duong Tung thought to himself. It's so warm, I guess. This is fine. Before I pass out, let me lean on you a little more. The figure of Nam Kung Sach fell down. Dust flew everywhere but, do not obscure the system notification. Mission completed. You have completed the surprise mission. The reward is being sent to you. Duong Tung was surprised. What? I won. I won against Nam Kung. Book. The Mandarin Duck Ring item has been transferred to your storage. No, Kung Sach lost. Ta Suang looked down at Duong Tung and thought to himself, he didn't expect Duong Tung to be able to defeat such a person. The funny thing is that he always falls asleep after defeating a strong enemy. She looked at the injuries on his body, as if he had put all his strength into the battle. The female monk appeared. She landed in front of Ta Suang. Ta Suang was surprised. His footsteps were clear, too far away. She looked at Zheng Nu and wondered, who is that? Zheng Nu said, hello, Miss Yeshuang. Your teammates on this side are also watching the match. In general, the one who spoke first, Duong Tung, won. He really defeated Nam Kung Sach. Kim Trung Nam spoke from behind. Luke Min looked at him with a puzzled expression. Kim Trung Nam smiled. A minute ago, Zhuge Liang spoke. Do you still remember during the competency interview? He recounted. I once said I wanted to meet someone, wanted to test someone, and wanted to recruit someone. Would you like to be my disciple? Kim Trung Nam continued. That's right. The person you want to test is Nam Kung Sach, and the person you want to accept as a disciple is Zhang Hong. Right? Jia. Kat Sung continued. In the end, I chose Zhang Hong as my disciple, but it feels like the person I chose in the first place. The most suitable choice to become my personal disciple. Kim Trung Nam was excited. I was amused by Zhuge Chang's words. The most suitable person to be your personal disciple? Ho ho, but this is not his martial art. Leader, the alliance continued. That's right. He has the ability to surpass me in every aspect. Except for martial arts. I really wanted to take him as a disciple, but I couldn't. Kim Trung Nam asked immediately. Why not? Zhuge Liang replied. Because you. That is. Nam Man. Kim Trung Nam was surprised. Nam Man? You mean your roommate? Tang Song. Zhuge Chong explained again. That's right. So I hope that the principal can give him special instructions at my place. If I can accept him as your disciple, that would be even better. Good. If he does, he will be a future talent. Because if he can obtain an important position in the Martial Arts Alliance, his existence can truly become a symbol of Martial Arts Alliance reform. The female monk added, everyone has their own disciples now. So let's get started. Zhuge Chong smiled, understanding her meaning. You mean Xie Chong? She replied to him. The smile was clear in his eyes. That's right. I've noticed that girl since the tournament. Just like the leader of the alliance here, he has a disciple that he likes. I think that girl is the most similar to me. The female monk continued. I think it's time I took her. We have arrived at Putua Temple. Zhuge Liang calculated. I have found 3 of the 5 people who possess the bodies of the 5 ghosts, by Ji. The first position of the evil sect's fire demon. Min Chi belongs to one of the 9 great iron-skinned sects of Shaolin Temple. Nam Kung Sach belongs to the Nam Kung family of the 5 great families of the Thunder God body. Since they are 3 of us, we must nurture talent to prepare for the future. Mr. Principal, and Luke Min, Tian Thuong Tang Nu and Ta Suang, Great Master Kim Hak, and Duong Nak, Ni Ai, and Zhang Hong. And finally, Duong Tung, a strange blockhead, always attracts our attention. Jia Cat, think carefully, so we can prevent impending danger. He looked down, a distant look and the collapse of the Zhang Ho. Kim Trung Nam looked up and transmitted his voice to Jia Cat Sung. Thinking back, he still hadn't heard about the remaining person. He asked, the person you want to test is Nam Kung Sach. The person you want to recruit is Luke Min. So who do you want to meet in the end? I don't think it's Duong Tung or Zhang Hong because you met them in the Longfuang exam. In Shangxi, Zhuge Chong replied with a voice transmission. Oh my, I can't say that. Hee. If you knew, it wouldn't be interesting anymore, because he himself was quite famous. At the mountain, time. This, Duong Nak Ni is using. He climbed up, saw the destination right in front of him, and muttered, find it. Okay. Duong Nak Ni jumped up. He easily entered to observe, thinking, is this the exclusive cultivation place of the Huashan sect's ancestors? He entered, went in and sat down, eyes closed, thinking to himself, I have completely made up for Kim Hung's weakness. I have also reached the legendary martial arts realm of Manhwa, like Tung Yun Fei Yao and Yu Guang Mei Hua Jian. Even some people, I still think that I have stood in the next ranks of Huashan sect's masters. But there is still one thing, still missing. One thing, a way to completely defeat that Tang Tung Kia. Duong Nak Ni went into seclusion to cultivate. Bin Min quickly appeared. The sun shines into the room, hitting Tang Song's consciousness. He looked around and thought to himself, it seems there are no fatal wounds. That's why he's in the dormitory and not the clinic. Duong Tung recalled his last strike. I still don't understand how I could win. I'm still very confused until now. How can I defeat his enhanced spiritual power? Duong Tung answered himself. My own question. It must be because Nam Kung Sach's internal energy has a problem, that's why I was able to win. No matter how strong he is just a 17-year-old kid. Even though he has stored up internal energy since birth, using a move that consumes internal energy, like lightning spirit power increases. If he were to become stronger, he would definitely put a huge amount of pressure on his body, because then he would no longer have the strength to maintain the enhanced spiritual power or move anymore. He thought to himself, maybe next time we meet, it will be more difficult to defeat him. I wish he would stop there. Duong Tung jumped up. I denied my previous thought. Of course there was no such thing. He looked into his inventory, the mandarin duck rings, another pair of precious rings with the image of two birds always together. Tang Tung Quan, close to it, thinking to himself, this is a love ring. Are you crazy? I put it on my hand. Only the blue one fits my finger. I still don't know if this thing works. What's so special? Luke Min just spoke up now. He's finally awake. Duong Tung joked normally. Have I ever not woken up in the morning? Where's the morning? Luke Min smiled and said, it's not normal for me, Duong Tung. Old fool. He quickly understood the meaning behind Luke Min's words. Even this had become a habit now. Every time I lose consciousness, I have to stay in a coma for several days. Duong Tung thought uncomfortably. What a waste of time. Continued asking, how long have I been sleeping? Luke Min. He smiled and held up 3 fingers. Tang Tung muttered, 3 days? Lu Ming. Keep holding up more fingers. Duong Tung was confused. Hey, why are you raising it again? Luke Min stopped at the number 6. 6 days. Duong Tung was surprised. I was in a coma for 6 days? Looked down at my limbs, moving slightly. So I guess I've recovered somewhat. But my muscles still feel sore as if the match just happened yesterday. Sure enough, Luke Bin's combination is still a bit too much for the current body. Mine. Luke Min continued to raise his hand. He leaned closer and spoke. Today is the last day. Duong Tung was confused. Huh? You mean? What do you mean? Luke Min grinned. He replied, it's the last day before your Dao Bui becomes a eunuch. It's the 7th day of the festival. But remember? If my memory serves me correctly, the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Festival lasts for 7 days. The Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Banquet will be held on the last day, which is also the day of the social event. Duong Tung thought to himself while leading Luke Min, who was happily following behind, to find a lover. That is, if before the end of the day he couldn't introduce a girl to him. Duong Tung forced himself to stop thinking. He didn't want to think about it. He walked and slapped himself in the mouth. Honestly, he should have been more careful. The moment of promise. The height of the festival, when I was thinking about how people find partners for the social, and as I tried to sort out my mood, I felt sorry for him. He must have spent the past 6 days watching me sleep in my room without being able to do anything about it. He thought of Ta Suong. Ta Suong was the only person who could help him. At this moment, Duong Tung remembered the embarrassing scene from the other day, but for some reason, I felt so embarrassed. Damn, why did I hug him at that time? Duong Tung I was thinking I originally planned to go see him, but he was in a coma for 6 days. Should I go see him? Again? I met them by chance. Ta Suong spoke. Duong Tung, you finally awake? Duong Tung blushed and suddenly exclaimed, holy shit, why is he here? However, the guy still tried to pretend to be calm in front of her. What are you doing here? Xie Chong seemed to see Tang Tung's confusion. She was joking, but I lost all my reputation, so I had to come here. Her friend added, that's right. Who would dare to challenge you after you defeated Nam Kung Sach in the match tomorrow? Hee. The third girl spoke up. Thanks to you. The satellites around us have also disappeared. Duong Tung looked at them. Slice. After that he spoke, his face showing no sign of confusion. Who are you guys? Ta Suong smiled and introduced. These are my roommates at Non Noyet Lao. Lin Ni from Class 2 and Hoa. Lin is in Class 4. Duong Tung smiled politely. He had an idea, then there was no other way. Ta Suong was puzzled. Flagstar, I suggest that even though I don't really want to, I will take responsibility for you on this last day, okay? Thank you. Bones burst out laughing. Her 2 friends whispered in disbelief. He really said that. Duong Tung put his arm around Ta Suong's shoulder. He was shy. Stop stuttering. Let's go, Xie Chong commented from the side. Do you know that you are becoming more and more like Jiang Xiong? She continued. From the beginning he also. Not famous at all. Duong Tung was so embarrassed that he broke out in a sweat and lost consciousness. Ta Suong put his hand on his shoulder, joking back. It seems like I should be the one to rescue you? He sneered. Is that so? Then I should be grateful for your help. Luke Min stood beside and watched the couple. His whole body emitted a murderous aura that made the road tremble. I can feel the murderous intent behind me. He thought to himself, if your boy head dares to do that, those 2 BVVE stones will fly to the sky. Duong Tung continued to suggest, if that's the case, junior sister, you can save your roommate too. Can I? Since when did Xie Chang's 2 friends surround Lu Ming? This kid is so young. Does our school also accept children? Don't you remember? He was also present in the competition. They were interested in Luke Min. Now looking back, he looks pretty cute. Ta Suong commented, I think everything is fine. Duong Tung agreed. With her? Yeah. She continued to flirt. Do you have any other roommates? One more person would be perfect. Duong Tung thought and replied. He is not my roommate. But he is a friend of. Xiechong muttered. What's wrong? Then I have to go alone? Tang Tung suggested. There's one more person. At the temple. Bok Van, letter. Lam Dat exclaimed in surprise. What? Hoa Lin exclaimed. This stuttering fat guy is your friend? Lin Ni teased. Now you're stuttering too. Haha, perfect couple. Lam Dat stuttered. Korn asked Duong Tung. What is the party? I can just read a book here. Duong Tung asked, put his hand on his shoulder, and sneered. Based on the pile of books you read last month, I know a lot about your interests. My friend, I asked him to go on a date. It's good to see the world at least once a year. Lam Dat hesitated, but finally, also agreed. After finding a partner for each of us, we spent the day participating in activities that would have taken 3 days to do alone. Eat delicious food from food stalls set up by disciples. Enjoy the martial arts performance of Ban Na and Ban Bi disciples. Dance to the tunes played by the black and red guest band. Autumn leaves falling is described. Ta Song reached out to catch them. Duong Tung approached from behind her, just in time to hear her comment. Beautiful, right? He looked at her again, blushed, and replied. Yes, Duong Tung reminded himself. Hey, what's wrong with me today? Ta Suong continued. It reminds me of the old days. Duong Tung looked up at the sky. He agreed with her. Yes, that's true. Ta Suong wondered. Do you still look up at the sky like this sometimes? Duong Tung replied. Her words, not really, recently I just read books. Ta Suong looked at him. I think I asked the same question before. Why do you focus on reading books? A year ago, he also asked me the same question, and the answer was, my words remain the same. Duong Tung repeated, because I'm not good. Ta Suong, laugh no, replied. Duong Tung continued. I said it last time. I only have one talent. Ta Suong, guess, effort. Duong Tung affirmed again. Yes, it is effort. She continued to ask, do you still want to become the #1 master? The world. Duong Tung denied it. It was just a wish when I had not yet realized my true purpose. Ta Suong was curious. So what is the real purpose of? What are you? He replied briefly. A strong shoulder to lift. Support the world. Duong Tung smiled, his determination evident in every word. That's what I want. Ta Suong smiled faintly. Same. But, he explained to her. No, the #1 man in the world that I know has thrown all the burdens on his shoulders, and his shoulders don't even have any. No problem. Ta Suong breathed a sigh of relief. She continued. You can't be the best in the world anymore anyway. Duong Tung asked again. Why? She confidently declared with a smile. Because I will become the #1 master in the world. Duong Tung asked again. But your goal wasn't like that at first. Before, Ta Song wanted to become the strongest woman, because Duong Tung said he wanted to become a man. The strongest. Ta Suong replied to him. He had already decided. Stop thinking nonsense and worry about yourself. She turned around and left while leaving behind a few meaningful words. Because from now on I will make you stay home to wash dishes and 100 children. Duong Tung was embarrassed. What are you talking about? He called out. So you're just going to wipe your ass and leave? Ta Suong looked back at him. Today was fun. He continued. Are you just going to leave? She laughed. I must go to Zhengzhou before the sun sets. The sun is setting. Duong Tung sighed. Accepting what she just said, I told you. Don't shave your head just because you want to become a monk. If you shave your head, you will look ugly and men will not pursue you anymore. Ta Suong shouted loudly. You stupid thing. You want to become a nun and shave your head and live alone for the rest of your life. As for me, I don't want to become a nun. She asked him curiously. But how did you know? Duong Tung recounted. Before leaving this morning, I saw the letter Zhang Heng left behind. Reminded again, don't shave your head anyway. Ta Song turned around and walked away, waving at him. Let's see how you behave first. Duong Tung continued to say. When will you come back? She looked at him, smiling. When I can stand on my own 2 feet, Duong Tung will no longer say more, he thought. Thinking back, it had been less than 2 years since the first time he met him. During this time, we had both tried our best to improve ourselves, so Ta Song and I had become stronger than in the past. He looked at her back. His suffering now also gradually faded. We are definitely on the right track. But why? I see the room is empty again. Brother, open the Central Plains map. The system will notify you that you have equipped the title of department head, and you can form a team of 3. You can locate group members and broadcast audio to them. Ta Song Jie arrived at the pier. She turned around, looked at him, feeling a bit disappointed. That blockhead, in the end, still refused to follow him. The old boatman smiled and talked to her. Ho ho, she is Miss Ta Suong, right? Ta Suong was a little surprised. Yes, it is me, you guys are one. A huge boat was prepared especially for her. Tien Van explained. The young master told me to take care of you, so we're standing here waiting for you. He continued her words. Did you see? Young Master Tang shared part of his fortune with each person here. Of course, what we get is far from what you get. Ta Suong was so surprised that her mouth was wide open. She thought. He muttered to himself and turned his head to look in the other direction. Shouldn't you have come and said goodbye to me yourself? You idiot. Duong Tung used sound transmission to tell her a few words. Let me say it again. Tien Van looked at Ta Suong's surprised expression and asked kindly, what's wrong? Xie Chong replied to her, nothing. I suddenly thought I heard someone's voice. Tian Yun explained. It must be our customer transmitting the voice to you. Xie Xiang thought to himself. Impossible. The martial arts academy is very far away. I heard that only the legendary 6-way sound transmission technique and telepathy technique can transmit this far. Like that. Tang Tung's voice continued. Don't shave your head. If you shave your head, we're done for. She wondered if she really heard it. Her hand touched her waist. Ta Suong was surprised when he looked down at it. A handkerchief wrapped a ring in a pair of wedding rings. She looked at it, wondering, since when did he? Xie Chong sighed and muttered, okay, I won't shave. Are you happy now? Idiot. The boat dock. Ta Suong kept thinking to himself, he must miss that place very much. To the point of hearing his voice in my head like that. The first day of November. It seems like school started a few days ago, but the end-of-year assessment is coming up. Everyone was busy with the planning of the next Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Festival, especially the first years, who spent most of their time in school, but were still quite awkward and inexperienced. Some students, chatting with each other. It's over. If I were to take the test now, I would definitely fail it. It's just a test of basic swordsmanship, and you can say that. Huh? The other person replied, looking a little annoyed. I haven't prepared anything yet. If they ask me about the basics of internal energy, I'll definitely die. I don't know if it's because I'm stupid or it's difficult, but I really don't understand anything. While the first years were preparing for the end-of-year assessment, in the midst of the hustle and bustle, there was Du Suong, who was assigned to kill and monitor Duong Tong. Is that brat still on the M floor today, right? Ever since Tong Zhe told me to keep an eye on them, I really didn't pay much attention, because nothing happened after they caused trouble and got the title of 4. That evil person. But now I begin to understand what Tong Zhe is worried about. Zhang Heng became the personal disciple of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. He quickly became a threat. Xie Chong became a disciple of the Heavenly Monk of Destreet after winning the female division in the martial arts tournament. Additionally, there is a high possibility that the first-year boy named Luke Min will become the disciple of the Martial Arts Academy's principal. In other words, he is John Jig's personal disciple. But the most special one among them was Tang Tong. She observed him. He thought to himself in confusion when I started investigating. Even if he was the hidden, illegitimate child of the Alliance leader, the hidden adopted child of the great, the Jia Cat family, the undeclared successor of the continent's largest escort group, or the lover of the owner of the Tian Hung brothel are not big problems. Because all of them are not. Problem. In this world of power, if one is not strong enough, those titles are nothing. No matter what kind of hidden identity he has, there is no way he can inherit such terrifying martial arts. because martial arts will all be related to the alliance leader or the Tian Hung brothel. But no, long before that, on the first day of the festival, Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon had an incident that turned upside down all the battles for the famous Xiechong. That was when Nan Gongsa displayed his enhanced, thunderous spiritual energy. Nan Gongsa might not think much about his own achievements, but it was one of the biggest events recently, because it caused the Council of Elders to be upset after witnessing Nan Gongsa's enhanced thunder aura for the first time. They couldn't believe that someone who wasn't even 20 years old could use enhanced spiritual energy. Above all, they also witnessed the scene of the road against the seemingly impenetrable wall. Can overcome that. The elders therefore held an internal meeting and asked Min Tian about these things. The old man remained silent and did not respond. How could a person who only knew how to read books throughout the spring, summer, and autumn seasons do such a thing? Du Suong wondered. What did he find here in the end? A place containing more than 100,000 foreign books collected from all over the world, among which were books that even those without knowledge, i.e., experts, could not touch or understand except for the title on the outside. But that kid did nothing but reading books and becoming stronger and stronger. And he kept reading books while others were busy preparing for test. She looked at him, thinking, this is proof that he is definitely looking for something other than what he found here. Peng Qi appeared behind her and started talking to her. Hey, teaching assistant, why are you here at this hour? Du Suong Trin. He immediately said, I have long since left that teaching assistant position. Why do you keep addressing me like that? Bang. Kai laughed. My fault. I'm really sorry. Damn elder. She looked at him, and an idea came to her. Next to a bookshelf was the 10th floor loan ledger. She said, oh my gosh, is this the loan ledger of the 10th floor of the 100 Books Hall? That's right. She used her beauty to coax Peng Ji to beg him. Can I take a look? He had. A little embarrassed, he coughed while replying. Of course, why keep it a secret between us elders? Du. Bones laughed. Ho ho ho. So how can she be? The elephant wants the fairy? We can see the book. Can I have the introductory one? Peng Ji hurriedly searched for it for her. Okay. It's somewhere here. Right under this book. He gave them to Du Suong. She accepted them without any hesitation. Ho ho ho. Thank you. Thank you. Du quickly opened it to read, secretly calculating that after school started, he would come here every day. Peng Ji spoke. By the way, damn elder. He asked her out. Do you know tonight? Would you like to have tea with me? No. Du Suong handed back the ledger, cutting him off. Thank you. She continued reading. The remaining ledger, secretly calculating. If I borrow the ledger from the 1st to the 9th floor, there will be hundreds of names, but the ledger of the 10th floor is very short. I turned a page, among the 10 names that appeared the most. Besides the librarian and the masters, the two most prominent were Duong Tung and Lam Dat. She was shocked, wondered, what the hell is this? They read all of this, she exclaimed. In less than a year, 100, 1,000, no, even 10,000 books. Finding one that doesn't hit the mark is like finding a needle in a haystack. Peng Ji looked at her for a moment, then I said, Elder Du, today I have to tell you this. He stammered, actually, I have always been loyal to Elder D. She read the contents of the book, interrupting him for the second time. According to the records of the subordinate librarian in the about the first-year disciple of the 8th class, 3 days of notes in the library, Day 1 7 Sanskrit books, Day 2 30 books, Sanskrit, 3,122 books a day, in just 3 days, a total of 159 books. Class 8 disciple Tang Song can be considered proficient in Sanskrit according to the records of the junior librarian Sun Yubang, Chinese bookshelf number 27, Japanese bookshelf number 15, Tang Song. She wondered. Sir Head, librarian, it's me. Du Song raised the book and asked, instead of the title of the book, there's only the shelf number written here. Is there a mistake? Bang Kai, explain. Oh no, I don't know if he actually read all of them, but I'm writing it down for convenience because it would be a bit difficult to write down each book. Du Suong asked again, meaning the bookshelf listed here is all the books on that shelf. He affirmed. Yes, I think instead of reading them, Tang Tung just looked through them. He continued, no matter how talented you are, you cannot master Sanskrit, Chinese, Japanese, and dozens of other languages. And even if you were proficient, you could not read that fast. Peng Qi compared with Lin Dat. While Lin Dat the kid in the next room was also quite smart, but he had to use a dictionary to look up words. That was the limit of a 17-year-old's knowledge. What does this word mean? He continued. On the other hand, Tang Tung had already read through many bookshelves without needing a dictionary. I don't think there's any other reasonable explanation. Du Duong looked at Duong Tung. He was exercising and reading a book. Very quickly finished reading a book. You put it up. Price then continue reading another book. Very quickly repeated that action. Bang. The period of speaking, looking at that, what is called? Can you read it? Du Suong looked at him. Then why are you so confused? If he was like that from the beginning, then what's the problem? Peng Chi replied her. His reading speed wasn't like that at first. It gradually improved. It's getting faster. He continued to pour tea, smiling and inviting Du Yang, wanting to change the topic. Enough talking about this and that. Let's do it together. A cup of tea. He handed me a cup of hot tea. Asked her. Du Duong took it, smiled. It's long tin tea. Bang Kai is very pleased, as expected of Elder Du. Truly has a discerning eye. I am especially. Keep it. She snatched the teacup in his hand and then turned and left petulantly. Sorry, but I'm not interested in you, Chief Minister. She glanced at him contemptuously. Look at yourself in the mirror. You toad. At least increase your strength. If you can't do that, being born into a better family would be more helpful. Peng Ji looked at her, not knowing what to say. Du Duong jumped to Duong Tung's side, thinking to herself, toads only play with toads. Why would he drink tea with someone? You scrawny toad. She landed on the ground, losing her balance a bit. Oh my God, Duong Tung realized. Her appearance. Du Suong looked at Duong Tung. Invite Da, would you like a cup of tea? With me? She looked around, wondering. Where is he? Duong Tung appeared from another angle, his hand resting on his temple, and asked directly, Are you interested in me? Du Suong forced a smile. What are you saying? You are a disciple, and I am an elder. She wondered and was a bit confused. Since when? Duong Tung held the teacup and continued to ask. Then why did you stick to me? Follow me like that. His eyes were glued to her, for a whole year. At the same time at the Council of Elders, the elder of the Hon Sun sect spoke. Based on recent events, is it really okay to hand over the job to Tong Trake? The Kunlun sect elder spoke loudly. The recent actions of the Alliance and Chia leaders have been very strange. I am sure they are nurturing those four evil people for their future plans. The martial sect elder continued. Among them, we need to keep an eye on the young man who defeated Nam Kung Sach. The sect elder didn't move to explain. He clearly stayed on the 10th floor of the 100,000 Books Palace all year round. Something must be going on, but what can we do, right? The Kunlun sect elder continued. We can't just close the 100,000 Books Hall for no reason. If we send assassins from the Martial Arts Alliance, the 5 great clans, and the Alliance leader will use that as an excuse. Min Tian interrupted them to stop. In the Vo Lam Alliance there are many flies and bugs. Good eyes and ears. The people below immediately fell silent. He stood up and walked away, saying, No autumn will last forever, just as no winter will lose its vitality. He walked away. By the door, the book continued. When it snows, the Buddha's compassion will cover all the mountains and rebalance them. Naturally, he continued without stopping. Perhaps this winter we can look forward to the kindness of the one who bestowed this humble martial arts alliance. His guards stood still, awaiting orders. He, the one who made the council of elders tremble in fear, was the venerable Shaolin elder Wu Qing. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Buddha of great compassion, Tang, shake, teacup. Peng Chi spoke when he saw him approaching him. Humph, what is this? Are you trying to comfort me? He said again, What do you mean? I simply came, just return the item. He pouted and sniffed. My mouth is still fine because I feel like I've been tricked. My temper is already cold. He laughed. I didn't expect you to confess like that. Peng Chi drank the cup of tea Tang Tung gave him while replying. Confess what? I brought out this rare tea so she wouldn't suspect what you were reading. You don't know? He continued. I also didn't expect Elder Du to ask about you so much. This is quite serious. You saw it too. Elder Du is a person who hides many secrets. Duong Tung let you think to yourself. Actually, I recently knew about that, because Nam Kung Sach himself came and told me. He remembered that while he was practicing, Nam Kung Sach came to him. Duong Tung asked cautiously, Huh? You're a little angry at me for being hurt. I beat you. Nam Kung Sach did not answer. He only carefully warned one person, named Du Suong, because she was aiming at, for evil people. Duong Tung was stunned. Who is Du Suong? Nam Kung Sach did not answer. Duong Tung also looked at him, looking confused. Then Nam Kung Sach turned and left without saying another word, making Duong Tung call out, "Wait here." Nam Kung Sach said to the woman beside him, "Vice Principal." Duong Tung just realized. Ah, that woman, the one who wanted to expel him on the day of school entrance. Why don't we take back then go along jade pendant and forbid him from entering the valley? Go along, right? He asked Nam Kung Sach doubtfully. Why did he tell him that? Me? Nam Kung Sach glanced at him then. Keep going. No answer. What is so hard to understand about Lam Duong Tung? I really don't understand what he's thinking. From then on, I realized that I was being followed constantly. Duong Tung glanced back, wary. Wait, they even followed me to Tan Trin Chao? From the disciples at the school, Duong Tung asked several people, including the doorman at Tien Hung Brothel, and even the blacksmith at the shop, forging a frame. Duong Tung makes you think when what Nam Kung Sach said is true. He wonders why there are so many spies around him that were bought with money. From now on, he has to be more careful. Bang, Kai spoke. But how do you know her? Will she approach? Be honest. Women often use beauty as a weapon, so she will obviously target you. Peng Chi, a little embarrassed. He asked awkwardly. Do you mean I'm easy? The road. Tung smiled gently in response. He wasn't really attracted to her appearance, right? Peng Ji coughed. Humph, I'm not stupid enough to be fooled by those beauties. What a scheme. Peng Ji broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself. Actually, I've always had a crush on the teaching assistant. I can't accept that I'm at this age and still a single dog. He wondered, but secretly gave a disciple. After all, she was thinking, what is it? Then he asked Tang Tung, what are you going to do now? Tang Tung explained, we will wait and see how things go. Let's see how it goes. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Tong Zhe was definitely behind that woman. However, the evidence of this secret investigation would only cause Du Suong to be expelled. He couldn't let those corrupt bastards who eroded the foundation of the martial arts alliance be dirty. Bang Kai continued, now that we know that Elder Du is secretly investigating you, we have to do something. Do you need me to inform the principal? Duong Tung protested. No, not yet. Okay, I present. We have quite a bit of evidence and witnesses receiving money for work, so just wait. How long will Peng Ji be impatient? Duong Tung laughed until she revealed the mastermind behind it. On this side, Du Song was moving on the rooftops. She found it hard to believe and thought to herself, impossible. I am originally from the Shadow Group, but was discovered by that lowly brat. Appeared. She was annoyed, pursed her lips, and worriedly calculated. What should she do? If the vice principal finds out, he'll be furious. Du Suong was startled when he felt someone following him. After she came out, Du Suong bent over. She held 2 needles in her hand. Immediately, counterattack. They flew in a straight line. Du Suong looked, but there was no one there. She turned her head back immediately, exclaiming in annoyance. Who is it? Who dares? Du Hao swung his sword. He held it threateningly to her neck. He whispered in her ear, you're getting slower and slower. Du Suong, she was stunned. Fever, thought to himself, leader of the Shadow Corps. Du Hao, Shadow Corps, one of the 2 private armies of the Council of Elders. More specifically, they are the arms of the 9 great sects and 5 great clans. She wondered, we are on the same side. Why are you talking? Sir, what crime did I commit? Du Hao replied to her. Don't worry, I didn't come here to kill company. Du Duong was annoyed. Her voice was a bit loud. Then take this thing off my neck. If the vice principal finds out, Du Hao said again. She always let her emotions control her. That's why she was expelled from the Shadow Group. Du Duong shouted uncomfortably. I said take this thing off. Du Hao was still gentle, but full of pressure when he replied to her. You think I came here without any orders? Du Suong paused, a little scared. Don't, said he replied. Elders, I'm getting impatient, what can I do? Okay. Du Hao looked at her and spoke. The one who defeats the lightning spirit is enhanced. Duong Tung finds out the origin of the powerful martial arts he found in the Bakven Thursday Palace and destroy it. Du Suong said immediately. Duong Tung read more than 10,000 books. If I look at each one, it will take me a lifetime to find it. Du Hao, he looked down on her. Ever since she became a teaching assistant, she's been unconscious, right? She still doesn't know where it came from? I whispered in her ear. Bakven Palace, letter. Du Suong stammered. Of course it's from Bakven Thursday Palace, but what should I do? Over there. She turned her head, but Du Hao had disappeared. He transmitted his voice to her, following the things she had been taught in the death group. Du Suong gritted his teeth in annoyance. That's why I hate the death group. What do you want me to do? That's why I hate the shadow group. What do you want me to do in the end? Can't you do anything without attracting attention? Because there are thousands of eyes and ears here. I had an idea. If I can't let others know, so let everyone see it. Duong Tong was in the Bokvan Thursday Palace, thinking, to Du Suong. The fact that Tong Trake and Du Suong investigated him is proof that the 9 great sects and 5 great clans began to. They've got their eyes on me. He looked around and thought to himself, things are going pretty well anyway. I'll get their attention, so there's no need to avoid or bow my head. Mr. Ha was determined to just do what he had been doing up until now. But still, be careful. I don't know what they're watching me for. If it's at school in Zhengzhou, then they can't do anything to me. But who knows what they're planning? Can't let down their guard because it's highly likely that those bastards interfered in the sudden death of the Alliance leader Jia Cat and the old man Kim Trung Nam. Duong Tung looked across the street. Lam Dat was reading a book. Anyway, I didn't have anything to do at the Bokvan Thursday Palace anymore. He took out a book because the first day, the 1st of November, Lam Dat started reading. Today Lam Dat will find the book Absorb Yin Yang Technique. On the first day, the 1st of November, that morning, everyone was busy reviewing for their exams. Because everyone's final exams were held in the afternoon. The 8th class's final exam is called the Golden Spirit Questions and Answers. All the 8th class disciples will gather before the Flying Heaven Golden Spirit. While the 8th class elders climb the bell tower, each one will pose a difficult question to the disciples. In response, the disciples will write the answers on a blank sheet of paper and hold it up. Correct answers will stay, wrong answers will have to go back to observe. Tang Tung climbed the stairs to the back and thought to himself, I didn't expect to be eliminated in the first round. Some people upstairs were making fun of him. How humiliating, so many managers were counting on him. But he didn't bother to study for the exam, did he? Tang Tung just smiled. I only spent time reading foreign books on the 10th floor and didn't study for the exam, so I had already expected this to happen. This is it. I don't take this exam seriously, because I already had another purpose when I signed up for Class 8. He observed, down below. However, this is a wonderful event and the highest honor for the other disciples. By answering all the questions from the 50 managers and elders correctly, only one will remain. One person remains. That person will be given the right to ascend to the Phi Tien Kim Lin and Win. Was given the title Kim Lin Tuesday. This title shows that this is the most outstanding disciple of Bantam. Duong Tung thought to himself. While looking down below, the number of people remaining was getting fewer and fewer. However, over the past 10 years, even though there were several times when only one person remained, the title of Kim Lin Tu was never bestowed because no one could answer all 50 questions correctly. If Kim Lin Tu could be found this year, at least the position of future military advisor of the Martial Arts Alliance would be reserved for him. For that person, he continued to observe seriously because this was just like his previous life. 10 years later, he became Kim Lin Tu and also became a military member of the Vo Lam Alliance. He sneered, anyway, if it was the current Lam Dat, I could give up the Yin Yang technique or Kim Lin Tu to him because I already have the 10 great demon soldiers record. The examiner shouted loudly. Question 40. All the time, during the exam, there is always a feeling of pressure and suffocation. Each answer is carefully written down on paper upon careful consideration. 47. Then came the 48th question. Some disciples were eliminated for being unable to think of an answer, while others simply ran out of time. Some people were even eliminated because they wrote just one letter differently. Peng Chi stepped out. Mister, I declare, I will be the one to set. On the 49th question, history will not be twisted. Lam Dat answered all the questions without any difficulty. Now there is only one question left, and the number of people remaining is 2. Lam Dat and Luke Min Duong Tung looked at him questioningly. Expensive. Luke Min, what's wrong with him? According to, from my past life's memories, I knew Lam Dat would shine, but the person beside him exclaimed, damn, there are only 2 of you left. Just die. Duong Tung commented that Luke Min in this era can also be considered a talented person. Tong Trake slowly walked out, his eyes. I'm being cheeky, he said, his voice serious. The final question of this year's oral exam will be. I give the question. Duong Tung let out a breath, clearly. Contempt. Lamdat was a little nervous. Luke Min just looked at him. What did he say? Tong Zhe looked down and calculated. Are there 2 of them left? He, commented Lamdat, a kid who likes to read foreign books on the first floor with Duong Tung. Then, looked at Luke Min. The other one was Duong Tung's roommate and one of the 4 evil men. He glanced and frowned. No matter what, I cannot let that Nan man brat, the principal's disciple, become the golden spirit child. He decided so and started giving questions. About 10 years ago, a group of barbarians from the south threatened the peace of Central Plains. Martial arts masters did everything they could to destroy them. The 2 students below listened attentively. He read the question where Korea was destroyed. That place is now. Where? Did Duong Tung comment on a question about history? Next to him, the others kept talk. He looked at him wondering what? The last question was too easy. The 2 quickly replied. Lamb, that raised the board. Palace of 10,000 poisons. He looked at his opponent and thought to himself, Luke Min probably knows this answer too, right? But he kept silent. Duong Tung understood the intention of Old Man Trake. Van Dock Palace. He used this last question. Luke Min smiled and stood up, facing Tang Bridge and leave. Duong Tung looked down as he ran over. He knew clearly that old Zhong Zhe was deliberately targeting Luke Min. It was exactly like when he was looking at him. I just found out about my background on the first day. I'm going to school. Bang Kai announced. Everyone after 10 years of wilderness. Finally, our Kim Lin too has appeared. It's here. Duong Tung asked Luke Min. Are you okay? He still smiled and replied with another question. What do you mean? Duong Tung looked at Luke Min. Didn't reply. He shrugged. Forget it. What's with that title Kim Lin too? But it's important, right? Luke Min agreed. Yeah, this pile of paper is really trash. He replied without hesitation. Yeah, and you are already an expert. Luke Min paused. He turned his head and smiled at Duong Tung, agreeing with him. He. That's right, he is an expert. Duong Tung thought to himself, just like his previous life, Lamdat became Kim Lin Tuesday Duong Tung just. As he walked, he thought, today was the best day of Lamdat's life. But for Luke Min, he couldn't say the same. Because he would gain irresistible power after reading the Yin-Yang acceptance technique tonight. Duong Tung sighed, but had to give up accepting the Yin-Yang technique for himself. It's a bit regretful. But now Lamdat is also my friend. Your fate is also my fate. I surfed through Bach Van Thursday Palace, head towards the inner room. As he thought to himself, now he was reading everything and facing the person inside. Right. Meanwhile, Lamdat was being beaten up. He was punched loudly. The crowd, bully sneered. Hey, are you happy? They leaned close to him, mocking him. Is it fun to be Kim Lin too, baby? One of them, another laughed happily. I just saw the one from the 4 evil people leave. He was threatening. Do you know how much you pissed me off this year? The night of the 3 responded. That's right, this country bumpkin too. May thinks you yourself. Where did you come from? After the exam, all the managers are gone. There will be no one. Where are you coming from? You're dead today. The sound of fighting rang out, but they were both scolding and fighting. Oh shit, come on you son of a bitch. Fuck, dare to hit your father? Lamdat is confused. Observe them. Luke Min poked his head out from a bookshelf, smiling. A kind of strange. That technique. Lamdat suddenly stammered. Luke Min, he explained to him. If he attacked with that talisman, he picked up his glasses for him. They will fight each other until they all fall down. Luke Min gave Lamdat the glasses and said, let's get out of here. He thanked. I almost died. Thanks to you. They went together to the place where the On My Oji book was kept so I could show you the book I just found this time. It's great, but I still don't understand some parts. Both, 2 exchanges. Exchange with each other, very happy, very excited. Over here in the dormitory room, Duong Tung is doing physical exercises. He is mumbling as he exercises. Did the matter at Kim Lin Van Dap bother him? Luke Min came home late from work today. There was a noise outside that caught his attention. Tung walked over, opened the door and muttered, why is it so noisy outside? The person outside, under the chaos moving, quickly called the Martial Arts Alliance to the market to help. Mom, life, fire rises, the road is terrifying. The 100 Books Palace is on fire. The other disciples tried to put out the fire, but the bright flame is devouring the electricity. 100,000 books. Duong Tung immediately ran over. While running, he thought to himself, he didn't know where this bad feeling came from. but my instincts told me to run there as fast as possible. When I came to, I stood before the Bach Van Thursday Palace, before the giant, eerie flame that seemed to be sticking out its burning tongue. Duong Tung looked up. He cursed uncomfortably. When it was true, he was definitely stuck in there. Duong Tung looked at the Bach Van Thursday Palace that was engulfed in flames and thought to himself, Lam Dad is still on the 10th floor. He must be fighting with the hidden opportunity of sound absorption. Young magic. He looked around thinking of a way to get in. Now he had to get in there right away. But someone stopped them and stopped them. The people of the shadow group surrounded the route. They exclaimed, until everything is settled, this place is under our jurisdiction. One of them spoke. All disciples must return to the dormitory immediately and wait there. Duong Tung was surprised. Photo from the group. He looked over and remarked that he wasn't sure if they would really help put out the fire. They were coordinating the disciples to return immediately. They really had to use water to put it out quickly. Fire is going to go. Duong Tung thought uncomfortably, but they were originally next to the Council of Elders, so late at night they still got news about the fire in Goalong Valley. The reaction was also very quick. He observed that their coordination was perfect, as if they had been waiting for this fire to flare up, and it was also a bit suspicious, because their number was even more than the number of martial artists here. A clean thought crossed his mind. The road. Tung thought to himself. It seemed like he understood. The reason why Du Suong and Tong Trake continued to monitor not only him, but also each of the 4 evil people, and the reason why this place was full of people from the Shadow Corps was a warning not for himself, but a simple warning aimed at the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Judging from the current situation, they must have realized the connection between him and the leader of the Alliance. That's why they dared to act so firmly. 1 million books? They can burn them anytime they want. No matter what you do, nothing will change. So don't act rashly. Tang Tung broke out in a sweat and became alert as he realized the profound meaning of that action. What a terrible warning. But unexpectedly it was so quick. So, I did not expect that. Through this, I can see who is behind Du Suong and Tong Trake. It is the Council of Elders who died. Damn it. He pondered. So should I go back? Then I made up my mind. There's no way I can do that. A shadow figure spoke up to stop him. Hey, stand up. Go there. Duong Tung replied to him. My friend is still inside. This guy stubbornly refused, using reason to force him to leave. Impossible. The Golden Spirit examination had ended a long time ago when the fire broke out. We have also confirmed that all the secretaries and disciples are outside. You can return to your dormitory with peace of mind. Duong Tung looked at the 100,000 books palace burning in the fire, thinking to himself while moving inside. The two of them had no way to contact each other. I have to confirm it myself. They scolded you for being a bastard. Duong Tung passed them. They quickly rushed up to stop him, scolding Duong Tung. Fool, even if you rush into that fire now, do you think you can save anyone with your own strength? He clicked his tongue and grabbed one of the guy's hands. The path he took to the other guy while replying. Don't you find it better to think simply than to think negatively? Duong Tung continued to lecture them. Before everything collapses, can you guys not get in my way? Name, the shadow group shouted. Brat, do you know what you're doing? Duong Tung replied silently in his heart. Of course I know. I stepped on his face to gain momentum. I was saving my friend. Me. He shouted, catching it. The group of undead immediately rushed to attack. Tang Tung, stop. Tang Tung clicked his tongue and sighed. Why are you guys so annoying? He pulled out 4 weapons from his pocket, used the 10 great demon soldiers, and passed through the crowd. This guy took down in an instant with a 4-armed combination. He thought to himself, annoyed look. I told you I was going to save. You're my friend. Du Hao appeared behind him and said, your martial arts are quite good. You must be Duong Tung, right? Duong Tung paused when he heard the voice. Hearing this, he quickly swung his weapon. Push him back. Du Hao drew his sword, blocked the attack from Duong Tung's 4 soldiers. Duong Tung gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. Look at him. His arms are long like a monkey's. His height is not less than 2.1 meters. He continued to speak. The reason why the martial artists of the Alliance protected their disciples and did not use weapons against them was definitely because of something written in the basic rules of Martial Arts Alliance. However, if you take another step, I will no longer treat you as a disciple. Duong Tung was surprised. Du Hao recalled the past. Just like the hidden rank, his name also makes me mad. Before Nam Kung Sach and Duong Nakni graduated, he was the one who held the highest power because he was the strongest person in his generation. So when Nam Kung Sach betrayed, he was the one who led the year. Bing Shun. However, all the battles this bastard led were failures. Tang Tung clenched his fists on his weapon. Because of his reckless nature, many times his remaining troops were almost completely wiped out. If you don't care about the lives of your comrades, then how strong are you? What can I do? Honestly, even if I fight him, I won't be satisfied. He considered and moved immediately, because the situation now wasn't good. Anyway, not only is it difficult to win, it's also a matter of time. Rushed into the sea of fire, ignoring Du Hao. He glanced at Duong Tung in surprise. He swung his sword, but luckily Zhang Heng was able to block it. Duong Tung happily called his name. Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng replied half jokingly, half seriously. Hey, you think I learned this just to make a shield for you? This is the second time already. Duong Tung exclaimed. You always show up at the right time. Tang Tung called out as he continued walking. Thanks. Jiang Xiong is counting on you. Okay, he thought to himself. Thanks, my friend. My father's words rang in my ears. Once you have friends, never betrayed them. Understand? Like what father said, another friend of mine also is in here, so now I only have one choice. Duong Tung successfully entered inside. The officer, all around. Everywhere is fire, something is falling. Is Luke Min wrapped in cloth to avoid burns? Duong Tung was surprised. Luke Min unhurriedly rushed to help him. Duong Tung checked. Checking his body, he thought to himself, so Luke Min is with Lam Dad? Luckily, only suffered some internal injuries, but not too serious. Serious. Du Suong landed next to them. She sneered. Oh my, everyone's gathered? Very good. If you all died here, we'd be much better off. Worried. Duong Tung was surprised. He looked up, face up, hissing each word. Lam Dad, she replied, teasingly. That fat guy was motionless. He must be concentrating on the book he was reading. She licked, the dagger in hand. Do you think if I leave it here it will die by itself? It will probably be happy with so many companions like this. Let me ask you straight. You think you can win against me? He was worried about something else. If Lam Dad had fallen into the realm of the book, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. There was no time left. Du Song sneered. Defeating someone from the Nam Kung Sach Martial Arts Academy and already becoming arrogant? Well, I admit that defeating him will be a bit difficult. She rushed forward. But if you protect that barbarian brat and fight me at the same time, you will win. Sure. Another one appeared with his signature move, Wei Lam, White Sky Sword. Nam Kung Sach appeared and attacked Du Suong with Tai Loi Tram. Zhu joined Duong Tung's rescue, helping him repel Du Suong. He searched into the shell. Duong Tung was surprised. Nam, Bao Book. He looked at Tang Tung. I will take care of him. You go save your other friend. Tang Tung was a little surprised. He smiled, somewhat wary. I will thank you later. He thought to himself. Now is not the time to argue, and suggested to him. Please use the oath of heaven and earth with me. Jump. Agree. Okay. He is on his way to attack. Jump up. Tall. Your focus is now. Jay waved his hand and used the blue spear. White Sky Sword. The path landed on his sword. The fifth path pushed the path, thrown high like a lever. Tang Tung, gritting his teeth, his eyes focused. You must be safe. Lam Dad jumped, still staying. He carried Luke Min on his shoulder. Du Song spoke. What exactly happened during the time we haven't seen each other? Nam Kung Sach. She sneered. I was mocking you. I didn't expect you to side with someone else. You've really changed a lot. No response. Immediately. He waited a moment before answering her. From the moment I saw Duong Tung jump into the fire, I only thought that at least one more person would survive. Missed. I correct you. I'm not on his side. I just want to save people. Same. As before, I don't intend to side with anyone. What's the difference between cults and evil spirits and us? Those people, others outside, also help get those trapped inside out. When it comes to saving people, there are no sides. He changed his position, holding Luke Min in his arms, while explaining, if she thought there were survivors, then she must do everything possible to save him. That is our martial arts alliance. What makes us righteous? Jum's argument hit Du Suong straight in the head. If we take away the lives of others for our own purposes, then we are no different from cults and evil spirits. Let me ask you this. So you didn't kill me right away? If I get caught, I'll be destroyed anyway. No need to pity me, just kill me. He walked past, through her, leaving her an answer. There are many eyes and ears here. Even if I don't kill you, you have already received enough punishment for your crime. Du Suang, you see, trembling chest, said, it's better to live than to die. As long as she lives, she will have just a chance to redeem himself. Du Suang was annoyed at being taught by someone younger than him. On this side, the jump line, thanks to the momentum created by Jum, has climbed quite a bit. Look around, find a place to put your feet, then continue up to the 10th floor. Duong Tung thought to himself, the higher you go, the worse the situation will be. It's getting worse. The original structure is completely destroyed. There's only one way to find him in this mess. He uses his third eye, wisdom eye. Duong Tung's eyes swept around. Fire was blazing in this place. He quickly found Lamdat. He thought to himself, find out. Okay, Lamdat, he's still being manipulated by the book, but luckily it's okay. A burned bookshelf is no longer standing. It is, lost momentum and fell. Duong Tung hurriedly ran to, determined to save Lamdat. He rushed to push Lamdat away. Just in time when the bookshelf fell down, the fire broke out. The book opened. Duong Tung was caught up in the book with Lamdat. The moon, the sun, yin and yang mixed together. Lamdat's confession from his previous life echoed. When reading this book, it felt like I was falling into a dark abyss that I had never seen before. I was a drop of water that fell down the road. Tung woke up, standing alone in the middle of a white space. He thought to himself, what is this? Where's Lamdat? He observed, around, assessed the situation. He was pulled into the formation in the book when he touched him. Under his feet appeared, manifest, photo of the Nam Kung book. The 100,000 Books Palace is burning, thanking the frost on the river. The road looks down wondering, illusion. If vision has fallen into a formation, it can be called anything. Duong Nok Ni, Kim Hak, and many other things. Tang Tung thought to himself. Each piece of his life appeared in ripples and then disappeared. Not only his current life, but also his previous life. A space created based on his memories. Me? He exclaimed. Amazing. I heard that this formation is boundless, but I didn't expect to this extent. He was worried. Anyway, this was not the time to think about this. Duong Tung was surprised. A head, rise, from the ground. He gradually took shape and spoke. Who are you? Road. Tung replied. My name is Duong Tung. He replied that everyone knows that. I asked about the nature of people. Duong Tung thought for a moment and then gave an answer. Well, I am who I am. If you ask me who I am, I can only answer that. His reflection continued, amused by the answer Tang Tung had just given. Ho ho ho, this kid is really interesting. Yes, I am me. But you know, there is a part of me that is more special. That's someone else. Don't laugh. What's so funny? The boundless formation has already activated. But because of that uninvited guest and the fire outside, it was. Stop there. Is Duong Tung surprised? How do they know there's a fire outside? He appeared, is right beside you. Answering the question you are thinking, no need to be surprised, because we are the experts. His other head continued. We are like reflections of thoughts. Duong Tung was confused by the concepts presented by the old man, and his mastery reflected on his thinking. Thought. He smiled wryly. I don't know about the rest, but they must be the author of the book and the designer of this formation. Two-headed people are not unfamiliar in this world. He continued to explain. In short, you can understand that as yin-yang sage, we sealed a part of our souls in this formation before we died. There is also a good point in that. Even if this formation is broken, our souls will not be turned into dust. We completely used up our souls to create this formation, and in the end, we dissipated with it. Duong Tung was surprised. He didn't expect this formation to be created by souls. How cool, he asked. Is there any way out of here? The old man replied. You don't need to worry about time. The time in here is completely different from the time outside. A year here is only equal to 2 hours outside. Duong Tung continued to wonder. So what happened to the person who came here before me? I explained. Because you hugged and pushed him, that kid's time and space got twisted together. So if you can't pass the formation, this boundless in time, before the fire gets here, we will all die. Duong Tung was shocked by this shocking information. He cursed like crazy. He gritted his teeth in anger. Just because he touched the book, his mouth was completely shut. These people probably don't use martial arts anymore. So they created this formation to do this. What? But Duong Tung accepts the challenge. if he has to overcome it to escape. Here, then let's do it. He asked the old man, when will it start? It was already. It's starting. Tang Tung was confused. What? On the other side, another Tang Tung was slowly rising. He turned his head to look. Yin Yang, the sage reminded, don't forget that you are always unique. The system gave him a mission, pass through the boundless formation, reward. If successful, you will receive a martial art called the Yellow Dragon that breaks punishment. If you fail, your soul was destroyed. Other lines emerged. Reading this book, I felt like I was falling into a dark abyss I had never seen before. And there, I found a very special me, different. Duong Tung fights back against his other selves, while thinking to himself this crazy formation still has to fight against many of me. He looked at the defeated bodies. That was him when he first entered the Tian Feng martial arts school. This is me when I joined the Northern Expedition. That high is me when I was the new leader. His army was alert as other lines rushed up to attack his thousands and thousands who were continuously attacking his subordinates. They are all as persistent as I am in my path of success. I had to use all my strength to fight back, so I had to kill all the versions to end this thing. I didn't like it in my previous life either. What is it about myself, but killing myself with my own hands like this is more strange than anything else. They also have the appearance at different times. It feels like it's not like committing suicide. What should I call it? Is that training like I'm practicing fighting? I'm defeated by myself. He looked to the other side. Other lines continued to appear. He thought to himself, is it still going on indefinitely? That's why it's called an ego formation, infinite. He calculated while looking around. But this is a bit too much, and there's also my baby involved. Yin Yang Sage is really a weird guy. What kind of magic formation is this? He dodged the attack. When a line is thrown using 8 magic techniques to correct shape. He thought to himself, even the 8 arts of chiropractic correction had been used, so he was about to appear. He frowned deeply. From their expressions, the sword techniques of heaven and earth move. Even the smallest movements are exactly like mine. Duong Tung raised his hand to push the other Duong Tung away. He grabbed this guy's head and threw him in. Another roll, then add another. Punches them. The system displays skill information when they use the active skill level 1 footwork proficiency, 20% current distance up to 90 centimeters, as if there is another past self lurking in their head. Active skill level 4 footwork proficiency, 50% current distance up to 360 centimeters, then suddenly jumped out. Duong Tung Gi jumped up high and slashed down at the table. Medium. One name ends and another comes. This Tung Road uses Mount Tai. The peak hit him. He cried out as he was sent flying. Tang Tung thought to himself, Mount Taishan and use it all. Use both hands and feet to break. Feel it yourself. The pressure is really not bad. Every bone is shaking. Wanting to express condolences to those who were hit. Mine. He was amazed to see the other lines used just appeared and started hitting each other. You were wary when that line looked at you. Now you're going to kill each other? Line. The spear rushed forward, forcing him to retreat. Be a little more careful. Is my ego stronger? I didn't expect it. Was attacked by martial arts and my weapon. Active skill. Hon Tao Tien Quan level 2. The blow grazed his nose, just enough to make it bleed. He thought to himself, the Earth Heaven Human's sword technique increased attack range by 2%. Up until now, other than the attack range increasing a bit, I have never felt its effects. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying compared to attack power or speed. He looked at his hand still bleeding from the wound on his nose, feeling like the safe distance to avoid attack had been completely destroyed. This was also how he made Duong Nok Ni let her guard down. He pulled out a stick from his pocket. It was interesting that he fought, with many versions. The advantages and disadvantages of his skills are slowly changing. Tang Tang fought with another Tang Tang. Both used their dual attacks to blind the general. I finally understood why Lam Dad in his previous life became so strong after his chance to absorb yin-yang magic. Because I also felt that with each passing moment, I was becoming stronger. Other lines are still emerging. The problem is that others are becoming more and more like us. In the present, and the number of me in this strange space is gradually increasing. As if there was no end, time passed. Road-tossing question. How long has it been? He was still fighting with the other lines. It was hard to determine time in this place. It must have been. It's been a while since the fight. The ground is flooded. Fresh blood. The number of me left has also decreased significantly. There is no new me left. Appeared again. All I have to do is defeat the rest. Interestingly, No one used the combined 10 soldiers. This formation was essentially just a brawl. They must have thought about using the combined 10 soldiers, but the pressure on the arm would be so great that there's no way they could defeat me. They must have thought the same thing. This is what makes me mad. He looked at the two middle-aged men, killing each other. Was that you who was watching them just before retreating? The fatigue of many years was still there. The sideburns and the wound on the nose on the frowning face were still clear. This was truly the face of a man who had experienced life, from current age to 30-40, including this old appearance. All of me, all the years in martial arts I have experienced appear in this space. It is as if I am looking back at the past days and each stages in life. But only I am the true self. These calloused hands are the ones that have turned every page until now. He charged forward confidently, thinking he was the one who had retreated. Middle-aged Tang Tung saw him and was wary. He rushed in with 4 soldiers. This man only uses 2 weapons. Was Duong Tung on guard when the other Duong Tung aimed his shoulder and stabbed? He looked at that Tang Tung, thought to himself that perhaps he was the one aiming for his shoulder first. That was what his master always reminded him to pay attention to. He looked at his opponent's shoulder, remembering his master's teachings. He always said that his shoulder was the most vulnerable part when attacked. But that was in the past. They were about to fight each other. Duong Tung thought to himself, even if these guys were him, they still weren't his true self. He sneered, "Be confident in yourself, because you no longer have any weaknesses." He used 4 soldiers to overwhelm that Tang Tung with a snake falling from a lake. Tang Tung, that was uncomfortable, so he quickly used footwork, appeared behind Duong Tung. Just like that, what he wished for, what he was waiting for was it. He jumped up and bent his body, preparing for the finishing blow, killing Tang, this middle-aged man. He smiled confidently, knowing that victory was in his hands. If it were me, I would have used the set just now. The law is over. However, Tang Tung immediately became surprised. Middle-aged Tang Tung stabbed him fatally in the stomach. Much to Tang Tung's surprise, he stammered, "How is this possible?" Vu. The air in his hand fell as life slowly left him. "I am the real one." "Why is that?" That Tang Tung sneered. "It seems like you are not your true self." Duong Tung opened his eyes wide, thinking in disbelief, "Isn't he old? He still has the same appearance as before I retreated." A large mouthful of blood was vomited by him. Duong Tung slowly died with unbelievable thoughts about what just happened. It can't be. Why? Why am I not the one? Is it me? He thought to himself. Final thoughts towards middle-aged Tang Tung. This bastard. He is the real ego. Middle-aged Tang Tung sighed tiredly. He thought to himself that he had killed someone again. Alone is different. From the beginning, he was waiting for me to use footwork, so I tried. Love used it to trick him. And when he thought, he got a hold of me and used footwork behind my back. I countered by swinging my sword back right after using the footwork. That's something I learned after observing myself many times. Luckily, he appeared at the right time. He looked at Tang Tung, who was dead on the ground, and commented that aiming at the shoulder was also very good. But what a pity, my friend. He picked up Tang Tung's sword. I asked for Truong's sword. Quang, you see. He thought to himself as he observed himself, his appearance gradually changing as he fought for a long period of time with thousands and thousands of my version. Now looking back at myself before this retreat, the look that I told myself I was a devil. On the other side, an old man's shadow was looking at him. Which old man was he? Is that his future self? I'm fed up with it. I have to watch myself fight against my older self. I want to escape. Get out of here. There won't be many others left. I found all of my weaknesses and used them to kill them all. He looked around. I can't count how many bodies there are here, so I am the strong. He confidently charged forward with the intention of attacking the old leader to end everything, because he was the one, the real thing, the real price, the 10 great demon vases. Duong Tung looked at his old self using the 10 great demon vases and couldn't help but sneered. That guy also realized that this was the last moment. He also used the 10 great demon soldiers to exclaim. They were both thinking the same thing. At that moment, combined soldiers, Azura, the chief of the light demon path, both charged forward to attack each other. Tang Tung Jia was defeated. His weapons were quickly destroyed. Jump, go up, keep your distance from Duong Tung. He said, "You just stole the long light sword from another Tang Tung." That? He asked again. "So when you picked up that hair tie, you didn't think about picking up this sword too?" He sneered. "As expected of me, the one who survived until the end is indeed very strong." Duong Tung observed him, commented. Even though he was overwhelmed, he was still very calm. Could it be that he had experienced the same thing before? Replied to his statement. Yes, because I am more special than many other people. He continued to ask, so do you like it? What's the warning look? I asked, do you like the feeling of becoming stronger? He frowned in confusion. Old man, then he spoke. Isn't that natural? The stronger I am, the sooner I will become the #1 in the world. He calmly replied. Is that so? I understand. Duong Tung is confused. Don't you understand? Like it? He was honest. Not sure anymore. Duong Tung repeated his words. Not sure. In this long war, I sometimes talked a little with other versions, but it's been a long time since I heard them again. That sentence. I'm not sure anymore. Sometimes I can feel it deep in my heart, but I still can't sympathize with what he said. Obviously I can feel it too, but why can't I sympathize? Why can't I sympathize with what he said? The more he thought, more confusing. So strange, I find it so strange. Old Tung looked around. He took a moment to observe, finally, asked Tang Tung again, do you see our bodies here? Tang Tung then also looked around. Old Tang continued to explain. The last 2 people must kill each other, so that only the 2 of us will be left. Duong Tung did not reply. The other person continued. When you killed them, what did you see? He wondered, how do I feel? I don't know how to answer anymore. That Tang Tung urged. Why aren't you answering? Duong Tung picked up the 6 weapons. He affirmed that they were genuine. That's real. He gritted his teeth, thinking uncomfortably. He didn't expect to say that. He asked him why he didn't answer, and what nonsense did he say? Road. Tung sighed. Okay, just watch it. Like the real thing. He shouted back nonsense. Of course I'm sure it's real. He replied calmly. So you won't be able to do it. He was puzzled by his words. He did not say whether he was real or fake. But what do you mean you can't do it? That Tang Tung seemed to understand what he was thinking. He continued. You only care about yourself being more special than others. Inyang sages? Who are those people? Tang Tung felt something was wrong. Strange. Old Tang continued. You are me and I am me. He looked at him. I thought to myself, this guy is different from the ones I've killed. Strange, he continued. You know what? I felt only one thing when fighting with other people in the formation. This stupid sleep. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what is it? He replied, whether I am real or fake, it does not matter. Important. Compared to before, I can see that you are getting more and more worried. I can understand how you feel. No matter who wins, this formation will be broken and the victor will become me. This is real. Too scary. Do you remember what Lamdat looked like in his previous life? He was so skinny that even if you pricked him with a needle, not a drop of blood would come out. I see. He thought again and replied, I remember. The real brain of the Martial Alliance. He is the one behind most of the plans and is probably the most dangerous of the 5 princes. He continued, he is also real, but not Lamdat or anyone else. Now that he thought about it, it was true. The Lamdat he knew was not him. His impression, way of speaking, and even his appearance were different. I can't imagine that Lamdat can turn into such a person now. I misunderstood. What's really important here is that I win this battle and survive. His face became thoughtful. But if, no, old Tang Tung continued to ask, just imagining it is scary, right? If the most evil version of me, the thing hidden deep inside my heart, becomes myself and comes out, and contact with all those whom we hold dear, living in this world and causing. What if you commit thousands of crimes? Have you thought about the consequences if one person receives recognition from the old man Kim Trung Nam? One person will continue to become stronger and become an evil person? Damn it. I just realized how selfish and evil I am. So I must win. From those who kill while saying they don't want to die alone to those who don't care about the method they kill others, we feel so scared. When I realize all the people here are me and they are actually what is hidden deep in my heart. Duong Tung thought to himself in agreement with him. That's right, I think I understand. He looked at Duong Tung and commented. How strange. I've never had gray hair like that before, nor have I ever aged that much. At least that's how it looks on the outside. Phew, because I had to kill Tien Ma and save Trung Nguyen, my mind gradually aged due to stress. Now I just want to quickly get away from this talkative old man and escape the formation. That's it. But he raised his face to the sky, laughing loudly as he came to a conclusion. It might be better to let this old man escape, right? If everyone here were real, I confirm that he is. I am the most special. Middle-aged Duong Tong. Clear. His body melted into water. The other entities also shared the same phenomenon of simultaneously disappearing before Tang Tung's face. Tang Tung was left alone. He returned to his teenage appearance. The system sends a mission completion notification. You have completed the mission. The reward is being sent to you. You have received the active skill. The yellow dragon attacks. Below is the information. Believing in skills, he looked around him and saw that he was a fool, the only one left. Recalling the appearance of middle-aged Tang Tung just now, that last person had given up with a smile on his face. Perhaps that was the face of someone who had given up everything. I don't know anymore. Is it because I'm the only one left that I survived? Or is there some other reason? System brings up the message. You have completed the mission. The reward is being sent to you. You have received the active skill. Hong Long Tsung Fa. Next is the skill information introduction table. He read the information while the Yin Yang sage arrived. Beside him, the old man laughed. See? I told you, that kid survived. The old man's other head hummed in response. Duong Tung looked at him. Then he realized Duong Tung was looking at him. So he continued him. Long time no see? Road. Tung thought to himself in confusion. Long time no see? Is this a form of greeting? Or is it because he's been lonely for so long that he's like that? It was as if he could read my mind. It was also a matter of you understanding it like that. Normal. Duong Tung was surprised. He read my mind. He must have, since they were the ones who created this place. The old man laughed again and explained. Compared to us, you have only been here for a short time. How long? Duong Tung secretly agreed. That's right. They've been here since this place appeared. He wondered. So how long have they been here? The wise man Yang calculated. If calculated by the time in your world, then about 500 years. Duong Tung found it hard to believe. 500 years, but 1 year here is equal to 2 hours outside. Out. Old continued, 2.19 million years. Road. Stagnant. Again, he thought to himself, did I just hear wrong? The old man affirmed again, Duong Tung ha. Gasped. He continued to explain, we are experts. For us, 2.19 million years just passed in the blink of an eye. Besides, aren't you going to save us? Duong Tung was puzzled by this idea. He asked again, save 2 people? Didn't you just break the infinite ego formation? What? Duong Tung asked again. What do you mean is that when the formation is broken, you will disappear? Lost. He laughed at the trivial question. He then continued to ask, if not to save then, what else could it be? Duong Tung received. Judging by his smile, his carefree smile was devoid of any regret. Was he glad it was over? He answered him, yes, me. I am very happy that the one who can pass through this infinite ego formation is you. Duong Tung replied, just because I am the successor of the yin-yang absorption technique. What? He did not answer for a moment. After, he found his words before speaking. Yes, that is the reason why we have existed for the past 2.1 million years. Tang Tung found it difficult to. He thought to himself, why? He replied, because the time has come to absorb the Onmyoji and go out. He repeated, at the right time, he replied, brother, I think so now we have found you. Duong Tung thought curiously, if they thought so, why did they still try to pass on this martial art, right? Just like the author of the 10 Great Demon Soldiers notes, why did these experts leave behind their secret techniques in a cave or oasis after they died? Of course, there may be some unavoidable circumstances, but there are definitely people who do it on purpose. What is the reason after all? No, is it so different to absorb yin and yang? They have to wait for a successor and also leave their thoughts inside the book, like a magic formation. The old man said, have you ever heard of the 5 ghost physique? Duong Tung paused at this question of the old man. Outside, Duhao was being. Jiang Xiong stomped his feet. He spoke, unyielding tower Jiang Xiong. If you weren't a disciple of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, I would have cut you in half for daring to block. That's my way. If you continue to block the path of the Shadow Group, I will no longer treat you as a disciple, but as an enemy, and take this opportunity. Get lost now. Zhang Heng was not afraid at all. Then just think about it. Is a person who uses a shield to protect his friend a bad person, or a bastard who tries to kill a person who comes to protect his friend? Is this the bad guy? Du Hao did not answer. From above, Nam Kung Sach hugged Luke. Min escaped. Du Hao was surprised. Nam Kung Sach, he thought to himself, these insects. He swung his sword towards Zhang Heng and attacked. Zhang Heng was easily pushed down by him. Du Hao glanced at Nam. Palace of Books. He felt the gaze. His was murderous. He quickly released Luke Min to a safe place, then rushed to fight with Du Hao, using his magic. Earth Oath. Du Hao was surprised. He responded with the Black God Dao. Voan Noyet trampled Nam Kung's Sach and used Oi Lam. The White Sky Thunder Swallow. Nam Kung's Sach swung his sword, using his spiritual power to strengthen it. He cut off Du Hao's attack. He thought to himself in surprise when he witnessed that strike of his. It was the enhanced lightning spiritual power that I had only heard of before. His enhanced lightning spiritual power did not spread out, but attacked me in a certain structure. How could a disciple be so strong? He thought. Noble physical condition. He remembered Min Tian's words, if the vice principal's words. If you is real, then it is understandable why the alliance leader is so diligent, was what the old monk said that day. There are already 3 people believed to possess the 5 ghosts physique, but I don't know much about the 5 ghosts physique right now, so I'm still standing still. But if 3 people own, with that power, they must be very dangerous and could upset the whole of China. This original, Tang Tung repeated, the physical body of the 5 ghosts. I heard of it. Someone got it wrong. I own it too. The old man replied that he understood, but didn't he know how many people in the martial arts world currently owned it? Duong Tung replied, yes, the 5 ghosts physical body is. What is this? How could 2 people be locked up here for so long and still want to give up on absorbing yin-yang magic? The old man, answer your question again, without you having to say it. It is because of the prophecy. Duong Tung opened his eyes wide in confusion. Prophecy. The old man explained. The prophecy said that an unprecedented disaster would sweep through Central Plains when 5 people possessed the physical form of demons, appeared after 500 years. Tang Tung temporarily, surprised. He then secretly exclaimed, ah, enough. I didn't expect such a strange thing to exist. Prophecy like that didn't surprise him anymore. Moreover, that disaster would come true. He told him that the prophecy would come true. The old man asked again immediately, huh, how did you know? He asked again with a serious expression. It's not like you saw my memories. What? The old man corrected. We can only read what people are thinking. Even in this place we are not omnipotent, but it is especially difficult to read the mind of a strong psychologist. Like that person. Duong Tung received the information. The news he brought. He confirmed that the prophecy would definitely come true. The truth. The old man was impatient. Then I was asking you why you know. Duong Tung replied, because I have seen it with my own eyes and experienced it myself. Yin Yang sage looked at him. 2 words of confusion clearly written on his face. Old man, please explain further. Tung Street begins to approach. Du Hao looked at the unconscious Luke Min that Nam Kung's Sach placed on the roof. He thought to himself, although it was a bit humiliating that the Shadow Corps had to face a group of disciples, now that they had saved someone, our side had also lost control. Situation. All the books in the 100,000 Books Palace have been burned. The objective has been achieved. There is nothing more to do. I will observe and report back on the situation. Then left while transmitting to his subordinates, leaving behind a minimum number of people and withdrawing the remaining ones. Go again. They received the order clearly. Zhang Heng and Nam Kung Sach observed them. The group of people in the shadow quickly dispersed in all directions, leaving the 100,000 Books Palace. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, cursing them inwardly. Are these bastards planning to run? Instead of saving people, they're blocking the way. Us. Nam Kung Sach reminded him. This place is about to collapse. Zhang Heng anxiously asked him. Hey, did you see Duong Tung inside? He went in. It's been a while. Nam Kung Sach did not reply. He looked over to the 100,000 Books Palace and saw nothing but fire. Duong Tung is currently being taught the yin-yang technique by the yin-yang sage. He paused after he finished and spoke. You have now become the successor of the yin-yang absorption technique. Tang Tung said from open word eyes. He comforted him. There's no need to feel regretful. Because of this we will disappear. Besides, he continued to laugh. Not at all. We are also very sorry for having to hand everything over to you. His other head pointed to the other side. Only he felt guilty. But I don't. Duong Tung looked at them, like 2 opposite poles. He smiled wryly, sympathizing with the old man. Perhaps they had tolerated each other all these years because they shared the same body. The old man continued. The body has begun to dissolve. Boy, there is something you must remember this well. Duong Tung listened seriously. What is it? He admonished. Some egos will change and become stronger than others. Different. He smiled. I remember. He looked at the old man. He had disappeared for a while. The other head of the Yin-Yang sage continued. Ah, remember this too. Since this has happened, do I need to remind you to pay attention again? Tang Tung, puzzled. What's the matter? He replied. Just now there was a big pillar of fire falling down into the heads of the two people. Duong Tung was stunned, momentarily not understanding what he said. What is it? The old man laughed. There is a fire pouring down on your head. And your friend. Duong Tung was surprised. He forgot that both of them were stuck in the fire. The old man reassured him. It's okay. A blink of an eye outside is like 2 hours. The clock is here. Duong Tung sighed. It should be enough for me to handle. The Yin-Yang sage continued to say to himself. Hey, old man on the left, how long have we been talking? The old man's head smiled. 2 hours of Tang Dynasty's sutra, surprised at the optimism of these two. Really these two old men too. The Yin-Yang sage left his last words for you. Take care. Don't forget the things we asked of you. Duong Tung was quickly left alone. 500 years gone. The book that existed for 2.19 million years disappeared after completing its mission. Its fate. It's been hard. I don't know if I can be as persistent as you guys, but leave it to me. He pulled a jacket out of his pocket. I don't know if it will help, but there's no time left. He put it on Lamdat to cover him. Duong Tung looked around, quickly leaving. Had to get Lamdat out of the 10th floor as quickly as possible. The system sends a notification that you have completed the surprise mission. The reward is being sent to you. Passive skill fire resistance. Question. Fire resistance technique. Passive skill fire resistance technique level 1 proficiency 0%. A special type of Qigong that increases the body's resistance to fire. Current status. At level 1. He shielded Lam Dat while leaving this place with him. It was better to let Lam Dat have fire resistance. It was getting harder and harder to breathe, and it seemed like the building was about to collapse. If they didn't escape quickly, they would both. You will die here. The system informs you, your agility level is at its peak. Part 1. Tang Tung pushed himself. Faster, faster, faster. More. Above, the wooden bars are constantly fell on their heads. 100,000 books hall, engulfed in flames and gradually collapsed. Zhang Heng and Nam Kung Sach could not take their eyes off each other. Over here, Min Tian was also observing the black smoke column from there. He muttered, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Do how? To the place. Old man. He reported. Have we completed the mission? Min Tian approached. Good job. He continued to ask, have you seen the young master of the Nam Kung family? Du Hao can. The monk replied. I see, sir. Nam Kung Sach certainly has the ability. Demonic substance thunder. Old man continue. Ho ho ho. So you have verified it yourself, huh? He was silent for a moment, then continued. Asked. By the way, can you find out the current location of that kid Tang Tung? Du Hao presented. He was in. Bokvan Thursday electricity. Min Tian for you. Mister. I kept that expression, but my voice was full of threats from the captain. While it was entering the 100,000 books palace, what are you doing? Du Hao was sweating as he felt his body was strange. His heart was pounding. I'm in pain. He quickly exclaimed, please forgive me. Min Tian answered him. Forget it. Perhaps Buddha feels sorry. I feel sorry for him. The old man continued to chant, Namo, Amitabha Buddha. Du Hao gasped for breath as he just managed to save his life. The 100,000 books hall is still burning. The place where all my joys and sorrows of the past year are now collapsing. Thanks. After reading all 100,000 books there, my intelligence just reached its limit. My intelligence score is 99.9%. Perhaps the biggest reason I passed the Yin-Yang absorption infinite ego formation was thanks to my intelligence. This powerful force. He exclaimed, it's too heavy. Lamdat is not light at all. In that case, the pressure on my shoulders is even heavier. Is it because the weight of 2.19 million years is pressing on these shoulders? The communication system. While the line is pointing outwards, your intelligence has reached its limit. Your intelligence has increased. Your intelligence has increased. Force increased by 1. Your intelligence has reached 100 and is being transformed. Apply the absorption, Yin-Yang technique. Your intelligence data has been replaced with wisdom data. Stage 1 mind transformation will be unlocked. Mind transformation wisdom. Stage 1 solution. The 10 great demon soldiers. The dual soldiers combine their moves and use both skills at the same time, to escape the burning landing. Your body's fire resistance has increased after continuous exposure to fire resistance reached level 2. Duong Tung thought to himself that his clothes were all burned. Just a burn on your skin is enough to. New flesh will grow. Your body's fire resistance has increased after continuous exposure to fire. Resistance magic. Fire level 3. This is how I learned what fire resistance is and how to master it. I am constantly growing within this fire. It's not enough for you to continue breaking your limits. Your body's fire resistance has increased after continuous exposure to fire resistance magic. Level 4. Let me carry the weight of the world in 2.19 million years. I must. Development. More. He rushed out under the witness of many people below, finally escaped. The disciples below were all amazing. He thought to himself, after having passed through the last fire and as the 100,000 books of the electric power has also been completed. Its mission, its life ends here. How long do you think it takes for the phone to? The disappearance of 100,000 books? Just one day? Yes, just one day is enough. Tens of thousands of books are stored. Countless books on basic martial arts and battle formations on the Zhongho. Many foreign books along with countless Chinese martial arts dictionaries and strategy books. That was how the 100,000 books hall and its books, which were once symbols of the righteous sect, disappeared into nothingness. The investigation into the destruction of the Bak Vin Thursday Palace was launched on the same day. The next day, Elder Du Suong was caught at the scene and was under suspicion of being the culprit who caused the fire. But ironically, the investigation made no further progress. Because the suspect has disappeared, those are the things that I said. Du Suong, the one who disappeared without leaving any trace except the burnt corpse. The reaction of the 9 great sects and 5 great families. The people who formed the foundation of the Martial Arts Alliance were extremely indifferent because they did not lose any precious secret techniques. Furthermore, in the remaining pile of books including martial arts, introductory and basic are things that are almost only useful for disciples of medium and small sects, those who the foundation is flawed. As for the prestigious sects and big families, to them they are completely worthless. What happened to those million miscellaneous books has nothing to do with them. Xin Bai crossed his arms and commented on the mess. His friend continued, "Yeah, I haven't had time to read anything there yet." The 100,000 books was eventually concluded to have caught fire accidentally, like the forest fires that often occur in winter, and the investigation's conclusion was not taken seriously. Instead, also from this incident, a name continuously appeared among the disciples. In the Wulong Valley, 2 people appeared who possessed an extremely deep friendship, similar to the friendship between Guan Zhong and Bao Shu. They waved at Duong Tung, calling out loudly. The brave young man pushed the shadow away. He played the guitar and rushed into the fire to save his friend. His friend asked where his book was. Already? After Tang Tung didn't hesitate to jump into the fire to save his friend, they gave him another nickname. The brave guardian of the library. He smiled, waved back at them. "Oh yeah, he's right here." This, and called Lam Dad, who was immersed in the book in the middle of the big fire, Bao Thursday Tai. He also laughed, haha, so embarrassed. The 2 of them are called the caretaker duo. He looked down and spoke to Lam Dad. "They only talk to me. But you're still cool. Brother, continue." Honestly, first he was Long Z of Xian. Then he was the evil one. Now he calls me his protector. Library courage. Lamdat replied, "It's not just us. Your other friends and Luke Min also have it." Tang Tung's expression turned serious when Linda mentioned Lu Ming. "Ah, now that you mention it, Lu Ming still hasn't woken up yet." Linda became more pensive when he heard Tang Tung mention this. "Yes, he was sad. I still don't know what happened that day. At that time, I was interpreting the last part of the yin-yang absorption technique. With Luke Min, I had just finished reading when I was sucked into the book's formation. Then I didn't know what happened after that. I also didn't know why the fire broke out, or why Luke Min was attacked." Tang Tungu frowned, rejecting his attitude. "Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault." He thought to himself that he wasn't sure if Du Suong attacked Luke Min simply to destroy the witness, or because he was the disciple of the alliance leader. But the culprit had disappeared, and the victim had not yet regained consciousness, so there was no way to find out the truth. But there was one. It was very clear that the 100,000 books palace was burned down and Lu Ming was still unconscious. It's all because of that rotten council of elders. If so, then I can guess their intentions for the future. He sneered as he determined direction. At this time, the elders were meeting again. The elder of the Hon Sun sect presented, as I said before, the Bokvin Thursday Palace was useless from the beginning. Besides, I stopped complaining to make use of what we had. However, now that things have turned out like this, I am very happy that we can correct the mistake. Before, the Kunlun sect elder interrupted him. Hey, why are you talking so much? Get to the point. That's the point. The old man quickly replied. Then let me summarize. I want to change the 100,000 Books Hall to 100,000 Books Hall like it was in the Martial Arts Alliance in Hangzhou. Honestly, the only thing that's great about it is its name. More than 90% of the books in there are just a bunch of junk books and useless literature books, right? Distribute them all from the Alliance to. Go somewhere else. Then it is better to build a building right at the location of Bokvan Thursday Palace. The crowd was silent. The old man laughed. That's my opinion. What do you guys think about moving the Council of Elders? The crowd remained silent. Zhuge Liang observed the atmosphere, then used sound transmission to discuss with Kim Trung-nam, his expression almost unchanged. They must have decided with. It was arranged in advance. He glanced at him. Everything was arranged in advance. Elder Hon's son continued to explain. As everyone knows, our current building is too old. Its size is too small, reducing the authority of our council. He waved his hands and feet. Therefore, I strongly support the construction of a council hall close to the size of the 100,000 Books Hall. The thing that has. The city was burned down, so the people of the 5 great clans and the 9 great sects, we can make full use of that space. The elder of the Nam Kung family asked him again. So what are you going to do with the old council? This guy seemed to have prepared in advance. His response was extremely smooth. It's simple. The 100,000 Books Hall was destroyed, and there are no classes for Class 8 disciples, right? We can let they use this place. If so, then the 100,000 Books Hall is no longer needed and the 8th grade classroom can be separated into the 100,000 Books House and the old council hall. In my opinion, for the benefit of the entire martial arts world, this is the right thing to do. The Nam Kung family elder frowned. Was it right to separate the 8th class disciples, who specialized in reading books, from the library? Kim Jong-nan let Kat Sung know his thoughts through sound transmission. Although there were still many arguments, I think both sides had the same opinion on building a new council building. He agreed with the old man. Yes, definitely so. Zhuge Liang spoke, apologizing for interrupting. So he smiled and suggested, instead of moving, I would like to suggest other. The Council of Elders is a place that people respect. Although old, it is a place of traditional value and is built in an ideal location. He stepped forward, heading towards the center of the meeting. The problem was big or small. Old or new does not matter, because it can touch the blue sky above and has a panoramic view of the ground below. How can such a place compare to the Crouching Dragon Valley, which lacks open space? This is truly a prime location in the middle of heaven and earth. Above all, what if the noble elders of the Central Plains are all gathered here? The authority as high as the sky is being destroyed? On the other hand, what about the 100,000 Books Hall? Located in the center of the Outer Dragon Valley, it is the gathering place of the Central Plains talents. It is considered the light and hope of the disciples of the sects, the middle and small sections. Zhuge Liang concluded, so in the place where the 100,000 Books Hall was built, we will build a new and larger library. If the Council of Elders and Zhong decide, then wouldn't all the members of the council be praised for their chivalry for generations to come? If so, the authority of the council and the elders will be further strengthened. Our great name will be remembered forever. The whole room was silent. Min Tian was the next to speak. The leader of the alliance had a very good suggestion, a perfect answer with no gaps. He raised his hand and asked the crowd, was there anyone against this proposal? No. So let's decide then. We will proceed to build a new library, as proposed by the leader of the union. Min Lao bit back, but unfortunately, it was still not enough of a reason to use the council's budget for the construction of a new library. But Zhuge Liang had already been vaccinated. Oh, so you're concerned about that? An anonymous benefactor forgot to give a large sum of money to the Great Hero Palace to build a new library. Old Mingshan was curious about the benefactor. Zhuge Liang continued. At first I tried to refuse to see if he had any malicious intentions, but I accepted because that person only asked for one thing from the alliance. It's just the martial arts world. Min Tian ran out of magic and had to swallow his pride and let the matter go. At Tien Hung Brothel, Duong Tung is talking to Tien Van. We have donated a large sum of money and only require. Please change the nameplate. He smiled. I have to find a place to put this thing? Tien Van pondered. No answer. Duong Tung continued to build only a new library and was given the right to name the most famous building in the Martial Arts League, which was quite cheap. Now she spoke. Why do you insist on this name? It has a meaning. What? Duong Tung pondered. It's a secret. Your words are full of hidden meaning. There is no way to return the things I have received. I will return a lot to that grace. Do you understand? She replied directly. I'll probably never understand you until I die. Duong Tung sighed. It's just for my own comfort anyway. This is nothing compared to the favor I received. He thought to himself, compared to the temple of 100,000 books, the place that had given him countless lessons and many opportunities, and both the appearance of yin and yang. You have endured for 2.19 million years. No way and no place to turn back all. The first snow suddenly fell without stopping. I don't like this weather very much, but sometimes it clears my head. Sometimes my head still feels like it's on fire, so it helps cool it down. My head should be good too. I opened the bottle of wine. What a great day to drink wine and pour it on the ground. To the yin-yang sage, a bottle. I will never forget what you two asked for. So, rest in peace. Kim Hak watched him from behind. He spoke. His manner was as playful as usual. It was called Yang River Grand Song because its fragrance danced and sang in his throat immediately. When you drink it, I don't know who you're mourning, but it will be a funeral dirge. That's the best. Tang Tung replied. What is Grandmaster Kim Hak doing here? He joked back. Why are you worried that I will drink again? Huh? Duong Tung teased him without hesitation. From such a faraway scent, you can still guess that it is Duong Ha Dai Kuk, so you must not have forgotten the wine. He laughed. Well, you're right, but I didn't come there to meet you. I come as an individual. I come as the master of the first class and the elder representing the martial arts school. He broke the shocking news as gently as possible. Did you know you failed the class? Duong Tung and Gu Person slipped for a moment. He was sweating. Don't say he failed because he was eliminated. Right from the beginning, Kim Trung still answered. Kim Hak sighed. You defeated me and ran to the 8th class. Now you failed. What will become of me? At this rate, I'll end up drinking again. He suggested. So tell me, we should drink wine again, or you will come to ban. First here. Min Tien placed a chess piece on the table. He muttered, 2.19 million. 2, a million. The old man frowned and called out to the group leader. Du Hao immediately spoke up. Yes, sir. He continued. You have investigated the kind-hearted man, that anonymous person yet? He reported, but was still cautious for fear of offending the old man. Sir, he only left money at the door. It seemed that even the alliance leader did not know any other information. Old Min Tien, without looking at him, what did the leader of the First Continent's Chamber of Commerce say about canceling the construction of the new council building? Du Hao replied. He said he couldn't do anything. He said it would be difficult to support the 9 great sects next year, so he wanted to send his condolences. Previous error. Min Tien thought about the words he just heard. Was it difficult to support? Ho ho. It turns out the guild leader is determined to cross the bridge. Withdraw the game? Du Hao thought to himself. The first merchant association of the continent. Just like its name, it is the #1 merchant association in the Central Plains and the biggest sponsor of the 9 great sects. If we stop supporting them, it means that from now on they will start cooperating with the 5 great families. Min Tien changed the subject. Commander, how have the 9 great sects treated them recently? He replied immediately. We are extremely preferential to them and even give them the right to cooperate from before. The old man laughed loudly. It's true that we did that to him, but we didn't expect him to be this unreasonable. Could this be karma? Amitabha Buddha. Du Hao volunteered. I will go get his head right now. He glanced. He ho ho, what are you saying? Buddha's son, these vicious words are only for the wicked who cannot turn back, isn't it? He continued, so he went there and give him a little advice. Tell him there's still time for him to come back, on the right path. Du Hao bowed his head and obeyed. He was angry, quickly left, leaving old Min Tien with his chessboard. He laughed loudly. Buddha's intentions are truly mysterious. I thought everything was over, but then a new challenge appeared. Namoe, Amitabha, Buddha. On this side, Kim Trung Nam was also laughing heartily. Jia Kat sung, puzzled, what are you laughing at? He, share now. I just thought of that beastly old man and imagined his face, chanting Amit Ba Buddha all day long, standing in front of me. How could I not laugh? Zhuge Liang told him a few things. According to today's news, Huang Zhong had secretly met with the elders of the 5 great clans. So those on the same side as that old beast seemed to be in a hurry. Gold action. Huang Zhong, the president of the First Continent Chamber of Commerce? Jia, Cat Sung affirmed. That's right. I guess the First Continent Chamber of Commerce has chosen the 5 great families of Central Plains as the breakthrough point in their recent failed business deals. Kim Trung-nam clicked his tongue. They joined hands with the 5 great families to take advantage of your reputation, but they didn't know you had it. What can be done? Zhuge Liang smiled, but did not reply. He looked away, his face becoming filled with passion again. Zhuge Liang only then spoke, a little worried, to let them realize most of our intentions will be safe. Kim Trung-nam wake up the shore no matter what. This is a declaration of war. They not only dare to touch that building, but also touch my disciples. Zhuge Liang knew who he was referring to. Lu Ming had not yet woken up, but fortunately his life was not in danger. Those people did not gain anything either. Kim Trung-nam smiled smugly. Thinking back, it was all because of that kid. Jia, Cat Sung thought to himself. Every time the boy mentioned in the principal's words, I always have a strange premonition that he himself would be responsible for promoting the policy of coexistence. With him and Tang Song, small and medium-sized sects and free warriors will gain more and more ground in the alliance. Zhuge Liang continued to explain. On the other hand, this matter was a bit embarrassing. It feels like we put a huge burden on. His role is like that. Kim Trung-nam reassured Ji to leave it to Cat Sung. Just observing. He is optimistic and believes in Tang Tong. Don't you think that kid is doing very well? I wonder if he realizes that. By the way, you really don't know who that anonymous benefactor is? Zhuge Liang looked at him and replied. That's right. I couldn't find any information about him. In the morning, while meeting with the Council of Elders, we saw a box in the backyard of Dai Hung Palace filled with gold bars and a paper requesting to name the new building as Palace 2.19 Bak Ben Thursday. Kim Trung-nam frowned and asked again, Isn't it true that Zhang Hung sleeps there every day in the spring behind Dai Hung Palace? Jia Cat Dung smiled wryly. That's true, but every day. What does that mean? Old Kim Trung-nam was surprised. Doesn't that sound absurd? You have to go through the entrance of Dai Hung Palace to get there. Isn't that right? If we can't get past the entire army of demon exterminators guarding the main gate of the Great Hall, how can we get in? Zhuge Liang Sung agreed with him. That's right. That's why I still don't understand how he moved that pile of gold bars. No matter how hard I tried to investigate, there was no progress. Kim Trung-nam glanced at Jia Cat Sung. Wow, that's interesting. From the Bagua Formation, the Baji Formation to the 5 Elements Law, the old man, put in so much effort to build the Dai Hung Palace. How can a person penetrate a place where even birds cannot fly? Or do you not want to find out more about him? Zhuge Liang smiled wryly. No, I just think he is a ghost. It's just strange. Kim Trung-nam raised his face to the sky, smiling with delight. What's so strange? If it was a kind ghost, then now, he's smiling. Zhuge Liang agreed with him. That's right. He must be happy because he's a good ghost. Stomach. They were all sure. He must be somewhere now, smiling happily. The ghost they mentioned is in the backyard of the temple. Dai Hung Zhang Hung frowned and looked at Duong Tong. This ghost name. He found it difficult. I understand and ask again. Who? He answered immediately. You? Duong Tong sneered. You said you would show me the training hall reserved for disciples of the Martial Arts Alliance. Then why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Zhang Hung laughed. I'm talking about the pile of gold bars. He yawned as he thought. These past few days, it's been just you and me who's been around here. Then who else could it be besides you? Tang Tung was surprised. This is my first time coming here. Zhang Hung still kept his playful demeanor. I'm not talking about practicing, but the backyard where I sleep. Don't pretend to be fake. Duong Tung let out a breath. Thinking to himself, he knew he would. I doubt it. But it's just a doubt, because every time I come here I go empty-handed. At least that's how it looks from the outside. Even if he realizes that it's him, he'll be interested in something else. Challenge Zhang Hung. You have evidence. No. Jiang Xiong frowned. Oh, after spending all his time reading books in the 100,000 books hall, he still hadn't sobered up, right? He stretched. He was the one who needed to be beaten to wake up. Road. laughing with pleasure, intending to provoke. It's so obvious. He looked at him, his eyes serious as he accepted the challenge. Fight. Okay. Tang Tung looked at his information. Level 42, Jiang Xiong. Jiang Xiong was satisfied. It should have been done like that from the beginning. Infinite Battle Demon, leader of the Great Bear Alliance, the 8 main forces of the Martial Arts Alliance. If his Great Hero Alliance hadn't been rejected by the alliance leader after Zhuge Chang's death, he would have been as famous as Nangong Sa, Yang Yuer, and Mingji. Although I don't know what he did, I don't know what he was in charge of after the Great Demon Triad. According to the rumors I heard, he built his name with his illustrious achievements. Abroad, like the nickname of the Infinite Fighting Demon, a person who trains to death every day without needing to. A companion. For him, this battle might be the most anticipated moment in recent years. Well, I also have a few things I want to test after breaking the infinite ego formation. What a great opportunity. He challenged me to come up with the question. Jiang Xiong, you're not being polite. Hee. Only you can play with me. The system gives a mission, a surprise mission, defeat Jiang Xiong again. Time limit is 15 minutes after the match starts. Reward. If successful, you will receive a wound healing pill, a penalty. If failed, the mission will change. The 2 old men Zhuge Liang and Jin Zhongnan smelled this match. Oh, just when we were looking for clues about the good ghost, here comes something interesting to see. Ha, you're right. Zhuge Liang continued to reply to old man Jin Zhongnan. It had been a year since they had seen them compete against each other at the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Shangxi, Jin Zhongnan exclaimed. It's been a year already? Time really flies. Zhuge Liang laughed. What do you think? Between my disciple Jiang Xiong and that blockhead guy you've always been paying attention to, who will win this time? Jin Zhongnan laughed. Who cares about that? Jia, Katsung said again. Even if you say so, still curious. Zhang Heng asked Duong Tung. Ready? He has already used his skills. Is Tang Tung more ready than ever? He used Mount Tai to confront Jiang Xiong, eager to defeat him. When will it start? Both of them immediately charge up. Come on. Fist of. They collide into each other. Duong Tung commented on the shot. That's a pretty strong punch. Zhang Heng sneered back. Pretty good? He opened his hand. He used all his strength to knock away Duong Tung's hand, then immediately grabbed his hand. You. Throw it out again. Zhang Heng catches it. His 2 hands were as if playing with a spring. He sneered. Are you willing to look at me again? Duong Tung was delighted. Both of them put their strength into it, and the ground also shook. It cracked open. The unyielding monster, nearly 2.1 meters tall, had now surpassed that number. The Great Bear Alliance is also known as the Bear Alliance because most of the warriors there are about the same size as him. But this guy is a real bear. He has a suffocatingly strong soul radiating from him. In the marrow, no different than a bear leader. But Duong Tung used another skill. The title of Master Duck has been equipped. Duong Tung calculated that there was still a way to deal with a bear like him. He stepped on his foot. Zhang Heng was surprised. The title of champion of the Long Fuang exam was use. Duong Tung holds the axe and charges forward to attack, activating his passive skill. Me. Zhang Heng smiled, even though he extremely alert. Duong Tung was confused by Zhang Heng's moves. What? He's back? He jumped up and used his footwork to hit his shield. Zhang Heng, sneering. Dai Sun, he swung the shield in his hand hit Duong Tung, and he hit the ceiling without hitting Bitch's head. Duong Tung hurriedly. Back off. Keep your distance. He was breathing heavily, but his tone was still very loud. It seemed like he was proficient in using shields. Zhang Heng replied without hesitation. Probably so. Then show me your Azura weapon skills or something. That. Duong Tung replied. Even though he didn't say anything, he used the 10 great demon soldiers. I'm also planning to use the Azura combined infantry. Kim Trung Nam continued to say good luck. I'm serious. Whoever wins, it's going to be a great match. This is a lucky omen for the martial arts world in the city. Boss X Cock, speak to him. Welcome Tangong. Death. He smiled. There must be a lot to do. Thanks. Everyone has worked hard. He replied politely. What are you talking about? You always pay us double, so this is nothing. His workers muttered when they saw him. He did give the old man a lot. Where did that guy get all that money? Ziok added, let me show you the second floor. Don't make a mess. He led him inside and began to introduce himself. I have made many weapons with the Millennium Cold Iron you gave me. Because the number of weapons you requested was quite large, The imperial court came here to investigate. They also asked me if I was plotting a war. As you instructed, I told them that the request was from the 1st Division of the Ngoa Long Valley. Then I showed them the Ngoa Long token you gave them, so they gave it to me. Let me continue. Duong Tung Hai said with a smile. Very good, this should be enough. It seems he has made a lot of those weapons. Seosi smiled. Because there is a large quantity, our side will deliver it to you tomorrow. He refused immediately. Oh, no need. No need. I will take them all away today. Seosi asked in disbelief. All this? How is that possible? Duong Tung explained. Answer him, then open the warehouse. Seosi was amazed to witness the scene. In front, a pile of weapons in a flash disappeared. He gasped, thinking to himself, oh my God, he has a treasure of the supreme morality? Even took the weapon rack. Or should I tell him? Should I return it? Seosi was curious. Are you really going to start a fight? Tang Tung laughed. I'm not going to start a fight. I'm just making some preparations. I heard that the first class's external exercises require the use of real sword, but I specialize in the 10 great demon soldiers, so I need at least 10 different types of weapons to practice with. Say, Snail exclaimed. Then you prepared too early. The new semester still hasn't started yet. Story. That's what Tang Tung explained. Someone challenged me today. Returning to the backyard, Tang Tung and Jiang Xiong immediately rushed forward. The training ground was shaken, and the fist of they collide into each other. Duong Tung commented, your punch is quite strong. Zhang Heng laughed. The sensitivity is back. Pretty good, they said to each other. Both are happy. The force from their feet made the ground wet. Tung used his skill. The title of Master Duck has been equipped. He kicked his leg. Zhang Heng was surprised, but I do not, flinched. Instead, Jiang Xiong immediately used his shield. No way. Duong Tung continued to use another title. The title of champion of the Long Fuang exam was used. He took his axe and charged forward. Jiang Xiong also charged forward with his shield in hand. Duong Tung wondered. He turned his back? Duong Tung jumped up, using footwork to attack, but only slashed at Jiang Xiong's shield. He immediately counterattacked with the giant Great Mountain Strike, but failed. His shield was swung. Tang Tung was surprised, changing quickly. He was thrown to the ceiling, inertia, and internal force. He combined 3 things that were difficult to use at the same time. My shield technique. This guy has improved a lot in just 1 year. He said, it seems you have mastered shield technique. Zhang Heng admitted, probably so. He continued to challenge him. Show me, what is his Azura? Duong Tung smiled. He didn't tell him to take it. Immediately take out your weapons. The 10 great demon soldiers. I'm also planning to use the Azura infantry combination. They charged shield to shield clashing sword. Jiang Xiong moves. Tang Tung also moved. He urged, if he kept lingering like this, it would be difficult to concentrate his strength into the attack. Duong Tung was pushed back. You flew to the ceiling again, sneered. So that's why you deliberately forced me to fly into the air, right? Tang Tung thought to himself. At times like this, if I could take advantage of that Nan Gong guy's heavenly azure, the oath of heaven and earth, how great would that be? Never mind. Every time you touch the ground, you just keep moving. In his left hand, he holds a spear and a stick. In his right hand, he holds a sword and supports. The left hand goes from the bottom left to the top right. The right hand goes from the top left to the bottom right. The 10 great demonic soldiers and 4 soldiers combine. The first form of the magic, ascending to the fallen tiger. They attack Zhang Heng, forcing him. Must be on the defensive. The tiger of Tang Tung. Rushing forward, Zhang Heng slammed his shield on the ground. As if the bear and the tiger were fighting, both. Determination, the axe collides with the shield. The system notifies when Duong Tung activates a skill. The active skill Tai Sun APCUC level 3, the success rate, 55% proficient. Zhang Heng is alert. The path flew past his shield, supple as a snake, lunging to attack. Success causes the system to notify you that you have dealt critical damage, 200% damage. Zhang Heng counterattacks with a giant mountain. The pulse does not turn the shield. When you're spinning around, Zhang Heng took a run up and threw it away. Road. Tung bent to avoid it. But the shield returned to Zhang Heng when it hit the wall. Duong Tung was surprised, turning back. He immediately bowed. People to dodge it. The shield returned to Zhang Heng's hand, and he caught it. Duong Tung. Annoying. I've never seen a shield like that. So dangerous. Normally shields are designed to be round. but his has angular edges. Does that help him control the direction it bounces back? If thrown correctly, it could cause the shield to bounce back. But no matter how well designed, this type of weapon is completely dependent on the user, which means he has been learning how to throw it accurately for at least a year. He exclaimed, to be able to use this strange shield technique. He is truly a genius. Zhang Heng also had the same feeling. Damn, you're also amazing. If I wasn't careful, I would have eaten enough today, I would have died. He sneered. I hit you. Zhang Heng replied, but your current situation is not necessarily better than mine. Hee. Duong Tung thought to himself. In his previous life, Zhang Heng was a swordsman. He was unexpectedly better at using a shield than before. What a scary guy. A part of history was changed because of him. But Min really enjoyed this moment. The tension of fighting against a strong opponent, his heart, is beating rapidly. It must be him, also felt the same way. Zhang Heng was laughing. Fighting with you is still the most fun, but your strength has not stopped yet. Where is it again? Duong Tung followed Zhang Heng. How could that be? He waved his hand. Ho ho. Good. Looks like I can hit to my heart's content today. Kim Trung Nam also commented on that martial art. It seems that the shield technique that you, Mr. Ko, created has no order, right? Jia Kat Sung agreed. That's right. There was originally no predetermined route or direction of movement. But he only left these 10 methods. When he wants to, he will do it. So change it back. Even without any moves, he can still combine 10 methods. This together. Kim Trung Nam is interested. Interesting. Put the shield on the ground and divide the impact. Move promptly and put all your strength into your heels. Stick close and direct the remaining energy. An elbow. He thought to himself, what a complicated principle that no one can imitate. It is truly a martial art created by an eccentric scholar. Then Zhang Heng successfully recreated the entire. Already? He is really an angel. Martial arts talent. Duong Tung was upset. He pushed himself into the air again. I can't consume internal energy and body. He knows that, so he keeps doing it. Now I know the most effective way to defend, right? Duong Tung urged himself, thinking, go react. The 10 great demon soldiers. That is, the first turn, the violent 10-flooded Yaoji moves in the direction of the violent vortex's rotation. But right now I can only do 6 laps. Because I was forced to use the army in the direction of the 10 great demon soldiers, the pressure was too great. He continued to use force to twist. Zhang Heng used force to block. Now that's all we can do. Zhang Heng sneered and said, without the ground as a foundation, you plan to increase the attack power in a spiral? How about this? I is also very confident with his spin, he said as he turned his shield. The giant mountain failed to form a vortex. Schism. 2 vortices collide. Jiang Xiong stopped. Tang Tung was pushed. Retreat. He gritted his teeth. He's breaking the force. My spiral. Zhang Heng immediately rushed up and hit Duong Tung. He shouted, if you do that, you won't be able to use your power either. Where am I? Zhang Heng lifted the shield and asked arrogantly. Really? He hit it on Duong Tung's head, making his head bleed. 2. The old man outside is worried about the training ground. It's about to collapse. Kim Trung Nam commented, what a strange match. There is no match like this in the Orthodox faction. I don't know Duong. Is Tung okay? Jiang Xiong's current strength is like a meteorite. It fell already. Kim Trung Nam laughed. Zhuge Chong was puzzled. What are you laughing at? The old man asked again. You really don't know what I'm laughing at? Zhuge Liang, pulse, replied. Kim Trung Nam continued. That's why I said you still have 1 child. The road is long, and we have to go. Zhuge Liang still. Can it be waterproofed? The roof is about to come loose. Zhuge Liang immediately looked over. The culprit is Duong Tung. He was surprised. Dragon. Tang Tung's weapons are covered in skin. He used all his strength to attack Zhang Heng. It was 8 dragons flying up together. Zhang Heng jumped up while his leg was still being held by Duong Tung, preparing to strike. Shield down. Duong Tung used his hand to block. Your blow, gritting teeth to endure, but I can't take it anymore. Had to scream. Seeing that he was too exhausted, Zhang Heng advised. Give up. If you try too hard, you will get seriously injured. But how can you say that this person with a head harder than a titan is still being cursed at by the street? What a frustrating piece of shit. Said everything and still got scolded. He was getting angry when he suddenly stopped. Duong Tung muttered, I finally got a chance to separate the shield from you. At the same time, I applied the yin-yang absorption and dual will combo. Looking at the hand trying to hold the shield, you can see how hard it is. But always trying to achieve new goals is the nature of Duong Tung, On loudly replied. If you were me, would you give up? Bo. With the efforts of the two of them, the shield was broken in half, but it was so sudden that Zhang Heng was thrown out, and Duong Tung was stuck on the floor. The other side of the shield flew all the way up to the wooden ceiling. Duong Tung once again unleashed his trademark duo of ultimate moves. According to the dual principle, he would use each half of his central energy to use the 4 soldiers in combination, thinking and acting in unison. The 10 great demon soldiers and the 2 sides 4 soldiers have combined to come here. He wants to use all of them to level up his jumping skills and martial arts. I recently learned a new skill when I achieved it, to 100 degrees agile. Tang Tung's eyes flashed with determination. He still didn't know how far he could jump, because his mind was full of books before, but this time he would definitely be able to verify it. Once again, the line shows all its power. First is the 10 great demons, followed by the combined injustice, and finally the padding. The 4th move. This move is all you want. In the blink of an eye, you will have the title of Master of Duck Walking, Jump and Jump. Let's test this move. 8 soldiers combined. If I didn't absorb the yin-yang technique, I wouldn't have thought of this. Because he had already used the 10 violent talisman, all of his stamina was put into the combined army. That was why Jiang Xiong's eyes and mouth were wide open at this unpredictable change. Tang Tung concentrated all his efforts on his plan, feeling the powerful energy of absorbing the yin-yang technique and stretching his head joints. Kneel as much as possible. Before jumping, the combined bat will be filled with internal energy as it transforms into a dragon form and flies up. This will help to destroy the sturdy shield. Making it drip from the face is a thing. Easy as pie. A loud noise echoed through the auditorium, and when it was completely to shatter, Zhang Heng was extremely terrified. Now it's just one man and one dragon facing each other. But with that combined power, the combination of the 8 soldiers will transform their nature and make their opponents fly into the air, as written in the 10 great demonic seals. Once the 8 dragons fly up into the sky and unite with each other, the 8 ascending dragons will appear. Seeing the magical phenomenon before his eyes, Zhang Heng exclaimed, "Fuck, I am impressed by this move of Duong Tung. Its destructive power is truly terrifying. My iron shield was crushed. Even though I really want to curse my friend, I still admire him. This bastard, he is quite strong. If you can't compete in strength, then Zhang Heng here will compete in martial arts. I will use this fist to fight." When, like before, just before starting, he was mocked by the road. Up here, he can't do anything. Huh? He smirked. It's over. As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, "You have completed the surprise mission. The reward is being sent to you. The Kim Seng Duok item has been moved to storage." Tong Trake was amazed at the match between the two. The gentleman next to him said to him, "Do you see? 8 dragons in harmony fly up to the sky together." Zhongzhe nodded. "I see it." He continued, "Fortunately, Jiang Xiong has 2 shields. If Tang Tung combines his attacks properly, Jiang Xiong will be finished." Zhongzhe, laugh out loud. Up. The other person wondered, "You can still laugh in this situation?" Old hurriedly replied to his answer a few minutes ago. "Don't you remember? Between disciple Zhang Heng and that brat that he's always cared about. Who do you think will win this time? We won, but you're still laughing." "Okay." He gently retorted. "What are you saying? Do you think we will lose?" Seeing him so confident, Tongzhe raised his eyebrows. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then he pointed to the 2 children and ruthlessly rubbed salt on them. "Your beloved disciple is lying there." At the same time, Tang Tung's questioning voice rang out. "Hey, are you okay? You know who won and who lost, so you turn the wheel like a racer. You said it just now, Mr. Principal. No matter who wins, it will still be a blessing for the righteous martial arts world." Seeing that he wanted to default on the bet, the old man coldly replied, "Well, you laughed out loud when Tong Trake won or lost. What do you mean? I am the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, sir." There and there added, "That boy's victory is not only a blessing for the righteous faction, but also for me." Hearing Mr. Tao Tao bat Tuet, the old man could only click his tongue in dismay. "Your mouth is really good. I guarantee that when you die, you will be known as a sophist." Duong Tung suddenly approached the 2 people. "Sorry, master." The uncle made the Mr. stiffen with glue. He was a bit dissatisfied and retorted. A person that a woman falls in love with at first sight like me, yet you use such a vulgar title. Is that right? Duong Tung found it confusing. What an unreasonable title. I didn't expect the person judging our family match to say this. He immediately retorted, this is the great hero palace. A person who just used swordsmanship to fight my disciple and even destroyed an entire palace is not suitable to say. Where did you get that sentence? But you used swordsmanship to fight Duong Nakni before, right? Last time it was just a warning. But this time if the entire palace collapses, what will you do? I'm paying attention not only because this match is very interesting, but also because of the future of the alliance. Minvo Lam too. Now who do you think is unreasonable here? Knowing that you've hit by a mosquito net that never returned. Chiyu Duong Tung could only sigh in his heart. Arguing with people from the Jia cat family was really a mistake. Even though he gave up on the surface, he didn't really want to be petty with you. Enough joking around. I'm really impressed with your Azura weapon progress. Tang Tung corrected him a bit. Its real name is 10 Great Demon Soldiers. He muttered, the 10 Great Demon Soldiers? Using M weapons, like a ghost or a demon. Tong Zhe analyzed further. It sounded like the name that the 10 ghost soldiers used. It was indeed Dai Fong. Hearing this name, the road surface rippled. Dai Fong. He also quickly asked Tong Trake. Do you know? He did not. No need to speculate. Could it be the author of the 10 Great Demon Soldiers notes? And continued to say, you know the creator, this martial art? The other person explained to him that a person outside the city wall is not the first person in the world can use 10 tusk weapons proficiently. Isn't this an upgrade of the 10 weapon mastery and 10 years mission that the system sent to Tang Tung? Dai Fong. He used the name Kim Sin and fought a total of 732 battles while wandering across the continent. What was special was that he only fought with the most powerful martial arts masters at that time. It is said that he has never been defeated in battle. However, there is one thing that is still unclear, more suspicious. A friend he made in the Zhang Ho asked him this. How many types of weapons do you know? In a calm tone, Kim Sin calmly replied, I have fought with 732 types of weapons. In other words, he has fought 732 times and won 732 times. That means he has mastered 732 types of weapons. That friend is also my ancestor. Zhuge Cheng then asked again, so how long do you plan to fight? He was silent. Kim Sin looked into the distance. He did not answer that question, but it could also be that. Could not answer. It is said that Dai Fong Kim Sin stood there for 7 days. 7 nights. After 7 days, he was completely disappeared from the martial arts world. Jia Cat Tan searched for Kim Sin, but could not find him. He finally concluded that Jin Sheng was no longer on the mainland and spent the rest of his life studying martial arts. After studying for a long time, he came to a conclusion in his later years. Finally, despite his old age, he still went outside the city walls. From the land to the south, from the west to Japan, Korea, the Gobi Desert, and the southern lands, he kept going to places he had never been before. However, when he passed away, he still had not met Kim Sin, except that the 10 soldiers were called by another name. In D-Truck, Jia Cat Tan wrote about Dai Fong like this. There is no way to know the true strength of the strongest person in history now. But if Dai Fong Kim Sin finally reaches the end of the road, is it worth fighting him? According to me, descendant of the Jego clan, if you find his descendant, on behalf of the clan leader, I will ask him this question, has he seen the end yet? The gentleman ended the story by saying, if you see it, show it to me. See that end point. After Zhuge Cheng died, finding the descendants of Dai Fong became a mission for the entire Jego clan, and meeting Tang Tung gave him a glimmer of hope. Maybe we can fulfill the wish of our ancestor Zhuge Cheng. So, Drake spoke. Those who possess the body of the 5 ghosts will appear at this time. He realized that luck and misfortune always go hand in hand. Maybe he was right. Tong Zhe asked curiously after hearing that. What? The other person explained. Last winter, he said that the continent would be destroyed. At this rate, the end of the martial arts world might really be near. Perhaps in my generation, the history of the righteous sects in the martial arts world will end. Zhong Zhe frowned. You encouraged me. The 5 ghosts' body is indeed very dangerous, but it's not like there's no way to deal with it. So don't worry too much about the distant future. It's just a prophecy after all. He rubbed his chin, but things are moving faster than we think. Plus, our shared history. of the Middle Kingdom is a history book and not a prophecy book. Zhongzhe didn't care at all whether it was a history book or not. What was written about the 5 ghost bodies was just a prediction. He refuted the opinion. The data is not a prediction. Mr. Headmaster, a long time ago, when the first person possessed a pentagonal body, the devil appeared. He had been a tyrant all his life. When the 2 people who owned it appeared, they divided the martial arts world into 2 parts and fought each other. The old man asked him, what if 3 people appear? Evil cult, righteous sect, evil sect are born. Until today, he closed the book and answered clearly. The person who possesses the body of the 5 ghosts when fully developed will not be easy for us to deal with. Fortunately, with the blessing of heaven and earth, we have discovered the people who possess the body of the 5 ghosts in the development stage, but only 4. Here he hesitated if the remaining person appeared in the martial arts world. Tong Trake frowned at the teacher's words as if he was expecting them. Not letting the old man wait long, he continued. As the common history of the Middle Kingdom warned, there was a high possibility that the continent was destroyed in a circle. Such a heroic speech, but no way to escape. So he snapped, "Hey, are you just going to leave it like that?" But he did not answer because he was being dragged and asked questions by Zhang Hong. Well, only the elderly are suitable, which means there will be more burden on the shoulders of these children, right? I didn't expect that. Can witness the 4th person possessing the body of the 5 ghosts like this. Mr. reminded, remind me, you must teach him a lesson. Among the 5 ghost body possessors we discovered, he is the only one who is still in the development stage. After Zhang Hong and Duong Tung finished fighting, they went to visit the sick together. He and his brother asked one after another, I heard you're awake. How are you? Luke Min was surprised when 2 friends came to visit. Before he could say anything, one of them teased him. Long time no see. I miss you. Is it bigger? The 2 people in his friend's room listened to him tell the story for a while. Then Zhang Hong had a question. Poison needles? Lu Ming recalled. Yeah, I remember she used them on me before running away. After that, I don't remember anything. Zhang Hong frowned. But we didn't find any poison in your body. But we didn't use any antidote. Got nothing. He confessed to them. A secret. I don't need an antidote. Tang Tung was surprised and had to exclaim. Oh, Luke Min continued. My body itself is the antidote, and at the same time it also is poison. Duong Tung's eyes widened. The head of the incense burner, Luke Min Hien, continued to tell them gently. On the mainland, they call people like that. I am the ghost of myriad bloodlines. This matter is enough for Duong Tung. The Yin Yang sage explained to him that the 5 ghosts physique, those who possess it, are born with 5 ghosts existing within them. He also gave some specific examples. Albino thunder ghost body, black hellfire skeleton, Vajra iron body, 10,000 blood ghost, some of the recorded physiques. But occasionally another one appears, like a scary Satan. Duong Tung asked the old man. Those physical constitutions were already decided at birth. The sage could not give a clear answer, and no one knew for sure. It was said that everything was kept intact except for the Sat Tien Tin. The student has a problem here, the Sat Tien Tin star. Is this an exception? The reason is because Sat Tien Tin was the first 5 ghost physical form to appear in history. At that time no one thought it was necessary to record it, so no one knew about him. Until the whole world knew of his existence. The Yin Yang sage further explained. He is also known as the 10,000 ghost physique. The names of the 5 demons' physical forms all come from his power. According to the prophecy, on the day the last possessor of the 5 ghosts killing celestial essence reappears, the world will be destroyed. Just like the prophecy said, it is indeed about to happen. Duong Tung heard and muttered indignantly. Destroying the heavens and killing the stars is truly a bastard, truly a heavenly demon. He nodded. Hunchback agrees. Someone who has experienced the future like you said, so must be right. He said to the old man. I seem to know the person who possesses the albino lightning demon body and the black hell fire demon bone. After hearing this, the Yin Yang sage immediately ordered. Then first find the person who possesses the Vajra iron body and the myriad blood demon lineage. Duong Tung asked again. Then what happened? What? The old man replied. Kill the weakest one among them. Having a rough understanding of the mission, Duong Tung calculated the weakest among them, someone like Bok Chi or Namkung Sach. He also warned him that if he did not destroy them in time, the killing star would appear, so there was only one way left. Duong Tung raised his eyebrows. That is you opposite continued speaking, together with the person possessing the five ghost physique to block the killing heaven sentiment. Return to reality, Duong Tung said to himself. Now there is only the Vajra iron body left, right? And this action of his caught Zhang Heng's eye. He curiously started a conversation. Kim Tsang Thiat, the fused disciple, that lamb. Duong Tung was surprised. Seeing that he didn't seem to know, Zhang Heng was surprised. Don't you know that Min Shi always carries a barrel of wine with him at Thieu Lam too? Never met him before. Always. Being reminded more clearly, Duong Tung vaguely recognized that person and couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Min Shi, the motionless guard, was Min Shi the one who possessed the Vajra iron body of the five ghosts physique? Zhang Heng continued talking. We had fought once before. He clicked his tongue. Recalling the past, the bones in my hand were shattered, just touched once and minus a few. Even though my bones have healed, he was the only one who could break my bones, so I remember it clearly. I remember your bones. Seeing his incredulous expression, Zhang Heng continued. At that time, the alliance leader also explained the Vajra iron body to me. And you were also in the first group, so sometimes you can. We'll meet him. After Zhang Xiong cleared his mind, Tang Tung was still in a daze and couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that four people with the five ghost physique would all has appeared. His eyes quickly glanced over to the other side. So the weakest person. The situation is so worrying. Who else but your gentle roommate? Yourself? It's him. It's sad for Duong Tung to be forced into this situation. Honestly, is it because of that prophecy that he has to kill, my friends? Looking at him, smiling at him, the kindness in Duong Tung's heart arose. Even though it was the request of those old men. That's not good either. Let him go find and kill the heavenly demon, who could be the one who killed the celestial star. That's the mission after all, his original. He remembered the first notice. Completing that mission might not destroy the continent, but the time limit for killing the heavenly demon was 30 years, and that was the goal, his highest. Tang Tung is rich, but there are no missions related to absorbing yin-yang magic or prophecy. There are also no missions related to destroying the person with the five ghosts' physical body or the five kings' fate of Bin Nan. Is it because they don't belong to him? Luke Min suddenly asked. You transferred to the first class? That was really scary. Duong Tung was suddenly asked a question and fell down, sweating. Yeah, that's how things turned out. If I don't go, the elders will find a way to kick my ass. Hearing him complain, Luke Min laughed so hard that his family's stupidity was not compatible. With you bathing? Haven't touched anything yet, and you're being ridiculed. The road is very spicy. Immediately forgot that his friend was lying in the hospital bed and got angry, waving his arms and legs to interact a bit. Hey, how long are you going to talk like that? I'll make you rot in a grave now, Zhang Heng. Just laughed and stopped him. Just for fun, but Luke Min loves him very much, and with a few leaves. This talisman is for you. He gently told me to take it. Both of them opened their eyes to look. What did Tang Tung ask you? Lu Ming explained that no matter how far apart we are, these talismans will convey your message to me. Each talisman takes 15 minutes. Duong Tung picked it up and couldn't help but wonder. A talisman? The first time I saw it. Luke Min added, it was just a piece of paper with some magic formations drawn on it. After reading your fucking book to me, I tried to draw that for real. Luke Min, remind your goldfish-brained friend that last time you showed me an empty book, it was a kind of talisman. A spiritual talisman. Wherever he spoke, Duong Tung was as bewildered as if he had taken off his hat. What kind of spiritual talisman? Yet Luke Min was still patient. Simply put, it was using internal energy to write a letter. Use internal energy to write a letter? Even though he was so ignorant, Luke Min still gently explained to him that the writing only appeared when he transferred an amount of spiritual energy at least equal to the amount of the person writing it. Passed on. Tang Song Huaier had too much knowledge in his life, and there was even that kind of thing? He admired Lu Ming in his heart. What was wrong with him? Even though he possessed the five-ghost physique, the librarians at the 100,000 Books Hall had passed down that book for generations. They still couldn't understand it. Yet he discovered, he can appear. Instead of a bloodline ghost, he's more like a psychic. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice Luke Min's joke. That's why he said you're not suitable for the group. I don't care about Luke Min being lucky for you. Duong Tung, accept this gift. You gave me some good advice last year, so I will use it when needed. Luke Min is very happy with your appreciation. Yeah, the two left the temple. Duong Tung walked and thought deeply. It was fun to talk, but really, still very worrying. Nam Kung Sach possesses the physique of a thunder demon. Buk Lai Gion Han possesses the bone demon fire. Min Chi has a Vajra, iron body. They are all people who possess the 5 physiques. The devil and Allah Luke Min are demons of 10,000 bloodlines. So only the celestial body is left. Nothing has changed. Just need to follow some opportunities and kill the heavenly demon. Looking at the 4 missions as a whole, the original task was to kill the heavenly demon and defeat Duong Nak Ni once more. Following that, find the second successor of the 4 demons of the northern wilderness and become proficient. Duong Tung told himself, nothing has changed. Just need to follow some opportunities and kill the heavenly demon. If the heavenly demon really is a murderer, he is wondering whether to use the special item looking through the treasure map he got last year. A little out of place? Suddenly, Zhang Heng spoke from behind. Ah, I also have. I forgive you. Duong Tung replied. What is it? He held out this yellow rope. You have to wear it before the new semester starts. Duong Tung nodded at Zhang Heng's reminder. Oh right, Tian Chi also proposed. Cooperation this year. Have fun. Zhang Heng took Duong Tung's hand as a sign of acceptance. Let's work together. Yeah, you said it with great spirit. Welcome to the first group. You're already mentioning your weaknesses. When you go out on missions, you'll find that the title of Brave Guardian of the Library is useless. Luckily, he is not vain. Otherwise, I would not like that title. I feel uncomfortable about this. I feel more and more that I am not worthy of that title. I just did the obvious thing. There's nothing brave about it. Doing something normal is considered brave. So this world is not normal at all. The setting of this world is also a thorn in Tang Tung's eyes. And the most evil person who created that world is appearing in front of me. The hypocrite who says, reciting Buddha, with his mouth full of prayers, but hides a dagger in his heart. Vai Tu, with a smile on his face, but his heart is more evil than anyone else. Hoa Gonzeo, behind his calm and gentle face, is a dark soul. Looking at the group of black-clothed soldiers behind Min Tian advancing towards him, Duong Tung really wanted to spit on them. Even more terrifying than the group of shadow soldiers of unknown level was a level 1 old monk, truly heartless and respectable. A man who said he would never leave the Council of Elders unless necessary was approaching him. Is it despicable? The old man smiled happily at the two of them. Now that I am the Grand Elder of the Council of Elders, I finally have the chance to show my sincerity to this treacherous young master. Oh, Amit Buddha. How unlucky. I never expected to meet this old man with earwax. But life has given Duong Tung a role, so Duong Tung unexpectedly plays the role. Why did you look for him? Me? Min Tian is well-behaved. I just said it. I represent the Council of Elders to praise your heroic actions in protecting the 100,000 Books Palace. Even Zhang Heng had to sigh in disappointment after hearing this. What praise? Old man, acting friendly and inviting. Can we talk for a bit? Duong Tung looked at. The crowd in front of the main hall was thinking far away. The reason he came to a place full of eyes and ears like this must be because of his political moves, right? He let out a breath. Take a breath, motivation, and then fight together with. Which old man? In his previous life, Duong Tung had a white, obedient subordinate who always wanted to confide in him. Leader, you know I have a senile old mother at home, right? You are also very understand your situation. Yeah, you said you can't die early because you still have to. Take care of your mother. He continued his words. Yes, my mother raised all 7 of us by herself. I am here because I am the worst. Listen to you, Rich. The road was silent. He continued. Even if mother pretends to be weak, I still hope she can live a long, long life. He smiled at his subordinate's small but meaningful story. Yes, and also listened very patiently. You tell stories. When she was still lucid, she was very kind. Duong Tung wondered because Mok Ku was a bit incoherent, but why did you say that? Then, he pointed up towards the cliff. Well, because the venerable old man happened to be over there. He likes to stir things up. It's Central Plains. You're complaining. We don't have to suffer like this. Is it because of him? I think I've heard somewhere that there's a saying made just for him. Duong Tung didn't quite believe it, but still asked curiously. What sentence? The most beautiful old man, only when lying in the grave. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a pebble fell on his head. The force was so strong that it caused bleeding and even flew out. Tang Tung's face too. Was it really that scary? He panicked and turned to look behind. It turns out that the old man was accidentally and respectably late. Love was thrown at them. The people beside them were still old. What happened? The old man laughed and joked. I only killed a fly. Don't worry. Oh, how spicy. The Tang Tung group that you consider flies? Also, is there any Buddha who kills living beings? No. He still had no shame to look at him with a challenging gaze. He really wanted to fight to the death with Min Tian. The problem is, the angrier this bastard sees you, the happier he gets. What kind of person is he? Extremely despicable. Looking at his face in this life reminded him of that story. Min Tian realized that bullet-like gaze and had to force a smile and asked, Is there something on my face? He replied softly, Nothing. Then the old man poked at him again. Then why are you staring at me like that? He asked. Why? Actually, I wanted to dump a guy because those words from before kept echoing in my head. Instead of sitting here with that twisted thought, why don't you go to your grave and lie there? But if you're already sitting here, at least stop being so hypocritical. On the surface, I can only politely say, I'm just thinking about something. You are so honorable and nosy, please share with me. No. He also frankly replied, I was wondering why you called a disciple like me to this council of elders. The old man exclaimed again, I just said it. Duong Tung continued. You said you wanted to praise me, even though deep down you really wanted to say something. But now what? I'm not the kind of childish person who believes in such words. You're nonsense. Min Tian pushed the golden token and said, That's right. Our council of elders would like to reward you with this golden dragon token to honor the things you have done. Seeing the object before him, Duong Tung couldn't help but think. The golden dragon golden token had an image of a giant dragon engraved on it. Regardless of their origin, whoever possessed this would be treated like an honored guest of 9 great sects. In some cases, this is the highest level command token that can freely mobilize the forces of the Martial Arts Alliance. And because of its great value, Duong Tung is a bit wary. You intend to give me this? The old man smiled faintly. I guess you want this now. If you already know about this golden dragon token, then very few people in the Central Plains can reject it, he said indifferently. Instead, I just want to get it quickly and leave. Let's go. Before Duong Tung's straightforward and undignified response to T, Du Hao behind him really wanted to teach him a lesson. How dare you say that? Zhao is close, right on your neck. Do you know your place? The old man was heartless. Respectfully show mercy to Tang Tung by the leader. Stop, you go out. Just a moment. He followed the order and left, his eyes still on Duong Tung, but also quickly bowed. As soon as the black-clothed figure left, he quickly continued playing Go and pretended to be close and intimate. You know why I like to play Go? Go. Min Tian placed the white pieces. I entered the middle and conveniently took a black piece. Isn't this a very elegant battlefield? Even if I go down, the murderer is still called elegant. Having witnessed this fake face through a lifetime, Duong Tung Hu, he told himself that it meant one of these 3 things. Suddenly he asked his opinion, what do you think? First, the respectable one said, I want to teach you how to play chess. If you have any questions, just ask. That means he wants to drag me in, or take this token and leave, treating it like a useless stone, is also a way. In other words, he wants to make you lose your spirit. Every word he says has hidden meanings. However, you should remember this clearly. Third, as the saying goes, once it turns to rubble, you won't be able to escape. The game is fine. These words are clear as day. He wants to threaten me. Duong Tung sighed. No matter what, this makes me quite happy. That heartless old man directly called me here and said that to me. Haven't I grown up a lot? So what? He opened the conversation with, a long time ago, it was a rainy night. He started a conversation that surprised Min Tian, but still patiently listened to Duong Tung, a physician running through the streets in the heavy rain. I asked him, why is he running around so busily in such heavy rain? So, the old man looked at him deeply. What did he say? The story continued. He looked at me with pity and replied, when it rains, there are no patients. In fact, when it rains, there are even more patients. On days like this, doctors like me are busy. That's right. And Duong Tung understood what the physician said. That was when he participated in a large-scale battle with Bak Haibang Palace. I don't know if the elder knows anything about this story, but I'm sure how can I trust the words of someone who didn't go to the battlefield but still caused trouble? Okay, A man who smiled but made others shiver. The old man asked him indifferently, "Why did you tell?" "I heard that. You hinted about receiving the token. Just leave it alone. I will make a natural decision." Words, he spoke calmly, but in his heart he was already harboring a deep hatred for Min Tian. The things that the old man did in his previous life kept appearing in his mind. Duong Tung still remembered them clearly, despite playing an active role in the battle with the North Sea Ice Palace. Only the large sects benefited from the post-war compensation, while the medium and small sects suffered the most losses. This created a wave of discontent among the entire martial arts world, and further pushed the responsibility onto the heads of the small and medium sects, and brought them to the front line. He had recklessly attacked the evil cult. While the evil cult was still maintaining a peaceful stance, that was why the strength of the small and medium sects sharply declined. At that time, he took advantage of the Nangong book to kill the leader of the evil cult, but that incident eventually became the bright spot for the birth of the heavenly demon and the unification of the evil cult. Above all, when the first extermination of the heavenly demon was about to take place, he was the one who caused the disastrous mistake in Qinghai province by diverting his forces to the south instead of the west to destroy the first evil alliance and the Nining Palace. Every time he thought about the old man's heinous crimes, he couldn't help but clench his fists. He couldn't imagine the terrible things the old man could do out in the future. Accidentally Respectable squinted at him. Naturally, okay. His vicious gaze was directed at Duong Tung. So what did he decide? How? He was not afraid of the old man and returned that look. And that was a few minutes ago. Now he's closed the door and gone out. Just finished pulling the door open. I saw Du Hao saying, "Duong Tung, wait until you come under my command. I will make you disappear from this world, this life." Duong Tung didn't care about those words, just gently said to him, "Sorry, I didn't let Du Hao digest what I just said." Duong Tung had already strode away, and the two of them just passed each other. Before leaving completely, Duong Tung left him a sentence. "I didn't think I would join the group in this life. The first group of dead, so please allow me to continue." Du Hao was surprised by his choice. "You refuse to join the gang." "Me?" Duong Tung quickly replied. "Refuse? I just made a natural decision. Only." He wondered, "Do you think there is another chance for a lowly person like you to climb high?" He replied, "Climb up. Hi. I don't think so." And Duong Tung just walked away. This reaction left Du Hao speechless, and he decided to go find Min Tian. "The honorable master is me. This is Du Hao." He glanced, looked over, nodded and said, "Come in." Du Hao respected the old man like a loyal dog. That was it. But before he could speak, he already felt something was strange. His eyes widened in fear. Du Hao looked at the scene of the ruined go board before him and stammered, "This is truly an honorable accident. This is the kid's answer." He immediately grabbed Tan Fuang from behind. "I will immediately go kill him." The old man stopped him. "Stop it. Don't you find it interesting? Among the disciples, who dares to make such a decision?" "Right." He said that, but he was very upset. His wrinkled hand was still wanting to raise up to vent his anger. And a piece of military equipment that won't stay still. Into the sights. Min Tian used force. Make it bounce, so it comes close to reach. With his, then squeezed tightly, making the poor chess piece crushed into pieces. After finishing his work, he left, leaving Du Hao standing there. Accidentally Respectable laugh, full of hidden meaning, made him not understand what the old man wanted to do. In the messy room, a scream rang out. The sound was so loud that the wooden chessboard shook. It collapsed and shattered into 4 pieces. Just as it completely collapsed and split into 4 pieces, a thought flashed through Du Hao's mind. "I will definitely take that bastard's life." Duong Tung was walking on the street, but he vaguely felt malicious intent. It's just that he was so naive that he felt like his ears were itching. Winter in Crouching Dragon Valley is bone-chillingly cold. Crouching Tiger Valley is lower, so the temperature is completely different from here. Tang Tung raised his head to look at the gently drifting clouds, thinking to himself that last year, also in winter, he had made a sudden decision, from changing the world to turning the world upside down. This world will no longer simply change, but be turned upside down completely. He frowned slightly. There is no other way. Because this world is rotten, then the scene changes to a place called, is the Hall of Great People. Be great, just like the name suggests. This is the training ground, and also the classroom of the first and second classes. Tang Tung slowly walked in. This unintentionally attracted everyone's attention. However, He was still immersed in his thoughts. But he did not see Master Jin He, the one who had pulled him to the first class, anywhere. As soon as he realized everyone was staring at him, he thought awkwardly. What should he do? It looked so evil, as if they wanted to eat him up, live alone. Suddenly someone from upstairs suddenly said loudly to Duong Tong, "Hey, last time you also reached the top. Pretty cool." Duong Tong saw him and muttered, "Who are you?" Murim calmly observed him, only using his toes to keep his balance on the railing upstairs. Immediately, he put force into his toes, jumped off the railing, and lightly did a spin in the air, then slowly landed on the ground below right in front of Duong Tong. Duong Tong felt uncomfortable, thinking to himself, "I don't want to see this guy's face at all." Murim raised his hand and bowed to him. He opened his mouth. "I truly feel sorry for what happened to your friend. If there had been an ice magic expert there, your friend would not have met with such an accident. In return, we saved many disciples, and no one lost their lives." Duong Tong was confused after hearing this. Oh, was he like this at first? When they were enemies, it wasn't like this. Me? He replied awkwardly. But in his heart he thought, what he said was right. If there was an expert using ice magic like the expert in the North Sea Ice Palace he met in his previous life, then the fire in the 100,000 Books Palace would have been extinguished long ago. Or if the young lady who would become his wife, Chu Hien, entered the academy a year earlier, it would have been very helpful. The last of the 5 kings Bing Shun, Yu Mao of the South Sea faction, Chu Hien, I use ice magic. Of course, her ice-type skills are all thanks to the Ice Eagle artifact, which has been passed down for a long time. Of the South Sea sect, she must be passing the Longfeng exam now, right? It's also possible that her position has already been decided based on her family status. Murim smiled and continued, "As a person of the Martial Arts Academy, I want to show my respect for your courage, young Master Tang." Duong Tong folded his arms and coldly replied, "Go. What do you mean by that?" Murim laughed loudly and said, "Last time we were busy fighting each other, so we still couldn't introduce ourselves. How are you?" He held out his hand politely and introduced, "Sorry, I'll introduce myself properly this time. I'm Murim, the 3rd son of the great clan leader, Murim family." Tang Tung recalled the Murim family. Dung Bok is Nam Kung Sach's best friend and also one of his henchmen. His left arm, I think. He also reached out to shake hands with Murim Bok and introduced, "My name is Duong Tong. I'm sure you already know. Last time, Zhang Heng appeared in time and defeated him. Of course he is not an easy person. Not everyone can become the leader of the Blue Room of the Dragon Palace like him." Murim smiled lightly and said, "Then let me get straight to the point." Then, he glared and shouted seriously, "You accepted his offer unintentionally." Yet, as soon as he finished the question, he immediately burst into murderous aura before Duong Tung's face. Duong Tung thought seriously, if he answered nonsense, he would probably beat him up. All these people were trying to approach me, but that old man openly came to see me himself. They must have felt that their defenses were being threatened. Whether it is the talents of the 9 great sects like Duong Nak Ni or Min Chi, or the talents of the 5 great families like Imo Dung Bok and Nam Kung Sach. Except for those who had already decided on a faction before entering the school, all newcomers to the Martial Arts Academy had to choose one of 2 factions. The 9 great sects, the 5 great clans. Everyone had to do so to ensure the peace of their sect or clan. But is Tang Tung himself allied with the 9 great sects? Right now, this is probably what Murim and the people from the other prestigious families of the first group are wondering about. If it were before, I would have thought about it very carefully, because I believe that whoever continues to stay in the Martial Arts Alliance after graduation is an important decision for everyone. So he immediately sneered. I just thought, but now I just smile faintly at such a question. He just calmly replied, "No, I'll think about it, because I know it's just a question to see which side I've chosen in the end," he said bluntly, not surprising Murim in the slightest. In just a moment, Murim's face became excited. He laughed loudly and said, "Very good. You did very well. The elders of the 5 great clans will be very happy after hearing. This is it." It was ridiculous to see those who were only passionate about the factional war, yet completely unaware of the disaster that was about to befall the Central Plains. That was what Tang Tung thought in his mind. He coldly asked, "Why are you happy?" Murim asked in confusion, You just said you refused his offer. Love. Duong Tung wondered. So what? What's there to be happy about? Morombai replied. What do you mean? If you reject him heartlessly. Ah, I mean the proposal of the 9 great sects. Then of course Tang Tung will take it up. Of course I will join the 5 great clans. What do you mean? Is that so? Morombai heard that, immediately froze, speechless. Duong Tung crossed his arms and sighed. To be honest, I don't know why you guys can only answer yes or no. You're really narrow-minded. Morombai, he wondered. So you have decided. How? Tang Tung confidently replied. One thing that will break your mold. The thought gradually arose in his mind. I will destroy this game. No, it should be destroyed. If he participated, their game, I will never be able to escape the puppet show that they created. In the end, they all became victims of the devil. Morombai was someone who would never be able to escape that game for the rest of his life, because he had no intention or interest in breaking it. That was too much for someone like him. Even as he was thinking, he moved forward, lightly brushing past Morombai, as if he was invisible. Third chance. I will take his chance. In the previous life, Morombai saw him pass by him like that, and immediately turned around to ask, Where are you going? However, Tang Tung only coldly replied, I think I've said everything I need to. Thanks to you, I remembered where I need to go. Morombai calmly said, All right, there's no other way. The story unfolded exactly as Nam Kung Sach intended. It should be fine. Duong Tung felt surprised by Morongbok's words, right? Nam Kung Sach's meaning. Morongbok continued. He doesn't want young Master Tang to join us. He said that if he fights with you, he will feel uncomfortable. Duong Tung frowned slightly, not saying anything. No words. He turned his head and thought to himself, that guy is indeed different. How strange. In some ways, the two are so similar that it's deadly. Angry about the sudden discussion, someone's foot slammed onto the floor right in front of Duong Tung's eyes, forcing him to look up. He looked up. It was Sin Bok. He shouted loudly. Duong Tung heard that you came to the first group at the right time. Sin Bok, you ranked 4th in the male group competition. He was about to challenge her when suddenly a hand appeared and reached out towards him, towards his face. Very quickly it punched straight from under his chin up. The owner of that punch was none other than Duong Tung. He finished with a punch that sent the boy spinning in the air. He thought whether yes or no, whether this side or that side. And so, Sin Bok, before he could do anything, was thrown a punch and fell straight to the ground. He continued to think that he would stand on the opposing side. With all of them, one side fits the choice of chaos that I chose before the old man accidentally. One side suits me best when it comes to standing on. Over there. Moving to another place, at that time Zhuge Liang felt someone was approaching him. He immediately looked over. As soon as he saw that it was Duong Tung walking towards him, he happily said, Come in. Tang Tung said in surprise, You don't seem surprised at all. You knew I would come? Jia. Cat Sung laughed out loud and replied, Confucius understood heaven's principle at the age of 50. Now I'm 50, so I can see through everything like that too. Duong Tung was confused. What you mean is that whatever comes will come. Zhuge Liang chuckled and said, Now I can read the workings of the entire universe through astrology and geography. Tang Tung thought to himself, 50 years old, if I'm not dead yet, I might still be alive. At that age. He burst out laughing. What a blatant lie, Zhuge Liang. Vague lying. What do you mean? That I understood the principles of heaven at the age of 50 is a lie. Or that through astrology and geography I knew you would come as a lie. Duong Tung honestly answered. Both. Zhuge Liang asked again, if both of them, so what? Tang Tung pointed out the door and said, Then I will go back. Zhuge Liang wondered why. He said, I cannot be loyal to a man. Can lie. At that time, Zhuge Chang's face was a bit unbelievable. But the next second, he sighed and laughed. Then a big laugh echoed throughout the room. He said he didn't know why he smiled every time he saw him. I heard that the monk accidentally came to see you. Duong Tung thought he knew right away. His personality is similar to that of the old man Nam, Kung Sachbong Nam. Same. Zhuge Liang chuckled and waved his fan, saying, I was waiting for you to come find me. Duong Tung immediately asked a question that he was curious about. How do you know I won't choose the 9 great sects and 5 great clans? Zhuge Liang still smiled. He emphasized that what he just said about understanding the laws of nature, astrology, and geography is all true. A person does what is inherently right, but is not natural. Then, what is this? Haha. Tang Tung Pang Huang thought, doing what should be done? This man has something in him that can change people's hearts. If he created a sect of his own, it might even be stronger than that cult. Zhuge Liang continued, right before you. Tell me this, wherever, whoever, the rotten parts must be eliminated. He asked again in a serious voice. Brother, you still haven't changed your mind, have you? Duong Tung responded, you forgot what you said. After that, I hope you won't change your mind, no matter what hardships you have to go through. Zhuge Liang said, that's a request. That request was made while you were yourself. But if you board the same boat as me, whether we die together or at different times, will you still join me? Immediately after Zhuge Liang's question, the atmosphere became strangely silent. But the one who broke that atmosphere was Duong Tung. He smiled, and then he said that was what I wanted to say too. Thank you for letting me know in advance. Then let's die together. Zhuge Liang remained silent and did not respond. Duong Tung Bao continues to destroy all the rotten things in this martial arts world. You have formed an alliance with the leader of the Vo Lam Alliance and started the Reform Mission. Martial Arts Alliance Reform Mission. Another major mission that is another stepping stone to the Heavenly Demon Mission. Zhuge Liang smiled kindly. Yes, in order to destroy all the rotten things in this martial arts world. Do you know that you are very similar to the principal? Tang Tung said again. I want to ask you a question. Zhuge Liang exclaimed. What is it? The road. Tung began. You belong to the Jego family, which means you belong to the 5 great families. So why did you give up that easy path to do this revolution? Zhuge Liang. Sung replied, revolution? From the whole revolution. That sounds better. Duong Tung asked again, what's the difference? Zhuge Liang explained, revolution is a transformation of power. When I first became the leader of the alliance, my only goal was to protect my position. That was the only oath a puppet leader like me could make. But as I sit here and endure each day, I have another dream. I still want to protect this position, but I wish to bring a bright future to everyone in the martial arts world. Duong Tung let you see him, Zhuge Liang added. Confucius once said, if you make a mistake, do not hesitate to correct it. The introduction to Confucianism once said, those who make a mistake but do not repent, and those who repent but do not correct their mistakes are equally despicable. They also have a similar saying in the 1,000-character classic for children. If you know you are wrong, you must correct it. The things you say are rotten, then fix the rotten parts. That is reform. You must practice what you learn in life. That is the correct answer. Anyone can learn integrity, but not everyone can practice what they learn. If something is right, then let it happen the right way. And then in Zhuge Chang's room, both of them were quiet, looked at each other silently. The opening ceremony marked the beginning of a new semester. This year, new students had already started school, but it was still winter. A green-haired girl lamented, damn it, it's already spring in Zhengzhou, but why is there still snow here? The green-haired girl, the black man beside the blue-haired girl asked, you're from Hainan, so this must be your first time seeing snow, right? Zhengzhou's weather is usually warmer. This year seems to be special. The blue-haired girl replied, what do you know? Last year it snowed so much in Hainan that the mountains collapsed. The blue-haired girl, black sneered in response. That's right. Thanks to that, that lowly Hainan sect can rest for a while. Suddenly a girl approached the two of them and gently asked, I heard that this year's new disciples have a beauty from Zhejiang. Have you seen her? Girl, the black-haired man asked curiously. The Zhejiang beauty? What are you looking for her for? Zhuge Mi replied, she will be the next leader of the Hainan faction, but I don't see. Where is she? If you look closely, there is no one here from Zhejiang. Something must have happened in Zhejiang. The black-haired girl chuckled and said, all right. So what? Then I have one less opponent in the Academy's Wulong Valley. Vo Lam already. This year I only care about only one person. The blue-haired girl wondered and asked, who is it? The blue-haired girl, black replied, she's also going to school this year. The daughter of the current alliance leader. Zhuge Liang heard that and quietly buried his face in his scarf. The blue-haired girl suddenly shouted excitedly, I really don't need anything. I just want to see Yong with my own eyes. Just a young master. The black-haired girl also shouted. If she needed to find a fiancé, there was someone else. For me, that person was the young master of the Nam Kung family. I heard that he had already broken off his engagement with a girl named Ta Suang or something. I will definitely take him. His heart. Zhuge Mi calmly reminded the two girls. If you want to meet young Master Yong and young Master Nangong, It will be difficult, because they are studying in the first class, causing the two girls to immediately turn around and ask, "Huh, why did you say that?" "That's why I came to the Sleeping Dragon Valley." Jugami explained that it was because of the first group's external training mission, also known as the External Mission. Because the Martial Arts Alliance is the largest organization in the martial arts world, a lot of money is poured into making the Martial Arts Alliance operate effectively as a combination of the orthodox martial arts factions of Central Plains. Under the name of many aid projects such as escort support projects, trade support projects, they raised financial funds and took on missions from all over the world. Central Plains residents. Because many clans and sects are affiliated with the Martial Arts Alliance, there are many types of protection missions, transport missions, and escort missions. With such a huge number of requests, the disciples of the First Division were assigned to be in charge of such matters. The Martial Arts Alliance could meet the requests, earn money, and create opportunities for disciples to practice. It was truly an arrow. Hit 3 swallows. That's the mission. While speaking, Jugami suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "Huh?" The two girls. He looked at her with a thoughtful expression. G-Catme quickly smiled and stammered. "The first-class disciples are very busy." The blue-haired girl asked her, "So, is there anyone here you want to meet?" She immediately shouted, made both of them a little surprised, suddenly asked, "Who is it?" Zhuge Liang, with a happy face and a smile on his lips, said, "My father." On the other hand, Zhuge Liang was in his room. Suddenly someone approached and attracted his attention. It was Di Lao, who stepped forward and said to Zhuge Liang, "That kid is really stupid." Zhuge Liang smiled and replied, "That's right, huh? But I still want you." "That's right next to it." Di Jia heard and said, "Ho ho, you can't hire disciples, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble." "That's right," Zhuge Liang sarcastically said. "Then I don't need to take him as a disciple." The headmaster of the Di family asked again, "Huh? What did you say?" Zhuge Liang made a vague statement. "The new disciples are all gathered in Wulong Valley. You will understand. Come out soon." Di Jia could only sigh and say, "If you are a new disciple, then your thoughts are too obvious. But that's even more impossible." He smiled. Zhuge Liang was shocked and exclaimed, "Huh?" The Di family began. "Even if your daughter is the smartest person in the world, she still can't compete with the world's #1 beauty, the one he once risked his life to save, right?" Zhuge Liang said. Sung stopped and exclaimed, "That's why you let that little girl stay with Duong Tong." Di Jia smiled kindly. "That's not the only reason. Think about it. Imagine the scene of those two being separated. Leave." Moreover, Tang Tung's first mission in the first group begins again. In Zhujiang, far to the east of Zhengzhou, is Zhujiang province. The simplest level of lightness flying. Water surface. A girl is constantly trying to catch her breath to run with all her might on the water surface. The girl then jumped high into the air, floating in midair. Her fiery red hair mixed with the water droplets that splashed up from below. She immediately spun in the air, turning the water drops into rings, swirling around him. After leaving the water surface, he was at the level of ascension. In just a moment, Ta Song gently landed on the face. The water was calm, and then she immediately gained momentum and charged straight forward. Just like that. As soon as she got close to the Buddha statue, she put all her strength into her legs and jumped up. The statue. Very quickly, she neatly landed on the statue's palm. Ta Suang calmly took a breath and thought to himself, in such a short period of time, he had made progress. It's been a while. Doesn't it feel like a pretty big step forward? He feel the same way. Success is doing things that seem impossible. A sense of accomplishment grew in my heart. Since coming here, I have been practicing hard, extremely relentless. Just like that name. She looked far away at the horizon in front of her eyes. She recalled what Tang Tung had said in the past. "I told you last time, I only have one talent. The first." She asked directly, "Hard training?" He also replied, "Yes, it is training, suffering." Ending her recollection, she thought to herself, "This is what he said. Reaching the key point is like taking another step to soar high into the sky. Are you still training like crazy?" Suddenly Ta Swang muttered, "I want to see." But in the next second, she became embarrassed. She felt so embarrassed that her cheeks turned red. Suddenly, she heard Tang Tung's voice in her ear. He still hadn't shaved his head. Is that it? Ta Suang felt stunned, immediately looking left and right thinking, "She, sigh, no. Is it okay to still hear that idiot's voice?" But Tang Tung's voice still rang out. You're in the same group as me. So wait a moment. I'll be there soon. Making Xiechong think in surprise, he heard it again. Again. I don't know if it's because I missed his voice so much or if I can actually hear it. But either way, I feel full of energy. Suddenly, someone stepped on the tip of his finger. The celestial monk standing on the fingers of the statue instructed, while I am teaching, I am also observing you. Ta Suang saw her and shouted, Master, the celestial monk praised. Your body is more agile than anyone else in the world. This world already. So instead of swords, I think they will suit you. Said. Then she held out her hand. Right next to Ta Suang, there was a sound of sexual intercourse. Immediately after that, 2 rings on the side shot to the sides. Ta Suang saw the 2 rings and opened his eyes in surprise, saying, This is Fong, fire wheel. The celestial monk explained, one of the 10 heavenly treasures that the Supreme Elder Lord once gave to Nacha. The heavenly monk has passed down the sword for generations. But since you have not severed your ties with the mortal world, you do not need to be bound by our rules. Ta Suang muttered, Nacha's wind fire wheel. She thought to herself, what is this? Why does it feel so familiar? My skin is covered in goosebumps. The chicken is up. The celestial monk happily asked, How is it? Do you like it? She replied, Yes, master. I like them very much. I feel like I've been familiar with them for decades, even more than your swordsmanship too, as if it were part of your destiny. Heavenly monk. The woman was silent. She just smiled slightly and looked at Ta Suang with affectionate eyes. The celestial monk spoke. All right, go prepare quickly, making Xiechong slightly startled and exclaim. Yes, the celestial monk continues to be a Buddhist monk, yet I allow my disciples to kill. It is truly painful, but as a Buddhist monk of Zhejiang, I cannot witness more people being unjustly killed. Xiechong thought to himself, is it allowed to kill? The celestial monk added, Go to the Martial Arts Alliance base in Hangzhou and ask for help to purge the Japanese pirates. Xiechong said, exclaimed, Ah, she thought. I heard that Japanese pirates have come. Zhejiang province. She worriedly asked Tian Thuong Tang Nu. But why so suddenly? Yes. The celestial monk Nu replied, If you go there and wait, your friends will come there. Ta Suang thought to himself, the first group's external mission. Because of training I completely forgot, but I know they will do it. That mission. When I heard Duong Tung's voice, I didn't expect it. She chirped to the celestial monk. Then I must go. For the people of Zhejiang, I will definitely go. The celestial monk heard this and looked at her happily with a smile on her face. Then she opened his eyes and looked. Are you that happy? Receiving one of the 10 heavenly treasures, you can't smile that brightly. Immediately, Ta Suang quickly rushed away. She said loudly, I'm leaving now, because people are waiting for you. At a port near Guangda in Anhui province, the man spoke up and asked, Okay, so where are you going? A man with a mysterious and reserved appearance answered, To Hangzhou in Zhejiang. The boat owner looked at him and thought, What a uniform. Long. He asked, You must be a member of the Martial Arts Alliance's aid army. Forest right. The mysterious man replied, That's right. I'm part of the reinforcement army, on my way to complete an external mission for the Martial Arts Academy. The boat owner said, So after arriving in Hangzhou, you'll go to Chuang's Sun? You probably haven't heard what happened. There was a group of people who called themselves the Pirate Trio of the East Sea who devastated that place so terribly that the royal court had to evacuate all the people of the Chuangsan region. Ninhai, Tianmon, and Lamhai. Not yet. While Japanese pirates were stationed at sea, bandits were rampaging throughout the Zhejiang region, robbing, raping, and kidnapping. I heard that the place was in chaos, with shouts and cries of La That Tan, that bandit. A mysterious man suddenly laughed loudly. So the southern commander of the Imperial Army asked for help. Minvo Lam, right? The other man continued, making the ticket collector's face become thoughtful. I volunteer to go. For that reason, someone needs to step in and put an end to this. The boat owner spoke words of reproach and reminder. I know you want to gain great achievements in the martial arts world, but you are still a student. It is better to avoid dangerous things. The mysterious man replied, No. On the contrary, it is a terrible thing. The best. Chu Thuyan could only sigh and think. TSK. Can you convince those martial artists? This monk is also useless. The mysterious man sat on the boat. Behind him was a series of weapons. This made, for the curious boat owner, I have seen people carrying more than one spare weapon before, but bringing 6 different types like this is definitely the first time. How does he intend to fight with 6 types of weapons? As if realizing the other person was watching him, the mysterious man suddenly raised his head. He asked him, "Are there pirates around here?" The man, missing response ticket? No. Even though it's just a canal, pirates have never stationed troops in this inland area. Suddenly the man raised his finger. He pointed to the distance, where 3 boats were hiding in the distance, and asked, "So who are they?" The boat owner thought in panic. Why are the Japanese pirates here? The ship was in chaos with shouts. It's pirates, Japanese pirates, it's not good. The Japanese pirates' ships began to ram into their ship. Then the pirates quickly tied anchors to the ship. In the blink of an eye, we were surrounded by them. The Japanese pirates saw this and burst out laughing. The boat owner thought frantically. There was no way out. Escaped. The mysterious man then quietly pulled down his conical hat to cover his face. A second later, he calmly placed his hand on the boatman's shoulder to comfort him. The boat owner was secretly happy. Perhaps there is still hope. The mysterious man calmly jumped down in front of a pirate. Japanese pirates. The ship owner observed, and he immediately thought. It seemed like he said he volunteered to destroy Japanese pirates. Don't people like that only exist in ancient swordplay stories? Like the 3-year-old academic prodigy was able to read 4 books and 3 volumes of classics. He must be a swordsmanship genius who could perfectly wield 9 long weapons and 9 short weapons at the age of 3. Please. I hope he's one of them. Please. The Japanese pirates shouted. Who the hell is this? The man, the mysterious voice, said coldly. Looks like we have to use a jura in this battle. The Japanese pirate sneered. Ora farted. What's that? Are you planning to use the swords on your back at the same time? And back. The mysterious man slowly drew out the 2 swords at his waist, curious. Can you speak our language too? The other pirate also quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword at his side. He laughed evenly. Hee, I learned a little bit. My name is Tanaka Yoshiki. The mysterious man sneered. Tanaka, a dog crushed him? The boat owner thought, and even teased. He was very confident, surely. He has something up his sleeve. How good is he? I'm so excited. Yashiki, annoyed reminder. It is Yoshiki, the 3rd sword of the Western Amono, Tanaka Yoshiki. The mysterious man teased again. Well, what a son of a bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately grabbed his sword and rushed straight towards him. The mysterious man thought of attacking her from the front and also swung his sword forward. The 2 swords got closer and closer. Finally, they both collided with each other. However, he managed to turn his sword in another direction, surprising the mysterious man. He must have used a stance just now. What the hell? He can attack and defend at the same time while holding an offensive stance? Yoshiki shouted angrily. It's Yashiki, that bastard. And then his sword gradually grazed the mysterious man's conical hat. The man thought to himself in horror. Not dead. Sure, I don't want to. His eyes were fixed on the sword path. Suddenly that gaze gradually became clear. Yoshiki's sword quickly made a cut through the mysterious man's head, causing his head to splatter with blood. Finally, the mysterious man collapsed in front of Yoshiki. Everyone there witnessed this, could not help but be shocked. Lord Twin Hong was afraid, thinking, our last hope. That's it. Yoshiki laughed out loud. Ha ha. This idiot. Acting like that, but can't take a single hit. Ha ha. Then he ordered his subordinates to bring some. She gave it to Ta. On the other side, Jay and Min Tien were playing chess with each other. Min Tien spoke up, Yoshiki Tanaka, or Tanaka Yoshiki. That was his Japanese name. It was said that he possessed the peak of martial arts and was a vassal and bodyguard of Ganasina Osage, one of the 3 pirates of the East Sea. He put down his white pieces as he spoke. He and the other Japanese pirates were currently heading north to destroy the Japanese naval reinforcements. Central Plains. Di Jia tilted his head and asked, You told that to my old man? What to do? Min Tien continued. If young Master Tang goes to Thiatjiang province through the south of Anhui province, he might have to go through the neighboring area of Quangduk. Di Jia. Min Tien laughed. Ho ho ho. I'm just worried about you. That guy. Di Jia was curious. Worried? What do you have to worry about him? Min Tien explained. His opponent is a very reckless guy. Back in Japan, people used to call him Van Nan Sat, so I was worried. It's only natural. 10,000 people kill 10,000 people and only spare one. If he were a normal warrior, He would kill one person and save 10,000 people. But his nickname was completely the opposite. The D family chuckled. Hee hee. I know that the Council of Elders plays a very important role in coordinating the disciples in charge of the Devil's electricity mission that the Martial Arts Academy accepts. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent his black pieces straight towards Min Tian's white pieces. You must have known that before you sent him, he said. Right. The boat was now filled with loud, miserable screams. Help! Ah, shut up. Yoshiki pointed his sword at the mysterious man and said sarcastically, If I cut off your head. He slowly brought the blade down on both sides of the mysterious man's hands. He said, and your arm was broken into 3 pieces. You will truly become the Azura you want to be. Yoshiki frowned thoughtfully. Then he glanced to the side. He shouted, Hey, come over here for a bit. A subordinate was holding the mysterious man's hand, quickly let go and replied, Yes. Yet just seconds later, the subordinate was chopped into pieces by Yoshiki. He revealed a smile full of joy and excitement as he slashed his subordinate. The subordinate's blood splattered onto his face. He laughed, big. That's right. To become an Azura, one must be like this, a ghost with 3 heads, 6 arms. Everyone was speechless when witnessing this scene. The boat owner and his subordinates thought in horror. What a devil! How can he say that after attacking his own subordinates? Me? Since serving in the army at the northern border, I have never witnessed such a terrible scene. Like this. He thought as he peed. What his pants? The subordinate standing nearby saw that the boatman had wet his pants, so he turned to report to Yoshiki. Big brother, that guy is scared to death and peed his pants. The other pirates heard that and burst out laughing. The old ship owner thought angrily, what a devil, killing subordinates for experiments is not enough, but also using subordinates as another joke. A pirate reported to Yoshiki, Big brother, there is no woman, any decent woman. He coldly ordered, then kill them all. The boat owner kept on peeing non-stop, thinking fearfully in his heart, this is truly a massacre, there is no hope anymore. They will kill us all. That's right, it's over, hopefully, so this will be the option, the best. Thinking so, he stomped his foot on the floor, causing his subordinate to look at him in surprise. The boat owner continued to think, there was no reason to hesitate anymore. While his limbs were still intact, he should quickly commit suicide. And then he flew out of the boat. Seeing that, Yoshiki exclaimed, Don't they say that a decade's worth of memories will be recalled if you fall from a height of 3 meters? This boat isn't even 6 meters high, so I'll die without any lingering memories of the past 40 years. Thinking about it, I just cried. Wife, children, please forgive the husband. This useless father, I left without telling everyone. I'm sorry, just like that. The water surfaced before his eyes gradually appeared. Every short moment it gets closer, but the scene suddenly stops, right before his eyes. The boatman slowly opened his eyes, wondering why he hadn't fallen into the water yet. So, right at this moment, Duong Tung appeared from somewhere and pulled both the boat owner and the people. The mysterious man came up. On the other side, DM Tin said, Min Tian, luckily you sent him. We go there. With that guy named Yoshiki Tanaka, there is no better opponent. Where is Duong Tung? Min Tian heard that and frowned, not replying. On the opposite side, Jay calmly revealed a smile full of excitement. Yoshiki looked at him in surprise. Passive skill, max level translation, max proficiency. All languages and notes can be decoded. Current condition is perfect. Yoshiki asked the pirate, Hey, where's that Azura guy? But the answer he got was the trembling of his subordinates. One of them jumped out and took him away. Next to him was another guy whose head was pressed against the wall. Duong Tung quickly grabbed the 2 people next to him. The boat fell to the ground. The boat owner was terrified, groaned. Oh, Tang Tung muttered. Well, another unexpected mission. The boat owner looked up, confused. Who is this? Also wearing the sleeping dragon uniform. Duong Tung reminded him. You are here. Just a moment. We haven't reached the outer mission location yet. What are you guys doing here? Yoshiki heard and raised his voice. You even know Japanese? Who the hell are you? Duong Tung glanced down and said, Me? Azura Ro. Real price. This name is it's just a fake. 15 minutes later, at the Manhua mountain road, a group of people were moving forward. The person on the horse spoke. We're going to Tieshi province quickly. Jiang, let's go. Although it's not your mission, but with 2 disciples of Ngo Long Valley escorting us like this, felt very reassured. Zhang Heng walked beside him and calmly replied, "Anyway, our mission is in Zhujiang, so we will help if we can on the way. This guy also enjoys it quite a bit, huh?" Both of them glanced down at Tang Tung, who was bending over, sweating profusely as he walked forward step by step. Jiang Xiong muttered, "What kind of person are you?" Tang Tung said, "I really like going uphill." Tian Van sat on the horse and coldly said, "At the final destination of the Chuang Sun escort team. The escort art is finally completed. How many more copies do we need to make?" Beside him, Tang Tung thought to himself, the escort art is finally. Tong is not worth worrying about. He said that it is equal to the number of literate guards. In Trung Nguyen, the more the better the discount. So just make about 1 million extra copies. Tien Van exclaimed in surprise. She said a little cautiously. Making so many, if we can't sell them, we'll lose a lot. Is that okay? Really? Tang Tung immediately thought, can't sell? Impossible. Then he replied, I don't know about other books, but the art of escort will not. There is no such thing. Tien Van heard what he said and did not know what to say. What? After a while, she said, the Japanese pirates who are wreaking havoc in Zhujiang are making me quite worried. I'm not sure if the Chuang Sun escort team can make that many copies. Duong Tung replied, Don't worry, many first-class disciples have been sent to deal with them. Although he said so, in his heart he thought, Japanese pirates, my first external mission has been decided. If the Japanese pirates who came to Zhujiang this time are the East Sea Pirate Trio, then they are not simple. Mission: help the Southern Command of the Imperial Army destroy the East Sea Pirate Trio in Taijiang Province. But if everything happens in the same order as in the previous life, there will be no correlation between the escort art prints of the Chuang Sun escort team and the 3 pirates of the East Sea. For Nam Kung Sach, you also carry out the external mission like us, destroy all of them, and become a hero. The escort art publication will definitely go smoothly. In addition, I not only solve the task and the Chuang Sun escort team in Zhujiang. Above all, the third opportunity is recorded in the book 5 Kings Bing Shin, is right here. And the treasure map I got after the 4 villains incident last year. Directions to an island near the cave, the first in Zhujiang. The treasure map, the map that shows hidden treasures, just like its name, is more precious than any reward I have ever received. I am so worried. There must be a reason why that stingy heavenly law rewards so generously. How much suffering will I have to endure in Zhujiang this time? Tien Van was sitting on the horse and suddenly asked, about the groups doing the external mission. There should be 3 people in each group, right? Tang Tung replied, yes, I remember it was usually 3, but because of my title, it was a bit different. The team leader title has been equipped. You can form a team of 5, the title can. Developed by 5 people. The title of department head only allows me to form 3 people. A group has developed into a group leader and increased the number of members to 5 people. Just like the title of Duck Walking Master developed after I continuously used it. Using this would also allow for maintaining a team for a long time. The external mission was indeed a perfect occasion to use it. Aside from the original members of the team that performed the external mission in Zhujiang, including myself, Jiang Xiong, Xie Shi, who is currently at Putuwa Temple, as well as Tian Yun and Lu Ming, who should have returned to the 8th class by now. Just like what I did with Ta Suang yesterday, I can use the group leader title to send the messages, but if they can't reply, it's still very inconvenient. The talisman that Luke Min gave me can fix that. If we use it, we can communicate with each other for a short time. Tien Van said loudly, if there are only 3 people in a group, then there must be at least 10 groups, right? Tung asked her again what did she mean, and then he looked down in amazement at the sight before him. Surprise mission: defeat all members of Yoshiki Tanaka's gang that is infiltrating Anhui province. Lai Hai suddenly opened his eyes. He held his bloody forehead and looked around. Both he, the boat owner, and Duong Tung were looking forward. Yashiki shouted loudly, Hee, what is it this time? Do you think you can win by acting so mighty? I didn't expect you to come here alone. If you want to live a little longer, then quickly get lost and move aside. Duong Tung sighed and replied, I think I said the same thing to those bandits last time. He shouted excitedly, You bastard, if I only knew how to act, I would have died long ago. Yet I'm still living happily ever after. You only die when your head runs dry or your intestines fall out. Got it? Yoshiki said sternly. Who the hell do you think you are to brag in front of me? He licked his lips. He then ordered his subordinates. Hurry up and take that guy's liver out for me. Then we will slowly enjoy its flavor. The subordinates shouted in obedience. Duong Tung smiled sarcastically. Good idea. Passive skill swordsmanship level 13. 20% proficiency when holding a sword. Your attack speed will be increased. Duong Tung rushed forward and shouted loudly. It is said that the liver of the Japanese invaders is better for health than bear bile. In a flash, the old boat owner saw blood splattered on his left side. Immediately after that, a large amount of splashing occurred to his right, and then there was a name thrown in front of him in pain. Duong Tung, just like that, kicked each pirate standing around him. One by one, he pushed them away in a blink of an eye, causing the remaining ones to not dare to charge forward. He asked, "Everyone, is it okay?" The boat owner thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, he had already finished the second floor of the ship. He replied, "It's okay," and Lai Hai was kicking the head of the enemy who had just been thrown away, cursing under his breath, "You bastard." Duong Tung told the boat owner, "Next time, don't jump anymore." Seeing his subordinates being defeated one by one, Yoshiki shouted, "You idiots, kill him." Road. Tung thought, "How ridiculous. If you want to kill me so badly, then just carry your own body and charge forward." Yashiki was yelling below, "I told you to kill him." Then suddenly, someone came forward. He told Yoshiki that I will kill that bastard. Yashiki muttered while calling Nakamura. While Duong Tung was fighting, he saw all the pirates retreating. He thought to himself, why is everyone suddenly silent? One of them, that number, sneered and told him, "Now don't expect to die in peace." Duong Tung turned around and saw Nakamura waiting on the balcony to attack. The man was displayed by the system as level 34 Tanaka Nakamura. Duong Tung silently observed that man. He thought to himself, 34? If he had turned to bandits, he would have become the leader of several groups, right? He and that Yoshiki guy had the same last name, so surely, same bloodline. Nakamura suddenly slowly drew out the two swords from his waist. He took an offensive stance right on the small railing. The boatman with a somewhat bold face boldly introduced, "I am the twin sword Kansai, Tanaka Nakamura of Tang Song." Electric current. Duong Tung replied in surprise. "What, two weapons? I think from. What's wrong? I've never seen such a swordplay in the pile of foreign books in the 100,000 books hall." Then he gently reached behind me and drew his weapon. I let out a breath and exclaimed, "How interesting." Nakamura opened his eyes wide, looking at Tang Song with some bewilderment. System, display, passive skill, level 13 technique, 5% proficiency. Tang Tung sneered and said, "If you use two weapons, the system displays the active skill level 3 sword technique, 2% proficiency. Crescent blade power plus 10, hit chance, pay plus 20%. System notification, active trade skill level 2, degree, 13% proficiency." Tang Tung started using the four-armed Azura combination technique. He held his 4 weapons and shouted loudly, "Then I will use 4 weapons." The old boat owner saw Duong Tung's technique and exclaimed, "Fuck, what the hell is this?" Lai Hai exclaimed in his heart. He was the creator of the Azura technique. He was secretly happy. I met him. Nakamura said, with the implication of underestimating Duong Tung's ability. "No matter how many weapons he holds, it won't change anything. Change everything." After saying that, he put force into his legs and jumped off the railing. Nakamura immediately used his ultimate move to create a lightning current, but Duong Tung dodged it. Just in time. Tang Tung observed Nakamura's fighting style and immediately withdrew. Maybe because I've fought monsters like Nam Kung Sach, Duong Nok Ni, and Zhang Hong. This guy is VCL slow. And then in just a moment, he transformed the 2 weapons he was holding into 2 other weapons. Nakamura panicked. His weapon changes shape. Immediately after, Duong Tung flew over Nakamura's head like a spider. He used his ultimate technique of 10 great demon soldiers, for soldiers combined. The 4th legal. The 4 snakes gathered, the old man. The boat owner's eyes widened, surprised to think of that person. Then he revealed a smile full of joy, rejoicing in his heart that he was the one who would save us from the abyss of despair, our true hope. Here we are. Nakamura thought in amazement. How could one person attack from all 4 directions at the same time? At that moment, he made the first move. He then blocked his second blow with another sword. The attacks of both clashed. On the 3rd strike, if his sword at that time not only did not break, but it also broke in half before his opponent, Duong Tung. With lightning speed, Duong Tung seized the opportunity, using his spear to stab straight into Nakamura's middle, made him fly away and hit the railing in the blink of an eye. Nakamura was in pain, exclaimed, "Cough, your weapon is not much different from the goblin's weapon." Japan. Duong Tung heard this and thought to himself, in his previous life after the pirate trio invaded, their weapons were quite famous in the Central Plains. Even though they were made from low-quality iron from the East Sea, they were still extremely sharp and could cut through both people and horses. But even if they had, no matter how sharp, 10,000-year-old iron and jade Truong Quang cannot compete with the hardest iron and the softest material of China. Original. Of course, apart from that, the difference in strength between the two is still too great. After observing Nakamura for a while, Duong Tung turned his eyes to the direction of Yoshiki pondered. On the other hand, that Yashiki guy's level was quite high for a marine. Tanaka Yoshiki level 54 thief. While he was thinking that he was even taller than himself, the thief angrily ordered him to stand up. Go, Nakamura. Tang Tung was absent-minded. The difference was 9 levels according to his experience. If the difference was 10 levels or more, the wisdom I would automatically recognize it as 3 question marks. So the difference between the two was as close as 3 question marks. Then he could be the strongest opponent he had never met in his previous life. Could he win against him? Yoshiki then raised his sword to his shoulder and looked up, glaring at Tang Tung, shouting loudly, "Stand up and defend the honor of Lord Go." Duong Tung muttered, "Honor." He did not hesitate to respond to Yoshiki, a man who indiscriminately massacred both civilians and comrades. Honor? No. Pirates have no honor, and I've never seen a pirate serve a lord. Nakamura on the opposite side grabbed the spear that was piercing his body, slowly stood up to warn the way. Watch your mouth when we fall into despair, because we are banished from the mainland. He is the one who gave us hope. The great samurai Kanasai Nag Mang Yo, we will unite the world with him. Duong Tung asked thoughtfully, how can you unify the world by invading other countries and robbing their people? Is this your definition of unifying the world? Nakamura replied, they are just spoils of war for the great samurai. Duong Tung sneered and said to Nakamura, it's ridiculous that you only use the name of unifying the world to destroy, just killing others. Nakamura stubbornly said, because he had a bigger goal and a great plan, massacre was just a small matter. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, the samurai of the land of the rising sun would always move forward to complete his goal. Bigger pepper. Yoshiki below also added some more. You'll understand soon enough. He sarcastically said, I heard that in Central Plains, social status is determined by the place where you were born. My country is the same. You have to live your whole life in the position where you were born. But if a person works hard, then he can change his life. There is no such world. Otherwise, would you also kill people without hesitation? So, that's why we exist like this. Yoshiki said proudly, we will take this world into our hands and turn it upside down. I will teach those fools the greater goal of the Lord and turn his great plan. He came true. After hearing that, Duong Tung thought to himself, I have always wanted to change this damn world. Even now, I am still trying to fulfill that wish. But then he let out a sentence. Coldly, why so long-winded? 1. One day the devil will also launch his invasion just like that to the whole world. The reason is the same. The goal is great and unifies the world. If all your goals are great, then why do innocent people still get hurt and have to? Will you give up your life? Duong Tung emphasized, killing people indiscriminately and living a shameful life, but still trying to preach about the goal. Great? Tang Tung jumped up high with his weapon and shouted, robbing poor families and burning their houses is the achievement you guys are talking about? Tang Tung gently leaned his foot on his weapon. Then he stuck his weapon straight down into the pirate's boat. This made both Yoshiki and Nakamura look at Duong Tung in surprise, thinking, why did he suddenly jump onto their boat? Me? Tang Tung said loudly. Damn you. You guys, the 10 great demon soldiers, and 5 soldiers combined. Fourth, an angry dragon lashed its tail long way no. The angry dragon tail with just one move. Tang Tung destroyed the pirate's ship. Just like that, the boat shattered right before Yoshiki and his companion's eyes. He screamed, damn bastard, he aimed at my boat first. Then Yoshiki looked to the side of him. He sneered when he saw Duong Tung and said, all right, I admit you are very strong, but you think you alone can destroy our 4 remaining ships and take down hundreds of soldiers. Our soldiers. Both the boat owner and Duong Tung looked in the direction that Yashiki pointed. They saw other ships approaching in the distance and thought to themselves, there are more ships coming. Oh no, the enemy ships are increasing again. However, at that moment, Duong Tung revealed a ghostly smile. He said, I don't think all 324 of you can fill these 3 small boats. There must be some people on the boat who are not participating in the battle. Hearing that, what Tang Tung said, Yoshiki frowned and thought, how did he know the number of soldiers participating in the war on our side? Then you said you didn't think about it? So what are you going to do? What is this? On the contrary, in another place, Min Tian was still playing chess with others. Min Tian burst out laughing. Ho ho ho, but besides Tanaka Yashiki, there were hundreds of Japanese pirates with him. So what? Can Duong Tung alone? Can you defeat them all? Jia sneered in response, who said that made Min Tian silently look at him with scrutinizing eyes. Jia did not pay attention and raised his black chess piece. The old man put his chess piece down on the board and continued. That kid is alone. The chessboard now had more black pieces, even though it was surrounded by many white pieces. Return, back to the battle, Duong Tung wondered, who said I was alone. Also, are those 2 boats really yours? Yoshiki, hearing this, he immediately looked into the distance. He muttered, what nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly his face darkened. His eyes were stunned as if he realized something. He turned to look at the 2 approaching boats and immediately became suspicious. Was there a fight going on the boat that was approaching Yoshiki at that time? His subordinate is being beaten by someone, continuously kicked in the face. That is Zhang Heng. You came to support Duong Tung. You are excited, shouted loudly. OT, it looks like the other side. You're not done yet. Beside Zhang Heng, Kai Tian Heng's guards also shouted enthusiastically. We've also finished handling it. This ship is here. He thought on the 9th level. Could he win against him? No. Of course yes, because I have a close friend by his side. Both Zhang Heng and Duong Tung confidently said in unison, for the Sam Lang group, Koan Hong is too extravagant. I will kill all of you.